Damn, it's leaking electricity. That was the last sentence Lin Chen left behind in his previous world. In the bathroom, water splashed everywhere as Lin Chen's entire body convulsed, his hair standing on end. His vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Hiss. His head felt as if it were about to explode. Lin Chen struggled to sit up from a soft, spacious bed. Lowering his head, he looked at his own hands, fair and slender without the slightest trace of calluses. They were nothing like the hands that had been worn rough from hauling bricks. He then swept his gaze around, and discovered he was in a finely decorated single apartment with a faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. What was going on? Could being electrocuted really make a dream feel this real? Before Lin Chen could make sense of it, a vast tide of foreign memories surged into his mind like a dam bursting. Over 10 minutes later, Lin Chen finally finished digesting this flood of memories that did not belong to him, and he was completely stupefied. Did I actually transmigrate? The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This was a world called launching. Its level of technology was almost identical to that of Earth, with skyscrapers rising high and traffic flowing endlessly like rivers of light. What was different, however, was that people here could cultivate. Not only humans could cultivate, countless demonic beasts across the world could also embark on the path of cultivation. Several hundred years ago, spiritual energy revived between heaven and earth, and the entire world was transformed. All kinds of secret realms hidden within spatial rifts began to emerge one after another. Humans and demonic beasts had fought ceaselessly, locked in brutal warfare over cultivation resources. The original owner of this body was also named Lin Chen, an orphan. Yet his luck had been quite good. The dean of Xingqian Academy discovered that he possessed a unseen a century, pure young divine body, claiming he was a peerless prodigy born for cultivation. The dean personally took him from the orphanage back to the academy, intending to cultivate him with utmost care. The outcome, however, overjoyed, the guy thought he would ascend to the heavens in a single step and marry into wealth and beauty. Then while eating in the cafeteria, he failed to swallow a mouthful of food and literally choked to death on it. Choked to death. For a moment, Lin Chen had no idea what expression he should wear to face this fact. Brother, the way you died truly rivals mine. Lin Chen covered his face at a complete loss for words. At the very least, I was electrocuted to death. You could barely say I contributed a little to the cause of public electricity. But you got yourself killed by a mouthful of rice. The two of us really are a pair of crouching dragon and young phoenix. No wonder we share the same name. We're tragic brothers in arms. Lin Chen let out a sigh. Things had already come to this, dwelling on it was pointless. Since I've taken over your body, you are me, and I am you. Rest assured, whatever path you failed to finish, I'll walk it to the end for you. As a veteran novel enthusiast, Lin Chen adapted quickly to his new circumstances. To begin with, a pure young divine body. Just hearing the name sounded overwhelmingly powerful. According to novel conventions, any physique that carried characters like divine or sacred was destined to be something capable of shattering heavens and annihilating earth. This kind of transmigration was definitely a good deal. Just as Lin Chen began to indulge in rosy visions of his future life, a cold, emotionless, mechanical voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Ding! Soul compatibility with the host detected at 100%. Task sign-in system officially activated. This system exists to assist the host in becoming the strongest being across all worlds. As long as you complete sign-in tasks at designated locations, you will receive generous rewards. Lin Chen froze for a heartbeat, then was overjoyed. A system. The golden sheet every transmigrator dreams of. A powerful physique plus a system. This setup screamed chosen child of destiny. Ding. Distributing newbie gift pack. Congratulations to the host for first-time activation of this system. You have obtained a 100,000-fold reward multiplier. 100,000-fold. Lin Chen's breathing grew rapid. This system was outrageously generous. Newbie task issued within 24 hours. The host must go to the central plaza of Xingqian Academy, face 10,000 people, and loudly shout, "My fate is mine, not heaven's." Upon completion, sign-in will be executed automatically, and the reward will be issued. Emperor-level cultivation art, devouring heaven art. Devouring heaven art allows one to devour all forms of energy between heaven and earth, converting it into the host's own spiritual chi with no upper limit and no side effects. The wild joy on Lin Chen's face instantly froze. System, repeat that task for me. Newbie task issued within 24 hours. The host must go to the central plaza of Xingqian Academy, face 10,000 people, and loudly shout, "My fate is mine, not heaven's." The corners of Lin Chen's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. In the plaza, in front of tens of thousands of people, shouting such a ridiculously edgy line. Was that any different from streaking in public? Before his reputation as a so-called peerless genius could even take shape, he would probably first earn himself the title of peerless idiot. Brother system, can we change the task? Something like helping an old lady cross the street, or beating up a few bullies instead. Lin Chen tried to negotiate. Task has been generated and cannot be altered. The system's voice remained as icy as ever. Then can I unbind you? I feel like I can soar on my own with just this pure yang divine body. I really don't dare trouble you. Lin Chen persisted. Once the system is bound, it will remain permanently bound unless the host dies. Unbinding is impossible. Lin Chen was left utterly speechless. He collapsed back onto the bed, his face a portrait of utter despair. What kind of joke was this? Give him a sweet date, then stuff his mouth full of filth. Yet the moment he thought of that emperor-level cultivation art and the 100,000-fold multiplier, Lin Chen's heart began to itch again. So what if he suffered social death? Face was something that grew back once it was thrown away. If he had no strength, however, then he would truly have nothing. Just as Lin Chen's inner struggle reached a fever pitch and the two little figures in his mind were fighting tooth and nail, a sudden knocking sounded at the door. Dong dong dong. Lin Chen jolted upright. Who could it be? He dragged his feet to the door and opened it. Standing outside was a tall, strikingly beautiful woman. The woman looked to be around 27 or 28. Loose waves of hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a well-fitted professional skirt suit that outlined her mature, alluring curves to perfection. From head to toe, she radiated an enticing charm, like a perfectly ripened peach. Hello, my name is Chen Yan. You can call me Teacher Chen. The beautiful woman's red lips parted slightly, her voice carrying a soft magnetic quality. The dean sent me to handle your enrollment procedures. Lin Chen stared at her in a daze and subconsciously replied, oh, all right, Teacher Chen. Chen Yan seemed used to this kind of reaction. She reached into her bag and took out a file envelope, handing it to him. Inside are your enrollment documents and student card. Everything has already been processed. Starting tomorrow, you'll be a student of Class 3 Grade 1 at our Xingshan Academy. Lin Chen accepted the envelope, feeling its unexpected weight in his hand. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Chen Yan casually brushed aside a lock of hair that had fallen over her forehead, the unintentional gesture filled with effortless allure. Well, then take a good rest and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. All right. As if recalling something, she added, specially remember, according to academy rules, at 7 o'clock every morning, all teachers and students have to gather at the Central Plaza for morning assembly. Don't be late tomorrow. The first grade teaching buildings are on the eastern side of the academy. The tallest one is yours, so don't go to the wrong place. Central Plaza, 7 in the morning. Lin Chen felt as though an invisible hand had suddenly clenched her. Wasn't this practically shoving him into a pit of fire? During the morning assembly, tens of thousands of eyes would be fixed on the plaza. Was he really supposed to shout that line at that time? The scene in his mind was so vivid that Lin Chen didn't even dare to imagine the rest. Oh, all right, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Chen. He forced a smile that looked more painful than crying. Chen Yan glanced at him with faint puzzlement, but did not press the issue. She simply assumed he was nervous about a new environment. Nodding lightly, she turned and walked away, her high heels clicking crisply down the corridor. Listening to the fading dada of her footsteps, Lin Chen slammed the door shut with a bang, then slowly slid down with his back against it until he was sitting on the floor. Heaven truly seeks my end. At that moment, he had only one thought: to find a block of tofu to smash his head on and see if he could transmigrate one more time. But that thought lasted only 3 seconds. Devouring heaven art. Emperor-level cultivation art. 100,000-fold rewards. These words circled in his mind like an incantation. Lin Chen suddenly slapped his thigh and sprang up from the floor, his gaze growing firm. To hell with it. Let's do it. So what if I suffer public humiliation? In my previous life, I even experienced death itself. Would I still be afraid of losing face? For the sake of an emperor-level art, for the sake of standing above others, this face of mine is expendable. Once he had thought it through, Lin Chen felt a wave of ease wash over him, as if he had shattered some invisible shackle. He tossed the file envelope carelessly onto the table, then sprawled across the soft bed in a big X shape, closing his eyes to rest. In his mind, however, he was rapidly plotting how come tomorrow he could complete the task, while reducing the embarrassment of his social death to the absolute minimum. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Lin Chen was jolted awake by the shrill blare of the assembly. With 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, he lifelessly put on the standard-issue academy uniform. Like a walking corpse, he drifted along with the stream of students toward the academy's central plaza, still half asleep. The plaza was already packed, a sea of black heads stretching as far as the eye could see. From first years to third years, tens of thousands of students stood in neat formations by class, like a field of leeks waiting to be harvested. Lin Chen casually slipped into the very back of the first-year queue, yawning nonstop, his eyelids constantly fighting. He had racked his brains all night and still failed to come up with a foolproof plan. In the end, he could only conclude, since he was going to make a fool of himself anyway, he might as well do it thoroughly. Who knew, he might even become famous in the academy in one go, even if it was for infamy. On the high platform at the very front of the plaza, the academy's leadership had already taken their seats. The principal, vice principals, the director of discipline, and teachers from every grade were all present, not a single one missing. They stood there with stiff faces like a row of statues awaiting inspection. Within the student ranks, many upperclassmen were whispering to one another. Damn, what's going on? Even old Joe the Skinner showed up. Who's old Joe the Skinner? A new student asked curiously. Principal Zhou Yuntian, of course. He's the stabilizing pillar of our academy, a great figure as elusive as a dragon, whose head you see, but tail you do not. Normally for this kind of freshman morning assembly, he wouldn't even bother to show his face, let alone say a word. Yet today he actually came in person. Has the sun started rising in the west? Hiss, could something big be about to happen? Just as the crowd's discussion grew louder, Principal Zhou Yuntian, standing on the platform, cleared his throat. An invisible pressure instantly swept across the entire plaza. The previously noisy chatter came to an abrupt halt. Everyone quiet down. Zhou Yuntian's voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly into every single ear. His gaze swept over the tens of thousands of youthful faces below, and he began to speak slowly. Today is the first day you first-year students step into Xingqian Academy. It marks a brand new beginning for you all. I hope that in the days to come you will not only cultivate diligently, but also study hard. Those of you in the second and third year listen as well. The world we live in underwent a great change several hundred years ago when spiritual energy revived overnight. From that moment on, both we humans and the beasts that roam the wilds gain the possibility of cultivating and evolving. The cultivation methods and martial techniques you now practice did not appear out of thin air. They were brought back by our forebears who wielded blades and the most primitive cold weapons, venturing into one perilous secret realm after another, trading blood and life itself for them. Therefore, I hope each and every one of you will cherish every single cultivation manual in your hands, every set of martial techniques you possess, for they are all steeped in the blood and sweat of our predecessors. Zhou Yuntian's words were powerful and sonorous, stirring the blood of countless students below. A spontaneous sense of reverence rose in their hearts. Lin Chen too found himself absorbed in listening. The history of this world was even heavier than he had imagined. Just then Zhou Yuntian suddenly changed the subject. Today I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce a very special first-year student to you all. As these words fell, an uproar swept through the entire plaza. A freshman personally introduced by the principal at the opening ceremony. Just what kind of extraordinary figure had appeared? Could he be the scion of some colossal clan? Or the heir of some hidden sect? Under tens of thousands of curious guessing and jealous gazes, Zhou Yuntian lifted his hand and pointed to the rear of the first-year ranks. Please welcome student Lin Chen to the stage. The loudspeakers broadcast the name Lin Chen echoing into every corner of the plaza. Lost in a daze amid the crowd, Lin Chen was jolted so hard by the sudden shout that he shivered all over. What the me? Before he could even process it, the students around him swished aside all at once, leaving him standing alone in the open. Tens of thousands of gazes converged on him in an instant. Lin Chen felt his scalp go numb. What the hell was this situation? This scene definitely wasn't in the script he had imagined. Student Lin Chen, don't be nervous. Come on up. Zhou Yuntian's voice sounded again from the stage, much gentler this time. Lin Chen's mind was a complete blank. Under countless watching eyes, he could only grit his teeth and walk toward the high platform step by heavy step. Facing the dense mass of heads below the stage, Lin Chen felt his legs nearly cramp from tension. Zhou Yuntian patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to relax, then turned to face the crowd, his voice suddenly soaring. I know many of you are wondering why I would personally step forward to introduce an obscure orphan. Now I will give you. An astonishing light burst forth in Zhou Yuntian's eyes as he enunciated each word, because student Lin Chen possesses an unseen century, pure yang divine body. Boom. Those 4 words were like a heavy bomb detonating within the crowd. What? Pure yang divine body. The legendary supreme constitution that is immune to myriad arts and cultivates at 100 times the speed of ordinary people. No way, seriously. Isn't that kind of constitution only recorded in ancient texts? No wonder the principal came in person. This is like stumbling upon a priceless treasure. Down below, the teachers all wore looks of shock as well. The way they looked at Lin Chen shifted from initial indifference to blazing heat, as though they were beholding a peerless piece of jade. Satisfied with their reactions, Zhou Yuntian went on. With such a physique, so long as he does not seek his own death and does not fall halfway, his future achievements will be boundless. Becoming a top figure in his own domain is only a matter of time. Then he turned sideways and smiled at the still somewhat dazed Lin Chen. Come now, Lin Chen, introduce yourself to every. Lin Chen's mind was still buzzing. His mission to socially die hadn't even begun, and he was already being roasted over the fire. This old man really didn't play by the rules. But things had already reached this point. He could only brace himself and go through with it. Lin Chen slowly stepped up to the microphone. Gazing at the densely packed crowd beneath the stage, he took a deep breath. Nice to meet you all. My name is Trashway. The entire plaza fell into collective speechlessness. On stage, several teachers' mouths twitched visibly. Lin Chen coughed dryly and hurriedly corrected himself. No, that's not right. My name is Lin Chen, and I am an orphan. Thanks to the principal's kindness in not abandoning me, he brought me from the orphanage to Xingchen Academy. For that I am deeply grateful to him. With that he turned and bowed deeply to Zhou Yuntian. Thank you, principal. Zhou Yuntian let out a hearty laugh and hastily helped him back up. It's nothing, it's nothing. This is what you deserve. The pure yang divine body you possess is far rarer and more precious than any so-called supreme heavenly treasure. Lin Chen stepped back to the microphone. Facing the myriad gazes below, he steeled his heart. Since he had already been put on the pedestal, he might as well go all out. I will definitely cultivate diligently and study earnestly. He paused, drew in a fierce breath, gathered all his strength into his throat, and speaking into the microphone shouted with every ounce of power he had. My fate is mine to shape, not heaven's. His voice, amplified by the equipment, rolled across the plaza like thunder in the sky. For a moment, the entire world seemed to pause. Tens of thousands of students below, dozens of teachers on the stage, even Principal Zhou Yuntian himself. Everyone was stunned. One by one, they gaped eyes wide, staring dumbly at the thin figure of the youth on stage. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a brief stillness, someone in the crowd suddenly let out a snort of laughter. Immediately, a tidal wave of raucous laughter crashed over the plaza. Ha ha ha. I'm dying here. My fate is mine, not heaven's. Where did this weirdo come from? Is his brain malfunctioning? Did he binge too many TV dramas and never graduate from his Chinibu phase? Pure yang divine body, huh? Looks more like a pure yang idiot body to me. What a waste of such an incredible talent. Well, that's it then. Our academy's biggest idiot of the year has been decided in advance. Waves of mockery, derision, and disdainful gazes surged toward Lin Chen like a tide. Yet Lin Chen, standing on the stage, was surprisingly calm. At the very instant he shouted that line, he felt the last shackle in his heart shatter, his thoughts flowing free and unobstructed. He ignored the jeers entirely, quietly stepping down from the platform. Passing through the crowd that automatically parted for him, he returned to his original spot, as if the person who had just provoked the entire plaza's laughter had never been him. The moment he came to a stop, that cold mechanical voice rang out in his mind right on cue. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing this sign-in task. Ding. Beginner's gift pack is now being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Emperor-level cultivation art, Swallowing Heaven art. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a passive talent, 10,000-fold Qi Si. In the next second, an immense mysterious torrent of information poured into Lin Chen's mind. The secrets of the Swallowing Heaven art, how to circulate it, how to devour energy. Every last detail was instantly understood by him, as if it were an instinct he had been born with. This art was so overbearing it defied all reason. At the same time, he could clearly feel that within his dantian, earth-shaking changes were taking place. The once empty Qi Si was now expanding at an inconceivable rate, as though it intended to contain the entire universe within itself. If the Qi Si of an ordinary cultivator could only hold a small puddle, then his current Qi Si could contain a boundless ocean. 10,000-fold Qi Si. In the cultivation world, the reserves of spiritual energy are the foundation of combat endurance. At the same realm, whoever has more Qi holds an absolute advantage. And on top of that, he had an emperor-level cultivation art backing him. Forcing down the ecstasy in his heart, Lin Chen calmed his mind and turned his gaze back toward the platform. The mockery of the outside world had already become utterly insignificant in his ears. How could a group of mortals possibly comprehend the world of a god? On the platform, Zhou Yuntian too had recovered from his earlier surprise. Looking at the unflinching youth below, a hint of approval flashed through his eyes. His temperament was not bad. Zhou Yuntian picked up the microphone, once more his stern voice booming out again. Have you all laughed enough? Quiet. To possess talent is good. To possess ambition is even better. On what grounds do you mock someone who dares to cry out the voice of his own heart? The laughter in the plaza gradually faded away. Zhou Yuntian gave a cold snort and no longer dwelled on it. He continued, now I will explain to all first-year students how the cultivation realms of our world are divided. Zhou Yunshan's gaze swept across the crowd with authority, his deep voice resonating in the plaza. Our world is similarly divided by the martial arts hierarchy. Everyone listen closely. This pertains to every step of your future. From the lowest to the highest, there are martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial spirit, martial sect, martial monarch, martial king, martial emperor, martial, venerable martial, saint, martial god, and the legendary martial emperor. There are a total of 12 major realms. Each realm is further divided into 4 minor stages: early, mid, late, and perfected. Do not underestimate the differences in these minor stages. Sometimes a single step can mean the difference between heaven and earth. Climbing higher is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. I hope all of you little rascals are mentally prepared and ready to train hard. The new students below gasped, their faces filled with shock. 12 major realms. Just hearing it made one's scalp tingle. Zhou Yuntian seemed pleased with their reaction, pausing before revealing more crucial information. The land we stand upon is merely one of the 5 major plates of this world. Our Xingchen Academy, in addition to us there are the Yunhai Academy to the south, the Yuehua Academy to the north, and the Lanming Academy to the west. Our 4 academies guard the 4 cardinal directions, protecting humanity's living space from the countless monstrous beasts lurking deep within the forests. In the future you may all find yourselves on the battlefield, and at the center of the 4 major plates lies the core of the entire world, the ultimate stage for all geniuses, the Zhongdu Tianfu Academy. Upon mentioning the Zhongdu Tianfu Academy, a hint of yearning appeared in Zhou Yunshan's eyes. There is truly the gathering place of geniuses. Your so-called royal bodies are not scarce there, but even the saintly bodies are numerous. As for you all, Zhou Yunshan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he scolded, you little fools, make sure to cheer me on. Don't think that having a bit of talent makes you exceptional. Although those with saintly and divine bodies are innately powerful, do not be discouraged. Hard work always surpasses everything. All right, enough of the nonsense. Dismissed. Now get to class. With Zhou Yunshan's command, the crowd in the plaza dispersed like a tide, gradually making their way to their respective classrooms. However, everything that transpired today was like a storm swiftly sweeping across the entire Xingchen Academy. My goodness, there's actually a pure young divine body among the first-year students. What? Is that true? Is he the one who publicly declared my fate is determined by me, not by heaven? He may be a bit foolish, but the pure young divine body is no joke. The dean said it himself. Hiss. Such a prodigy must be recruited into our student council. Recruit? Nonsense. I've heard several prominent families are restless and have already sent people to the academy wanting to recruit him as their son-in-law. In an instant, the entire Xingchen Academy and the city of Linhai were stirred. From students to teachers, and even the powerful forces outside the academy, all were set abuzz by the name Lin Chen. Yet at the center of this storm, Lin Chen remained completely oblivious. At this moment, he was humming a tune, leisurely making his way to classroom 3 of the first year, following the guidance of teacher Chen Yan. Upon reaching the classroom door, he peeked inside and saw quite a few people already seated. Lin Chen paid it no mind and walked straight in, glancing around before settling on a spot by the window in the last row. The sunlight was just right, the scenery was nice, and most importantly, it was convenient for slacking off and napping. As soon as he sat down, his desk mate leaned over wearing a somewhat ingratiating smile. Hello, Chen Gu. My name is Lin Fei. This was a boy who looked about the same age as him, dressed in expensive brand name clothes with a limited edition watch on his wrist, clearly a rich second generation. Lin Chen glanced at him and chuckled. Oh, you also share the surname Lin. Perhaps we were family 500 years ago. Lin Fei's eyes immediately lit up and he slammed his thigh. That sounds great. From now on we are brothers. Don't worry, Chen Gu, I'll have your back in class. Sure, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Having more friends means more opportunities, and this guy seemed quite friendly. As they were chatting, a mature and charming figure walked into the classroom. It was their homeroom teacher, Chen Yan. The moment she stepped onto the podium, the previously noisy classroom fell silent. All right, everyone, please settle down. Chen Yan clapped her hands. Since we will all be classmates from now on, let's start with self-introductions to get to know each other. We'll start from the first seat in the front row and take turns coming up to the stage. As soon as she finished speaking, a nervous boy walked up to the podium and began to stutter his introduction. Next, one by one, students took turns introducing themselves with content largely similar, simply stating their names, hobbies, and where they were from. Lin Shan was nearly dozing off until a girl stepped onto the podium and his eyes suddenly brightened. It was a tall, stunning girl with long black hair cascading down her back, and beneath her white dress a pair of long straight legs dazzled the eyes. The girl's expression was cold, radiating an air that discouraged strangers from approaching. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Shui. She only said this one sentence without a single extra word before turning and walking off the podium, returning to her seat. All the boys in the class were left dumbfounded while Lin Shan internally complained, wow, this girl is stunning. Those legs. They are longer than my life. Just as Lin Shan was still savoring those long legs, another boy swaggered up to the podium. The young man was dressed in an expensive custom suit, his hair slicked back, chin slightly raised, and his eyes carried an unmistakable arrogance. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Yu, and I am the future heir of the Chen Group. As soon as he spoke, a murmur of surprise. The Chen Group is one of the top 10 enterprises in the city. Chen Yu relished the attention, the corners of his mouth curling up as he continued. If anyone encounters difficulties in class, feel free to come find me. They'll do my best to help whenever possible. Though his words sounded polite, the underlying tone of showing off his wealth and influence was palpable from miles. Lin Shan rolled his eyes, internally grumbling, what a show-off. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, a few sycophants immediately began to flatter him. Wow, Chen Xiao is so righteous. From now on we will all be relying on Chen Xiao. Chen Yu walked off the podium with a smug expression, casting a glance at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with scrutiny and disdain. Clearly he was not impressed by Lin Chen, the pure young divine body, who stole his thunder. The rest of the students briefly introduced themselves, and the whole process finally concluded. Once Chun Yin ensured everyone was seated properly, she cleared her throat and adopted a serious expression. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, let's move on to the highlight of today's class. The Academy will distribute cultivation techniques to all first-year students. Before explaining, I will first inform you about the classification of techniques. Techniques are classified from low to high into 7 major ranks: Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Venerable Saint, and Emperor. Each major rank is further divided into 4 minor grades: Inferior, Medium, Superior, and Exceptional. The grade of a technique directly determines your cultivation speed and the heights you can ultimately achieve. Thus, a high-tier technique is invaluable. The students below held their breath, their eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Of course, I know many of you come from privileged backgrounds and may have already prepared better techniques than what the Academy provides. You may choose not to practice the Academy's techniques. We do not impose any requirements. Now let's begin the distribution. This year the Academy has prepared for newcomers the Xian level superior technique gathering chi formula. Soon the teaching assistant began distributing brand new technique manuals to each student. Lin Chen also received one, casually flipping through it before disinterestedly tossing it onto the desk. Xian level superior. Compared to his Emperor level technique, swallowing heaven's formula, this was unworthy of even being a shoe shiner. Chun Yin observed everyone's reactions and continued, the techniques have been distributed. Now I will explain how to sense chi, how to operate the techniques, and some issues to be aware of during the cultivation. Sit up straight and pay attention. This is crucial for your cultivation foundation, so do not be careless. Chun Yin stood on the podium, beginning to meticulously explain the operation method of the gathering chi technique. Spiritual energy enters the body, settles in the dantian, and then draws the chi to impact the first meridian. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, yet the content made many in the audience drowsy. Especially those from wealthy families like Chun Yu and others had already been taught this countless times by their elders at home, and were now bored, idly spinning their pens and glancing around. Only those ordinary students like Lin Chen, who came from humble backgrounds, listened intently, fearing they might miss a single word. Yet Lin Chen couldn't absorb the information. What filled his mind now was the impressive Emperor-level technique, heaven-swallowing technique. To devour all of heaven and earth, turning it into one's own. Compared to this, the gathering chi technique, which merely guided a trickle of spiritual energy to sluggishly crawl within the body, seemed like elementary arithmetic. He had no interest even to glance at it. Chen Gu, did you understand? Lin Fei poked him, looking bewildered. Why does this seem harder than advanced calculus? Don't ask me, I don't understand either, Lin Chen yawned and casually replied. He truly didn't understand because he hadn't been listening at all. Time passed quickly during Chun Yan's unhurried explanation. Soon half a class had gone by. Alright, the operation method of the technique is just like this. Whether you can enter the threshold and how far you can go depends on your individual comprehension. Chun Yan clapped her hands, refocusing everyone's attention. Next, I will distribute basic martial skills. The yellow grade supreme martial skill, pushing mountain palm. All boys learn pushing mountain palm. Girls learn water cloud palm. Let me clarify that not all martial skills are suitable for both genders, so the Academy has made the best choice, selecting 2 martial skills for you right from the start. As soon as she finished speaking, a teaching assistant rushed in, carrying a stack of brand new manuals. Distributing, Lin Shun received the thin booklet on the cover of which the words pushing mountain palm were written in an imposing. Before we start practicing, let me explain the classification of martial skill proficiency. The proficiency of martial skills is divided into 5 levels: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, proficient, and perfect from low to high. Each level's improvement will lead to a qualitative leap in the skill's power. Therefore, even the lowest tier martial skill, if cultivated to perfection, will possess formidable might. Now I will begin explaining the key points for practicing pushing mountain palm. Everyone perk up your ears and pay attention. This time Lin Chen became a bit interested. He had top-tier techniques, but when it came to martial skills, he was still a novice. Pushing mountain palm emphasizes that strength arises from the earth, chi flows through the entire body, and when one strikes, it must possess the might to push mountains and overturn seas. Chun Yin explained while slowly demonstrating on the podium. Lin Chen closed his eyes, silently visualizing the incantation in his mind. As he focused, he began to circulate his chi along an enigmatic trajectory. However, the next moment Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes, his face filled with astonishment. What was happening? Had it only been a short while? Just from the brief introduction by Teacher Chen, he felt that his meridians had automatically completed the entire movement route of pushing mountain palm, and it seemed he had already grasped it. He even had the illusion that if he stood up now and executed a palm strike, he could definitely achieve something noteworthy. Had he entered the threshold? What a ridiculous joke. Lin Chen's heart surged with waves of shock. Damn, did I not only have a divine physique, but also extraordinary cultivation talent? This is simply incredible, phenomenal. Lin Chen was so excited that he nearly jumped up on the spot. If this speed were real, then, with a bit of diligent training, wouldn't he be able to master pushing mountain palm to proficiency, or even perfection, in just a few days? Just as Lin Chen was immersed in immense joy, carefully savoring that mysterious feeling with his eyes closed, a cold voice shattered his fantasy. Lin Chen. Chen Yin, standing at the podium, had stopped her explanation at some point and was now frowning at him. Do you have any objections to what I explained? Or are you saying you've already learned it, which is why you're daydreaming with your eyes closed? The eyes of the entire class suddenly turned to Lin Chen. Lin Fei below was anxious, making gestures for him to quickly stand up and apologize. Lin Chen opened his eyes, looked at the displeased Chen Yin, scratched his head, and stood up innocently. Report, teacher, I wasn't daydreaming. Then what were you doing with your eyes closed? Dreaming of the Duke. Chen Yan's tone grew increasingly unfriendly. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Teacher, this martial skill seems a bit too simple. Just now I felt while following your explanation, it seems. I have already entered the threshold. As soon as this was said, the entire classroom fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Huh, he's at it again. He's at it again. Entered the threshold. I think he has entered sleep. This idiot really thinks he's a god. Does he think he can enter just because the teacher said a few sentences, eh? Does he think he's the reincarnation of a martial deity? Chen Yu, sitting in the front row, laughed so hard he nearly fell over, looking at Lin Chen as if he were a clown. Chen Yin was also amused by Lin Chen's words, her chest heaving. She had seen arrogance before, but never this level of arrogance. Entered the threshold. Lin Chen, are you sure you entered and not fallen asleep? She asked through gritted teeth. I should have entered the threshold. Lin Chen nodded confidently. Good. Very good. Chen Yan's smile turned to rage. Since you say you've entered, then don't just talk, put it into practice. You come up. Come to the podium. Under the watchful eyes of the classmates eager for a show, Lin Chen walked up to the podium with a calm expression. Chen Yin pointed to a black stone standing over a person's height in the corner of the podium, coldly saying, Do you see that testing stone? Strike it with your just entered pushing mountain palm, so I can see. Let me clarify, the minimum standard for entering a martial skill is to strike with a force value exceeding 1,000. 5,000 is considered minor accomplishment, 10,000 is major accomplishment, 50,000 is proficient, and 100,000 is perfect. Come on, let me see how entered your pushing mountain palm really is. Everyone stretched their necks, waiting to see Lin Chen's joke. A newcomer who hadn't even officially stepped into the martial way, who hadn't even learned how to use spiritual energy, dared to claim that he had entered a martial skill. What a huge joke. Lin Chen walked up to the black testing stone and took a deep breath. He recalled the mysterious feeling from earlier, slowly raising his right palm, as if his internal spiritual energy found a vent, automatically gathering in his palm. Huh. Lin Chen shouted softly, slamming his palm down onto the testing stone. Bang! A dull sound echoed. On the testing stone, a faint light flickered, and soon after a line of bright red numbers slowly emerged. 1,000. Not a bit more, exactly 1,000. The mockery that had been prepared in the classroom was cut off instantly upon seeing this number. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, mouths open wide enough to fit a chicken egg. I can't believe it. 1,000. It's really 1,000. How is this possible? Didn't he say he hadn't started cultivating yet? Where did he get the spiritual energy to activate the martial skill, eh? Wait. Look at his strike, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy. This was purely brute force. Hiss. A person who hasn't even entered yet, relying solely on physical strength, struck out a value of 1,000. Is this guy even human? Someone in the crowd shouted, and the entire classroom erupted into chaos. If Lin Chen had achieved this value by using spiritual energy to activate the martial skill, they would have been shocked, but could accept it. However, now he had clearly reached the entry standard, relying purely on his physical strength. What does this represent? It signifies that his physical quality had reached an astonishing level. The pure young divine body, terrifying indeed. Chen Yin also stood there, stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She knew better than anyone that an ordinary person, even a strong adult man, could only exert a maximum strength of a few hundred. Yet Lin Chen, a seemingly slightly thin youth, casually struck out a value of 1,000. This guy was indeed a prodigy. Just as everyone was still immersed in shock, an oddly sarcastic voice rang out inopportunely. What use is having talent? In this world, what matters is background and strength. Without resources, no matter how good the talent, it's just worthless. The speaker was none other than the sullen-faced Chen Yu. He couldn't stand Lin Chen's show-off demeanor. Hearing this, Lin Chen turned his head, looking at Chen Yu with a mock. Oh, isn't this Chun the young master? What's wrong? Are you unhappy because I'm better than you? You, Chun yes expression froze. Lin Chen didn't give him a chance to speak, directly retorting, with an idiot like you, if your parents were to die tonight, you probably wouldn't even get a meal tomorrow. Still trying to show off here, do you think you deserve it? What even are you? The classroom fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked at Lin Chen as if they were staring at a monster. This guy, has he gone mad? How dare he insult young Master Chen like that? After all, he was the heir of the Chen group. Did he want to make it impossible for himself to survive in Linghai City? Chen Yu was so enraged by Lin Chen's crude insults that his face turned green, trembling all over as he pointed at Lin Chen, struggling to find words. You? Don't get too proud. With just talent and no resources, you'll be a waste in this life. Even so, that's 1,000 times better than a waste like you who only relies on your parents. Lin Chen retorted without hesitation, stop whining in front of me, it's annoying. If you keep whining, do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? You little brat have guts. Chen Yu was drenched in humiliation, his face turning the color of pig liver, ultimately leaving behind a harsh remark. I hope you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise I will make sure you die without knowing how. Lin Chen scoffed, giving him a middle finger. Then this waste should be prepared to be disappointed. All right, enough with the bickering. Just as the two were about to come to blows, Chun Yin finally snapped back to reality from her shock and sternly intervened. This is a classroom, not the place for you to settle personal grudges. The academy teaches you strength to handle beasts and protect your homes, not to fight among yourselves here. She cast a complex glance at Lin Chen. This guy not only had prodigious talent, but his tongue was also Lin Chen didn't care what they thought. Having achieved his goal, he swaggered down from the podium and returned to his seat. Lin Fei beside him had long been dumbfounded, and upon seeing him return immediately gave him a thumbs up, looking awestruck. Damn. Chen Gu, you were too awesome. Even dared to confront Shin Yu. From now on you're my bro. Lin Chen smiled, remaining silent. After such a commotion, Chun Yin had no intention of dealing with him anymore. After all, prodigies often have their own quirks. As long as he could succeed, these little problems were nothing. As the school bell rang, Chun Yin closed the lesson plan in her hands and clapped her hands together. Alright, that's it for today's lecture. Basically, that's all I can cover for now. We'll discuss the rest later. She scanned the crowd of attentive and confused faces below the podium and continued, the rules of the academy are quite simple. Mornings are for us teachers to explain various issues, while afternoons are your free time. You can take on tasks, practice on your own, or even just loaf around doing nothing. The teachers won't interfere much, or I hope you make the most of your time. Now class dismissed. As soon as the words left her mouth, the classroom instantly came alive. Lin Chen also stood up, just about to call Lin Fei to the cafeteria for a meal, when that cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind again. Ding. Daily sign-in task refreshed. Please head to the academy cafeteria and eat 10 bowls of rice to complete this sign-in. Task reward 1 billion huaxia coins. Lin Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. 10 bowls. He nearly shouted in disbelief. Are you kidding me? 10 bowls. Am I a starving ghost reincarnated? Even a starving ghost couldn't eat that much. Lin Chen cursed in his heart, thinking this system must be insane. However, that reward of 1 billion huaxia coins was undeniably tempting. As an orphan with no money or power, if he had that billion, at the very least he'd be able to eat and live better. Although the personal dormitory arranged by the academy was decent, it was still within the academy. In the future, when he practiced the swallowing heaven technique, he would certainly make some noise. It would be a bit inconvenient. With money, he could go find that old principal and ask where there are any independent houses for rent. At that time, he could rent one and wouldn't have to worry about being discovered while cultivating. Even if it wasn't for cultivation, it would be convenient to bring a beautiful girl home for some private matters. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately felt a surge of motivation. Damn it, let's do it. He turned to Lin Fei beside him and asked, Little Fei, do you know where the cafeteria is? Lin Fei slapped his chest and said boldly, I know. Come on, Chen bro, today's meal is on me. Hearing that someone was treating him, Lin Chen immediately cheered up, not holding back, and hooked his arm around Lin Fei's shoulder as they headed outside. Let's go, let's go. If you're not enthusiastic about eating, there's something wrong with your mindset. The two arm in arm, laughing and joking, left the classroom. At the other end of the classroom, Chen Yu glared fiercely at Lin Chen's departing back, his eyes filled with resentment. Laugh all you want. One day you will fall into my hands. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and turned to look at Lu Shui, who was packing her things not far away, instantly putting on a self-satisfied smile. Lu Shui, how about I treat you to a meal? Lu Shui didn't even bother to lift her head. Her cold voice replied, Do you think I'm someone who lacks money for meals? After saying that, she slung her bag over her shoulder and walked straight out of the classroom, not glancing at Chen Yu again. This time Chen Yu was completely thrown off balance. Bang! He slammed his fist down hard on the desk, the hard surface denting slightly under his blow. You all damn people. You all look down on me. In the future, I will make you pay for this. A few of his sycophants quickly gathered around to comfort him. Chen Xiao, don't get angry with them. With your family background surpassing those people is just a matter of time. Exactly. A talentless poor fool, a self-righteous ice queen, how could they compare to you, Chen Xiao? Hearing the flattery from his sycophants, Chen Yes' expression brightened a little, and the anger in his heart subsided somewhat. You're right. He snorted coldly. Once I surpass those so-called geniuses, I will make them kneel down and beg me. He pulled out a black card from his pocket and slapped it on the desk. Let's go. Tonight we won't stop until we're drunk. I'll cover all the expenses. Chen Xiao is so mighty. Finally, Chen Yu left the school proudly with his 3 sycophants. Meanwhile, Lin Fei quickly led Lin Chen to the cafeteria. The academy's cafeteria was large, but not many people were there during mealtime, making it seem a bit desolate. Most of the students in our academy come here to eat. Although the food is decent, the wealthy students feel that eating at school is not classy enough, so they rarely come here. Lin Fei explained. That's great, saves us from waiting in line. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together and grinned at Lin Fei. Then I won't hold back. Eat as much as you want. Lin Fei waved his hand grandly. Lin Chen wasted no time grabbing a plate larger than his face and began to load it up. Braised pork 1 scoop. Steamed fish 1 whole. Braised meatballs half a plate. Soon his plate was piled high with a mountain of food. Finally, he walked to the serving window with his overflowing plate and flashed a radiant smile at the cafeteria lady. Any could I trouble you for 10 more bowls of rice? The cafeteria lady who was serving other students nearly dropped her spoon in shock, looking at Lin Shan with wide eyes, utterly stunned. This guy, has he never eaten before? 10 bowls. And so much food. Even a starving ghost reincarnated would have to respectfully call him Big Brother. In the end, the lady still served Lin Shan 10 bowls of rice in shock, watching him walk away with that exaggerated tray, still unable to recover from her astonishment. Lin Shan found a spacious spot to sit down. Looking at the mountain of rice and mountain of dishes in front of him, he nodded in satisfaction and rolled up his sleeves to dig in. Lin Fei also came over with some food, and seeing the spread before Lin Shan, his eyes nearly popped out. Chen bro, how long has it been since you last ate? What do you know? Lin Shan, his mouth full of rice, mumbled. I'm just eating more to prepare for cultivation. A healthy body is the foundation of revolution. Lin Fei didn't think much of it, assuming he was just really hungry, chuckling. Then I won't hold back either. Chen bro, let's see who can eat faster. The two rolled up their sleeves and dove into a fierce eating contest. Just then Lu Shui walked into the cafeteria. She immediately spotted the exaggerated figure in the corner and the terrifying amount of food in front of him, and couldn't help but show a hint of speechlessness on her beautiful face. This guy, could he really have never had a full meal? She shook her head, went to the serving window to get a light meal, and inexplicably sat down at the table behind Lin Shan, starting to eat slowly. As Lin Fei shoveled food, he curiously asked Lin Shan, Chen bro, how come you cultivate martial skills so quickly? Do you have any secrets? Teach me. Lin Shan shoveled another large mouthful of rice. Without thinking, he replied, what secret? I just followed the path the teacher said to cultivate, and I managed to get started. Oh, what else could I do? He sighed, a face full of casual arrogance. Sighed, this damn talent is really too annoying. Puffed. Just as he finished speaking, a violent spluttering sound came from behind him. Lin Shan turned around to see Lu Shui frantically wiping her mouth with a tissue, her face flushed and her chest rising and falling heavily. She had nearly choked on Lin Shan's words. Is this guy even human? Lin Shan looked at her flustered state, amused, and teased. Oh, Lu, big beauty, what's wrong with you? Did you get too excited while drinking water? Lu Shui's pretty face flushed, glaring at him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, no thing. I just suddenly thought about my cat giving birth at home, got a bit excited, and choked. Lin Shan didn't care whether this big beauty was genuinely excited or not. He turned back and continued his assault on the food in front of him. Lin Fei, sitting next to them, was utterly speechless, mentally rolling his eyes. If you don't want to say it, then don't. But by saying that, do you think I'll believe you? Do you believe yourself? Do you think I'm a fool? He didn't bother asking further and focused on eating. Soon half an hour passed. Under the astonished gazes of Lin Fei and Lu Shui, Lin Shan burped loudly, placing the last empty bowl down. He had completely finished 10 bowls of rice and a large plate of dishes all by himself. Just as he set the bowl down, the system's voice sounded on cue. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing this sign-in task. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 billion Huaxia coins. The amount has been automatically deposited into the bank card prepared for you. Lin Shan could distinctly feel a hard card suddenly appearing in his pants pocket. He discreetly reached for it. Not bad, this system is quite considerate, knowing I don't have a bank card yet, even prepared a card for me. He took a large gulp from the cup on the table side contentedly and said to Lin Fei, Little Fei, this afternoon we'll start cultivating. The academy should have places for students to cultivate, right? Lin Fei nodded, his eyes filled with a hint of admiration, as if looking at a monster. Yes, right next to the classroom, there are many cultivation rooms. Although the spiritual energy isn't very abundant, it's enough for basic cultivation. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Lin Chen stood up, patted his round belly, and headed towards the cultivation rooms next to the classroom with Lin Fei. Lin Chen and Lin Fei walked shoulder to shoulder, swaying as they arrived at the training room area. Here stood rows of independent metal rooms, their entrances flickering with a ghostly blue light, exuding a strong sense of technology. Brother Chen, the training rooms here are graded, but as newcomers we can only use the lowest level ones, Lin Fei explained beside him. The spiritual energy inside is activated by spirit stones, which is sufficient for us novices. Alright, let's go with this one. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently, casually choosing a room marked available and greeting Lin Fei before stepping inside. Lin Fei chose a room beside him. The training room was not large, about 10 square meters, with only a meditation cushion in the center. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and began to operate the heaven-swallowing technique he had just acquired. The moment the technique was activated, his aura changed dramatically. If he had been a calm lake before, now he was a bottomless black hole. The previously rich spiritual energy in the training room found an outlet and transformed into visible white streams wildly rushing into Lin Chen's body. The scene resembled not training, but rather a voracious swallowing. The vast sea of energy, which had been empty, now resembled a giant infant greedily devouring everything that surged in. Damn, this is intense. Lin Chen was startled himself. This heaven-swallowing technique is too domineering. It's like a water pump. No, this is a super floodgate from the flood control headquarters. Just 10 minutes passed. Boom. Lin Chen felt a light sound within his body as a weak but pure sphere of spiritual energy slowly formed in his vast sea of energy. Foundation establishment. It worked. Lin Chen opened his eyes, feeling the pitiful small amount of spiritual energy within him, and then glanced at his ridiculously vast sea of energy, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. How long is this going to take? He exclaimed. With this little energy, what's the difference from peeing in the Sahara Desert? To fill this thing up, would I have to drain the entire academy's spiritual energy? But then Lin Chen thought again and felt amused. A large sea of energy means a substantial reserve of spiritual energy. In battles of the same realm, he could use his energy reserve to overpower his opponents. And as long as he had enough spiritual energy, wouldn't breaking through be like riding a rocket? Forget it, let's keep going. Lin Chen closed his eyes again, ramping up the power, desperately operating the heaven-swallowing technique. The spiritual energy in the training room began to thin at a visible rate. Another half-hour passed. Lin Chen's realm surged forward like a raging torrent. Foundation establishment 2nd layer. Foundation establishment 5th layer. Foundation establishment 8th layer. Just as he was preparing to make a final push for the foundation establishment 9th layer, an alarm sounded. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Spiritual energy insufficient below 10%. A piercing alarm suddenly blared in the training room. Lin Chen froze, and the next moment, he felt the continuous stream of spiritual energy flooding into his body abruptly stop. What the hell? It's over. Meanwhile, outside the training room, Lin Fei, who was desperately meditating and trying to feel the energy, was startled by the sudden alarm abruptly exiting his training state. As he opened the door, a figure appeared silently in the corridor like a ghost. The newcomer was dressed in black athletic gear, exuding an imposing aura without anger. It was the head instructor Zhao Hai, who was training inside. Zhao Hai's voice was not loud, but it carried the terrifying pressure of a martial arts master, making Lin Fei feel slightly breathless. Re-reporting to the director. Lin Fei trembled in fear, quickly pointing to Lin Chen's training room and stammering, It's Lin Chen from our class. Lin Chen. Zhao Hai frowned. Is he the one who shouted that ridiculous slogan in public? He walked to the training room, still blaring the alarm, and glanced at the energy slot. Empty. Not a trace of energy residue left. Zhao Hai's pupils constricted sharply. What the hell? He couldn't help cursing. This lowest level training room had a medium-grade spirit stone inside. Although not very high quality, it was enough for an ordinary person to cultivate from 0 to foundation establishment 9th layer. How long had this kid been inside? Not even an hour. Did he really drain an entire spirit stone? Is this guy a reincarnation of a glutton? Zhao Hai's face was filled with shock. A monster. Truly an unadulterated monster. His curiosity about Lin Chen had reached its peak. Zhao Hai gritted his teeth and took out a medium-grade spirit stone that was a full circle larger and contained denser spiritual energy from his storage ring, directly pressing it into the energy slot with a snap. Of course, the grade of the spirit stone also mattered. Today I want to see how much you little monster can absorb. As the new spirit stone was inserted, the alarm in the training room immediately ceased. Inside the room, Lin Chen, who had been looking constipated, suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy, several times more powerful than before, flooding in again. Oh, it's back. Lin Chen was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he continued pushing forward. The heaven-swallowing technique was fully activated, and the spiritual energy in his sea began to soar rapidly. Another half-hour passed. Boom. Lin Chen's realm broke through again, stepping into Foundation Establishment, first layer. However, before he could celebrate for 2 seconds. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Spiritual energy insufficient below 10%. That damned alarm sounded again. Outside, Zhao Hai's eyes were nearly popping out. Again. It's gone. He looked at the energy slot, which had turned to dust again, feeling as if his worldview had been shattered. A medium-grade spirit stone. In just half an hour, it was drained again. This is insane. This kid is absolutely insane. Zhao Hai breathed quickly, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He trembled as he took out another medium-grade spirit stone. This was his own cultivation resource. I'm going to confront you today. With bloodshot eyes, he pressed the spirit stone in again. In the training room, Lin Chen grinned widely. Is there more? The service is quite considerate. This time he held nothing back and pushed the heaven-swallowing technique to its limits. The spiritual energy in the entire training room almost formed a visible tornado, crazily drilling into his body. His realm began to soar at a terrifying speed. Foundation Establishment, second layer. Foundation Establishment, third layer. In just a few minutes. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sounded for the third time, its wailing like a funeral dirge. Zhao Hai stared at the energy slot that was drained once again, his entire being frozen in shock, standing there like a statue. He finally couldn't take it anymore, tremblingly pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Principal. Principal. Something big has happened. That kid Lin Chen is going to blow up our training room. On the other end of the line, Zhou Yunshan's calm voice came through. Don't panic, take your time, and explain what happened. Zhao Hai babbled about what had occurred in the training room. There was a brief silence on the other end, then Zhou Yunshan's voice, tinged with shock and seriousness, came through. Stop him immediately. Don't give him any more spirit stones. That kid is breaking through too fast. His foundation is unstable. It won't be good for him. Let him come out and stabilize his realm first. All right. Okay. Zhao Hai felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, quickly opening the door to the training room. Kid, stop practicing. If you keep breaking through like this, it will harm your foundation. Come out and stabilize first. As soon as the door opened, Lin Chen heard the shouting from outside. He opened his eyes, his heart filled with delight. Oh, so you know about the instability of the foundation. What an expert. He pretended to realize something, nodding quickly. Okay. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I'll come out right now. As Lin Chen leisurely walked out of the training room, he found a large crowd of students gathered outside. What the hell is that? Him? Director Zhao personally replaced 2 spirit stones, and they've all been drained by him. What realm is this guy at now? This is terrifying. One bystander scoffed. How much could he possibly have? At most, he could reach Foundation Establishment 7th or 8th layer. What's so impressive about that? Zhao Hai ignored the surrounding comments. The way he looked at Lin Chen was as if he were staring at a monster. He stepped forward, forcibly calming himself, and asked, Kid, what realm have you broken through to now? Lin Chen scratched his head, innocently saying, According to what Principal said about the martial arts realm, I should be at Foundation Establishment 3rd layer. Alas, it's a pity the spirit stones are gone, otherwise I feel like I could level up a few more times. A sound like shattered hearts echoed around. The bystander who had just been scoffing nearly fainted on the spot. Foundation Establishment. 3rd layer. Zhao Hai's head buzzed, completely numb. Is this still human? 2 hours. From an ordinary person who couldn't even tie a chicken, he shot up to Foundation Establishment 3rd layer. Back in his day, he spent half a year just to break through to Foundation Establishment, and that was considered genius. People are infuriating. Comparing goods, one must throw away the inferior. Zhao Hai took a deep breath, pointing at Lin Chen, and shouted at the surrounding stunned students. What are you all staring at? Look at him. Then look at yourselves. You all look like you haven't eaten. If you don't work harder, you won't even be able to see the tail lights of his car in the future. Get back to training. With his yell, the crowd dispersed like birds and beasts. Lin Fei looked at Lin Chen with admiration, his mouth agape, able to fit a duck egg. Zhao Hai was too lazy to deal with it anymore. He grabbed Lin Chen's arm and said solemnly, You kid, come with me. To the principal's office. He was already in turmoil internally. This kid definitely had issues. The technique provided by the Academy's gathering chi technique couldn't possibly have such a terrifying absorption rate. His cultivation technique was definitely not an ordinary one. This hot potato needs to be handed over to the principal to deal with. 10 minutes later, at the principal's office door, Zhao Hai composed himself and knocked on the door. Come in. He pushed the door open to find Zhou Yuntian seated behind the desk sipping tea. Speak, what's the urgent matter? Zhou Yuntian set down his teacup and asked casually. Zhao Hai swallowed nervously and recounted everything that had just happened in the training room. Zhou Yunshan's expression changed from calm to surprise and finally to shock, causing the teacup in his hand to tremble slightly. He suddenly looked up, his gaze like lightning piercing towards Lin Chen, who was standing aside. Kid, tell me, what technique are you practicing? Lin Shun had prepared for this moment, and answered calmly, reporting to the principal, this is the technique that emerged in my mind when I awakened my constitution. What a... Zhou Yuntian sprang up from his chair, his face filled with ecstasy and excitement as he rushed to Lin Shun, grabbing his shoulders. You're sure it's a technique that came with your constitution? Yes, what's the matter? Lin Shun pretended to be puzzled. Heaven is helping me. Heaven is helping me. Zhou Yuntian laughed joyfully. A divine constitution 1 in 10,000. But a matching mind method that awakens with it is the real priceless treasure. Kid, from now on practice your matching mind method and don't touch the academy's trash techniques. Lin Shun obediently nodded. Seeing the old man so excited, he knew he had made the right bet. He then cleverly asked, Principal, are there any separate residences available around our academy? My future cultivation will definitely make a lot of noise. The current apartment is a bit inconvenient. Yes, of course. Zhou Yuntian replied without thinking. You don't need to worry about that. Tomorrow I'll have your homeroom teacher deliver the keys to you. That's great. How much is the rent? I'll pay you right now, Lin Shun said, reaching for the bank card he had just received. What money? Zhou Yuntian waved his hand grandly. You're now the treasure of our Xingqian Academy. What money do you still need? Just focus on your cultivation. Once you become a significant figure, that's the best reward for the academy. Then, thank you, Principal. I will work hard. I'm leaving now. Lin Shun achieved his goal and immediately slipped away. Once Lin Shun left, Zhao Hai regained his composure from the shock and couldn't help but ask, Principal, does this kid really deserve such treatment? Zhou Yunshin's gaze turned profound as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder, saying earnestly, Old Zhao, you will never know what it means to have a divine body with a matching mind method. Don't say it's just a house. Even if he demanded my position as principal right now, I wouldn't hesitate to give it to him. Once he goes to the central capital's Tianfu Academy, our entire Xingqian Academy will benefit. Do you understand? From now on, whatever he needs, we will meet it at any cost. Zhao Hai was shaken to the core, nodding heavily, his gaze toward the door filled with awe. Lin Shun stepped out of the principal's office feeling lightheaded. With a free standalone villa in hand, he no longer had to worry about making too much noise while practicing. He hummed a tune as he strolled back to his single apartment. However, the instigator was unaware that a storm he had set off was sweeping through the entire Star Academy at an astonishing speed. In the teacher's office, a group of teachers gathered together, animatedly discussing. Have you heard? That pure young body in the first year in just 2 hours went from 0 to the 3rd level of a martial artist. No way. Is that true? Only you're not just talking nonsense after drinking too much, are you? Nonsense. Director Zhao Hai witnessed it with his own eyes. That kid was like a bottomless pit. He drained 3 spirit stones dry. Director Zhao even had to give up 2 of his own private stash. Wow. Is he even human? This speed of cultivation, who would believe it if it got out? A genius. An unparalleled genius. Our academy has truly struck gold this time. Meanwhile, almost every student in the classes was frantically sharing this shocking news on their phones. Dad, I need to tell you something. Don't be shocked. That pure young body at our school transformed from an ordinary person to a 3rd-level martial artist in just 2 hours this afternoon. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man's shocked voice replied, What are you talking about? Say it again. It's true. It's absolutely true. The director was surprised. The principal even specially approved him a villa. After a long silence, a serious voice said, Son, listen carefully. This guy named Lin Shun, you absolutely must not offend. Don't even think about being friends. Even being one of his lackeys is fine. But you must never become his enemy. Our family small business is nothing compared to such a monster. A similar scene was playing out in countless houses. Those self-proclaimed big shots of Linhai City, upon hearing this news, issued the same stern order to their children studying at Star Academy: at all costs befriend Lin Shun. In a girl's dormitory filled with a subtle fragrance, Lu Shui sat cross-legged on her bed, surrounded by a faint aura of tying. However, her stunning face was now filled with seriousness. The 3rd level of a martial artist. Is it? She murmured, a complex emotion flashing in her cold eyes. This guy is indeed not an ordinary person. Is the pure young body really that terrifying? Lu Shui clenched her delicate fists, a sense of urgency rising in her heart. She was a Taiyin sacred body, a unseen a million genius. To get ahead, she even started cultivating a year earlier than other freshmen, yet she was only at the 5th level of a martial master now. But this Lin Shun, it's only the first day. He shines like a blazing sun, radiating light that even made her, the so-called ice goddess, feel the scorching pressure. If I don't work harder, it won't be long before I get surpassed by that guy. Looks like I need to cultivate even harder. Lin Shun was completely unaware that he had become the focus of discussion for the entire school and even the whole city. At this moment, he was sprawled on his bed, relishing the joy of getting something for free today, ready for a good sleep. Just as he was dozing off, that familiar cold voice rang in his mind again. Ding! Daily sign-in task has refreshed. Just as he was dozing off, that familiar cold voice rang in his mind again. Ding. Daily sign intact. Lin Chen's sleepiness vanished instantly, and he sprang up from his bed. What the hell? Again. He looked at the task panel, utterly speechless. System, do you have a problem? I barely know that Ice Queen. I've only seen her once in class. You want me to ask her to? What if she refuses? Where am I supposed to put this handsome face of mine? Lin Chen roared in his heart, thinking that this system was definitely suffering from severe social anxiety, specifically giving him these social death problems. But a top-tier heavenly skill. The Void Prison Finger. Just the name sounds incredibly impressive. Lin Chen's mouth was almost watering. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. It's just asking her to dinner, let's do it. I'll go tomorrow. If it doesn't work, it has to work. Worst case, I'll just say I'm interested in her and want to pursue her. After all, I'm now a celebrity, she'll think twice before refusing me. The next day, in the classroom of Class 3 Year 1, Lin Chen walked into the classroom with 2 dark circles under his eyes yawning widely. He immediately spotted Lu Shui sitting in the front row, her cool back resembling an ancient ice mountain. He took a deep breath, and under the astonished gazes of his classmates walked straight to Lu Shui's desk. Ahem. He cleared his throat, trying to force a smile he thought was friendly. Miss Lu, may I have the honor of inviting you to have a luxurious meal in our cafeteria? The jaws of his classmates almost dropped in shock. What the hell? Is this guy crazy? Asking the school beauty out in public? And to eat at the cafeteria? Lu Shui slowly raised her head, her cold eyes looking at him, her red lips slightly parted as she uttered a single word. Reason. Lin Chen's mind was instantly filled with 1,000 galloping grass mud horses. What the hell reason do I have? If it weren't for that broken martial skill, who the hell would want to treat you to dinner? Does treating someone to a meal cost money? He cursed wildly in his mind, but still wore a smile on his face. What reason is there? We're all classmates, right? We'll be studying together for 3 years. Isn't it right to build a good relationship? He thought he would have to talk for a while longer, and was even prepared to be publicly rejected and humiliated. But unexpectedly, Lu Shui only stared at him silently for a few seconds before nodding. All right, let's go together after class at noon. Lin Chen. All the various arguments he had prepared for a whole night, all the threats and temptations he had planned were all stuck in his throat. She just agreed. What happened to the ice goddess? What happened to keeping her distance from strangers? Where is your modesty? Did a dog eat it? Okay. Lin Chen stood there in a daze for a long time before realizing, nodding repeatedly, and then returned to his seat, like a victorious rooster full of pride. Beside him, Lin Fei was already dumbfounded, giving him a thumbs up and whispering, "Holy crap. Brother Chen, did you just get the school beauty to agree to dinner? That's amazing." Just a small scene. Lin Chen waved his hand, proudly feeling on top of the world. Not far away, Chen Yu glared at him, his eyes almost spewing fire. Lin Chen sensed that resentful gaze and turned to Chen Yu with a grin, slowly giving him an international friendly gesture. Chen Yu was so furious he was trembling all over, nearly flipping the desk on the spot. Just then Chun Yin walked into the classroom in high heels. "All right, everyone, quiet down." She tapped the podium. "Today I will explain some knowledge about demon beasts. This is crucial for your future training outside. The classification of demon beasts ranges from 1st to 10th rank. Above 10th rank are demon kings, demon emperors, and demon deities. These correspond to the 12 major realms of human cultivation. Remember, when a demon beast reaches the demon king realm, it can speak human language, transform into human form, and possess intelligence comparable to ours. As for demon beasts below the 10th rank, while they only attack with brute force, their physical defense is extremely high. Ordinary martial artists of the same rank simply cannot break through their defenses. Of course, there are exceptions. Those geniuses and prodigies with special physiques in our academy can hunt demon beasts beyond their rank. This is the power of physique. At this point, a bold student raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, are there any emperor-level figures in our current?" As soon as this question was asked, everyone perked up their ears. Chun Yin nodded in approval. This student asked a great question. Let me take this opportunity to explain the distribution of our human powerhouses. First of all, in our 4 major academies, the lowest level teacher must be at the early stage of a martial sect to qualify for the position. A director like Zhao Hai requires strength at the early stage of a martial lord. The vice principal is at the early stage of a martial king. Our principal Zhou Yuntian is a perfected martial king, only one opportunity away from becoming a martial emperor. A gasp of astonishment filled the room. Chun Yin continued, and in the Tianshu Academy of Zhongdu, the requirements are even more terrifying. Want to be a teacher? Sure, starting from the martial emperor realm. The elders and enforcement team inside are all martial venerables. As for the palace master of the academy, it is said to be a true martial god. Only those ancient beings who guard the human forbidden zones and rarely make a move, those supreme elders and academy ancestors, are the real emperor-level powerhouses. They are the true stabilizing force for our humanity. Chen Yin sighed as she said this. Don't think that these realms I mentioned are as simple as drinking water. You will know in the future that every breakthrough to a new realm requires countless efforts. The number of geniuses who fall midway is beyond counting. So everyone must also pay attention to safety during this time. After saying this, her gaze subtly fell on Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen didn't care at all. Come on, I have a system, what's there to be afraid of? I have no family to worry about staying low in Linhai City, I won't go out and cause trouble. Even if someone wanted to target him, he believed that old man Zhou Yuntian wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. As long as he was given time with his terrifying talent for cultivation plus that silly system growing stronger would be a matter of minutes, right? Alright, that's all for today's explanation. You can digest it on your own for now. Chen Yin announced the end of the class, and the classroom instantly erupted into a buzz of discussion. As soon as Chen Yan's words fell, the entire classroom erupted into a cacophony, buzzing with whispers and chatter. Lin Fei rubbed his hands together, leaning towards Lin Chen with a fawning expression resembling a sycophant. Brother Chen, my dear brother, please teach me what are the secrets of the mountain-pushing palm. How can I learn it quickly? Lin Chen shot him a sidelong glance, amused by his eagerness to kneel and cling to his thigh. However, this kid wasn't bad. He knew how to curry favor, and nurturing him as a top subordinate wouldn't hurt. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen adopted a mysterious expression and lowered his voice, saying, You want to learn? I will teach you. This technique emphasizes a certain state of mind you understand. Lin Fei nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a garlic peeler. I don't understand, but it sounds amazing. Listen carefully. Lin Chen extended 2 fingers, speaking cryptically. The so-called mountain pushing is not about literally pushing a mountain. It's about feeling that you are the mountain. Similarly, the so-called ocean tipping is not about overturning the ocean. It's about feeling that you are the ocean. Got it? Like this, and like that. Savor it. Take your time to comprehend. Lin Fei listened bewildered, but watching Lin Chen's earnest, yet nonsensical expression made him feel like he had grasped some key concept. I think I understand. Lin Fei slapped his thigh, his eyes shining. So that's it. I am the mountain is me. He'll try it this afternoon. Lin Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Did you really comprehend anything from my casual words? Your imagination is quite the talent. Lin Chen casually asked. By the way, what level have you reached in your cultivation? Mentioning this, Lin Fei's expression immediately fell, and he sighed. Don't mention it. I spent the entire afternoon in the training room yesterday and barely broke through to the 5th level of martial apprentice. Damn, you're so slow, Lin Chen said disdainfully. Lin Fei almost spat out a mouthful of blood and shot him a glare, irritated. Brother Chen, do you think everyone is a freak like you? I'm just a normal person. A normal person's training speed. He paused and added, We have a bit of money, but it's nothing compared to top-tier rich kids like Chen Yu, and we don't have any ancestral martial arts techniques. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, to put it bluntly, we live a bit better than an average family. Unlike you geniuses whose futures are limitless. As he spoke, Lin Fei's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at Lin Chen and said earnestly, Brother Chen, from now on I'm sticking with you. You must take care of me. Lin Chen chuckled at his earnest demeanor and patted his shoulders, saying, Sure. Once I rise, I won't forget you. They'll help you show off and soar. Sounds good. Lin Fei's face flushed with excitement. He's hitched his wagon to a star. This is a pure young divine body. He's destined to become a big shot in the future. Right now I'm Brother Chen's first top subordinate, and I've got to hold on to this early stake. Before long it was noon. Lin Chen stood up and amidst the envious and jealous gazes of all the boys in class swaggered over to Lu Shui. Beautiful lady, let's go eat. Lu Shui cast a cold glance at him, said nothing, silently packed her things, stood up, and walked straight out of the classroom. Lin Chen grinned and followed her. Naturally, Lin Fei eagerly trailed behind Lin Chen. Thus a peculiar scene unfolded in the high school building. The school's recognized Ice Queen walked in the front, followed by the peerless monster who had just made a splash yesterday, and behind the peerless monster was a rich second-generation lackey. This scene directly ignited the entire first-year cohort. What the hell? What's going on? That monster really managed to woo the school beauty. It's only the second day? What a beast. This speed is too fast. Damn, can talent really let one do as they please? My goddess. Countless heartbroken voices echoed in the corridor. Lu Shui remained indifferent to the discussions, as she always marched to the beat of her own drum, unconcerned with others' opinions. Soon the three arrived at the cafeteria. Lin Chen found a spot and waved grandly, order whatever you want. Today I'm treating. Lin Fei didn't hold back, rushing towards the food counter. Lu Shui simply ordered some light vegetarian dishes while Lin Chen ordered a mountain of meat, and the three sat around a table. Lin Fei glanced at the school beauty, sitting so close, and he was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. Eating at the same table as the school beauty. This was enough to brag about for a year. Lin Chen wasn't thinking about that much. After just a couple of bites of rice, the system's voice sounded in his mind right on time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in task, having lunch with the school beauty. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the top-tier celestial martial art, silencing the heaven's finger. It has automatically been cultivated to perfection. In the next second, a vast and profound stream of information surged into Lin Chen's mind. Everything about this martial art, from the techniques to practical applications, seemed to be innate knowledge instantly comprehended. Damn, that's incredible. Lin Chen's eating motion paused, and a storm surged within his heart. This silencing the heavens finger is divided into 3 strikes. The first strikes the heavens and earth, the second shatters the stars, the third annihilates gods and demons. It's domineering, simply unreasonable. With his current strength at the 3rd level of martial artist, invoking the first strike could probably annihilate an ordinary martial master on the spot. Is this the power of a celestial martial art? I'm in love. Lin Chen suppressed the overwhelming joy within, maintaining a nonchalant appearance, and continued focusing on his meal as if nothing had happened. After finishing his meal, Lin Chen set down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and said to Lin Fei, "If you're free this afternoon, let's go to the training ground. They'll help you practice that mountain pushing palm. I want to see how many days it takes for you to master it." Puffed. Lin Fei sprayed soup everywhere, looking at Lin Chen. Lu Shui, sitting opposite him, also paused her chopsticks, her cold eyes revealing disbelief for the first time. What? What did you say? A few days? To perfection. Lu Shui's voice trembled slightly. You must know that a yellow-tier martial art requires even talented students several years to cultivate to perfection. This guy actually said he would use days as a unit of measurement. Yes, is there a problem? Lin Chen looked at her. Lu Shui was choked by his nonchalant attitude, unable to speak for a long time. Finally, she could only weakly wave her hand. No. No problem as long as you're happy. She had already labeled Lin Chen as a braggart in her mind. This guy has talent, but it seems his mind isn't. Lin Chen noticed her disbelief, but chose not to expose it, merely chuckling. After finishing their meal, the 3 headed towards the academy's public training ground. Lu Shui wanted to see whether this guy was genuinely impressive or just blowing smoke. The training ground was bustling with people, and many students were sweating it out there. Lin Chen walked straight to the center of the field, slowly adopting a stance under the curious gazes of the crowd. He closed his eyes, and the insights about the mountain-pushing palm flowed through him like a river. In the next second, he moved. With each move, he flowed like water, the wind from his palm howling, exuding an innate aura. The surrounding students, initially just watching, began to change their expressions. Damn, this is the mountain-pushing palm. How is he executing it so skillfully? Wait, this isn't just skill. Look at the spiritual energy in his palm. This is already mastery. What a joke. The teacher just taught it this morning. It's only been a few hours and he has already mastered it. The entire training ground was stunned, with students who witnessed the scene standing frozen, their worldviews. Is the gap between people really this vast? While others worked hard for months just to barely enter the basics, he mastered it in half a day. What are we supposed to do? Many psychologically fragile students looked at Lin Chen's relaxed demeanor, then thought of themselves and burst into tears, feeling like their years of effort had been wasted. In a corner of the training ground, a thin teacher who was guiding students noticed the commotion. When he saw Lin Chen demonstrating the mountain-pushing palm at mastery level, the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a crash, shattering. He rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't mistaken, and without a second thought pulled out his phone to call the principal. Principal, there's a big problem. That Lin Chen. He's going to ruin the other students. On the other end of the line, Zhou Yunshan's calm voice responded, clarify what's going on. He practiced the mountain-pushing palm, and within half a day, he reached mastery. Now the students in the entire training ground are feeling unstable in their Dao hearts. Several are crying. There was silence on the other end for over 10 seconds. Damn it, a monster. Zhou Yuntian cursed under his breath and said, you go tell that kid to practice martial arts in a designated training area from now on. There will be no one there. If he keeps this up, this batch of freshmen won't need to be trained. They'll all have to go home and farm. Yes, principal. The thin teacher hung up, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and hurried to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, from now on, please practice martial arts in a designated training area. Why, oi? Lin Chen paused his movements, looking confused. I think this place is great. It's lively with so many people. Lively? The thin teacher's mouth twitched, pointing at the surrounding students who looked lost and questioning life. Look at them, then look at you. Do you call this lively? You're slaughtering them. Lin Chen followed his finger and finally understood. Well, it seems that my invisible showing off was deadly. All right, well, change places. Lin Chen shrugged and left the public training ground with the now completely numb Lin Fei and Lu Shui. On the way to the designated training area, Lin Fei and Lu Shui said nothing, repeatedly glancing at Lin Chen with expressions of awe. What kind of reincarnated powerhouse is this guy? His comprehension ability is just too freakish. Upon reaching the entrance of the designated training room, the two stopped in unison. Brother Chen, you practice by yourself, we won't watch. Lin Fei said with a mournful face. If I keep watching, I'm afraid I won't even have the courage to hold a sword in the future. Lu Xuan nodded in agreement, her pretty face filled with seriousness. Being around such a genius is a devastating blow to one's Dao heart. All right, then you two go have fun. Lin Chen didn't mind, he just wanted to quickly master the mountain-pushing palm. In the dedicated training room, Lin Chen's life had become monotonously routine. In the morning, he listened to Chen Yin boast in class, and for the remaining time, he either practiced the swallowing heavens technique or trained with the yellow-grade martial art mountain-crushing palm. 3 days later, boom. In the training room, Lin Chen struck out with his palm, producing a deep explosive sound in the air. Before him, a clear palm print appeared on the specially designed black iron target for testing power, surrounded by a web of cracks. Mountain-crushing palm perfection. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Done time to... He pushed the door open, just about to go out for a stroll, when he saw Lin Fei and Lu Xue standing at the doorway, their eyes fixed on him, as if they had seen a ghost. You? Was that the mountain-crushing palm, just now? Lin Fei's voice trembled. Lu Xue's eternally cold expression was also filled with disbelief. Yes, Lin Chen said, digging in his ear nonchalantly. I practiced for 3 days and finally perfected it. It was really exhausting. Puffed. Lin Fei nearly choked his heart, almost giving out. 3 days. Perfection. And he was complaining about being tired. Are you even speaking human language? Lu Xue also shivered, looking at Lin Chen, as if he were a monster that, as a saint body of the moon, she had exceptional talent in practicing any martial art, but even she would need at least half a year to perfect a yellow-grade martial art. This guy did it in just 3 days. Can the gap between people really be larger than that between humans and dogs? Time flew by in this rhythm, which felt like a simple meal and drink for Lin Chen, but was arduous training for others. Half a month later, Lin Chen's realm had undoubtedly broken through to the 8th level of a martial artist. Lu Xue also successfully broke through, reaching the 7th level of a martial master. Even Lin Fei, the ordinary person, managed to break through to the 9th level of a martial apprentice, with Lin Chen occasionally offering him some insight, leaving the others in their class far behind. That morning, Chen Yin walked into the classroom in high heels, her expression serious. All right, everyone quiet down. She tapped the podium, and the classroom instantly fell silent. Tomorrow, the Academy will organize all first-year freshmen to go to the Sunset Forest for a 3-day practical training. The content is quite simple: hunt first and second-tier demon beasts to test your training results from the past half-month. From Class 1 to Class 9, each will be led by their respective homeroom teacher. Of course, to motivate you little rascals, the Academy has prepared generous rewards. The final scores will be based on the classes. The class with the highest total score for hunting demon beasts will receive a reward of 100 medium-grade spirit stones. The second place will get 60 and the third place 40. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom erupted in commotion. Lin Chen's eyes, however, lit up instantly. Spirit stones. 100 medium-grade spirit stones. What does he lack the most right now? It's spirit stones. Ever since he drained the stock of that old man Zhao Hai, he hadn't tasted spiritual energy again. Relying solely on absorbing that bit of wandering spiritual energy through meditation was pitiful. It was hardly enough to fill in the gaps. With enough spirit stones, he felt he could break into the martial master realm in no time. That first place is mine for sure, Lin Chen secretly vowed. Listen up, everyone. Chen Yan's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of seriousness. Tomorrow morning at 7, gather at the central square, no tardiness allowed. Additionally, I must remind you, this training is not child's play. During the hunt for demon beasts, unless you encounter life-threatening danger, the teachers will not intervene. Even if you are left with only a breath, as long as you are not dead, fight with everything you have. Of course, accidents can happen at any time, and teachers cannot guarantee your safety 100%. So keep your spirits up. Don't go throwing your lives away. Chen Yan's words poured cold water over the students, instantly extinguishing their excitement. What the hell? It's that dangerous. You want us to hunt demon beasts? Most of us are still just martial apprentices. Isn't that sending us to our deaths? Second-tier demon beasts are equivalent to the strength of human martial artists. How could we possibly defeat them? The classroom was filled with complaints, and many faces showed signs of fear. Shut up, Chen Yin shouted sternly, a bunch of sheltered flowers. If you are afraid to fight demon beasts, even if you reach the martial emperor level, you're still useless. Without battle experience, everything is in vain. She scanned the room coldly, saying, now class is dismissed. Tomorrow morning, anyone who dares to be late will be expelled from Xingqian Academy. After saying that, she turned and left the classroom without looking back. Lin Fei immediately approached, looking miserable. Brother Chen, I'm going to stick with you tomorrow. You've got to protect me. No problem. Lin Chen patted his shoulder, looking nonchalant. Back in the independent villa specially approved by the principal, Lin Chen did not prepare anxiously like the others, but went to sleep immediately. To him, hunting first and second-tier demon beasts was no different from going out to buy groceries. The next day, just as dawn broke, the central square was already filled with a sea of people. Director Zhao Hai stood on the high platform shouting with his signature loud voice, "Today marks the first day that you first-year freshmen step out of the academy. I don't care if you are geniuses or useless, remember to come back alive. Now homeroom teachers lead the way." Destination Sunset Forest. With his command, the 9 classes marched out of the school gate in a grand procession. Chun Yin led the students of Class 3 swiftly towards the forest. She walked to the back of the line, found Lin Shun, who was chatting and joking with Lin Fei, and said unhappily, "You better behave yourself. Don't run around or just hunt demon beasts below the second tier at the periphery. If anything happens to you, I can't explain it to the principal." Lin Shin grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Got it. Don't worry, Teacher Chen, I really cherish my life, even if it's like a dog's life. Chun Yin was momentarily speechless at his words. Who says their life is like a dog's? This guy truly is an unconventional oddball. After more than an hour of marching, an immense forest exuding an eerie atmosphere appeared before everyone. They had arrived at Sunset Forest. Shan Yin halted, turned around, and said to the group of pale-faced students, "All right, from here on out you're on your own." After saying this, she vanished into thin air like a ghost. What the hell? The teacher just left. We are going in now? It looks so terrifying inside. The students panicked one by one, shrinking back, not daring to step forward. At that moment, Lu Shui, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Everyone, it's best to go in together, don't get separated." Her voice remained cold, but carried a soothing undertone. As the second strongest in class, recognized apart from Lin Shun and a goddess-like figure, her words held significant weight. Everyone looked at each other before eventually nodding. Seeing this, Lu Shui said no more, shouldered her long sword, and took the lead into the dim forest. The other students hurriedly followed, fearing they would fall behind. At the back of the line, Lin Shun and Lin Fei lagged behind leisurely. Lin Fei nervously glanced around and lowered his voice, asking, "Brother Chen, do you think we'll encounter any powerful demon beasts?" Lin Shin yawned, casually plucked a dogtail grass from the roadside and chewed on it, mumbling, "What's there to fear? One comes I kill, one two come I kill two. For us this isn't training, it's shopping for goods." The crowd cautiously made their way through the forest, their feet crunching on the thick layer of fallen leaves, producing a soft rustling sound. Lin Fei closely followed Lin Shun, gripping a newly issued standard longsword tightly, his palms drenched in sweat. "Chen Guai, I'm a bit anxious." "Anxious about what?" Lin Shun replied casually, with a dogtail grass in his mouth and his hands resting behind his head, as leisurely as if strolling through his own backyard. "Just think of it as a spring outing, or relax a bit." At that moment, a commotion arose ahead of the group. A massive wolf, entirely snow-white and comparable to a small calf, slowly emerged from the thicket, its eerie green eyes fixed intently on the crowd. It's a first-tier demon beast, the snow wolf." A girl screamed in fright. The group instantly fell into chaos, many faces reflecting sheer terror. "Don't panic." Lu Shui's cold voice rang out as her hand rested on the hilt of her sword, her gaze coolly assessing the snow wolf. "It's just a first-tier demon beast, it's perfect for you to practice your skills." She scanned the crowd, her eyes finally landing on Lin Fei. "Lin Fei, you go first." "Me? Huh?" Lin Fei's face turned pale, instantly pointing at his own nose in disbelief. Lu Shui raised an eyebrow, slightly frowning. "What? Afraid?" Lin Fei glanced at Lin Shun, who wore an expression of encouragement, gritted his teeth, puffed out his chest, and reluctantly stepped forward. Who said I'm scared? It's just a worthless wolf, watch me beat it so hard it can't even stand." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from within him. Ninefold martial disciple. Holy crap. Isn't this guy just Lin Chen's little lackey? When did he become a ninefold martial disciple? What the heck? Does staying by a monster's side make you a monster too? The surrounding students' eyes nearly popped out, each one looking as if they had seen a ghost. Even Chun Yu, who had always looked down on him, was momentarily stunned, then snorted dismissively. Lin Fei paid no mind to their thoughts, shouting loudly as he activated his half-baked mountain-suppressing palm and charged straight at the snow wolf. The snow wolf let out a low growl, opening its massive jaws as it charged towards him. A man and a wolf clashed in an instant. Although Lin Fei boasted loudly it was his first real battle, and he found himself somewhat flustered, nearly facing disaster several times. But the fact that he was a ninefold martial disciple was not a lie. Relying on his abundant spiritual energy compared to the snow wolf, he managed to hold his ground. Now's my chance. He seized an opening, exerting all his strength to deliver a powerful palm strike to the snow wolf's waist. Oh! The snow wolf let out a heart-wrenching scream, sent flying by the force of the blow, crashing into a large tree, struggling a few times before going still. Lin Fei walked over panting heavily. Imitating what he had seen on television, he took a long time to extract a demon core the size of a pigeon egg from the snow wolf's head. Got it. Done. He held up the blood-soaked demon core and flashed a grin at the crowd. Though disheveled, his face was filled with excitement. From a distance, Chen Yin watched the scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval. This kid, though a bit foolish, does have some courage. If it took so much effort just to take down a first-tier demon beast, what a waste. Chen Yu glared at Lin Fei surrounded by admirers and spat out disdainfully. In the past half-month, he had been severely stimulated by Lin Shun, and after returning home, he trained like a madman. Thanks to the countless resources at home, he finally broke through to the first layer of martial master yesterday. The 3 lackeys behind him also benefited from his rise, each having reached the 7-fold martial disciple level. When we encounter another first-tier demon beast, the 3 of you go. Don't embarrass me. Chen Yu commanded his lackeys behind him. Don't worry, Chen Xiao. We guarantee we'll complete the task. The 3 quickly patted their chests in assurance. On the way, the group encountered several more first-tier demon beasts. With Lin Fei's success as an example, the other students also mustered their courage, grouping together to swarm and beat the beasts. Although a few sustained minor injuries, they successfully slaughtered the demon beasts. Just when everyone was brimming with confidence, a deafening roar echoed from not far away. A giant ape over 3 meters tall and covered in long white fur pounded its chest as it appeared before the group. Second-tier demon beast, the snow ape. Everyone retreat. Lu Shue's expression tightened as she shouted, drawing her long sword with a sharp clang, her movements graceful like a butterfly as she charged forward. The strength of the snow ape was clearly a notch above that of the snow wolf. Its massive paws swept through the air with ferocity. But Lu Shue's agility was even more nimble, and taking advantage of her weapon, she left deep gashes on the snow ape's body. 10,000 sword technique. Lu Shue seized an opportunity, shouting as her long sword instantly manifested a myriad of sword shadows raining down upon the snow ape like a torrential downpour. Puff, puff, puff. The snow ape's enormous body was instantly pierced by countless sword shadows, letting out a wail before crashing to the ground lifeless. Lu Shue deftly retrieved the demon core, not even sparing it a glance as she continued to move forward. How strong. The students behind her were left dumbfounded. This was a true genius. As they moved forward, Lu Shue continued to solve several oblivious first-tier and second-tier demon beasts. Lu Shue looked at the sky and felt the increasingly violent demonic energy in the air, stopping in her tracks. We can't go any further. Ahead lies the territory of the third-tier demon beasts. She turned to the crowd and said, let's stop here. Everyone form groups of 6 free to team up and begin hunting the demon beasts. Remember, do not venture deeper. Upon hearing her words, the crowd appeared relieved, nodding as they quickly formed teams and scattered. In the end, only Lin Chen, Lin Fei, and Lu Shue remained. Lu Shue's cold gaze fell upon Lin Chen. Let's team up, the 3 of us. I'm fine with that. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently. The 3 formed a team and began searching the forest for unfortunate prey. Soon an unfortunate second-tier demon beast, the iron-backed bear, wobbled into view before them. I'll go. Before Lu Shue could make a move, Lin Chen rushed forward. He couldn't even be bothered to pose. He simply slapped at the seemingly ferocious iron-backed bear. Mountain suppressing palm. Bang. A dull sound echoed. The thick-skinned iron-backed bear didn't even have time to let out a scream before its massive body was sent flying like it had been struck by a high-speed train, collapsing on the spot. Lin Fei, Lu Shue. The 2 stood frozen, their mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside, utterly petrified. That's it. It was a second-tier demon beast. One that would take me a long time to deal with. And it just got killed with a single slap. Lin Chen paid no mind to their thoughts, walking over to skillfully extract the demon core, tossing it into his pocket, then clapping his hands with a look of unsatisfied eagerness. Next, the next hour turned into a journey of worldview reconstruction for Lin Fei and Lu Shue. Whether it was a fierce saber-toothed tiger or a cunning shadow leopard, as long as it was a demon beast below the second ear, they all met the same fate before Lin Chen. That was to be slapped dead. Clean, neat, and brutal. There was simply no chance for a second slap. Time quickly passed into the evening. The group gathered once more, each face glowing with the joy of harvest and exhaustion. Lin Shun, on the other hand, had managed to catch a fat rabbit from somewhere, roasting it over the fire, the rich aroma of meat wafting far away, attracting even students from the neighboring class. Don't be polite, just eat. Lin Shun waved his hand grandly, looking just like a barbecue stall owner hosting guests. The crowd wasted no time rushing in to devour the fat rabbit within moments. Lin Chen gnawed on the last rabbit leg, his mouth greasy, speaking to the system in his mind. System, is there a status panel? Let's take a look. Ding. The status panel has been opened for you. In the next moment, a blue screen that only Lin Chen could see appeared before his eyes. Host Lin Chen. Realm, 8-fold martial artist. Physique, pure, yang, divine body. Technique, swallowing heaven technique, emperor level. Martial skills, mountain suppressing palm, yellow grade, perfect, silent prison, finger heaven grade perfect. Passive 10,000 times chi si. Lin Chen looked at the contents on the panel, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, given my current strength. As long as I don't encounter anyone at the martial master realm, I can basically walk through with ease. Having eaten and drunk their fill, everyone found a place to rest. A night passed without incident. The next morning each class began a new day of hunting magical beasts. Lin Shun, Lu Shui, and Lin Fei strolled leisurely to the edge of the third-tier magical beast territory, hoping to find something valuable. Just as the three were feeling bored and considering changing locations, the bushes ahead shook violently, followed by a massive triangular snake head suddenly emerging. The snake head was covered in jet-black scales with a pair of cold vertical pupils locking onto the three. Be careful. Lu Shui's delicate face turned serious. It's a third-tier magical beast, the black-scaled python. From its aura, it's just one step away from breaking into the fourth tier. As soon as she finished speaking, her long sword was unsheathed with a clang, and she transformed into a white shadow charging forward. This girl is quite fierce, Lin Shun mused, stroking his chin, watching with interest, showing no intention of helping. Lin Fei was anxious beside him, stamping his feet. Chen go. That's a nearly fourth-tier magical beast. Can Lu the campus beauty handle it alone? Shouldn't we go help? Why the rush? Lin Chen curled his lip. I want to see just how much this ice-cold beauty can handle. Let's see if she can take down this little eel by herself. Not far away, Chun Yan's figure quietly emerged on a tree branch, observing the battle below. Without it, she also wanted to see what kind of potential Lin Chen's three top students could unleash when faced with this quasi fourth-tier magical beast. In the arena, Lu Shui was already entangled in battle with the black-scaled python. She wielded her long sword, its blade shining fiercely as she continuously struck at the python's vital points like its throat and eyes. However, the defensive power of the black-scaled python's scales was terrifyingly high. Lu Shui's sword merely produced a series of clang sounds upon impact, leaving only shallow white scratches. 10,000 sword technique. After several failed attempts to attack, Lu Shui shouted and unleashed her ultimate move. Countless sword shadows instantly appeared, pouring towards the black-scaled python like a storm. However, the black-scaled python simply coiled its body, using its hardest back scales to withstand this wave of attack. When the sword shadows dissipated, it was still only covered with superficial scratches. Damn, this snake's skin is tougher than hell. Lin Fei exclaimed in shock from behind. Lu Shui seemed unconcerned about whether Lin Chun and the others would help. She merely wanted to test her strength today and see if she could hunt a real third-tier magical beast. The two continued to battle for a long time. Lu Shui relied on her agile movements to exhaust the black-scaled python's stamina, while the python, with its tough skin and flesh, nearly ensnared Lu Shui several times. Finally, after another fierce clash, the massive body of the black-scaled python crashed to the ground, letting out a pained hiss, appearing to be on the verge of death. Lu Shui's face turned pale, her chest rising and falling slightly, having exhausted most of her spiritual energy. She held her sword, stepping forward toward the downed black-scaled python, ready to end its life. However, just as she was within 5 meters of the black-scaled python, an unexpected change occurred. The previously dying black-scaled python suddenly threw its head back and let out a deafening roar. A surge of violent demonic energy, far more terrifying than before, erupted from within. Its black scales became even darker, and its size seemed to swell slightly. A fourth-tier magical beast. It actually found the opportunity to break through during its battle with Lu Shui. Holy crap, this is bad, Lin Fei shouted in fright. Lu the beauty, retreat. Take a... Lin Chen's voice chimed in at an inopportune time. He stretched lazily and walked over slowly. In your current state, you can't even handle this little eel. Lu Shui knew that her spiritual energy was less than half, and facing a real fourth-tier magical beast, she had no chance of victory. She gritted her silver teeth and reluctantly retreated to Lin Fei's side. Lin Chen swaggered up to the furious black-scaled python, beckoning it with his fingers and grinning. Come on, little eel, let big brother show you some love. Lu Shui rolled her eyes at his unserious words, feeling anger rise within her. This guy never has a normal day. It was such a serious moment, yet he still had the mood to crack jokes. Roar! The black-scaled python was thoroughly enraged by Lin Chen's flippant attitude, roaring as its massive tail whipped through the air like a steel whip, aiming directly at Lin Chen. Come at me. Lin Chen laughed heartily as the aura of a martial artist at the 8th level burst forth without reservation. He stood his ground, raising his fist to meet the incoming tail. Boom! The fist and the tail collided solidly, producing a deep, resounding sound. Lin Chen remained unmoved while the black-scaled python's massive body swayed slightly from the impact. What the hell? So powerful. Lin Fei watched in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out. After breaking through to the fourth tier, the black-scaled python's defensive power reached a new level. Lin Chen's punch struck it, causing its blood to surge, yet it still could not break through its defenses. Damn it! Is this thing made of iron? Why is it so tough? Lin Chen shook his slightly numb fist, cursing under his breath. He decided to give it his all, taking a deep breath as the spiritual energy within him surged wildly. Mountain-toppling palm. Lin Chen shouted, unleashing the perfected mountain-toppling palm, carrying a force capable of crushing everything, heavily striking the black-scaled python. Boom! A loud explosion. The massive body of the black-scaled python was struck as if hit by a battering ram, instantly sent flying dozens of meters, crashing through several massive trees before heavily landing on the ground. The tremendous noise immediately alarmed all the students and teachers nearby who were training. Figures were rushing over quickly. On a towering ancient tree hundreds of meters away, several teachers appeared. Upon seeing Lin Chen confronting a fourth-tier magical beast, they all gasped in shock. What the hell? What kind of monster is this guy? He dares to face a fourth-tier magical beast heathen. One teacher couldn't help but curse. Chen Yan's expression also grew serious. She said in a deep voice, "Everyone stay put, continue watching. I'm keeping an eye on him. If he encounters danger, I'll intervene immediately." In the arena, Lin Chen relied on his abnormal 10,000-fold chi, unleashing palm strikes one after another with the mountain-toppling palm, frantically hitting the black-scaled python. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of impact echoed continuously, shaking the entire forest. The black-scaled python was battered without any means to counterattack, only passively enduring the blows, its eyes filled with frustration and anger. This damn human, what kind of freak was he? His spiritual energy inexhaustible. Lin Chen grew increasingly alarmed. What kind of snake is this? After all this time, why does it feel like it's completely unscathed? Is its defense hacked? Just as the two stared at each other in surprise, other students from different classes had already arrived at the scene. When they saw the fantastical scene in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. I didn't see wrong, right? Isn't that Lin Chen from class 3? He's fighting a magical beast unknown. Damn, that's too fierce. He can actually hold his own against a magical beast. You don't understand anything. He's a pure young divine body. Can we compare to him? We should just sit back and watch. A well-informed student smirked. Don't worry, the teachers must be watching nearby. They probably haven't intervened because they want to see where Lin Chen's limits are. The words elicited unanimous agreement from everyone. In the crowd, Chen Yu watched the radiant figure in the arena, jealousy burning in his eyes. Why was all the attention stolen by this guy? If it weren't for him, I would be the most dazzling one. But no matter how jealous he felt, he dared not make any moves at this moment. Though he was a playboy, he wasn't foolish. The Academy's protection for such extraordinary talents was beyond his imagination. Bang! Lin Chen delivered one final palm strike, sending the black-scaled python flying once more. However, it shook its head and got back up as if nothing had happened, though its aura was slightly diminished. Lin Chen witnessed this scene and completely lost his temper. How the hell am I supposed to deal with this? My mountain-toppling palm is almost striking sparks, yet I can't even break its skin. He glanced at the group of classmates watching him like he was a god, feeling a surge of anxiety. No, I absolutely cannot lose face in front of these amateurs. I can't let my unbeatable genius reputation collapse. What to do? Lin Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Damn it, I still have a heavenly grade martial technique. With that thought, he cleared his throat, turned to the onlookers, and struck a profound pose, loudly declaring, "Everyone keep your distance. Stay as far away as possible. If you get caught up in this, don't blame me for not warning you." Hearing this, Lu Shui furrowed her brow, but still pulled Lin Fei back, quickly retreating over 100 meters. Other students followed suit, hastily dispersing, fearing they would be collateral damage. Once everyone had retreated to a safe distance, Lin Chen took a deep breath and began to form seals with his hands rapidly. In an instant, the winds changed. The spiritual energy above the sunset forest seemed to respond to some kind of summons, wildly converging above his head, forming a colossal vortex visible to the naked eye. A terrifying pressure enough to make one's heart race descended from the sky, enveloping the entire area. Lin Chen's eyes widened, and he let out a thunderous roar. "Prison of the abyss, first finger, prison of heaven and earth." As the words fell, a gigantic finger, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens, slowly materialized in the sky, formed from pure spiritual energy. The finger was covered in mysterious runes, radiating a terrifying aura of annihilation. "Go!" Lin Chen pointed towards the distant black-scaled python. That massive finger descended like a divine punishment, carrying an earth-shattering might, slowly, yet resolutely pressing down on the black-scaled python. Under that terrifying pressure, the black-scaled python couldn't even move, merely watching as the finger of death drew closer. An earth-shattering explosion. At the moment the gigantic finger touched the black-scaled python, its massive and resilient body vanished silently, like snow under sunlight, leaving not even a trace of flesh. In its place, only a bottomless giant fingerprint remained. As for the once mighty fourth-tier black-scaled python along with its demonic core, had completely disappeared from this world. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen, dazedly staring at the terrifying fingerprint, their minds blank. "Where's the snake?" a student stammered. "What? What was that just now? That huge finger. Wait, that pressure. I felt like I almost peed myself." The students who hadn't run far were now in utter disarray, being blown away by the violent wind for dozens of meters. On the treetops, the few teachers who had managed to maintain their composure were now wearing expressions of shock, as if they had seen a ghost. What martial technique did that kid just use? The power was simply ridiculous. Xunyan's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock as she murmured, "That martial technique. It must be at least heavenly grade." Lu Shui stared at Lin Chen, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. Heavenly grade martial technique. It was definitely a heavenly grade martial technique. Their Lu family, as the top family in Linhai City, only possessed a single incomplete heavenly grade martial technique revered as their clan's treasure. With her current status and strength, she had no qualifications to even touch it. And yet this guy had actually mastered it. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with admiration as he could find no words to describe his excitement. Chen Gu is a god. In the arena, Lin Shun, having completed this stunning finger strike, was exhausted, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. "Damn, this thing consumes way too much energy. It nearly drained me dry." At that moment, Lu Shui and Lin Fei rushed over. "Are you okay?" Lu Shui supported the swaying Lin Shun, her voice carrying a hint of concern she was unaware of. "I'm fine, won't die." Lin Shun waved his hand, grinning. "Once we find a wild boar to roast, it'll recover soon enough." The crowd, as they looked at Lin Shen's nonchalant demeanor, their initial shock had completely transformed into reverence. A waft of fragrant air approached, and Lu Shui hurriedly stepped forward, steadying his swaying body. Her cold eyes were now filled with undeniable concern. Supported by her, Lin Shen sat down beneath a large tree, waved his hand, and flashed a smile. "It's nothing, I won't die. In a bit, we'll find a wild boar to roast and eat, and I should be able to recover quite a bit." Without caring about the multitude of curious gazes around him, he closed his eyes and began to circulate the swallowing heaven technique. In the next moment, a scene even more astonishing unfolded. Centered around Lin Shun, the spiritual energy within 100 meters of him seemed to be drawn by some terrifying force, transforming into visible streams of white air, forming a massive vortex that frantically poured into his body. "What the hell? Look at him. He's at it again. Is he really cultivating? This is outright robbery. The surrounding spiritual energy has all been siphoned away by him alone. Monster! What a monster! How are we supposed to cultivate now?" The students around watched the terrifying vortex of spiritual energy, each of them retreating in fear, worried they might be caught up and drained completely. Even the teachers in the distance, perched atop the treetops, were wide-eyed in astonishment. This kid's technique is just too domineering. At this rate, he won't take long to drain all the spiritual energy in this area. Chen Yan also wore a bemused expression, thinking that this kid really could stir up earth-shattering news wherever he went. Half an hour later, under the numb gazes of the crowd, Lin Shen slowly opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and stood up from the ground, stretching lazily, as a series of crackling sounds echoed from his body. His previously pale complexion had now regained its rosy hue, and his breath had become long and robust once more, as if the person who had almost been drained just moments ago was someone else entirely. He turned to Lin Fei, who was still in a daze, and grinned. "Xiao Fei, stop standing there like an idiot. Go catch a few wild boars and some rabbits. Today I'm going to make a big kill and eat a lot to replenish myself." "All right. Got it." Lin Fei, as if awakening from a dream, yelled and dashed into the woods. Lin Shen's gaze shifted to Lu Shui, who stood nearby, her delicate face still showing signs of shock and complexity. He approached Lu Shui, stroked his chin, and exclaimed in wonder, "Lu, the campus flower, I didn't expect you to be so capable, able to single-handedly defeat a third-tier demon beast. Quite impressive." Lu Shui came to her senses, her cold eyes glancing at him. She replied lightly, "Compared to you, it's far from it. Are you being modest?" Lin Chen chuckled. "If you were at full strength, giving it your all, it wouldn't be impossible to take down that little mudfish that hasn't broken through yet, right?" Lu Shui did not respond, but a storm of thoughts surged within her. This guy was absolutely right. If she fully unleashed her physique's power before the black-scale python broke through, she indeed had a chance to slay it, but the cost would be significant. This guy's perceptiveness is just too sharp, right? She took a deep breath, unable to suppress her greatest curiosity. She asked, "What exactly was that martial technique you used earlier? There shouldn't be anything like that in the academy, right?" Oh, you mean that? Lin Chen scratched his ear, his expression nonchalant. It just popped into my head when my physique awakened. I had no choice either. What can I say? I'm just that excellent. Lu Shui. She realized that talking to this guy always left her feeling utterly speechless. Seeing her conflicted expression torn between wanting to ask more, but feeling shy, Lin Chen winked at her. Want to learn? I can teach you. Lu Shui's breath caught for a moment. Who wouldn't want to learn a heaven-tier martial technique? Are you really willing to teach me? Her voice trembled slightly, barely noticeable. Of course, Lin Chen grinned, leaning in closer, lowering his voice so that his warm breath nearly brushed against Lu Shui's ear. But there are conditions. Lu Shui's beautiful face flushed instantly. She instinctively took a step back, forcing herself to remain calm. What conditions? Simple, Lin Chen replied matter-of-factly. Be my wife. Then everything of mine will be yours while yours remains yours. How about it? Isn't this a good deal? You are dreaming. Lu Shui's cheeks turned so red they seemed about to bleed. Embarrassed and angry, she glared at him fiercely. It's not even dark yet, dreaming in broad daylight. If you don't want to, then don't. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently. Anyway, the line of beauties wanting to be my wife could stretch from here to the gates of Linhai City. When the day comes that some lucky beauty sets her sights on me first, I'll forget it. I mean the one with good taste. He'll teach her this move every day to tease you to death. You? Ro. Lu Shui was so infuriated that she turned her head away, unwilling to deal with this rascal. Yet inside it felt as if countless cat paws were scratching at her, itching unbearably. If she could learn that earth-shattering finger technique, even if it was just one move. While Lu Shui was lost in her thoughts, Lin Fei returned triumphantly, carrying a few wild boars still kicking and a string of plump rabbits. Chen Gu. All done. You guys come over and clean up these things. Lin Shan waved to a few students still watching the commotion. The students were momentarily stunned before they hurried over, expertly skinning the wild boars and gutting them, looking like professional butchers. It was no joke. This was a great opportunity to get closer to an unparalleled genius. Only a fool would pass it up. Soon several cleaned wild boars and rabbits were roasting over the fire. Lin Shan somehow produced a pile of jars and bottles, humming a little tune as he sprinkled various seasonings. Before long, an incredibly overpowering meat fragrance spread wildly from the grill, reaching all directions. Damn, it smells so good. This flavor is absolutely incredible. My mouth is watering. The surrounding students extended their necks, their Adam's apples bobbing, saliva nearly pooling into a river. Even the students from nearby classes who had come to join the fun, upon catching a whiff of the aroma, found themselves unable to move. After a few minutes, the roasted meat turned a tempting golden color, the fat sizzling. Lin Chen tore off a shiny pig leg, took a big bite, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. Everyone, don't hold back, dig in. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of people rushed forward with loud cries, the scene resembling starving wolves fighting over prey. Of course, not everyone came. Not far from another bonfire, Chen Yu and his sycophants looked on with disdain. A bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world getting so excited over a few pieces of roasted meat. Chen Yu remarked sourly. However, just as everyone was eating with grease dripping from their mouths, a clear and melodious voice, like a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, rang out from behind the crowd. Excuse me, classmates. Can I have a bit too? Lin Shun, munching on a rabbit leg, turned around, and his eyes instantly lit up. The newcomer was a girl in Class 7's uniform with an oval face, willow-like eyebrows, and a pair of sparkling big eyes that seemed to speak. Her beauty and charm were barely inferior to Lu Shui. Lin Shin stared at the stunning beauty before him, nearly drooling. As a lifelong bachelor, his resistance to beautiful women was practically zero. He quickly nodded and bowed, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, and warmly said, "Of course. Feel free to eat. If it's not enough, I can go catch more for you." As he spoke, he handed over the rabbit leg he had just taken a bite from. "Here, eat this. This one's the best." The girl was taken aback by his gesture. Her cheeks flushed, and she waved her hand. "Thank you, I'll just have a bit of something else." She tore off a small piece of meat from the grill, moved aside, and began to nibble at it. Nearby, Lu Shui, seeing Lin Chen's foolishly eager demeanor, let out a cold snort, feeling that the roasted meat in her mouth had suddenly lost its flavor. She casually took a few bites, and then sat down cross-legged to meditate, choosing to ignore him altogether. Lin Chen, I'm Zhou Qianru from Class 7. The beauty continued to eat, while secretly observing Lin Chen. I'm Lin Chen from Class 3, he grinned, leaning closer. Big beauty Zhou, I'll count on you to look after me in the future. Can we add each other on WeChat? I'd like to consult you about some cultivation issues later. Zhou Qianru blinked, her big eyes filled with admiration. No problem, no problem. Lin Chen pulled out his phone faster than he threw a punch, and they quickly added each other. When Zhou Qianru returned to her class camp after finishing her meal, Lin Chen was still gazing at her retreating figure, feeling a sense of longing. After eating his fill, Lin Chen also found a place to sit cross-legged, and began to consolidate his recently restored cultivation. The night passed swiftly. The next morning as dawn broke, Lin Chen stretched lazily and asked Lin Fei, who was busy counting their spoils, "Xiao Fei, how many points do we have now?" "We have over 2,000 points already, Chen Ge. We're definitely taking first place this time," Lin Fei said excitedly, holding a small notebook. Lin Chen shook his head. "Don't celebrate too early, today is the last day. Those other prodigies aren't pushovers either. Besides, I lost out big time when I destroyed that 4th-tier Black Scale Python's demon core. We need to kill more today to secure our position." "Got it." The students from Class 3 under Lin Chen's lead began another frenzied sweep. After taking down several first-tier demon beasts that were oblivious to danger, Lin Fei's combat experience grew rapidly, and his entire demeanor became much sharper. He took a deep breath, locking his gaze on a 2nd-tier demon beast, a hedgehog, which was digging in the ground. "Chen Ge, don't intervene. This pig is mine." With that, he shouted loudly, charging forward with his sword drawn. He intended to use this 2nd-tier demon beast to break through his bottleneck. However, Lin Fei's strength was only at the 9th level of martial disciple, and facing the tough-skinned, thick-fleshed 2nd-tier demon beast proved to be exceptionally difficult, and he quickly sustained injuries. Bang! The hedgehog was thoroughly enraged, charging forward and sending Lin Fei flying, crashing heavily against a tree, blood gushing from his mouth. "Lin Fei!" the students from Class 3 exclaimed, rushing forward to help. Lu Shui furrowed her brow. "Don't move," Lin Chen shouted loudly, calming everyone down. His gaze was fixed intensely on Lin Fei, who was struggling to get up, and he said solemnly, "This is his own hurdle. He must overcome it himself. Whether he can leap over the dragon gate depends on him." The hedgehog paid no heed to this and roared as it charged again at the seriously injured Lin Fei. Seeing the sharp fangs about to pierce Lin Fei's throat in this life-and-death moment, it seemed as if something within Lin Fei shattered, emitting a muffled sound. A brand new, far more powerful aura erupted explosively from within him. He had broken through to the 1st level of martial artist. Lin Fei, in a chaotic roll, narrowly dodged the hedgehog's lethal strike, flipping back up and channeling all his spiritual energy into his right palm. He struck out with full force. Mountain-splitting palm. "Ah!" The hedgehog let out a heart-wrenching wail, its massive body crashing down lifeless. Panting heavily, Lin Fei extracted the demon core and approached Lin Chen, gratitude written all over his face. "Chen Ge, thank you." "What are you thanking for? This is all your own effort." Lin Chen patted his shoulder and then grimaced, saying disdainfully, "But your mountain-splitting palm is just too... When we get back to the academy, it'll teach you a new move." Lin Fei was stunned. "A new one? What martial?" "The one you saw yesterday." Upon hearing this, all the students who had been eavesdropping nearby were left dumb. "What the hell? Did I hear that right? He's going to teach Lin Fei that technique capable of killing a 4th-tier demon beast? Is he crazy? He's really lost it. That kind of technique could be a family heirloom. How can he casually... This is just... an extraordinary brain. No, this is not just generous, this is reckless." Lin Fei was also shocked, shaking his head repeatedly. "No way. Absolutely not. Chen Ge, that technique is your life-saving trump card. How can you just teach it to me?" "What trump card?" Lin Chen slapped him on the back of the head, scolding with irritation. "You're my #1 little brother, and with such pathetic strength, what face do I have left if word gets out? Just this one mountain-splitting palm is already embarrassing to me." Lin Fei's eyes instantly turned red, his fists clenched tightly, touched to the point of tears, unable to say a word. In his heart, there was only one thought for the rest of his life: he would follow Chen Ge. Through fire and water, he would not hesitate. Lu Shui on the side was equally stunned by Lin Chen's actions. Looking at Lin Chen's nonchalant demeanor, a ridiculous and bold thought suddenly sprang up in her mind. If she really agreed to be his girlfriend, would he really teach her? What am I thinking? Lu Shui was startled by her own thoughts, quickly shaking her head to dispel the chaotic ideas, but a charming blush involuntarily rose to her exquisite face. At that moment, several figures descended from the sky, the long-absent teachers. Leading the way, Chen Yin glanced at the scene and announced loudly, "All right, the 3-day hunting trial has officially concluded. It's time to gather and return to the academy." Soon, students from the 9 classes, under the guidance of their respective teachers, left the Sunset Forest in a grand procession. After they left deep within the forest in the territory of an 8th-tier demon beast, a gigantic beast that had been sleeping slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes seemed to penetrate time and space, gazing in the direction of the academy. An ancient voice resounded in its heart. "Interesting little human. The aura of that martial technique just now is truly nostalgic. It seems this era is about to become interesting." With that, it closed its eyes again, seemingly falling into an eternal slumber. Back at the academy, the teachers of each class hurried to the principal's office with the demon cores to report the situation and tally the points. Time slipped swiftly away. By dawn the next day, the morning assembly had already begun. The central plaza teemed with students, a dense, undulating sea of first-year freshmen, their faces etched with nervous anticipation. After yesterday's trial concluded homeroom, teachers worked through the night tallying scores. Today was the moment of truth. The final rankings would be unveiled. On the elevated platform, Principal Zhou Yuntian stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp as lightning sweeping across tens of thousands of students below. He cleared his throat, and though the sound seemed modest, it resonated like a bronze bell tolling across heaven and earth, reaching every ear with crystalline clarity. This year's first-year Demon Beast trial has now concluded in full. I shall now announce the final ranking. Silence fell instantly across the plaza. Every breath was held, every heart beat in suspended expectation. The third-place class is Class 4, with a total score of 2300 points. A thunderous roar erupted from Class 4's ranks. Students cheered wildly, many flushing crimson with exhilaration. Second place goes to Class 7, 2890 points. Class 7 exploded into jubilation. Several girls embraced each other, overcome with emotion. Zhou Yuntian paused, deliberately savoring the tension before speaking again, his voice rising with commanding resonance. And the first-place victor of this trial, triumphing by an overwhelming margin, is Class 3, with a total of 3780 points. A deafening roar shook the plaza. What? Over 3,700? How on earth did they pull that off? That's nearly 1,000 points ahead of second place. Are Class 3 utterly insane? Did they go on a Demon Beast shopping spree? Who else could it be? It's got to be Chen, the living anomaly who led them. Damn it, comparing oneself to others truly is soul-crushing. Envy, awe, and disbelief converged in a single unblinking gaze upon Class 3's formation. Meanwhile, its students had plunged headlong into euphoria, shouting, leaping, hurling caps high into the air. Lin Fei, beside himself with joy, vaulted onto Lin Chen's back and shook his shoulders vigorously. Brother Chen, we're number one, we're number one. Lin Chen nearly retched from the jostling and snapped, exasperated, get off me. Shake me once more, and I'll rip your head off and kick it like a ball. On the dais, Zhou Yuntian raised a hand to restore order and continued, now please have the homeroom teachers of the top 3 classes step forward to receive their rewards. First place receives 100 mid-grade spirit stones, second place 60, third place 40. A collective gasp surged through the crowd. If the scores had stunned them, these rewards ignited raw, burning covetousness. Mid-grade spirit stones, each sold for over $1 million on the open market. 100. The sheer magnitude defied comprehension. Amid countless glances laced with envy and resentment, teachers Chun Yin and 2 others ascended the platform and accepted the heavy storage pouches from Zhou Yuntian's hands. Zhou Yuntian offered a few perfunctory remarks, encouraging diligence and perseverance, before dismissing the assembly. Students dispersed like a receding tide, returning gradually to their respective classrooms. Inside Class 3's classroom, the atmosphere crackled with festive energy, as if Lunar New Year had arrived early. Teacher Chun Yin strode to the podium and placed the pouch containing 100 mid-grade spirit stones upon the desk with a crisp, resonant clink. All right, everyone settle down. She clapped her hands, her smile radiant and unrestrained. You've all performed admirably, especially. Her gaze lingered meaningfully upon Lin Chen, Lu Shui, and Lin Fei. Lin Chen, Lu Shui, and Lin Fei. You 3 contributed most decisively. Your efforts were indispensable. Each of you shall receive 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Holy! Lin Fei nearly dropped to his knees before Teacher Chun, cradling the 10 translucent spirit stones, with trembling hands, grinning so widely his cheeks ached. Even Lu Shui, rarely expressive, allowed a faint, genuine smile, and tucked the stones away with quiet grace. Next, Chen Yu's 4-member team. You hunted numerous demons in the latter phase, and performed commendably. Each shall receive 5 spirit stones. Chen Yu and his 3 cronies exchanged grim expressions. Though rewarded, the sting remained half as much as Lin Chen, the so-called worthless trash. Yet protest dared not rise. They approached reluctantly, faces darkened, and accepted their stones in silence. As for the rest of you, distribution will follow proportional contribution. Rest assured, the harvest this time was extraordinary. Even our least contributing student will receive no fewer than 1 spirit stone. These words reignited the classroom's fervor. Brilliant! I'm getting a spirit stone too. Long live Teacher Chen. Long live Brother Chen. Soon the spirit stones were distributed evenly. Chun Yin surveyed the sea of radiant, excited faces and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Now that each of you holds a spirit stone, focus inward. If you absorb its essence with sincerity and discipline, every one of you will surely break through to new heights of strength. Class begins now. Time flowed swiftly into noon. Lin Chen and Lin Fei stepped out of the cafeteria after lunch. Lin Chen clapped Lin Fei lightly on the shoulder. This afternoon, come with me. Huh? Where to, Brother Chen? Lin Fei blinked, startled. I promised to teach you martial techniques, and I keep my word, Lin Chen grinned. Didn't you nearly get beaten to death yesterday? Today I'll impart a peerless divine art, one that'll let you stride the world unchallenged. Lin Fei's eyes blazed with sudden light, his breathing quickened ragged with anticipation. His appetite vanished entirely. Only one thought consumed him, the memory of Lin Chen's cataclysmic finger strike yesterday. He longed desperately to begin cultivation now. Let's go. To the dedicated cultivation chamber. They arrived shortly at an empty, secluded practice. Lin Chen closed the door, then regarded Lin Fei's rapt expression and spoke slowly. The technique I am about to teach you is called the Silent Annihilation Heaven-Binding Finger. It comprises 3 distinct forms. I shall first instruct you in the opening form. Should your progress prove exceptional, I will later bestow the remaining. Lin Fei nearly prostrated himself on the spot, his voice trembling with fervor. Brother Chen, I swear fealty to you from this day forward. Point me east, and I'll never glance west. Enough. No need for theatrics, Lin Chen waved dismissively. This first form is named Heaven and Earth Imprisonment. Given sufficient spiritual energy, slaying foes beyond your rank becomes no longer extraordinary. So saying, Lin Chen drew a deep breath and began demonstrating the form's core principles and chi circulation method with deliberate precision. Lin Fei shed all levity, focusing with absolute intensity, mimicking each movement with earnest, careful imitation. Half an hour passed before Lin Chen ceased his demonstration. That concludes the essence of the first form. The rest lies in your own absorption and refinement within this chamber, he said, clapping Lin Fei's shoulder. How deeply you grasp it depends solely on your innate talent. Thank you, Brother Chen. I will strive without cease. Lin Fei nodded, fiercely, gratitude blazing in his eyes. After Lin Chen departed, Lin Fei spent the entire afternoon immersed in relentless, obsessive practice of Heaven and Earth Imprisonment. That evening, returning home, he shared the news with his parents. Their reaction surpassed even his own excitement. His father gripped his shoulders, hands visibly trembling. A celestial tier martial art. That's a celestial tier art. Xiao Fei, you must repay this debt to your classmate with lifelong loyalty. Such grace transcends wealth. Even our family's total fortune could never suffice. Don't worry, Mom, Dad. I will. Lin Fei clenched his fists, his gaze resolute, unwavering. From then on, Lin Fei devoted every waking moment outside class and meals to the cultivation chamber, relentlessly refining Heaven and Earth Imprisonment. Meanwhile, the lives of the other 2 quietly transformed. Upon returning from the trial, Lu Shui sought out her father that very night. Father, am I now qualified to study the family's secret martial art? Lu Shui's father, Patriarch Lu Yuanshan of the Lu clan, gazed upon his extraordinarily gifted daughter and nodded with quiet pride. Though the Celestial Tier Manual 9 Heavens Sword Manual remains incomplete, your Taiyin sacred body makes this the perfect moment to commence cultivation. Go forth. Minutes later, Lu Shui entered a long-sealed private chamber. At its center rested a stone pedestal, upon which lay an ancient tome radiating primordial aura. Its cover bore 4 bold flowing characters, 9 Heavens Sword Manual. Lu Shui did not leave. There within that hallowed silence, she commenced solitary, rigorous cultivation. As for Lin Chen, the catalyst of it all, his days grew unexpectedly tranquil. He rose, attended class, ate, slept, nothing more. He felt no urgency to advance further. His prior breakthrough had been too swift, leaving his foundations perilously thin. In his view, cultivation mirrored architecture. However lofty the tower, if its foundation lacked solidity, it remained mere rubble, vulnerable to the slightest wind. Mere cultivation, level unanchored by profound roots, was ultimately hollow. Time flowed serenely amid such disciplined stillness, until in the blink of an eye 1 month had passed. One morning, Lin Chen groaned inwardly upon rising. Has this damned system died? A full month, and not a single sign in quest. If it doesn't grant me some boons soon, those brats will overtake me. Just then a piercing assembly bell reverberated across the entire academy. Another morning assembly. In the center of the plaza, Principal Zhou Yuntian stood atop the dais, his gaze sweeping the assembled throng. It has been over a month since the semester began. In 15 days, the annual friendly martial exchange among the 4 great academies commences, a tradition for first-year students. Simultaneously, exchanges for second and third years will also take place. By custom, last year's first-year contest was hosted by Yunhai Academy. Thus, this year falls to our own Xingchen Academy to serve as host. The second-year competition will be held at Lanming Academy. As for the third years, they will travel to Tianfu Academy in Zhongdu to acclimate themselves to its scholarly atmosphere. Per tradition, each academy will field 4 elite prodigies per grade, representing their institution in solemn combat. So, brace yourselves, train relentlessly. You have precisely 15 days. At these words, the entire first-year cohort erupted, especially those confident in their prowess who clenched fists, flushed with eagerness, and cracked knuckles in readiness. This was their golden chance to etch their names into legend. In the days that followed, Xingchen Academy became a furnace of feverish cultivation. Lin Chen sensed his foundation had solidified sufficiently. It was time to move. Within just 1 week, he surged from martial artist 8th realm to martial master 1st realm. Feeling the renewed surge of spiritual energy swelling within his Dantian, Lin Chen felt no elation, only frustration. His gaze drifted inward toward the vast yawning expanse of his 10,000-fold Dantian, still cavernously empty. Filling this abyss completely, I'd likely need to reach Emperor tier cultivation just to begin. This damn system grants me a 10,000-fold Dantian, but leaves it barren. What a pointless half-baked gesture. Had it been filled with corresponding spiritual energy, I could withstand any cultivator below martial sovereign rank. Above that threshold, however, victory hinges not merely on chi volume, but on technique, art, weapon mastery, and countless intangible variables. Clearly my strength remains insufficient. Lin Chen sighed, and addressed the void itself with fierce mocking resolve. Hey, you system. Do you hear me? Dispatch a quest now? Boost my power. Give me more trump cards. Or when the exchange begins, if I'm humiliated beyond redemption, you'll share in that disgrace. Lin Chen idled away another day in his small villa. When he returned to his room at night, he began to curse. Damn system. Are you dead or something? It's been over 10 days. Not a single task in a whole 10 days. I've been working hard to consolidate my cultivation and am about to reach the point of stagnation. If you don't give me some benefits soon, when the academy competition comes and I get beaten out of my wits, you, as the system, will be fully responsible. However, no matter how much Lin Chen cursed, the cold mechanical voice seemed completely frozen without the Finally exhausted from cursing, Lin Chen gave up, sitting cross-legged on his bed, obediently meditating to continue consolidating his newly attained 1st level martial master realm. In these past 10 days, it wasn't just him who was making progress. Lu Shui, that girl, had been going all out since returning from her last training session, shutting herself in day and night. It was said that the incomplete heavenly ranked martial art from her family had already been cultivated to an inch. What no one knew was that her Taiyin sacred body had a set of skills called the Taiyin Heart Sutra built into her mind upon awakening, which Lu Shui had never mentioned to anyone, including her parents. Generally speaking, powerful physiques like sacred bodies and divine bodies would have corresponding techniques upon awakening, akin to a Bioneget 1 free deal, an official cheat. Take Lin Chen's pure yang divine body, for instance. Practicing those domineering and fierce martial skills could significantly amplify their power, as if made solely for combat. Lin Fei hadn't been idle either. After being enlightened by Lin Chen on the first move of the Annihilation Prison Finger, he became obsessed, spending every day in the training room, now grasping the threshold of entry. For this reason, he even specially invited his parents to dinner, bringing Lin Chen to his home. At the dining table, Lin Fei's parents looked at Lin Chen as if he were their own son, continuously serving him food, expressing their profound gratitude. Feeling uncomfortable, Lin Chen could only put on a mysterious facade, patting Lin Fei on the shoulder and saying, "Uncle and Auntie, there's no need to be so polite, it's just a small matter. After all, little Fei is my brother." The next few days, Lin Chen's life returned to its previous monotony. Every day was just training, and more training. One morning, Chen Yin was bragging at the podium for a long time, and Lin Chen felt drowsy. After class, Lin Fei sneaked over like a thief. Brother Chen, something good is happening tonight." "What good thing?" Lin Chen yawned, looking half asleep. "There's a large auction at the Gathering Treasure Chamber tonight. I heard there are a lot of good things inside." Lin Fei's eyes sparkled. "My parents gave me $1 billion. They said to take you along to see if there's anything you need, and just buy it directly." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's interest was piqued. "An auction house?" "Yes." Lin Fei nodded vigorously. "All right, let's go take a look tonight." Lin Chen grinned. "Perhaps I might find a bargain." Just as Lin Chen was chatting with Lin Fei, the long silent system finally spoke up in his mind. "Ding. The sign-in task has been refreshed. Please proceed to the Gathering Treasure Chamber for sign-in. This task has no additional conditions. Simply arrive at the Gathering Treasure Chamber to complete it. Task reward: heavenly ranked low-grade martial skill. Heaven's Will 4 Symbols Decision. Heaven's Will 4 Symbols Decision, consisting of 4 forms: Wind God Fury, Fire God Fury, Thunder God Fury, and Lightning God Fury. This martial skill comes from the world of demonic sword life and death chess, reinforced by this system, and its grade has been elevated to the heavenly rank. Lin Chen stared at the task notification, completely dumbfounded. The next second, he suddenly sprang up from his seat, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Damn! I struck it rich. I'm rich." This shout startled all the students in the class, who looked at him as if they were watching a fool. This guy, is he having another episode? Sigh, truly a case of heaven being jealous of talent. His strength is great, but unfortunately his brains looks like the pure yang divine body does have side effects. See, one has gone mad. Lin Chen didn't bother with the whispers of these mortals. He was immersed in immense joy. Heaven's Will 4 Symbols Decision. Heavenly ranked martial skill. He was excitedly roaring inside. That thing is incredibly powerful. Just the first move, Wind God Fury, can summon a gigantic figure capable of both offense and defense. Isn't that just like the legendary law of heaven and earth? Not bad. Not bad. Tonight no one can stop me from going to the Gathering Treasure Chamber. The rest of the day Lin Chen's mind was completely lost in thought, fixated on the auction happening that night. The Gathering Treasure Chamber truly deserves its name. It can actually offer heavenly ranked martial skills. With this trump card, what does the so-called high school exchange competition even mean? Isn't it just playing house for kids? Just one move of Wind God Fury will scare those little punks out of their wits. I wonder what the reward is for the first place in this competition. I guess we'll only know on the day of the competition. Forget it, no need to think about it. You all find out then. Time flew by as Lin Chen's mind wandered, and soon it was evening. Lin Fei drove his flashy floating sports car straight to Lin Chen's villa. The two got into the car and sped toward the Gathering Treasure Chamber. This was Lin Chen's first proper look at the night scenery of this world since he arrived. Neon lights flickered and traffic flowed. The level of prosperity was no less than that of Earth in his past life. Lin Chen gazed at the rapidly passing scenery outside the window, feeling a surge of emotion. In my last life, I was just a born workhorse living like a dog, always either at work or on the way to work. In this life, I must rise above others. I want to be a capitalist. I want to exploit those scummy weaklings who love to oppress the powerless. An hour later, the sports car slowly stopped in front of a magnificent building comparable to a palace. Lin Chen stepped out of the car, staring at the extravagant structure with his mouth agape. Are you sure this is a chamber of commerce? Isn't this some emperor's foot washing place? Brother Chen, this Gathering Treasure Chamber is said to be run by big shots from Zhongdu. Our Linghai City branch is just a franchise. Lin Fei explained beside him. Lin Chen nodded. If it was opened by the Zhongdu side, that made sense. After all, the world's geography was ridiculously vast. On the entire blue star, humans occupy only 1/3 of the territory, another third belongs to demon beasts, and the remaining third is forbidden lands, deep seas and glaciers, where even martial emperors dare not tread lightly. No one knew what terrifying ancient monsters had been born in those ghostly places after the revival of spiritual energy. As the two entered the gate as grand as a city gate, Lin Chen silently recited in his heart. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task at the Gathering Treasure Chamber. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly ranked low-grade martial skill. Heaven's Will 4 Symbols Decision. Perfect. Lin Chen felt a delightful sensation in his heart, as if he had downed a bottle of ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day, refreshing him from head to toe. The Heavenly Intent 4 Symbols Decision. Perfect. TSK Tisk, this system dad truly is a considerate little cotton-padded jacket. As he reveled in his thoughts, he followed Lin Fei inside, striding with an air of arrogance that seemed to dismiss all kinship. Brother Chen, what are you grinning about? Lin Fei looked at his expression as if he had picked up money with a puzzled face. It's nothing, just suddenly thought of something happy. Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder with a serious face, saying, Little Fei, stick with your brother in the future, and I guarantee you'll eat well and enjoy life with meat every day. Lin Fei rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he was already enjoying meat every day. Just as they entered the splendid auction hall, a hostess in a cheongsam with an alluring figure approached them, swaying her hips. Good evening, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? Lin Fei pulled out a black card from his pocket and handed it over, saying, Lin family from Lehigh City. Seeing the card, the hostess' smile brightened even more as she quickly bowed, saying, So you're a distinguished guest from the Lin family. Your seat has been prepared in a standard box on the second floor. This way, please. As she led the way, Lin Chen observed the more luxurious boxes ahead and pouted. So this place has different classes. Of course, Lin Fei explained in a low voice. This Gathering Treasure Association has a background that is unfathomable. Only small families or loose cultivators are allowed in the hall on the first floor. The standard boxes on the second floor are reserved for families with a bit of face in this city. As for the VIP boxes on the third floor, those are for the real big shots. It is said that even people from the city lord's mansion can only sit on the third floor. What about the fourth floor? Lin Chen pointed to the top floor, which looked imposing. The hostess revealed a hint of awe, saying, The fourth floor is the Tianzi box, a place only accessible to significant figures from Zhongdu. Just then a sarcastic voice rang out behind them. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just the little waste from the Lin family. What? You think you can come to a place like this? Lin Fei turned around to see Zhao Lei strutting over with his 3 lackeys, a haughty expression on his face. This guy had changed into a flashy white suit today, his hair slicked back, looking like a white boiled chicken that had just flown out of a chicken coop. Lin Fei's expression soured upon seeing him. Zhao Lei, clean up your mouth. What? Did I say something? Zhao Lei scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Chen. And you brought along a friend who looks like a loser out of nowhere. How embarrassing. Waiter, does your Gathering Treasure Association allow any riffraff to enter now? The hostess' face turned pale. Just as she wanted to explain, Zhao lay through a golden card in front of her. Look closely, Zhao Group, 3rd floor VIP box. Don't let these unworthy things taint my eyes. The hostess trembled at the sight of the gold card and quickly bowed, saying, Yes, young master Zhao, I will arrange it for you immediately. Lin Chen understood that this brat had come specifically to show off. He stepped forward, blocking Lin Fei behind him, and after clearing his throat, he grinned at Zhao Lei. Are you sick? Did you forget to take your medicine before stepping out? Or did you grow up lacking calcium and love, and now you're missing something down there? This vulgar remark left everyone around them in stunned silence. Zhao Lei's face turned beet red as he pointed at Lin Chen, trembling with anger. You. What the hell did you just say? I said your mother was a whore. Lin Chen leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a volume only the two could hear, saying, If you keep buzzing around like a fly in front of me, I swear I'll knock the shit out of you and smear it on your face so you can taste what pure essence is like. This vivid imagery made Zhao Lei's stomach churn, nearly causing him to vomit on the spot. He wanted to explode, but realizing they were in the Gathering Treasure Association, he felt a bit threatened and could only leave with a harsh remark. You. Just wait for me. After saying that, he left with his lackeys sulking as he went up to the 3rd floor. The commotion on Lin Chen's side ended, and soon some more people entered, among them Lu Shui and Shen Yu. They spotted Lin Chen, and Lu Shui nodded at him. Lin Chen walked over and said, Miss Lu, do you want to join us? Lu Shui replied, We have our own box, so no need. Then they headed toward the 3rd floor. Lin Chen thought, does this girl's family have a mind? How come she can go to the 3rd floor? Not wanting to bother with Lu Shui anymore, he walked back toward Lin Fei. Brother Chen, awesome. Lin Fei exclaimed behind him, giving Lin Chen a thumbs up. Just a small scene. Lin Chen waved his hand as he followed the hostess into the box on the 2nd floor. The box was small, but offered a great view directly facing the auction stage below. Soon the auction officially began. A charming middle-aged woman walked onto the stage, smiling as she addressed the audience. Welcome to the Gathering Treasure Association's auction. I am the auctioneer Su Qing. Without further ado, let's get straight to the first item up for bid. A few staff members brought up a tray covered with red cloth. Su Qing lifted the cloth, revealing a long sword glimmering with a cold light. A low-grade Shantir treasure, the flowing light sword. Cuts through iron like mud and can slice hair. Starting price, 5 million. Each increment must be no less than 500,000. 6 million. 7 million. The loose cultivators and children from small families in the hall below immediately got excited, bidding fervently. Lin Chen, however, watched while yawning, having no interest in this item at all. Soon the first few items were successfully auctioned off. At that moment, a mysterious smile appeared on Su Qing's face. The next item is a bit special. She gestured for the staff to bring up a rusty iron box. This box was obtained by our association from an ancient relic. Its material is unknown, and it is indestructible. We have tried various methods, but could not open it. However, according to the appraiser's speculation, there is likely an extraordinary treasure hidden inside. Starting price, 10 million. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. Now let the bidding begin. As the words left her mouth, the audience erupted in an uproar. What? A box that can't be opened is worth 10 million. Has the Gathering Treasure Association gone mad with money? Isn't this gambling? Whoever buys it is an idiot. The entire hall buzzed with discussions, yet not a single person made a bid. Su Qing's face also showed a hint of embarrassment, and she was about to announce a failed auction when a lazy voice came from a box on the 2nd floor. 1,100,000. The bidder was none other than Lin Chen. He didn't know why, but upon seeing the box for the first time, the system had unexpectedly provided a prompt. Detected ancient dragon god's blood. It is recommended that the host bid at all costs. Taking the dragon god's blood can awaken the ancestral dragon body, which inherently suppresses the strength of beast-type creatures, and practicing dragon attributes techniques will yield twice the result with half the effort. Dragon god's blood, and a chance to awaken the ancestral dragon body. This is a huge fortune. Just hearing that name is incredibly impressive. So Lin Chen bid without a second thought. A distinguished guest from the 2nd floor bids 1,100,000. Is there any higher bid? Su Qing's eyes sparkled. Even bidding for a broken box, what a naive poor wretch. From the 3rd floor, Zhao Lei's box emitted a disdainful snort. I bid 20 million. He simply wanted to irritate Lin Chen. Lin Chen chuckled. This brat really wouldn't go away. 30 million. He responded without hesitation. Zhao Lei's voice now carried a hint of anger. In the box, Lin Fei was sweating nervously. Brother Chen, don't be impulsive. This is just a broken iron box. It's not worth that price. My dad gave me 100 million. It wouldn't be worth it to spend it all. It's fine, I have money, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. 100 million. Lin Chen bid again, his voice still as calm as if he were buying cabbage at a market. The entire auction house fell silent. 100 million. Just for a box that can't be opened. Is this person insane? Zhao Lei's expression also turned extremely ugly. He never expected Lin Chen to be so wealthy and willing to spend so much. He gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, 150 million. He couldn't believe that this poor wretch could keep up. But the next moment Lin Chen's lazy voice rang out again. 300 million. Zhao Lei almost choked, nearly having a heart attack right there. 300 million. Damn it, that was already half of what he had brought this time. Just for a broken box. Even as the heir of the Zhao group, he couldn't be this wasteful. What? Not bidding anymore. Lin Chen's voice carried a hint of mockery. If you don't have money, don't come out and show off. Didn't your mother teach you? Zhao Lei was so furious he could explode, slamming his fist on the table in front of him. 300 once. 300 twice. Su Qing on stage was equally excited, her face flushed and her voice trembling. 300. 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the distinguished guest on the second floor for winning this mysterious treasure box. With her final hammer strike, the entire auction house erupted. What the hell? Who is this person? So extravagant. 300 million for a broken box without even blinking. Which rich family's young master is out here experiencing life? Could it be a significant figure from Zhongdu? Various speculations and discussions erupted, everyone eager to learn about the identity of this mysterious guest from the second floor. Soon the staff delivered the rusty iron box to Lin Chen's box. Lin Chen casually pulled out the black card given by the system, charged 300 million, and began to play with the box in his hands. Lin Fei watched with bated breath. Brother Chen, can you really open this thing? No problem, Lin Chen replied, infusing a trace of spiritual energy into the box. The next second, to their astonishment, the seemingly indestructible iron box suddenly cracked open with a kacha sound, revealing a seam. As the seam appeared, an ancient and terrifying dragon might instantly surged out from within the box. Under this pressure, Lin Fei found it hard to breathe, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his face turning pale. Lin Chen quickly wrapped the dragon's might in spiritual energy, which eased Lin Fei's discomfort. He opened the box to find a drop of blood the size of a pigeon egg radiating with a 7-colored glow. The blood seemed almost alive, gently flowing within the box, with every pulse resonating with the heavens and earth. What the hell is this? Lin Fei stared at the wondrous drop of blood, speechless. A good thing, Lin Chen grinned, storing the box in his system space. With this he would possess a pure yang body. If he could awaken the ancestral dragon body, that would be 2 divine-level physiques. Then he would truly soar, even dogs passing by would want to slap him. The auction continued, and while the subsequent items were decent, Lin Chen had lost interest. His mind was solely focused on that drop of dragon god's blood. Meanwhile, in Zhao Lei's box, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Young master, are we just going to let him take the— One of the lackeys asked unwillingly. What else? Zhao Lei's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. That brat must have stumbled upon some lucky fortune to be so wealthy. But it's final. Once we step out of this door, Lehigh City is my territory. I want to see if he has the ability to take away that 300 million treasure. After the auction ended, just as Lin Chen and Lin Fei stepped out of the Gathering Treasure Association's door, several shadows flashed out from the darkness surrounding them. Leading them was Zhao Lei's face, gloomy. Kid, there's a path to heaven that you refuse to take, yet you barred. Zhao Lei looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with resentment and greed. Hand over that box, and then kneel down to give me 3 kowtows. I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Lin Chen looked at these guys, none of whom were beyond the 5th level of martial artists, and chuckled. You guys think you can rob my things just because you're a bunch of misfits? He turned to Lin Fei and said, Little Fei, it's your turn. Oh, let me see the results of your recent training. Lin Fei replied, Got it, Brother Chen. Lin Chen looked at these individuals who were at best 5th level martial artists and couldn't help but chuckle. You lot with your crooked appearances think you can snatch my things. He turned to Lin Fei, raised his chin toward Zhao Lei and his lackeys, and lazily said, Xiao Fei, the warm-up exercises have begun. Go and clear out these trash, don't let them pollute the air here. All right, Chen, go. Lin Fei had been holding in a belly full of anger. Hearing this, he was overjoyed, took a step forward, protected Lin Chen behind him, and clenched his fists, making the joints crack. Zhao Lei, watching the two of them act as if he didn't exist, was so furious that he nearly suffered a stroke. Lin Fei, what the hell do you think you are? A waste dares to shout in front of me. Zhao Lei pointed at Lin Fei's nose and cursed loudly. Do you think that with just the 2 of you can escape from me today? Lin Fei mimicked Lin Chen, digging in his ear, glancing at him sideways with a face full of disdain, and said, Zhao Lei, not to put you down, but with your narrow-mindedness you probably won't achieve much in this lifetime. Besides, do you really think you have us under control today? My family's strength is on par with yours. If it comes to a fight, are you sure you can handle it? Ha ha ha. Zhao Lei burst into a wild laugh as if he had heard the biggest joke, pointing at Lin Fei. You're not wrong, our families are indeed similar in strength. But have you forgotten this is the alley, not your home? Even if I beat you both to a pulp, who would know it was me? Capturing you two wastes is easy as pie. After saying this, his smile instantly turned sinister, and he waved his hand to the 3 lackeys behind him, shouting sharply, "Go! Beat him to a pulp. Killing him is fine too. If anything goes wrong, he'll take all the blame." Yes, the 3 lackeys had long been itching for a fight. Hearing this, they grinned wickedly and surrounded Lin Fei in a triangular formation. These 3 guys were all second-year students from the Star Academy, usually following Zhao Lei around, abusing their power and relying on the Zhao family's resources. They had only managed to reach the 8th level of martial disciples. They hadn't taken Lin Fei, a mere first-year newcomer, seriously at all. In their eyes, what strength could a kid who just joined school a little over a month have? Kid, next life, pay more attention when you reincarnate. The leading lackey sneered, throwing a punch that sliced through the air, aiming directly at Lin Fei's face. The other 2 also attacked simultaneously from both flanks, cutting off all of Lin Fei's escape routes. Lin Fei stood his ground, watching the glaring gaps in their attacks, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Is that all? He was so lazy that he didn't even bother to dodge, only moving at the last moment when the 3 fists were about to hit him. Get lost. Lin Fei let out a low shout, and a surge of spiritual energy far denser and purer than the 3's erupted from him, like a volcanic explosion. First-level martial artist. He stepped forward, advancing rather than retreating, crashing directly into the arms of the leading lackey with a simple mountain-pressing move. Bang! The sinister smile on the lackey's face instantly froze, as if he had been hit heat-in by a raging bull, his eyes nearly bulging out. With a shriek, he was sent flying over 10 meters away, crashing to the ground and twitching like a dead dog before losing consciousness. The other 2 lackeys witnessing this scene were so frightened that their souls nearly left their bodies. They tried to withdraw, but it was already too late. Mountainside palm. Lin Fei didn't even look at them, countering with 2 palms that landed squarely on the chests of the 2. Crack! Crack! With 2 crisp sounds of bones breaking, accompanied by the screams akin to slaughtered pigs, the remaining 2 lackeys met the same fate as their companion, flying back like kites, with severed strings crashing into the wall, foaming at the mouth, and completely losing their fighting capability. The entire process was fluid and clean, taking less than 3 seconds. Zhao Lei's sinister smile was frozen in place. He stared blankly at his fallen subordinates, then glanced at Lin Fei, who stood there without a single wrinkle in his clothes, his mind a blank. What the hell is going on? 3 8th-level martial disciples. Though it's difficult to defeat a first-level martial artist, it shouldn't be possible to be taken out in one move, right? And we got instant killed in a 3-0 situation? What kind of international joke is this? The lackey, whose chest bones were crushed, lay on the ground, spitting blood while cursing internally. Damn you, Zhao Lei. You idiot. Are you a pig? He's a martial artist. First-level martial artist. Do you have any idea how vast the gap is between a martial disciple and a martial artist? And you told us to go. It's no wonder a brainless waste like you gets used as a pawn. Didn't you see that handsome guy beside Lin Fei standing there calm and composed like he was watching a show? If he didn't have some confidence, he would have run away ages ago. Would he have any time to chat with you brainless idiots? Zhao Xiao. Another lackey struggled to get up, his voice trembling. We're no match for him. Waste. You really are a bunch of wastes. Zhao Lei snapped back to reality, furiously cursing. 3 of you. And you can't take down a newcomer. What use do I have in raising you? He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock, his gaze locked onto Lin Fei, his expression dark enough to drip water. Unexpectedly, this waste has also broken through to become a martial artist. He slowly took off his suit jacket and casually tossed it aside, beginning to stretch his wrists. But you don't think that with your first-level martial artist trash strength you can compete with me, do you, eh? As soon as he finished speaking, a far more powerful and domineering aura erupted explosively from Zhao Lei. 5th-level martial master. Kid, today I'm going to let you see what a real power gap looks like. Zhao Lei sneered, suddenly pushing off the ground. His body shot out like a cannonball, aiming a punch directly at Lin Fei's chest. Lin Fei's expression changed instantly to one of seriousness. He could feel the thickness of the opponent's spiritual energy, far exceeding his own. He didn't dare to be careless and met the punch with one of his own. Bang! The 2 fists collided, producing a dull sound. A tremendous force surged from the opponent's fist, causing Lin Fei to feel his arm go numb, and he uncontrollably stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before barely stabilizing himself. But Zhao Lei remained completely unmoved. Waste. With this little strength you dare to fight me? Zhao Lei scoffed disdainfully, not letting up, and charged forward again. In an instant, the alley was filled with the sound of whistling fists and continuous dull thuds. Zhao Lei, relying on his 4 small realm advantage, completely overpowered Lin Fei, each punch heavy and powerful, forcing Lin Fei to block awkwardly and retreat, unable to fight back at all. Mountainside palm. The two struck each other again, and Lin Fei was directly blasted away, over 10 meters, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Zhao Lei looked at the disheveled Lin Fei, his expression filled with delight. With your kind of trash, you dare to snatch things from me. You dare to act tough in front of me. Today I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Saying this, he once again gathered all his spiritual energy, forming an even more solid and massive spiritual palm in front of him. Die for me, Zhao Lei bellowed, and the giant palm with the force of a tsunami slammed down toward. Looking at the terrifying attack coming towards him, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He no longer hesitated and glanced back at Lin Shun, who was standing at the alley's entrance. Lin Chen smiled slightly at him and nodded. This nod instantly filled Lin Fei with confidence. He suddenly raised his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the increasingly closer giant spiritual palm, and a strange smile crept across his face. Zhao idiot, today let me show you what true martial arts look like. As he finished speaking, the spiritual energy within Lin Fei erupted wildly, without reservation. He brought his fingers together, pointing to the sky, using all his strength to shout out the line he had practiced countless times, an overly dramatic line. Silencing heaven's finger, first finger. Imprison heaven and earth. In an instant the clouds shifted. Above the entire alley, all the light seemed to be drawn away, plunging into darkness. An indescribable, ancient, and vast aura of terror descended from the sky, enveloping the entire area. Zhao Lei's sneer froze instantly. He looked up in terror, only to see a giant finger formed from pure spiritual energy, and at least 10 times larger than his mountainside palm, slowly emerging from the clouds. That finger was covered in mysterious runes, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed capable of imprisoning heaven and earth, annihilating all things. No. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Zhao Lei was so frightened by the world-destroying pressure that he nearly collapsed, his legs giving way as he almost knelt on the ground. He pointed at the sky, incoherently screaming, "How can your Lin family possibly possess such powerful martial arts? It's impossible. This is an illusion. It must be an illusion." He was completely panicked, forgetting to resist, only able to watch as that finger of death, like divine punishment, slowly yet unyieldingly pressed down. Boom! Zhao Lei's proud mountainside palm was as fragile as paper in front of the giant finger, instantly crushed to pieces. Following this, the giant finger continued unabated, crashing solidly onto Zhao Lei's body. A tremendous explosion erupted. Zhao Lei didn't even have time to scream before he was struck by an invisible mountain, heat and blood spraying from his mouth, his body flying back dozens of meters, crashing heavily against the wall at the end of the alley, and then slowly sliding down, losing consciousness. Lin Fei also didn't go for the kill. After all, if he truly killed Zhao Lei here, it would bring considerable trouble to his family. After sorting everything out, a wave of intense weakness surged over him. That last finger had nearly drained all the spiritual energy from his body. He forced himself to walk in front of Lin Shun, grinning widely, his face full of expectation for praise. "Chen Guai, I didn't let you down, right? Not bad, it's considered satisfactory. Let's go, that's enough for today." After saying this, he put his hands in his pockets, whistling, and took the lead out of the alley. Lin Fei looked at his back, nodded vigorously, hurriedly followed, and the two walked towards the parking area, leaving behind a scene of devastation and several unlucky souls who were uncertain of their fate. After Lin Shun and Lin Fei left, the alley was in disarray. Over an hour later, Zhao Lei slowly regained consciousness, his once handsome face now swollen like a pig's head. Hiss! It hurts like hell. He shook his head, feeling as if the entire world was spinning around him. The three lackeys gradually woke up as well, each of them with bruised faces, groaning on the ground. How could that useless Lin Fei have such powerful martial skills? Zhao Lei struggled to get up, replaying Lin Fei's performance in his mind. That was definitely not a martial skill accessible to heirs like them. Looks like I need to investigate this thoroughly. He took a deep breath, a hint of ruthlessness flashing across his face. Starting tomorrow, I have to go to the academy. I haven't been there since the semester began. I wonder who that useless person's companion is who could actually walk alongside Lin Fei. They must be a first-year student. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth and said, "I must find out more at the academy tomorrow. I have to get my revenge." After saying that, he took out his phone and dialed the number. "Uncle Lee, please come pick me up by the alley next to the gathering." A steady voice came from the other end of the line. "All right, young master." Meanwhile, Lin Shun was being taken back to the villa by Lin Fei. "Chen Go, I need to tell my parents about what happened today. The Zhao family probably won't let this go easily." Lin Fei's face was also serious. "No worries, let them come. If trouble finds us, I won't hesitate to help your Lin family eliminate this threat completely," Lin Shun said, patting his shoulder nonchalantly. Lin Fei was taken aback, feeling a surge of warmth throughout his body. "Thank you, Chen Go." He knew Lin Chen's words were not mere platitudes. He truly had the strength. Gratefully, Lin Fei glanced at Lin Chen before driving home to report the situation to his parents, preparing them for the Zhao family's retaliation. Lin Chen, however, didn't care about such matters. To him, as long as that idiot didn't come looking for trouble, everything would be fine. If they did come, he wouldn't mind taking action to eliminate that fool. Upon returning to his bedroom, Lin Chen eagerly took out the rusty iron box from the system space. He looked at the drop of colorful essence blood inside the box, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Ancestral Dragon Divine Body. This time I'm going to take a gamble and see if I can successfully awaken it. He took a deep breath, concentrated, and directly consumed the drop of Dragon God's essence blood. System, begin using the Dragon God's essence blood. Ding. The process of fusion with the essence blood for the host is starting now, and it will take 1 hour. This process might be a bit intense, so please prepare yourself. What intense? Damn it. Just as Lin Shan was about to curse the system, a pain that penetrated to the bone swept through his entire body. The pain felt as if millions of steel needles were simultaneously piercing his marrow, as though his entire body was engulfed in flames and then frozen in ice. His face contorted in agony, veins bulging, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. Damn system. Is this what you call intense? This is pure hell. Lin Shan could no longer contain himself, entering a cursing mode that insulted the entire lineage of the system. However, the system continued to execute its program as if it hadn't heard a thing. For a full hour, Lin Shan rolled on the ground, enduring pain and cursing. Is this what you call intense? This is way overboard. Lin Shan gasped for breath, feeling as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing the essence blood of the Divine Dragon, gaining the second Divine Body, Ancestral Dragon Divine Body. Awakening the Ancestral Dragon Divine Body enhances the cultivation of dragon-type techniques and martial skills significantly, providing a natural suppression against beastly creatures. The system's cold voice resounded again. Is it done? Lin Shan slowly got up from the ground, feeling the abundant power within him and the ancient pressure emanating from his bloodline. He dashed out of the villa, stood in the yard, and let out a thunderous laugh. I have 2 divine bodies, pure young divine body, Ancestral Dragon Divine Body. Who else? Another round of wild laughter nearly woke up the neighboring residents. After laughing enough, Lin Shan concentrated and said, Dog system, open my personal panel and take a look. A blue screen visible only to him instantly unfolded before his eyes. Host Lin Shan, Realm Martial Master, First Layer Physique, Pure Yang Divine Body, Ancestral Dragon Divine Body Technique, Heaven Devouring Technique, Emperor Level Martial Skills, Mountain Shaking Palm, Yellow Rank Perfect Completed, Silent Prison Finger, Heaven Rank Perfect Completed, Heavenly Intent 4 Symbols Decision, Holy Rank Low Grade Completed, Passive 10,000 times. Chi Lin Shan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the Martial Master First Layer displayed. Looks like it's time to take out the last few spirit stones. I'll absorb them all tonight and see what realm I can break. He took out the remaining 7 mid-grade spirit stones, sat cross-legged, and began to operate the Heaven Devouring Technique frantically. The surrounding spiritual energy, along with the energy from the 7 spirit stones, surged into his body as if they had found a release. A night passed without incident. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Shan slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The 7 mid-grade spirit stones beside him had turned to gray-white powder, dissipating in the wind. Feeling the surging power within him, Lin Shan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Martial Master 6th Layer. 7 mid-grade spirit stones actually allowed me to break through 6 small realms. I stand up, feeling the abundant strength throughout my body, and cannot help but exclaim, it seems that the resources needed for the later stages are massive. Relying on my own resources is still too slow. I need to think of a way to gather some more resources. He freshened up and prepared to head to the academy. As soon as he walked into the classroom, Lin Fei rushed over. Chen Gu, you need to be careful of Zhao Leia. He's coming to the academy today. Lin Fei's face displayed anger. Last night, I told my father about the situation, and this morning the Zhao family started making moves against our Lin family's business. He changed his tone, speaking with a hint of pride. But don't worry, Chen Gu, our Lin family isn't that easy. Last night my father was already prepared, and this time we will make sure the Zhao family disappears completely from Linhai City. Lin Shan nodded, his expression unchanged, and simply said, if you need my help, just let me know anytime. Sure thing. Lin Fei chuckled, patting Lin Shan's shoulder. Just then the homeroom teacher Chen Yin walked in. All right, class, we won't be going through anything today. You can arrange your time as you see fit. I wonder who will be on the list. Does it even need to be thought about? A classmate curled his lip and whispered, the first person I definitely know aside from that dim-witted Lin Shan. I can't think of anyone else who could be first. Another classmate chimed in, that guy may seem silly, but his strength is the strongest among the first years. I doubt even many second years can match him, except for a few from the third year who are at a higher realm. They probably wouldn't stand a chance. Lin Chen listened to his classmates, but didn't mind. The strong never care about others gossiping about them. What he was thinking about now was what rewards this competition would offer. Damn it, I'm in desperate need of resources right now. I hope the reward is spirit stones. Lin Chen calculated in his heart. In the classroom of Class 3 Grade 1, everything seemed so peaceful and serene. Lin Chen lay on the desk, physically present in the classroom, but his mind had long since drifted elsewhere. However, in stark contrast to the tranquil days of Class 3, the atmosphere in Class 1 Grade 2 was nearly explosive with tension. Zhao Lei, sporting two still swollen black eyes, sat in his seat, with a sullen expression emanating an aura of displeasure all around him. Last night he had just been knocked down by that useless Lin Fei with an unknown and strange martial technique, and this morning he heard a piece of news that nearly caused him to have a brain hemorrhage. At that moment his lackey, who had been sent out to gather information, scrambled back in a panic. Zhao, I found out. Zhao Lei abruptly raised his head, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes as he grabbed the lackey by the collar and gritted his teeth, demanding, "Speak. What is the background of that scum following Lin Fei?" The lackey, terrified, trembled all over and stammered, "That hat guy is called Lin Chen from Class 3 Grade 1. I asked around, and he was brought back by the principal directly from an orphanage. I heard he is also a rare pure young divine body." What a... Zhao Lei's hand trembled, almost choking the lackey to death on the spot. Pure young divine body. Those four words exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. He had heard of such a physique before, a legendary existence only found in ancient texts. The cultivation speed was 100 times that of ordinary people, impervious to all methods. Is there more? Zhao Lei's voice trembled. There's more. The lackey swallowed hard and continued tremblingly. I found out that during the last beast trial, Lin Chen also used a similar martial technique to the one Lin Fei used last night. But the move he executed was at least 10 times more powerful than Lin Fei's. With a single strike he took down a 4th-tier black-scaled python. Boom. Zhao Lei's mind completely exploded, leaving him in a daze. He released his grip and collapsed into his chair, utterly numb. No wonder that useless Lin Fei could unleash such terrifying martial techniques. It turned out to be taught by that freak Lin Chen. How the hell are we supposed to compete? Although the Zhao family is considered a prominent family in Linhai City, compared to a monster with a pure young divine body and the ability to casually wield heavenly ranked martial techniques, we are nothing. Even if the family's martial spirit level elder were to step in, they might not be able to match him, let alone the fact that this guy was personally brought back by the principal. If he were to be angered and go complain to the principal, the Zhao family would be expelled from Linhai City by tomorrow. Although Zhao Lei was a playboy, he wasn't stupid. He was well aware that the principal's strength was beyond what a small family like his could fathom. Thinking of this, he shivered, losing all thoughts of revenge, leaving only endless fear. Without a word, he rushed out of the classroom, hiding in a corner of the corridor, trembling as he dialed his father's number. "Hello? You little brat, what trouble have you gotten into now?" A stern voice came from the other end of the line. "Dad, something big has happened." Zhao Lei explained the news he had learned from the academy in detail. There was silence on the other end of the line. After a full half-minute of silence, his father's grave voice slowly came through. "You need to go tell Lin Fei immediately. Tell him that in this business war our Zhao family won't resort to any underhanded tactics. We'll rely solely on our own abilities to fight it out. Whoever loses will automatically leave Linhai City. We'll use this business war to decide the fate of our two families." Huh? Zhao Lei was stunned. What the hell? His father angrily cursed, "Are you out of your mind? A pure young divine body and personally brought back by the principal. Is this someone we can afford to provoke? Not just in Linhai City, even if he went to Zhongdu, a genius of this caliber is a treasure that top-tier forces would fight over. You better remember this. From now on, stay far away from that guy called Lin Chen. Don't even think about looking for trouble with him. Oh, just looking at him more than once, I'll break your legs. Do you think Lin Fei didn't kill you last time? He showed mercy. If Lin Chen were to make a move, you'd already be 6 feet under." Zhao Lei was scolded, thoroughly, cold sweat pouring down him. He knew his father was right. If it hadn't been for a slight miscalculation at the last moment during that previous encounter with Lin Fei, he would already be a corpse. I understand, Dad. I'll go find Lin Fei now. Be careful and don't get into more trouble." After hanging up, Zhao Lei let out a long breath, feeling as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. He returned to the classroom and instructed his lackeys, "You all go to Class 3 Grade 1 and tell Lin Fei I'm looking for him. Tell him to wait for me at the school gate after school. I have something important to discuss with him." "Yes, Xiao. We'll go right now." In the classroom of Class 3 Grade 1, Lin Chen lay on the desk, gazing unabashedly at Lu Shui nearby, as if admiring a piece of art. Today Lu Shui wore a light purple dress that accentuated her already exquisite figure, exuding an aura of elegance and coldness. Tisk, that face, that figure, those long legs. Absolutely stunning. Lin Chen whistled inwardly. If only I could pin this girl down in bed. Hee hee. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he discreetly blew a kiss in Lu Shue's direction. Lu Shue, who was studying intently, seemed to sense something, and turned around abruptly, locking eyes with Lin Chen's lewd gaze and gesture. Her cheeks flushed bright red, a mix of embarrassment and anger, and she quickly turned away, cursing Lin Chen. That bastard. A lecher. Always looking at beautiful girls instead of studying. What a shameless pervert. Just then Zhao Lei's lackey arrived at the entrance of class 3 shouting, Lin Fei. Zhao Xiao asked me to deliver a message. He said he has something to discuss with you after school, and to wait for him at the school gate. Lin Fei was taken aback, then waved his hand. Got it, let him wait. After the lackey left, Lin Chen leaned over with a grin. What's up? Is that idiot looking for trouble again? As long as you want to take him down today, I'll personally ensure he meets a mysterious end, and while I'm at it, I'll take care of his Zhao family too. Lin Fei was amused by his crude remarks, and quickly waved his hands. No need, Chen go. I'll see what that guy wants to say this afternoon first. Alright, suit yourself. Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly, just as the dog system's annoying voice rang. Ding. The sign-in task has been refreshed. Please host give Zhao Lei a good lesson at the school gate to complete. Task reward heavenly tier lower grade martial technique cold ice dragon flight. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Cold ice dragon flight. This name sounds familiar. He slapped his thigh, suddenly remembering. Isn't this the cold ice dragon flight from Do Pi used by that old man Hai Bo Dong? Damn, dog system, you really know how to steal. Just changing the name and claiming it as your own. Do you even have any shame? Lin Chen complained wildly in his mind. Cold ice dragon flight. This martial technique's damage is determined by the user's spiritual energy. Once unleashed, 9 icy menacing crystal dragons will descend from the sky to attack the opponent. Its power is unparalleled. Lin Chen looked at the description of the martial technique, nearly drooling. Not bad, this skill is simply Isn't this a dragon-type martial technique? If I activate my ancestral dragon divine body, and then use this move the power. Tisk, I dare not even imagine. This martial technique is also suitable for those with Innate physiques, or those who cultivate water or ice attributes. Although its power isn't as great as when I activate my ancestral dragon divine body, it's still significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Lin Chen stroked his chin and chuckled. Looks like Zhao Lei isn't completely useless, at least he delivered it. Alright, in gratitude, I'll only beat you half to death this afternoon, leaving you a dog's life. Time quickly passed to noon, the hour for lunch. Lin Chen stretched lazily, stood up from his seat, and strolled over to Lu Shue's desk, tapping on it with his hand, flashing a smile he thought was charming. Hey beautiful, how about a meal together? Let's go to that new restaurant outside the school. The surrounding boys shot him deadly glares upon hearing his words. This guy, here he comes again. Lu Shue didn't even lift her head, her voice cold, as if it were laced with ice. No, I need to go train later. Train? Lin Chen scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. With your so-called skills, no matter how much you train, you won't improve. Are you trying to fly? You. Lu Shue suddenly raised her head, her cold eyes igniting with anger. This guy really knew how to infuriate her. What does he mean by so-called skills? I am a martial master at the 7th level. Who in the class can match me aside from him, the freak? Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? Lu Shue's chest heaved with anger. Don't be mad. Seeing that she was genuinely angry, Lin Chen immediately put on a playful grin. Join me for a meal, and if I'm in a good mood, I might just teach you that martial art from yesterday. Upon hearing this, the entire classroom fell silent. All the students, eavesdropping, widened their eyes. What the hell? A heavenly grade martial technique. Is he really going to teach it? Lu Shue was taken aback, then suspiciously looked at him, showing she had learned from experience. Then teach me first. Just talking without action, how do I know you're not just bragging? Hey, you little sly one, getting clever now, huh? Lin Chen thought to himself, but outwardly acted nonchalant. Teaching you is no problem. Let's eat first, after which I'll teach you this afternoon. Lu Shue was completely stunned by his words, her voice trembling slightly. Are you serious? That level of martial technique is truly a rare find. Are you really willing to teach me? It's just a broken martial technique. What's so precious about it? Lin Chen dug in his ear, wearing a look of someone who found it obvious. Besides, you are one of the candidates for my future wife. Investing in you now will save me from embarrassment later if you become too weak. You pervert. Lu Shue's pretty face flushed red, realizing she couldn't argue against this guy who had a thicker skin than a city wall. She gritted her teeth, stood up, and silently walked towards the classroom exit. Hey Lu Daybody, didn't you say you weren't going to eat? Where are you going? Lin Chen called from behind. Lu Shue's annoyed voice came from ahead. You said to eat, right? Are you not going? Alright. Lin Chen chuckled, and quickly followed, looking like a weasel that had stolen a chicken. Lin Fei watched the two leave, wisely choosing not to follow. It was obvious they were going on a date. Why would he want to be the third wheel? Soon they arrived at the entrance of a restaurant decorated in an ancient, elegant style. Let's go here, their beef looks pretty good. Let's go in and try it. Lin Chen pointed to the sign. Lu Xuan nodded and they entered one after the other. They found a spot by the window and spent over an hour eating. At first Lu Xuan maintained her icy demeanor, but before long Lin Chen's flirtatious remarks and risque jokes had her giggling uncontrollably, nearly bringing her to tears. The surrounding diners stared at this scene, their eyes nearly popping out. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen paid gracefully and the two exited the restaurant. Didn't you say you'd teach me? Lu Xue's cheeks were slightly flushed, making her look particularly charming. Let's go to the designated training room, it's quiet there. Lu Xue obediently nodded and followed Lin Chen. They opened an empty training room and walked in. This martial technique of mine is called Silent Prison Finger, and it has a total of 3 moves. Lin Chen closed the door, his expression becoming serious. For once today, I'll teach you all 3 moves. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune. He paused, then adopted a sly salesman's grin. But I must say up front, if you want to consult me again in the future, you'll have to offer some benefits. What benefits? Lu Xue instinctively asked. You'll find out later. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, not elaborating further. He took a deep breath and began to demonstrate the essence of the 3 moves of Silent Prison Finger in the training room. The overwhelming techniques and profound methods left Lu Xue spellbound. She quickly gathered her focus and began to learn attentively. Truly, a person with a holy body is a genuine genius. Lin Chen had only practiced a few times when Lu Xue had already memorized the moves and methods quite well. Although still a bit awkward, she was getting the hang of it. Her learning speed was more than 10 times faster than Lin Fei, that fool. A few hours quickly passed. Lin Chen stopped looking at Lu Xue, who was drenched in sweat, her clothes clinging to her body, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Cough, let's call it a day for now. He forcibly turned his gaze away, clearing his throat. You've remembered the moves. The rest is up to your practice. It's almost time for school to end. Let's head out first. Wait for me. Ooh, I need to freshen up. Lu Xue wiped the sweat off her forehead, feeling sticky all over, which was indeed uncomfortable. Then go ahead. Lin Chen pointed to the training room's attached bathroom. If you just walk out like this, others will think you lecture. Always acting inappropriate. Lu Xue's pretty face turned red as she spat and turned to enter the bathroom. Soon the sound of running water could be heard. Lin Chen sat on the mat listening to the tantalizing sound of water, feeling as if countless cat claws were scratching at his heart. What the hell, who can withstand this? Images of all sorts flashed through his mind, making his breath heavy. If I were any more depraved, I would charge in now and take this girl right here. Damn, this is torture. Lin Chen suddenly jumped up from the mat, feeling that if he stayed any longer, his primal instincts would take over. He shouted towards the bathroom, take your time washing up, or I'm heading out first. I still need to find Lin Fei. Then go ahead. Lu Xue's voice came through the door, laced with a hint of steam, sounding particularly alluring. Lin Chen shivered, not daring to stay another second, threw open the door and dashed out, as if he were being chased by a ghost. He ran frantically and directly burst into the classroom, grabbing Lin Fei and pulling him up. Let's go. Let's see what that idiot is up to at the school gate. All right. Lin Fei, confused, but still followed him towards the school gate. At this moment at the school gate, Zhao Lei had been waiting there for a while, his face darkened, as if water could drip from it. Seeing Lin Fei and Lin Chen approaching, he suppressed his anger and coldly said, Lin Fei, regarding the business war between our families, let's not engage in any underhanded tactics. Let's rely solely on our abilities. If you lose, you'll leave Linhai City. Do you dare? Before Lin Fei could respond, a shadow suddenly flashed, and in the next second Lin Chen appeared before Zhao Lei like a ghost, one hand gripping his neck like a vice, lifting him off the ground. Zhao Lei's pupils constricted sharply, his legs flailing in the air, his face instantly turning a shade of liver. You want to die? I can fulfill that for you right now. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with a fierce light, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. What? Now that you know our strength, you want to compete with us openly? Are you still half asleep? Lin Chen tightened his grip, and Zhao Lei's eyes began to roll back on the verge of. Students passing by were frozen in their tracks, staring in wide-eyed horror at the scene. Isn't that Zhao Lei from the second year? How did that madman end up fighting him? Damn, that's brutal. He's ready to throw punches at the slightest disagreement. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Lei, who was nearly out of breath, and disdainfully snorted, then forcefully flung him into the air. Immediately after, Lin Chen executed a stylish turn, his right leg like a steel whip slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh and striking Zhao Lei hard. Bang! Zhao Lei let out a muffled groan, his body flying back like a cannonball, sliding dozens of meters on the ground before crashing into the wall opposite the school, falling to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Chen retracted his leg, dusted off his hands, and coldly said to the heap of mud in the distance, go back and tell your old man that we agree. But you better remember what you said today. If you dare to engage in any underhanded tactics behind our backs, you will bear the consequences. Zhao Lei struggled to rise from the ground, fear filling his eyes as he stammered, we remember. After saying this, he was supported by 3 terrified lackeys and fled in embarrassment. At that moment, the system's voice sounded just in time. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in task and successfully teaching Xiaolei. Congratulations, host, for receiving the heavenly grade low-tier martial technique, Ice Dragon Soar. In the next second, a vast and mysterious stream of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen stood in place, absorbing the complete state of Ice Dragon, Soar, his mouth nearly stretching. Not bad, another trump card added. He patted Lin Fei, who was completely stunned beside him, and grinned. Let's go home. After Lin Chen and the others left, the discussions behind them erupted like a boiling pot, unable to stop. That madman has beaten Zhao Lei again. And right at the school gate. Lin Chen is simply too fierce, as Zhao Lei, despite being a notable figure in the second year, looked like a little chick in front of him, utterly powerless. It's not just fierce, it's utterly lawless. It seems that in the academy, anyone can be provoked, but just make sure not to provoke this calamity. Lin Chen paid no attention to how the bystanders were discussing him behind his back. To him, as long as they didn't provoke him, they could say whatever they liked. Time flew by, and a night of cultivation passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, the piercing assembly bell once again echoed throughout Star Academy. It was the morning meeting again. In the central square, Principal Zhou Yuntian stood on the platform, scanning the crowd, his voice booming like a bell. Everyone quiet down. Tomorrow is the annual first-year exchange competition day for our Star Academy, alongside Yunhai Yuehua and Lanming Academies. Today I will announce the names of the 4 students representing our academy. The moment this name was mentioned, there was little surprise among the first-year students. After all, the tales of that guy's monstrous feats had long spread throughout the academy. The second one, Class 3 of the first year, Lu Shui, Martial Master 7th layer. The third, Class 7 of the first year, Zhou Qianru, Martial Master 5th layer. The fourth, Class 4 of the first year, Wu Hao, Martial Master 6th layer. Zhou Yuntian paused, his voice suddenly rising, announcing the rewards for this competition. This exchange competition, the first place will receive 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The second place will receive an exquisite Xian-level weapon, the Wolf Blade. The third place will receive an exquisite Xian-level pill, the Breaking Realm Pill. The fourth place will receive an upper-tier Xian-level martial skill, the Wave's Palm. The announcement of the rewards sent the entire square into a frenzy. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That's a fortune that could make any ordinary martial family in. I hope the 4 students can bring honor to our academy. After Zhou Yuntian finished speaking, he waved his hand, saying, now disperse. Get to class. Lin Chen, Lu Shui, Zhou Qianru, Wu Hao. You 4 come to my office. The crowds in the playground scattered like birds, soon leaving only the 4 called out. The 4 exchanged glances and walked towards the principal's office. Upon arriving at the office, Zhou Yuntian pointed to the sofa, indicating for them to sit casually. Don't be nervous. Wu Hao and Zhou Qianru were still a bit shy, while Lu Shui maintained her cool demeanor. Only Lin Chen acted as if he were at home, sinking deep into the soft sofa, crossing his legs lazily, asking, Principal, did you call us in for some insider news? Zhou Yuntian looked at his nonchalant demeanor, both amused and exasperated. Can't you be a little more He cleared his throat, his expression becoming serious. You all need to pay attention for tomorrow's competition. Other academies also have their own talents. Especially that guy from Yunhai Academy named Guan Yu, who is rumored to be a monster as well. You need to be cautious. No problem. Lin Chen dug at his ear, looking indifferent. Zhou Yunshen's gaze fell on Lin Chen, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Kid, let's make a bet. If you can bring home the first place in this competition, in addition to the 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, he'll personally reward you with an earth-level weapon. What? Wu Hao and Zhou Qianru's eyes nearly popped out at the mention of earth-level weapon, their breaths becoming ragged as they looked at Lin Chen with naked envy and jealousy. An earth-level weapon? There are hardly any treasures like that in the entire Linhai city. Lin Chen's eyes also lit up, grinning. That's great. Principal, a gentleman's word is hard to chase. Don't go back on it later. As the principal of an academy, would I? Zhou Yuntian shot him an annoyed glance. Then it settled. Lin Chen slapped his thigh. You all must work hard too. Zhou Yuntian then looked at the other 3. The ranking in this competition will significantly impact your chances of entering Zhongdu in the future. So give it your all. Saying this, he pulled out 4 small bags from his drawer and tossed them on the table. Inside are my personal sponsorships for you. 20 mid-grade spirit stones each. Don't go to class today, get to the training room and cultivate hard. You must sharpen your skills before the battle. Seeing the shining spirit stones, the 4 looked at Zhou Yuntian as if he were their own father. Thank you, Principal. Thanks, Principal. They thanked him repeatedly, took the spirit stones, and left the office in high spirits. The same scene was unfolding in several other academies, as everyone hoped their students would achieve good results. Lin Chen held the 20 mid-grade spirit stones, his heart blooming with joy. With 20 mid-grade spirit stones, I might really make a breakthrough to the martial spirit realm. He greeted the other three and plunged into the dedicated training room, too lazy to eat lunch. With the full operation of the heaven-swallowing technique, Lin Chen's body seemed to transform into an unending black hole, frantically absorbing the energy from the spirit stones. In just one afternoon, 10 mid-grade spirit stones were completely consumed. His realm skyrocketed from Martial Master 6th layer to Martial Master 8th layer, as if he had boarded a rocket. Returning home that evening, Lin Chen did not pause, taking out the remaining 10 spirit stones and entering the cultivation state again. When the first ray of morning sunlight shone into the room the next day, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, an astonishing light flashing through his gaze. The spirit stones beside him had all turned to powder. Feeling the overwhelming power within him, which was more than 10 times stronger than before, Lin Chen's mouth curled into a proud arc. Martial Spirit, first layer. I've succeeded. The other three did not possess such a monstrous technique as Lin Chen. After an afternoon and a night, Lu Shui had only absorbed a little over 10 spirit stones, her realm breaking through to Martial Master 9th layer, just one step away from the Martial Spirit realm. Zhou Qianru and Wu Hao were slower, each absorbing only a little over 10 spirit stones, with Zhou Qianru also breaking through to Martial Master 9th layer and Wu Hao breaking through to Martial Master 8th layer. There was no morning meeting today. At the entrance of the academy, several large luxury buses were parked, transporting participating students from other grades to other academy competition venues. Old Zhang, whose full name is Zhang stood on the high platform as the physical education teacher of the academy and the host of the exchange competition, holding a loudspeaker and speaking animatedly. Everyone look over here. Yes, look at this handsome face of mine, he exclaimed. I know you little rascals can't wait. You're all as excited as if you've been given a shot of adrenaline. But hold on, before we get started, let's go through the process and introduce the esteemed guests here today. Applaud. A sparse applause mixed with laughter erupted from the audience. Old Zhang was notorious for his flamboyant hosting style, characterized by a single word: wild. First, let's welcome the representative team from Xingqian Academy with a warm round of applause. They are Class 3 of Year 1, Lin Chen; Class 3 of Year 1, Lu Shui; Class 7 of Year 1, Zhou Qianru; Class 4 of Year 1, Wu Hao. As Lin Chen's name was announced, the audience erupted like a boiling pot. What the hell? Is that the madman? He actually entered the competition. Chill. Keep it down, don't let him hear. That guy is a ruthless person who will strike at the slightest provocation. Lin Chen stood on stage, hands in his pockets, listening to the comments below, smirking as he scanned the teams from other academies. Next, we have the talents from Yunhai Academy: Gao Fei, Liu Bei, Zhao Yun; Yuehua Academy: Wang Tian, Lu Mei, Lu Hui, Hanyu; and the handsome boys and beautiful girls from Lanming Academy: Chu Mingyao, Zhou Hanyu, Gui, Li Dong. With each name mentioned, a person stepped forward to receive the audience's scrutiny. Lin Chen's gaze lingered for a few more seconds on a girl named Chu Mingyao from Lanming Academy. With an oval face, big eyes, and an alluring figure, she was indeed a standout beauty. Not bad, not bad. She's qualified to be a candidate for my future wife, Lin Chen mused to himself. Now that everyone has been introduced, please have the 16 contestants come forward one by one and sign your names on the electronic screen in front of you. In 10 minutes, the system will automatically match your opponents. Let's begin. With old Zhang's command, the 16 contestants stepped forward one by one and signed their names flamboyantly. As time passed, second by second, the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly tense. 10 minutes later, the massive electronic screen in the center suddenly lit up. 16 names danced and flickered on the screen. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the screen. Finally, under the anxious gaze of the crowd, 2 names slowly settled in the center of the screen. Match 1: Xingqian Academy Lu Shui versus Yunhai Academy Zhao Yun. Great. The contestants for the first match have been determined. Old Zhang shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ladies, please come to the stage." Before he finished speaking, Lu Shui and the girl named Zhao Yun flashed and appeared simultaneously on the tall competition stage. Zhao Yun was also a beautiful girl dressed in tight sportswear, holding a long sword with a gallant demeanor. She looked at Lu Shui with fierce determination in her eyes. "Lu Shui from Xingqian Academy. I've heard of your great reputation of today. Let me experience your skills." Lu Shui's fair face was calm, her words measured. "Please." Old Zhang saw that the two were ready and waved his hand without further ado. "Begin." At the command, Zhao Yun took the initiative. Her foot pushed off the ground as she shot forward like an arrow, her sword forming a dazzling flower of blades aimed directly at Lu Shui's face. Lu Shui stood her ground until the sword tip was almost upon her, then abruptly sidestepped to evade, drawing her sword in a swift motion and slashing towards Zhao Yun's wrist. Both were skilled swordsmen, and for a moment the competition stage was filled with flashing sword lights and the clashing sounds of metal. The two graceful figures moved back and forth, striking fiercely, their sword techniques accelerating to a pace that most students in the audience could only see two blurred shadows. What the hell? That's so fast. My eyes can hardly keep up. This is what a real master duel looks like. It's spectacular. Just as everyone marveled, the two engaged in a fierce clash, leveraging the rebound force to retreat simultaneously, creating some distance between them. The talents of Xingqian Academy truly live up to their reputation. Try taking another blow from me. Zhao Yun shouted, retracting her long sword and clapping her hands together, unleashing a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy. Title palm. A gigantic palm print formed from pure spiritual energy surged forward with an unstoppable force, striking fiercely towards Lu Shui. What? She's actually a master of palm techniques. Someone in the audience exclaimed. Seeing this, Lu Shui's expression remained calm. She also retracted her sword to her chest, emanating a wave of spiritual energy that rivaled Zhao Yun's. Water cloud palm. A similarly formed palm print, yet it appeared more gentle and agile, floated towards Zhao Yun's attack. Boom! The two distinctly different palm forces collided in midair, producing a deafening sound. The violent shockwave swept in all directions, enveloping the entire competition stage in thick dust. However, before the dust could settle, two figures shot out from the haze, again the sounds of clashing weapons ringing out once more. The two began to engage in a sword duel even amidst the obstructed visibility. Skyward palm. Zhao Yun's voice rang out amidst the dust, followed by a powerful palm force cleaving through the haze. This time Lu Shui did not respond with palm techniques. Her cool voice clearly resonated throughout the square. 10,000 sword technique. In an instant, countless sword shadows appeared out of thin air, as if summoned, converging into a brilliant torrent of sword energy that shattered the imposing skyward palm print. The torrent of sword energy surged forth without losing momentum, heading straight for Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun's face instantly turned pale. She could feel the terrifying power contained within those sword shadows was something she could not withstand. With all her might, she barely shattered the first few sword shadows, but she was on the verge of being engulfed by the following torrent of sword energy. At that critical moment, the myriad sword shadows suddenly stopped just half a meter away from her and slowly dissipated. Zhao Yun, still shaken, gasped for breath, staring at the calm figure holding the sword across from her. Ultimately, she forced a bitter smile and shouted to the audience, "I concede." The judge immediately announced the result, and the two walked off the competition stage. Tisk, that girl is quite impressive, Lin Chen said, stroking his chin, providing a fair evaluation. As soon as he spoke, the enormous screen in the center began to flash wildly again. Everyone's hearts once more raced to their throats. Moments later, two new names gradually came into focus. Match 2, Yunhai Academy Guan Yu versus Yuehua Academy Han Yu. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the two contestants to the stage. With old Zhang's loud shout, a tall, ordinary-looking young man and a somewhat slender boy stepped onto the competition stage. The tall young man was the monstrous talent from Yunhai Academy, as Zhou Yuntian had specifically reminded. Begin. With old Zhang's command, Han Yu from Yuehua Academy took the initiative to attack. Flowing light fist. She shouted, transforming into a beam of light, her fist accompanied by the sound of slicing air, smashing forcefully towards Guan Yu's chest. However, faced with such a powerful punch, Guan Yu surprisingly stood his ground, refusing to budge. Bam! The punch hit Guan Yu's chest solidly, producing a dull thud. Han Yu felt as if she had struck a piece of refined steel, causing her arm to go numb as she was uncontrollably pushed back several steps. Yet Guan Yu remained motionless, his clothes not even wrinkled. Junior, concede. You're not my opponent, he said, brushing off the dust from his chest with a carefree expression. What the hell? This guy is way too pretentious. Lin Chen scoffed from below. You're even more pretentious than him, Lu Shui's cold voice chimed in beside him. I call that confidence, you understand. Confidence. Lin Chen retorted defiantly. Lu Shui didn't bother to respond further, focusing her gaze back on the stage. On stage, Han Yu was thoroughly enraged by Guan Yu's disdainful attitude. You want me to concede? Dream on. She roared, attacking him in a rain of fists, seemingly mad. However, Guan Yu moved like a cat playing with a mouse, effortlessly dodging all her attacks, without even bothering to raise his hands. Han Yu felt deeply humiliated as she took a few steps back, gasping for breath, and stared intensely at Guan Yu. Senior, if you can take my last move head-on, I will concede. Then bring it on, Guan Yu replied with an indifferent Oh! Han Yu roared. A strong aura exploded from her body. Martial Master Stage 5. Huang Quan Palm. Han Yu channeled all her spiritual energy into this one palm strike, creating a massive black palm print emitting a chilling aura aimed fiercely at Guan Yu. Interesting. Guan Yu finally raised his hand, meeting her with a palm strike of his own. Earth-shattering palm. He used only 30% of his strength, but the violent power within that palm print was far beyond Han Yu's Huang Quan palm. Boom. The two palms collided once more, but this time there was no suspense. The Huangquan palm print shattered instantly, and the residual force of the earth-shattering palm firmly struck Han Ye's chest. When the dust settled, Han Yu was half kneeling on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, her face pale and filled with unwillingness. I concede. Another crushing defeat. Great. Let's congratulate Guan Yu from Yunhai Academy for his victory. Old Zhang's voice rang out again. Next we have the third match. The screen flickers again. Match 3, Yunhai Academy Zhang Fei versus Lanming Academy. Chu Mingyao. Lin Chen's eyes instantly brightened. He licked his lips and grinned, another beauty to watch. With a loud shout from old Zhang, a burly young man with a resolute face and a graceful, stunning young woman leaped onto the martial arts stage. It was Zhang Fei from Yunhai Academy and Chu Mingyao from Lanming Academy. Zhang Fei looked at the fairy-like woman across from him, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes, and then he cupped his fists and said aloud, "I am Zhang Fei from Yunhai Academy. I request guidance from Miss Chu." Chu Mingyao merely nodded, coldly too lazy to say an extra word. Old Zhang saw the two stand firm and wasted no time. He waved his hand and bellowed, "The third match begins." Before his words had finished, Zhang Fei let out a low shout, forcefully pushing off the ground, and like a descending tiger, he unleashed a powerful cloud sky palm aimed directly at Chu Mingyao. This palm carried immense force, subtly resonating with the sound of wind and thunder, clearly demonstrating the effort he had put in. Many spectators gasped, thinking that this delicate-looking beauty, Chu Mingyao, would probably not withstand a single blow. However, facing this ferocious strike, there was not a single ripple on Chu Mingyao's face. She simply raised her right hand lightly and met it with a palm of her own. 3 absolute palms. Her palm technique appeared soft and powerless, devoid of any trace of mundane strife, forming a stark contrast to Zhang Fei's domineering cloud sky palm. Overestimating herself. Zhang Fei sneered inwardly, already envisioning the scene of his palm, sending her off the stage in disgrace. Yet in the next moment the smile on his face completely froze. At the moment their palms met, an eerie power, both sinister and overwhelmingly dominant, surged from that force seemed almost alive, effortlessly dismantling his palm's strength, and with unabated momentum it struck fiercely against his chest. Puff! Zhang Fei felt as if struck by lightning. An immense force surged through him, sending him uncontrollably flying backward, retreating several steps before barely stabilizing his stance, his throat sweetening as fresh blood nearly spewed forth. He stared in horror at the flawless beauty across from him, her hair not even a strand out of place, his mind buzzing. How is this possible? My cloud sky palm was effortlessly dismantled by her. This woman's strength is absurdly formidable. The crowd below was also in uproar. What the hell? What's going on? Zhang Fei was actually repelled by a single move. Who is that woman? What is her background? When did Lanming Academy produce such a fierce individual? Just as everyone was in shock, a voice as cold as the moon emerged from Chu Mingyao. It's over. As her voice fell, she pointed her right hand fingers together like a sword at Zhang Fei. 9-in sword technique. Instantly the atmosphere changed dramatically. Centered around Chu Mingyao, countless sword shadows formed from pure spiritual energy, and emanating a chilling aura appeared out of thin air, densely filling the sky and shrouding the entire martial arts stage. The terrifying sword intent made everyone in the audience feel their scalps tingle, as if countless sharp blades were aimed at their throats. Go! Chu Mingyao lightly parted her red lips, uttering a single word. The multitude of sword shadows surged forward as if commanded by an emperor, transforming into streaks of light that bombarded Zhang Fei. I curse your grandfather. Zhang Fei was so frightened by the apocalyptic scene that he fled without a second thought. What a joke. Who can withstand this? If I get hit one, I turn into a sieve. However, how could his speed match the countless sword? Puff, puff, puff. Zhang Fei felt a chill on his back, followed by excruciating pain radiating throughout. He let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground like a broken sack covered in blood, his clothes torn to shreds, looking like a beggar who had just crawled out of a garbage pile. I concede. He used the last bit of his strength to howl these 3 words, then his head tilted and he fainted from the pain. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the extraordinary woman on the stage, as if she were a monster unable to utter a single word for a long time. So ruthless. This woman is just too damn ruthless. Tisk, truly a thorny rose. Lin Chen below stroked his chin, chuckling, but I like it. Old Zhang, recovering from his shock, hurriedly had someone carry the dog-like Zhang Fei off the stage, and then shouted hoarsely, Lanming Academy's Chu Mingyao wins. Next we move to the 4th match. The gigantic screen in the center of the square began to flash wildly again. A few seconds later, 2 new names slowly came into focus. 4th match, Yunhai Academy Liu Bei versus Xingchen Academy Lin Chen. Oh, finally it's my turn. Seeing his name, Lin Chen instantly perked up and winked at Liu Shui, and Zhou Qian beside him. Ladies, watch closely. I'm going to perform a barehanded dismantling of a giant. With that, he pushed off the ground and transformed into a blur, instantly appearing on the martial arts stage, exuding a flamboyant demeanor. A sturdy young man with a kind face followed him onto the stage, none other than Liu Bei from Yunhai Academy. Old Zhang waved his hand. Begin. Huh. Liu Bei, without a moment's hesitation, roared, pushing off with his feet, his entire body resembling a cannonball, launching a powerful straight punch that screamed through the air toward Lin Chen's face. He favored a straightforward and aggressive style, relishing the thrill of direct confrontations. Come at me. Lin Chen, far from being startled, laughed heartily and met him with a punch of his own. Today, let's see whose fist is harder, yours or mine. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a dull thud. A tremendous force surged from Liu Bei's fist. He felt as if he had struck a red-hot iron, his entire arm going numb. He was horrified, hurriedly stepping back, shaking his hand in shock as he looked at Lin Chen. How is this guy's fist as hard as iron? Lin Chen didn't care what he thought. Seizing the opportunity, he advanced with a continuous barrage of punches like a storm descending upon Liu Bei. Liu Bei was forced to retreat, struggling to defend himself, growing increasingly alarmed. This guy's punches were not only absurdly hard, but also packed terrifying power. He felt as if he was not fighting a person, but grappling with a humanoid beast. Bang! Lin Chen seized an opening, landing a solid punch squarely on Liu Bei's chest. Liu Bei let out a muffled grunt, his body uncontrollably stumbling back several steps, nearly sitting down on the ground. All right, kid, time to step down. Lin Chen retracted his fist, hands in pockets, his expression casual. This isn't a place for someone your age to be playing around. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei's face turned a deep shade of pig liver, pointing at Lin Chen, furious. I'm already 20, even older than you. Who are you calling a kid? Oh, quite the temper, huh? Lin Chen laughed, digging at his ears. Even if you're 25 or 35, you still can't beat me. Take my advice, step down quickly, or you'll end up getting beaten. Bullshit. If you can defeat me, then I'll step down. Liu Bei was so enraged that smoke seemed to billow from his ears. He wouldn't rest until he knocked out Lin Chen's teeth. Fine, you said it. Lin Chen's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. Then I'll grant your. As soon as the words left his mouth, his entire aura shifted dramatically. A pressure of spiritual energy far more terrifying than before erupted from his body. Mountain toppling palm. Lin Chen called out, simply extending a palm toward Liu Bei. That palm, seemingly unremarkable, appeared to summon the might of heaven and earth. A massive palm imprint formed from pure spiritual energy and nearly solidified appeared before Liu Bei with a terrifying force that seemed capable of toppling mountains. Liu Bei's pupils constricted sharply in the face of that terrifying palm imprint. He felt like a tiny boat amid a raging storm, unable to muster even a thought of resistance. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Liu Bei didn't even have time to scream before being struck squarely by the enormous palm imprint, as if hit by a high-speed maglev train, instantly flying over 100 meters away, landing with a thud on the grass outside the martial arts stage, and fainting on the spot. The perfected mountain toppling palm. A sharp-eyed teacher at the judge's table watched this scene, his teacup dropping with a crash to the ground, shattering and trembling with the sound. Other teachers from various academies stood up abruptly, their faces pale, as they gazed at Lin Chen on the stage, as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How old is he? How could he possibly cultivate a yellow-tier martial technique to perfection? Even those ancient freaks who have lived for hundreds of years might not have a handful who could reach perfection. A monster. This guy is undoubtedly a genuine monster. Zhou Yuntian watched the astonished expressions of everyone, lifted his teacup, blew on it, and leisurely took a sip, feeling immensely pleased. See, aren't you all dumbfounded? This treasure I picked up is impressive, right? Old Zhang also came back to his senses from the shock, shouting hoarsely, Xingshan Academy's Lin Chen wins. Next up is the fifth match. Yuehua Academy Wang Tian versus Lanming Academy Li Dong. A tall, stern-faced young man and an ordinary-looking boy both stepped onto the martial arts stage. As soon as Old Zhang called for the match to start, Li Dong from Lanming Academy took the initiative to strike. Qingming palm. However, Wang Tian from Yuehua Academy merely snorted in disdain. I don't like those flashy moves. Before his words fell, a violent aura erupted explosively from his body. Broken dragon fist. Wang Tian roared, throwing a punch as if a loud dragon's roar echoed through the air. A massive dragon head formed from golden spiritual energy directly shattered the Qingming palm imprint, and with unrelenting momentum it struck solidly against Li Dong. Once again it was a complete and utter annihilation. The entire arena fell into a dead silence. Oh, everyone was stunned. What kind of monsters are this year's new students? Yuehua Academy's Wang Tian wins. Old Zhang's voice rang out once more. The sixth match. Yuehua Academy Liu Mei versus Lanming Academy Zhou Hanyu. Another beauty duel. After both stepped onto the stage, Lu Mei immediately struck with the yellow spring palm. However, Zhou Hanyu merely cast a cold glance at her, and a terrifying aura of the first level of martial spirit erupted explosively from her body. Cold ice palm. A bone-chilling cold swept across the entire martial arts stage. Before Lu Mei's yellow spring palm imprint could approach, it was frozen into an ice sculpture, and then shattered into countless ice crystals with a crack. Zhou Hanyu's figure flashed by slapping Lu Mei on the chest. Lu Mei didn't even have time to react before she was turned into an ice sculpture collapsing straight down. Lameng Academy's Zhou Hanyu wins. Old Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling his heart couldn't take much more today. He took a deep breath and shouted again, "Next we proceed to the 7th match. Yuehua Academy Lu Hui vs Xingqian Academy Zhou Qianru." Old Zhang stood on the stage, the loudspeaker in his hand, amplifying his voice, causing the leaves of the trees by the playground to tremble. Next up, the 7th match. Lu Hui from Moonlight Academy versus Zhou Qianru from Star Academy. Lu Hui twisted his neck, the joints cracking loudly, a hint of disdainful sneer on his face. Can such a delicate girl represent the academy in battle? Star Academy must be running out of options. Zhou Qianru paid him no mind, striding onto the stage with her long legs, her eyes calm as water, yet there was a faint flicker of lightning around her. Old Zhang suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Start." Lu Hui gathered his strength and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, his fists clenched tightly, rushing straight toward Zhou Qianru's face with a fierce gust of wind. Zhou Qianru did not retreat, but advanced, her palms flying as the two collided instantly. Bang! 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 The dull sound of their bodies colliding echoed on the stage, with Lu Hui's every punch carrying tremendous force, his knuckles wrapped in a faint layer of white spiritual energy, clearly aiming for a quick victory. Zhou Qianru countered flawlessly, her movements agile, like a butterfly flitting among flowers, evading each of Lu Hui's brute force attacks with clever maneuvers. Lu Hui, unable to gain the upper hand, felt a bit embarrassed. Flowing light fist. He roared, his fists suddenly speeding up, creating numerous afterimages that intertwined in the air, blocking all of Zhou Qianru's escape routes. Thunder palm. Zhou Qianru shouted, her originally fair palm suddenly bursting forth with dazzling blue-purple lightning, showing no intention of dodging, as she forcefully met the torrent of fists heated. Boom. As their palms and fists collided, a faint thunderous sound echoed in midair. Lu Hui felt a violent and numbing force surging wildly through his fist, half of his arm instantly losing sensation, and he was knocked back 5 or 6 steps each step, leaving a shallow footprint on the hardstone stage. Damn, how can this girl have such strength? And this lightning energy is really strange. Lu Hui shook his sore arm, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The two then plunged into a more frenzied melee, their afterimages blinking as the students below watched in stunned silence, many not daring to breathe. The battle intensified, with Lu Hui's spiritual energy surging violently, his aura reaching its peak. Martial Master 7th layer. Get down. His eyes turned bloodshot, the originally pale spiritual energy now faintly emanating a sinister yellow glow. Yellow spring palm. This was a yellow-grade martial skill issued by Moonlight Academy, all of his spiritual energy converging without reservation into his right palm, a half-meter-wide earthy yellow palm print flying out, exuding an aura of decay and withering the air around it seemed to solidify. Zhou Qianru stood her ground, her hair whipped back by the gale, her eyes sparkling with lightning, almost transforming into 2 tangible bolts of electricity. Thunder Dragon Break. She thrust her jade hand forward, countless bolts of lightning compressing intensely in that moment, gathering into a lightning dragon over 2 meters long. The Thunder Dragon roared forth, carrying a destructive and domineering aura, crashing instantly into the sinister yellow spring palm print. To the astonished eyes of the crowd, that seemingly unstoppable earthy yellow palm print could not withstand even 3 breaths before shattering into countless fragments. The Thunder Dragon, undeterred, slammed into Lu Hui's chest. This is easy. The sound of a massive electric explosion erupted, and Lu Hui had no time to scream before he was sent flying straight back, his body convulsing violently, hair standing on end, crashing to the edge of the stage like a piece of burnt charcoal, falling silent. The entire venue fell silent. Old Zhang hurried over to check, then turned back to shout, "Lu Hui has lost his fighting capability, Zhou Qianru wins." Lin Chen squatted in the rest area, chewing on a root he had picked up from somewhere, tilting his head to gaze at Zhou Qianru on stage. How can this girl's thunder martial skills be so strong? Last time he came to eat barbecue, she looked like a soft and tender little bunny, but now she was like the god of thunder descending upon the world. He stroked his chin, mumbling thoughtfully. It must be a special physique that enhances thunder attributes, otherwise the power of that thunder dragon couldn't be so terrifying. Suddenly he chuckled, picturing a bizarre scene. If we could get her a celestial grade martial skill in the future paired with her physique, she wouldn't even need to lift a finger in a fight. Just a glance could fry someone completely, turning them into a mosaic from the inside out. Old Zhang didn't give everyone much time to be shocked, as the loudspeaker sounded again. Next is the final match, Gu Yi from Blue Dream Academy versus Wu Ha from Star Academy. The two jumped onto the competition stage, simultaneously appearing quite polite as they cupped their hands to each other. Please, please. Just as the pleasantries were finished, both figures almost simultaneously vanished from their spots. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted from the center of the stage as two powerful waves of spiritual energy collided violently. The strength of these two was evenly matched, and their martial skills were similarly potent, making the battle even more captivating than the previous matches with effects at full display. Gu Yi's movements were graceful as he unleashed a powerful move. Qingming Palm. The azure palm print carried an eerie blend of vitality and killing intent, pushing forward. Wu Ha snorted coldly, flames rising from his palms, the temperature soaring instantly. Blazing flame. The red flame palm print collided heat-in with the azure palm print, erupting with a violent roar, the raging waves of spiritual energy causing the stage to hum. The two engaged in a brutal melee amidst the smoke and dust from the explosion. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed continuously, both unleashing their true fire, their clothing ripped apart and wounds appearing on their bodies. Wu Ha stepped back a few meters, breathing heavily, staring intently at Gu Yi. Our strengths are about equal. Dragging this out is pointless. Let's use our final move to decide the winner. Gu Yi wiped the blood from his face, his gaze sharp. That's exactly what I was thinking. Let's go. Gu Yi poured all his spiritual energy into the index finger of his right hand, the azure glow at his fingertip compressed to the extreme, emanating a chilling sharpness. Qingming finger. Wu Ha, on the other hand, took a simpler and more brutal approach, gathering all his remaining spiritual energy into his right fist, the fiery red energy behind him resembling an erupting volcano. Flame fist. With a finger and a fist, they collided heat-in once again, without any embellishment. Boom. A massive explosion of fire and azure light erupted on the competition stage, shrouding everything in dust. As the dust settled, Gu Yi lay motionless on the ground, his face pale, clearly having exhausted all his strength. Wu Ha still stood, but he was swaying, coughing up blood, his face as white as paper. Old Zhang nodded and loudly announced, Wu Ha wins. All matches for today are over, and the advancement matches will take place tomorrow. Please, teachers and students, return to rest. Zhou Yuntian smiled as he led the directors of several other academies to their hotel. The faces of those old fellows were not looking too good, as Star Academy had stolen all the limelight today. As for the students from other academies, although they had arranged rest areas, very few stayed obediently. A group of them wandered around Star Academy, looking around, trying to uncover the secrets of how this academy could cultivate so many prodigies. Lin Chen stretched and waved at the people beside him. Let's go, there's nothing left to see. Everyone head back home, or we'll continue monkeying around here tomorrow. Lu Shui, Zhou Qianru, and Wu Ha looked equally exhausted as they followed Lin Chen outside. Just then Lin Fei excitedly emerged from the crowd. Shen Gu. Awesome. Your match was so exciting just now. Lin Fei rubbed his hands, his face full of admiration. It's a pity my strength isn't enough, or I would love to show those outsiders what the toughest person in Linhai City is like. Lin Chen shot him a sideways glance, replying irritably, you might as well forget it. With your level going up, there would just mean delivering yourself as a meal, and probably only serving the purpose of getting beaten up. Lin Fei chuckled foolishly. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. For now, just focus on your cultivation and stop daydreaming all day. Lin Fei nodded repeatedly. Where to next? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. What else can we do but go home? Are we going to stay at the playground? Lin Fei patted his chest full of bravado. Chen Gu, to celebrate your great victory today, I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. Let's keep the momentum going and take down the rest of those guys. Lin Chen stopped and looked at Lu Shui and the others. Someone's treating. Are you going or not? Wu Ha was the first to respond. I'm starving. Lu Shui replied casually, I'm fine with anything. Zhou Qianru also nodded with a smile. I can go. Lin Fei, seeing their responses, was even happier. Then let's go. Just to the snack street next to the academy. The barbecue there is top-notch. I guarantee you'll want seconds after the first time. The five of them swaggered towards the snack street. The evening snack street was bustling with noise and full of life. Lin Fei led the others to the largest barbecue stall, sitting boldly on a bench and calling out to the chef, who was sweating profusely. Boss, we're ready to order. The boss hurried over, all smiles. What would you like, little brother? Without looking up, Lin Fei pointed at the overflowing cold storage. No vegetarian dishes, cook everything else for me and do it to the highest standard. The boss nearly dropped his pen. Little brother, can you finish all this with just 5 of you? Lin Fei snorted. If we can't finish, I'll just bring some back for my dog. Hurry up and cook, no more chit-chat. Lu Shui and the others sat beside him. Though they weren't short on money, they couldn't help but be amused by Lin Fei's ordering style. Lu Shui couldn't bear to watch anymore, and advised, alright Lin Fei, order a bit less, let's start with half, no need to. The boss was even more baffled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Miss, are you sure half is enough? If we grill all the meat half, it would probably be enough to feed 10 people. Lu Shui nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. Of course, is there a problem? The boss. Lin Chen shook his head, looking at the several wealthy second-generation youths with disdain. Look at you horrible rich people, is this how you order food? Isn't this just showing off? He stood up and, don't mind these despicable rich kids, they aren't quite right in the head. Just wait here, I'll go get the food myself. Then he turned to the boss again and instructed. First bring me the best liquor you have, and then bring me 10 boxes of beer. The boss wiped his sweat, thinking this guy was even more fierce, ordering beer by the box. Alright, just a moment. Lin Chen walked to the cold storage with ease, grabbing whatever looked fresh and filling. In no time, 5 plates piled high like small mountains were filled. The boss watched with wide eyes. Looks like I won't need to serve anyone else tonight. Just taking care of these 5 lords will keep me busy enough. Lin Chen returned to his spot, carrying a huge plate of lamb skewers. Orders are done, they'll be up shortly. Don't just sit there, pour the drinks. Tonight we drink until we drop and celebrate. With their cups filled, the 5 of them raised their glasses simultaneously. To celebrate our victorious day. Cheers. As the cold beer went down, the fatigue of the day seemed to dissipate significantly. While Lin Fei was boasting, Lin Chen stared at the meat on the plate, contemplating how to surprise the others tomorrow. Lin Chen and his companions were drinking there, and the boss was quite efficient. Soon the first plate of Lin Chen casually picked up a skewer of lamb, sniffed it, and said with satisfaction, no worries, we can still enjoy this plate for a while. The boss wiped his sweat and quickly returned to the kitchen. Lin Chen stuffed a lamb skewer into his mouth, and while chewing asked indistinctly, did you all notice anyone hiding their strength in today's competition? Wu Hao gulped down a large mouthful of cold beer, wiped his mouth, and said, that guy from Yunhai Academy and Wang Tian from Yuehua Academy have both concealed their abilities, it's too obvious. Lu Shui added blandly, and those 2 girls from Lanming Academy are also clearly hiding their strength. Lin Chen nodded, spat out a piece of bone into the plate, and said, you're right. Tonight I'll absorb all the spirit stones given by the principal and try to elevate my strength to the first level of martial spirit. Tomorrow's competition won't be easy. Then Lin Chen's gaze fell on Zhou Qianru, his eyes holding a hint of mischief. Little girl, do you have some special physique? Otherwise your lightning-based martial arts wouldn't be that powerful, right? Zhou Qianru blushed slightly at his words, glared at Lin Chen, and said, there's nothing to hide. After all, everyone in the academy knows about your divine body, and there's no need for people like us to conceal anything. I am the heavenly thunder sacred body, so practicing lightning-based martial arts and techniques comes easily to me. Lin Chen suddenly realized, so that's how it is. He then shifted his gaze to Lu Shui and teasingly asked, what about you, little girl? Are you hiding something too? Lu Shui's cold face showed a hint of helplessness. She knew Lin Chen was not easy to fool, and could only say honestly, my physique is nothing special, it's called the Taiyin sacred body. Damn. Lin Fei and Wu Hao were stunned upon hearing this. What was going on? Does the academy have so many sacred bodies? That's a sacred body. Without divine bodies, sacred bodies are the most formidable physiques. Lu Shui continued, my physique leans towards the Yin aspect, and practicing Yin water or ice attribute martial arts or techniques yields remarkable effects. Finally Lin Chen looked at Wu Hao, and Wu Hao shrugged, forcing a smile as he said, I'm not as abnormal as you guys. Mine is called the Fire King body, and practicing fire-based martial arts or techniques is highly effective. Lin Fei was now completely demoralized. Who were these people? Each one was more impressive than the last. Why was he so ordinary? Lin Chen looked at Lin Fei's miserable expression and jokingly scolded, don't be so gloomy. If there's a chance in the future, it'll also give you a special physique. I can't say divine or sacred body, but a king body should be possible. Lin Fei was immediately moved to tears. He raised his glass and said with red eyes, Brother Chen, this toast is for you. From now on, whatever you say goes. If you tell me to blow up the management team of Zhongdu, I'll do it. Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. It's nothing, just a small matter. He then waved his hand and shouted, let's eat. Let's eat. If we don't eat soon, it'll get cold. The group immediately dug in and began to feast. Everyone was cultivators, and the amount of meat they needed was considerable. The boss had just served the second plate, and the first was nearly finished, perfectly timing the serving of the second plate. The initial red wine was all consumed, followed by 10 cases of beer, and they had downed another 8 cases. Half an hour passed, and the beer was finished. Lin Chen glanced at the time and said, that's enough for today. Everyone should head home. Remember, try to elevate your realm to the first level of martial spirit by tonight. The other 3 nodded and began to go their separate ways. Lin Chen was sent home by Lin Fei, who quickly washed up and collapsed into bed. The other 3 were still diligently cultivating. The night passed quickly. Lu Shui absorbed the spirit stones and broke through to the third level of martial spirit. Zhou Qianru also reached the second level of martial spirit. Wu Hao, who had worked hard, finished absorbing the last spirit stone and also reached the first level of martial spirit. By the time Lin Chen arrived at the playground, it was already crowded with people. The air was filled with the sounds of students stretching their necks in anticipation of the start of the promotion matches. Old Zhang slowly arrived at the playground, picked up a loudspeaker, and shouted, "Everyone shut up. Today is the promotion match. Let's start the first round." The screen then displayed two names. Lin Chen from Xingqian Academy versus Zhou Hanyu from Lanming Academy. As soon as the names appeared on the screen, the crowd erupted into a buzz. Damn, Lin Chen. He's actually the first match. Zhou Hanyu from Lanming Academy isn't weak either. I heard she's a hidden expert. Today's promotion match is going to be exciting. These two monsters are facing off. Under countless gazes, Lin Chen and Zhou Hanyu walked to the arena. Lin Chen, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Zhou Hanyu nonchalantly and grinned. "Little girl, make your move. I'm afraid if I strike first you won't get the chance." Zhou Hanyu's expression finally changed to a hint of displeasure flashed in her cold eyes as she coldly snorted. "Are you sure? If I go all out, you might lose your life." Lin Chen disdainfully dug at his ear, provocatively saying, "Feel free to attack. I won't hold back. After all, you won't be able to hurt me." Zhou Hanyu was completely enraged by his contemptuous attitude. She shouted and unleashed her spiritual energy to attack Lin Chen. Lin Chen also directly attacked Zhou Hanyu, and the two instantly clashed. Fists and feet collided, the sound of wind howled, and the two figures moved like lightning, engaging in a fierce battle. Zhou Hanyu seized the moment, shouting. She thrust both hands forward, frost palm. A chilling aura swept out, creating a massive ice blue palm print that rushed towards Lin Chen with a bone-chilling intent. Lin Chen looked at the incoming frost palm and was not surprised but delighted. He laughed. "Perfect timing. Watch my mountain-crushing palm." He unleashed both palms, and a yellowish palm print formed from pure spiritual energy, crashing towards the frost palm with overwhelming force. Boom! The two distinctly different palm powers collided midair with a deafening roar. A violent shockwave swept through, sending both of them flying. After the explosion, the two instantly resumed fighting, their figures flickering at such speed that only afterimages could be seen. Zhou Hanyu's face finally showed some expression as turmoil surged within her heart. How much spiritual energy does this guy have? Although I revealed my first level of martial spirit, I am at the third level, yet my energy, can't compete with someone at the first level of martial spirit. This pure yang sacred body is too abnormal. Just then the two collided again and quickly separated. Zhou Hanyu gasped for air, her expression solemn. Fighting like this is wasting time. Let's decide the outcome with the next move. Lin Chen, with his hands in his pockets, looked indifferent. "Sure, whatever you prefer." Zhou Hanyu, upon hearing this, stopped wasting words and shouted, unleashing her full spiritual energy, revealing her strength at the third level of martial spirit. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, gathering all her spiritual energy, and a terrifying chill instantly enveloped the entire arena as she loudly declared, "Ice seal for 1,000 miles." In an instant, countless ice spikes and ice blades appeared out of thin air, covering the sky and earth as the entire arena seemed to be encased in an icy hell. Lin Chen looked at the overwhelming ice spikes and blades. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he chuckled. "Oh ho, so it's an ice attribute martial art. Perfect. I'll also try my ice attribute martial art." He unleashed his spiritual energy, also revealing his first level of martial spirit, and began to gather his chi. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin Chen suddenly jumped into the air. The students from Xingqian Academy were thrilled at this scene, thinking Lin Chen was about to use that terrifying giant finger again. However, while in the air, Lin Chen quickly formed seals, his spiritual energy surging wildly as he shouted at the snowy scene below, "Ice dragon ascend." As soon as he finished speaking, 9 gigantic ice dragons made of snow erupted from behind Lin Chen, roaring fiercely as they charged towards Zhou Hanyu. Each of the 9 ice dragons was lifelike, exuding a chilling aura, completely destroying the countless ice spikes and blades. Zhou Hanyu was dumbfounded, her eyes filled with disbelief. This guy's martial arts. Isn't he a pure yang sacred body? How can he use ice attribute martial arts? And their power is so overwhelming. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with determination, and increased her spiritual energy output, attempting to withstand the 9 ice dragons. Zhou Hanyu's face turned pale as she sensed the rapid depletion of her spiritual energy. She knew she could not delay any longer. She shouted fiercely, "Ice spirit sacred body activate." Instantly, Zhou Hanyu was enveloped in a layer of ice blue light, and a wave of even stronger spiritual energy erupted from her body. With the enhancement of the ice spirit's sacred body, the stalemate from before began to shift towards Lin. Lin Chen looked at the enhanced ice spirit power, a playful smile forming at the corner of his mouth, and laughed. Finally willing to use your physique. Then I can't hold back either. He also shouted, Pure Yang's sacred body activate. As his voice fell, Lin Chen was enveloped in a layer of fiery red light, and an extreme Pure Yang power erupted from his body. The terrifying Pure Yang power surged out, and the 9 ice dragons seemed to receive some kind of enhancement, their bodies turning red and blue, becoming denser and larger, charging forward with unmatched might. Boom! In an instant, the 9 dragons completely shattered Zhou Hanyu's attack. Frost exploded and ice and snow splattered everywhere. The 9 ice dragons, still full of momentum, roared as they swept towards Zhou Hanyu herself. Zhou Hanyu's face turned pale. She could feel the terrifying power contained within the giant dragons, which she simply could not withstand. However, just as the 9 dragons were about to strike, Zhou Hanyu Lin Chen's mind moved, and he directly dispersed his spiritual energy. Whoosh! The 9 ice dragons instantly vanished, transforming into countless ice crystals that floated gently like snowflakes. Zhou Hanyu stood dazed, feeling the extreme cold that brushed past her, filled with shock and confusion. She forced a smile, cupped her fists at Lin Chen, and said, I didn't expect your divine body to be so powerful. I concede defeat. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared at the calm young man on stage, as if they were looking at a monster, unable to utter a single word. Old Zhang was even left with his mouth agape, forgetting to announce the winner. His recent strike had completely shocked all the teachers. Everyone at Xingshan Academy knew Lin Chen was powerful, but they never thought he could be this strong. That last martial art with the 9 dragons was likely a heavenly grade technique. How many heavenly grade techniques does this kid have? The others from different academies looked at Zhou Yuntian, their faces filled with shock and jealousy. Old Wang, the head of Yunhai Academy, couldn't help but say, Old Zhou, you hid this kid really well, even concealing a divine body. Zhou Yuntian smiled mysteriously at this and waved his hand, feigning helplessness. I brought this child from the orphanage. I didn't even know he had such a physique. Zhou Yunshan's intent was to provoke these old guys. The other academy teachers looked at him with expressions of, what kind of luck is this? Finding a divine body at an orphanage. Finally, old Zhang came to his senses and quickly took the loudspeakers, shouting, Xingshan Academy Lin Chen wins. Next we proceed to the second match. Xingshan Academy Lu Shui versus Yuehua Academy Wang Ti. Old Zhang's voice boomed. Xingshan Academy Lu Shui versus Yuehua Academy Wang Tian, like thunder, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire playground. The murmurs from the audience rose and fell, even surpassing the earlier excitement over Lin Chen. Damn! Wang Tian. Yuehua Academy is known for its battle maniacs. It is said that Wang Tian is recognized as one of the strongest in this year's first-year class. This will be an exciting match. Lu Shui against Wang Tian, it's a clash of titans. This is the true battle of strength. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Shui and Wang Tian flashed and appeared simultaneously in the center of the competition arena. Lu Shui wore a white combat outfit, carrying a long sword, her expression cold as the moon, exuding a faint chill. Wang Tian, on the other hand, donned a black martial outfit, his robust figure and stern features with muscular arms resembling 2 coiled dragon pillars, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. The two stood opposite each other like 2 volcanoes on the verge of eruption, the air thick with a tense, deadly aura. Old Zhang saw their momentum was at its peak, and without further ado waved his hand and shouted, Begin. Before his words faded, Lu Shui struck first, stepping forward like lightning, her long sword unsheathing with a sharp sound, forming a fierce sword flower that aimed directly at Wang Tian's chest. Wang Tian did not dodge, but roared, his right fist clenched tightly, spiritual energy surging like a flood, enveloping his fist in a golden glow, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. Bang! The clash of fist and sword produced a thunderous sound. The violent waves of spiritual energy exploded from the two as the solid stone platform trembled beneath them. Lu Shui's figure staggered slightly, using the force to retreat. 2 steps, her wrist flicked, and her long sword transformed into countless afterimages, like a torrential rain, again enveloping Wang Tian. Wang Tian's eyes flashed with a gleam. Instead of retreating, he advanced his fists like cannonballs, creating bursts of sound as they smashed towards the myriad of sword shadows. Clang clang. Sparks flew on the competition stage, sword shadows and fist winds crisscrossing, their speed increasing to the point where most students below could only see 2 blurry figures, unable to distinguish who was who. Damn, that speed. My eyes can barely keep up. So fierce. This is a true battle between experts. Lin Chen and Zhou Hanyu were just child's play. Is Lu Shui really that strong? She can actually match Wang Tian like this. The crowd exclaimed, their faces flushed with excitement, as if they were on a battlefield. Lin Chen watched the intense battle on the stage, a blade of grass in his mouth, stroking his chin, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. This girl has some skills. Just as the crowd was dazzled, the two engaged in another fierce clash, using the recoil to simultaneously retreat, creating a distance of several dozen meters. Lu Shui from Xingchen Academy truly lives up to her reputation. Wang Tian exhaled a breath of turbid air, his battle intent intensifying. To be able to fight me to this extent, you are indeed impressive. However, from here on I will get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his palms together in front of his chest. A surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted, forming a massive vortex above his head. Tianlong palm. Wang Tian bellowed, pushing both palms forward with great force. Boom. The vortex of spiritual energy instantly collapsed, transforming into a vividly lifelike golden dragon, head roaring towards Lu Shui with a deafening dragon's roar. The dragon head shone brilliantly, its might astonishing, as if it would swallow Lu Shui whole. Lu Shui's beautiful face slightly tightened, her long sword tracing an enigmatic arc in the air as spiritual energy surged around her, converging at the sword's tip. Jiutian's sword technique, she shouted, thrusting her long sword forward with great force. In an instant, countless sword shadows emerged, coalescing into a massive sword shadow, several dozen meters long, the sword energy soaring, carrying an aura of destruction, slicing towards the golden dragon head. Boom! The sword shadow and dragon head collided in midair, erupting with a world-shattering roar. The violent storm of spiritual energy swept through the area like a hurricane, engulfing the entire competition stage. The stone platform cracked inch by inch, debris flying like bullets, causing the competition stage's barrier to shake violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. Both were thrown back by the spiritual energy storm, staggering back several steps to regain their balance, a trace of blood escaping from the corners of their mouths. Not bad, not bad. Wang Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his battle intent blazing, looking at Lu Shui with appreciation. To take my Tianlong palm, you are indeed formidable. Next move, we decide the victor. He stopped talking nonsense, forming intricate hand seals with both hands as spiritual energy surged around him like boiling magma. Heavenly grade martial skill, Songlong Mishi. Wang Tian bellowed, slamming a palm towards the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. A massive cyan dragon formed purely from condensed spiritual energy, and over 100 meters long, descended from the sky, roaring as it dove down towards Lu Shui. The giant dragon's scales gleamed ominously, its claws sharp, and its enormous eyes shone like two blood-colored stars, radiating a chilling aura of death. Lu Shui's face turned pale in an instant, as she could sense that the power of this Songlong Mishi far exceeded her imagination. The incomplete Jiutian sword technique from her family could not withstand such a terrifying blow. It seems I can only use that move. She bit her silver teeth tightly, a look of determination flashing in her eyes, as a terrifying aura far beyond the martial artist realm erupted violently from her body. Damn, is she at the first level of martial spirit? Someone in the audience exclaimed in shock. Lu Shui had actually broken through her realm during battle. After her breakthrough, Lu Shui's spiritual energy surged like a vast ocean, her hands quickly forming seals as all the spiritual energy poured into her palms like a tidal wave. Jimmy Qiantian finger, first finger Qiantiandi. Lu Shui shouted, thrusting her palms towards the sky with great force. Boom. Above the heavens, a gigantic crack appeared, and a colossal finger formed purely from spiritual energy, as if it could pierce the heavens, slowly emerged from the crack, carrying an overwhelming pressure capable of imprisoning all living things. The giant finger was covered in ancient and mysterious runes, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. Go! Lu Shui pointed at the cyan dragon from afar. The towering giant finger descended like divine punishment, with the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth, slowly, yet resolutely pressing down towards the cyan dragon. Boom! The giant finger and dragon collided midair, producing a deafening crash. The two extreme forces clashed violently, locked in a stalemate in midair, causing the entire competition stage to tremble violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Wang Tian gazed at the towering giant finger, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Heavenly grade martial skill. This woman possesses a heavenly grade martial skill too. That Songlong Mishi he received was a treasure he risked his life to obtain in a secret realm. Unexpectedly, Lu Shui has it too. A hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes as he suddenly let out an unwilling roar towards the sky. Songlong holy body activate. As soon as his words fell, Wang Tian's muscles swelled instantly, blue dragon scales appearing densely on his skin, transforming him into a human-shaped dragon. With Wang Tian's Songlong holy body, Enhancement. The cyan dragon instantly expanded, its might increasing as it began to suppress Lu Shui's Qian Tiandi. Lu Shui's beautiful face turned pale at once as she felt the rapid loss of her spiritual energy. She bit her silver teeth tightly, a hint of ferocity flashing in her eyes. Very well. You're forcing my hand, she shouted fiercely, all her spiritual energy erupting without reservation, a chilling blue light soaring from her body as if connecting to the netherworld. Tying holy body activate. In an instant, Lu Shui was enveloped in a layer of ice blue light, an extreme aura of femininity erupting from her body. The terrifying chill instantly swept across the entire competition stage, making everyone feel as if their souls were about to freeze. Jimmy Qiantian fingers, second finger, broken stars. Lu Shui shouted once more, thrusting her palms forward with great force. Boom. Above the heavens, a gigantic towering finger, twice the size of the first finger, descended with the terrifying might of shattering stars. The giant finger's runes glowed, exuding a despairing aura of destruction. Damn. All the students in the audience, including those usually calm academy teachers and directors on the podium, stood up in shock, their eyes wide, their faces filled with disbelief. Isn't that Lin Chen's martial skill? Lu Shui can actually use the second finger. This talent is too outrageous. Xingqian Academy, what kind of luck is this? Two such monsters have emerged from one academy. Amidst countless astonished gazes, the massive second finger descended with unmatched might. Wang Tian's cyan dragon seemed as weak as paper in front of the second finger, instantly crushed, and then the giant finger descended relentlessly upon Wang Tian. Boom! A massive explosion of spiritual energy erupted on the competition stage, causing the entire stage to tremble violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. When the light faded, a giant finger imprint several meters deep and dozens of meters in diameter appeared in the center of the competition stage. As for Wang Tian, he was like a tattered doll smashed into the deepest part of the imprint, his bones likely broken in numerous places, blood gushing from his mouth, as he fell unconscious, completely out of it. Lin Chen looked at the scene on the stage, which resembled a meteor strike, stroking his chin, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Tisk, this girl is really impressive, as she comprehended the second finger so quickly. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Qianru leaned over, her eyes filled with curiosity and cunning. Lin Chen, that martial skill of Lu Shui. Did you teach her? Lin Chen shrugged dismissively, wearing a look of indifference. Yes, she promised to be my wife, so I taught her. Otherwise, who would teach a heavenly grade martial skill for no reason? What are you interested to? If you become my wife, not only will I teach you the martial skill that Lu Shui just used, but I'll also teach you the ice dragon soaring technique I just used. How about it? Zhou Qianru was amused by his words, giggling as she shot him a charming glance. Let's talk about this later. If you have a lightning-type martial skill, I might just agree to be your wife right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's smile froze on his face. Isn't this making things difficult for me? What can't you want but a lightning type? I don't have any lightning type skills, he complained inwardly while maintaining a serious expression. Zhou Qianru watched Lin Chen's distressed expression, laughing heartily like a blooming flower. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Let's watch the match first. As for the wife thing, we'll talk about it later. At this moment, old Zhang also came back to his senses from the shock and hurried over to check Wang Tian's injury. Confirming that Wang Tian was only heavily injured and unconscious with no life-threatening danger, he sighed in relief, quickly grabbed a loudspeaker and shouted, Wang Tian from Yuehua Academy has lost combat capability. Lu Shui from Xingqian Academy is the winner. With old Zhang's announcement, the entire playground erupted. Lu Shui, with the realm of martial spirit first level, decisively defeated Wang Tian from Yuehua Academy, exhibiting a strength comparable to the second finger of heavenly grade martial skills, elevating her reputation in the academy to an unparalleled height. Lu, the campus flower, YYDS. This is the true Ice Queen. So fierce. I've decided that my goddess from now on is Lu Shui. Lin Chen watched Lu Shui basking in the crowd's attention, rolling his eyes, thinking, if this girl keeps going like this, how am I supposed to pursue her in the future? Old Zhang didn't give the crowd much time to discuss, picking up the loudspeaker again, shouting, next we'll proceed to the third match. Xingqian Academy, Zhou Qianru vs. Yunhai Academy, Guanyu. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Qianru and Guanyu walked towards the competition arena simultaneously. Old Zhang waved his hand, announcing loudly, begin. Old Zhang stood on the high platform, and a loud blast from the megaphone echoed, causing everyone's ears to ring painfully. Stop picking your feet and pay attention. Open your eyes wide and watch closely. Next up, Yunhai Academy will face off against Xingqian Academy, Zhou Qianru. As her name suggests, she resembled a moving iron tower, and every step she took made the ground tremble. His savage body is no joke. Born with tough skin and thick flesh, he truly could clash with fierce. Zhou Qianru was no slouch either. Once her thunderclap body activated, blue and white arcs of electricity crackled around her, looking like a freshly manufactured thunder deity. Begin. As soon as old Zhang's voice fell, the two charged at each other, like comet collisions, crashing into the center of the arena. There was no hint of hesitation. He swung a fist the size of a cooking pot at Zhou Qianru's face. Zhou Qianru snorted coldly, refusing to dodge, and retaliated with her own punch. Bang! 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 The dull sound of their bodies colliding echoed throughout the arena. Each impact felt like a hammer striking the spectators' chests. With the might of his savage body, his punches were as heavy as Mount Tai, generating gusts of wind. Zhou Qianru, on the other hand, moved with agility, her fists wrapped in lightning, struck like a flash of lightning, each hit carrying a paralyzing property. The students watching below were nearly wide-eyed with excitement. What the hell? This isn't a competition, it's like watching two humanoid tyrannosauruses tearing down a house. Zhou Qianru is too fierce, her little fists can actually clash with him. Heaton. Is this the duel of the sacred bodies? I've really seen something new. As he got into the fight, he roared, slamming both palms down onto the ground. Earth-shattering palm. A wave of earthy yellow, violent spiritual energy surged across the ground, causing the sturdy stone platform to crack with numerous fissures. Zhou Qianru sprang upwards, her right hand gathering lightning energy. Thunder's fist. A massive sphere of lightning akin to a miniature sun smashed towards the shockwave. The two forces collided midair, instantly detonating, and the violent shockwave swept across the arena like a tsunami, stinging the faces of the students in the front rows. Before the dust could settle, the two figures once again tore through the lingering shadows and grappled fiercely. The aura of his savage body thickened while the sounds of Zhou Qianru's thunder echoed through the skies, making it a fierce and evenly matched battle. You can take a hit, huh? He wiped the sweat from his face, laughing heartily. Let's talk, let's see who is stronger. Zhou Qianru panted, her gaze becoming increasingly sharp. In just a few minutes, the two had exchanged over 100 blows, the visceral feeling of flesh striking flesh igniting the audience's blood. I can't take it anymore. This is just too exhilarating. This is how we cultivators should fight. Get lost, cowards. Zhou Qianru seized an opening, retreating swiftly, her fingers pointed towards the heavens. Thunder Dragon Break. A gigantic lightning dragon as thick as a water barrel roared forth, charging towards him with a destructive momentum. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stomping his feet hard, causing the entire arena to sink 3 inches. Mountain Crumbling Fist. The earthy yellow fist imprint swelled in the wind, collapsing like a mountain and forcefully severing the lightning dragon in half. Both let out muffled grunts as they took several steps back. Zhou Qianru wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at him. No more dilly-dallying, let's go straight to the final move. If this drags on, we'll both be exhausted. He grinned, unconcerned. All right, then let me fulfill your request. Witness my move, Mountain Collapse and Earth Shatter. Spiritual energy surged violently through his body, and he seemed to grow taller, resembling an ancient giant. He suddenly clasped his palms together, locking Zhou Qianru in with an overwhelming force. Zhou Qianru showed no fear, instead revealing a crazed smile. Bring it on. Let's see who's tougher. Thunderous might. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and numerous bolts of lightning seemed to be summoned, frantically gathering above her head, ultimately transforming into a pillar of lightning that descended with catastrophic force. In the moment of collision, time seemed to freeze. Then a thunderous explosion erupted, enough to shatter eardrums. The center of the arena was blasted into a massive pit, several dozen meters wide, debris flying everywhere, dust swirling. The teachers on the podium stared wide-eyed, forgetting to swallow their tea. This level of attack intensity, are we sure they're first-year students? These two physiques are extraordinarily dominant. Even in the central region, they would be considered top-tier prodigies. Yunhai Academy didn't just find Lin Chen this time. There are gems beyond him. As the dust settled, he stood at the edge of the pit, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving. Zhou Qianru, on the other hand, had a pale face, supporting herself on her knees, blood continuously trickling from her mouth. Ultimately, she fell short due to her realm. Her spiritual energy was not on par with his. In the final clash, she lost due to sheer exhaustion. Old Zhang rushed onto the stage, glanced at the situation, and declared loudly, "The winner is Yunhai Academy Guan Yu." Zhou Qianru pouted, walking back to Lin Chen and the others with an expression of disbelief. "Pa, this big idiot has an insane amount of spiritual energy. If I were at his level, the trump card I didn't use would have definitely turned him to ashes." Lin Chen patted her shoulder and teased, "All right, stop bragging. A loss is a loss. But you were indeed impressive just now. You almost had me mesmerized." Zhou Qianru shot him a glare. "Get lost. I'm in a bad mood now. Don't go spouting nonsense. I have to work harder in my training when we get back to the academy." Old Zhang's megaphone sounded once more. Next up, Wu Hao from Xingqian Academy against Chu Mingyao from Lanming Academy. As the two stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted into howls. Chu Mingyao is the pride of Lanming Academy, resembling a celestial being, her cold demeanor accentuated by the perfectly fitted school uniform that highlighted her curves. Wu Hao, on the other hand, displayed gentlemanly conduct, cupping his hands in greeting. "Senior, please guide me." Chu Mingyao merely nodded slightly, her clear eyes revealing no emotion. Wu Hao did not dare to underestimate her. He knew she was formidable and immediately activated his Fire King body. Flames swirled around him, making him look like a fiery figure as he shook his fists. Fire Fist. A fireball shot forth, carrying searing heat towards Chu Mingyao. She stood her ground, not even blinking, and with a delicate motion of her right hand, she unleashed a palm strike. 3 absolute palms. An exceedingly soft power instantly neutralized the Fire Fist strike, and the residual force sent Wu Hao staggering back several steps, nearly toppling off the stage. Wu Hao's expression changed. He thought to himself that this senior sister had formidable strength. "Senior, if you can withstand my final move, I will admit defeat." Chu Mingyao remained cool and collected calmly, uttering 4 words. "Just make your move." Wu Hao took a deep breath, his flames wildly compressing until they formed a sea of fire above his head. Heavenly fire descends. This was a martial skill that had inexplicably emerged in his mind after awakening the Fire King body. Although its level was uncertain, its power was undoubtedly unparalleled in his experience. The temperature above the entire arena surged, causing many students to break into a sweat, feeling as if they had returned to the hottest days of summer. Now Chu Mingyao finally took it seriously. A glint of cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. 9 Divine Claw. A gigantic black claw suddenly appeared in the sky, eerie and terrifying, accompanied by wails and ghostly cries. The claw suddenly shrank as if squeezing a balloon, exploding the overwhelming sea of fire. Amidst the flying sparks, Wu Hao let out a cry of despair, half kneeling on the ground, his spiritual energy scattered, unable to muster any strength. I admit defeat." Old Zhang immediately announced. "Chu Mingyao from Lanming Academy wins. Today's qualifying matches are concluded. The finals will begin at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now everyone is free to move about." With Old Zhang's command, the students began to disperse from the arena. Lin Fei had been waiting at the exit, and as soon as he saw Lin Shun, he rushed over like a little puppy. Chen Gu, how was it? Was it exciting today?" Lin Shun yawned, responding with annoyance. "It was okay, or aside from watching a few great shows, it was just that." Lin Fei rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. "Let's go celebrate. Still that barbecue place from last night. The owner just texted me saying he just slaughtered a peak first-tier black flame pig, and the meat is incredibly fresh." Lin Shun turned back to look at Lu Shui and the others. "Are you guys coming?" Zhou Qianru wiped the dirt off her face. "Absolutely. I lost the match today, so I have to eat double to make up for it. I'm going to make Lin Fei go bankrupt." Lu Shui nodded slightly, and Wu Hao weakly followed along. The group marched toward the old spot. Upon arriving at the barbecue stand, Lin Fei sat down confidently. "Boss, first give me 50 pounds of black flame pig meat. I want the tenderest parts. And bring me 20 boxes of beer. If we don't drink down 2 people today, no one gets to leave." Lin Chen opened a bottle of beer with a pop. "All right, stop showing off and get the boss to serve the food. My stomach is already singing the empty city strategy." As the sun set, a group of boys and girls clinked glasses in the bustling snack street, laughing about tomorrow's strategies. Although tomorrow is the finals, it seems that the aroma of meat on the table and the icy beer are the most important at this moment. Lin Chen took a big gulp of beer, looking at the lively crowd in the distance, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow seems like it will be even more interesting. The actions of the owner of the barbecue shop were quite nimble. After all, it was the meat of a first-tier demon beast, the black flame pig, which represented a significant order. Before long, a large tray of fragrant roasted meat was brought over, piled up like a small mountain, its surface golden and crispy, with the oil sizzling. Just the aroma made one's appetite stir. "Let's dig in." Lin Fei shouted excitedly, the first to grab a large skewer of meat, not caring about the hotness, shoving it into his mouth and chewing. The group was eating with grease on their lips, the sounds of clinking cups resonating continuously. Just as they were getting tipsy and chatting boisterously, 2 striking figures appeared at the end of the food street. It was Chu Mingyao and Zhou Hanyu from Lanming Academy. The two seemed to be just strolling around, not expecting to run into Lin Chen and the others here. Lin Chen's gaze swept over, and the others noticed him too. Chu Mingyao and Zhou Hanyu exchanged a glance, and then walked over. "Classmates, may we sit down and share a meal?" Chu Mingyio's voice was cool, yet not distant. Before Lin Chen could respond, Lin Fei, with a skewer in his mouth, mumbled, Sure. After all, it's not like I'm treating." Wu Hao chimed in, egging it on. "Exactly, our Fei Gu has plenty of money, adding a couple more people won't matter." Lin Fei rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with these 2 jokers, and gestured for the 2 beauties to sit down. Go ahead, we probably can't finish this pig among the 5 of us anyway, so feel free to help out. Chu Mingyao and Zhou Hanyu thanked him and took a seat beside them, not being polite, picking up roasted meat and eating elegantly in stark contrast to Lin Fei, who was devouring like a starving ghost. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, Lin Shun took a big gulp of beer, burped, and squinted at the 2 beauties across from him, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I say, you 2 girls, you've been hiding your strength pretty well, haven't you? You didn't show your full power in those matches yesterday. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyao paused in her eating, looked up with a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes, and then answered calmly, the world has changed, it's no longer the peaceful world it used to be. One must always hold back a little, never reveal your true strength. This way, in case of unexpected situations, you can unleash your full potential to escape. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of pride. This is what my teacher taught me, it's called striking when the enemy is unprepared. You really have a good teacher. Lin Chen nodded in approval upon hearing this. This theory resonated deeply with him. To survive cunning, the group continued eating and drinking for over an hour. As it was getting late, Chu Mingyao and Zhou Hanyu, from now on hide your strength a bit, don't flaunt it everywhere, as if afraid others don't know how amazing you are. Lin Fei and Wu Hao's faces flushed, and they could only bury their heads in their food. The group continued eating and drinking for over an hour. As it was getting late, Chu Mingyao and Zhou Hanyu stood up to bid farewell. Thank you for your hospitality. Hanyu and I will head back to our place now. Take care. Lin Chen waved his hand with a grin. Tomorrow is the finals, hope you can bring out your full strength. Chu Mingyao turned back, giving him a deep look, her lips curling up slightly. You'll see tomorrow. With that, the 2 disappeared into the night. Lu Shui and Zhou Qianru also felt it was getting late, standing up to say, we should go too, we have to get back to cultivate. Alright, you all take care. Lin Shun waved his hand, us 3 big guys will keep drinking. Once the girls left, Lin Chen put his arms around Lin Fei and Wu Hao's shoulders and shouted, come on, let's keep drinking. Once we finish here, we'll go to Tiangong karaoke and spin some more. Sure. Lin Fei and Wu Hao instantly perked up. The 3 of them downed a few more boxes of beer, finally satisfied and ready to change venues. Lin Fei went to settle the bill. Just the black flame pig meat alone cost over 10,000. After all, it was the meat of a first-tier demon beast containing spiritual energy, far superior to ordinary food, greatly beneficial for cultivation. In these 2 days, the barbecue stall owner earned nearly 20,000 just from Lin Shun and their few tables. Let's go, I'll treat you all soon. Lin Chen said while burping. No, Chen Gu. Wu Hao quickly waved his hands. Wait, let me treat this time. You and Lin Fei don't need to be polite with me. Lin Shun and Lin Fei exchanged glances and didn't insist any longer. The 3 of them hopped into Wu Hao's flashy hover sports car, speeding towards the most luxurious KTV in the city, Tiangong Karaoke. Upon entering, the opulent and dazzling scene nearly blinded Lin Chen's titanium alloy eyes. Wu Hao walked confidently to the front desk, waved grandly to the manager and shouted, give me the biggest private and bring out your best ladies for me. Absolutely, gentlemen, please follow me. The manager, clearly a sharp person, nodded and bowed repeatedly, personally leading the way. The 3 were soon led into a huge private room that looked like a palace. Please wait a moment, the ladies will be here. Then bring me your best liquor first. And bring another 20 boxes of beer. Wu Hao sat down on the sofa, waving his hand grandly. All right, the manager replied and turned to arrange it. Wu Hao lit a cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and smiled at the 2. Tonight we won't leave until we're completely drunk. After about 10 minutes, the door to the private room was pushed open. The manager entered with 10 beautiful ladies, instantly filling the room with various scents of perfume. Lin Chen glanced around and had to admit that these women were indeed quite beautiful, each with a stunning figure. However, after getting used to the pure and elegant beauty of Lu Shui and Zhou Qianru, seeing these overly adorned women felt a bit lacking. In this world, not everyone has the talent for cultivation. Ordinary people still make up the majority. They can only choose various ways to survive. Wu Hao and Lin Fei's eyes had already turned into those of hungry wolves, pouncing on the 2 prettiest girls, each wrapping their arms around them and starting to get handsy. Chen Gu, you should pick one too. Wu Hao shouted at Lin Chen. He was slightly younger than Lin Chen, and after witnessing Lin Chen's monstrous strength, he began to call him Chen Gu, like Lin Fei. Lin Chen waved his hand. You all enjoy yourselves, I'll pass. He really wasn't interested. As Wu Hao and Lin Fei continued to egg him on, Lin Chen's gaze inadvertently swept to the back of the crowd. There stood a girl different from the others, heavily made up. She wore only light makeup and an ill-fitting princess dress, looking somewhat nervous, head down, her hands anxiously twisting the hem of her dress. She looked quite delicate. All right, I'll take the last one back there. Lin Chen pointed at her. The girl visibly stiffened at his words, looking up in confusion. Under the manager's urging, she moved like a frightened deer, slowly making her way to sit beside Lin Chen. A faint laundry-like fragrance wafted over. Lin Chen glanced at her, She seemed young, barely 18 or 19, with an innocent look still lingering on her. You. Hello. The girl murmured, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzzing with a hint. Lin Chen chuckled and teased. Why are you so nervous? Is this your first time working in a place like this? The girl shuddered, her head dropping lower, and her voice took on a slight, crying tone. Yes. Lin Chen's smile instantly froze. What the hell? Is it really your first time? He felt utterly stunned looking at the girl's frail shoulders, unable to suppress a curse in his heart. This damn life truly pushes people to their limits. Lin Chen looked at the girl beside him, Wang Xiaoxiao, who was as stiff as a piece of wood, resembling a startled little quail, and couldn't help but chuckle. He picked up a bottle of beer and handed it over, grinning. Don't be so nervous, just relax. Drink if you want to drink, sing if you want to sing. Wang Xiaoxiao timidly took the bottle, lowering her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. Then, he'll drink. Lin Chen readily clinked his bottle with hers. Not far away, Lin Fei and Wu Hao were already acting like wild dogs off the leash, hugging girls left and right, playing games with nearby beauties, and grabbing the microphone to sing loudly, making the accompanying girls laugh so hard they couldn't stand up straight. The entire private room was filled with sultry music. Lin Chen paid no attention to them and simply drank, with Wang Xiaoxiao engaging in casual conversation. The group had been partying in the private room for nearly a few hours, and the bottles on the table piled up like a small mountain. This time no one used spiritual energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol. As Lin Chen put it, if he had to use spiritual energy to force out the effects of alcohol every time he drank, then what was the point? That wouldn't be drinking, that would be drinking water. As the clock struck midnight, Lin Fei and Wu Hao could no longer keep the party going, staggering over with arms draped over each other, their tongues thick. Chen, brother Chen, it's about time to go, it's already past 12, Wu Hao said, belching. Then let's head back. Lin Chen also felt a bit dizzy, getting up and swaying slightly. No way. Lin Fei waved his hand, speaking with a thick tongue. At this state, return. No way. Let's just go upstairs to sleep. Lin Chen was too lazy to argue. All right, let's go upstairs to rest then. I've had a bit too much too. Wu Hao didn't forget to ask, brother Chen, are you okay? Tomorrow. There's a match, right? You fine? It's nothing serious. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. In the inn, Lin Fei and Wu Hao each took a drunken beauty in their arms, swaying as they headed upstairs. Lin Chen stood up, feeling the world spin, as if he was walking on cotton, unable to walk in a straight line. Brother Lin Chen, are you okay? Wang Xiaoxiao hurried over, using her frail shoulder to support Lin Chen. I'm fine. Lin Chen mumbled, his weight leaning heavily against the girl. Wang Xiaoxiao helped Lin Chen, staggering as they went upstairs, eventually finding the resting room arranged by the manager. She finally managed to get Lin Chen to the edge of the bed. Just as she was about to let him lie down by himself, Lin Chen stumbled, and they both gasped, falling together onto the soft bed. Wang Xiaoxiao let out a muffled sound as she was pressed down, and just as she tried to struggle up, she was tightly embraced by a sudden force. They say alcohol leads to trouble, and that's no lie. Lin Chen was completely out of it, his mind a blur, instinctively holding onto the soft and fragrant body. Brother Lin Chen, let go of me. You're drunk. Wang Xiaoxiao's cries and struggles sounded to Lin Chen like the buzzing of a mosquito. He couldn't hear. Alcohol is the best catalyst. Over the course of the night, Wang Xiaoxiao went from initial panic and struggle to eventual surrender and acceptance. By the time morning light broke, Lin Chen jolted awake from a hangover headache. Looking at the ceiling, he was dazed for a while, only then realizing that he seemed to be holding something in his arms. Looking down, he was stunned. Wang Xiaoxiao's delicate face was stained with tears, her eyes swollen, curled up in his arms, soundly asleep. The bright red stain on the sheets made Lin Chen's head buzz, utterly exploding. What the hell? Did I really mess up by drinking? Lin Chen screamed internally. What have I done? I've ruined this girl's life. Just as Lin Chen was regretting and thinking about slapping himself, Wang Xiaoxiao in his arms slowly woke up. As she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Chen's face so close to hers that she instinctively shrank back, her face filled with panic and confusion. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen felt even worse and quickly spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. I'm sorry last night. I really drank too much. Wang Xiaoxiao lowered her head, tightly gripping the blanket, and after a moment of silence, she spoke in a barely audible voice. It's fine, it was my choice too. Just as she finished speaking, she tried to sit up from the bed, but her body felt like it was falling apart, especially in certain indescribable areas, pain shooting through her, making her gasp for breath, and walking became difficult. Seeing this, Lin Chen pulled her back into his arms, speaking softly. If you're not feeling well, just rest for now. He sighed, picking up his phone from the bedside table. Let's add each other on WeChat. If you need anything in the future, just call or message me. Wang Xiaoxiao obediently nodded. After adding each other as friends, Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly transferred her 1 million. Take this money and spend it. If you run out, just let me know. I have to go to school now. Oh, I can't be late for the match. You're still a student. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at the long string of zeros on her phone, completely stunned, and instinctively asked, "Yeah, what's wrong with that?" "No. No problem, no problem." Wang Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head. "Then you just rest in the room, I'll let the manager know." Lin Chen put on his clothes, buttoning up as he spoke. "You shouldn't come here to work anymore. In the future, stay at home. If you have nowhere to live, just come to my place. I have plenty of rooms, and when you're free, you can cook for me." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened, shaking her head. "I still have to take care of my mother. It's not very convenient right now." "What's wrong with your mother?" Lin Chen furrowed his brows. "She's hospitalized." Wang Xiaoxiao's voice trembled slightly. "I'm a bit short on money, which is why my friend introduced me here, and today was my first day at work. And I ran into you. Is your mother all right?" Lin Chen's tone softened significantly. "She's fine now. The doctor said she can be discharged in a few days. After she's discharged, she just needs to rest. Once your mother is discharged, call me." Lin Chen walked to the bedside, sitting down and looking at her. "They'll take you both to my place. The environment there is good, suitable for your mother to recuperate." Wang Xiaoxiao's tears instantly fell, and she waved her hands repeatedly. "Brother Lin Chen, thank you. You've already given me 1 million. Oh, I can't trouble you anymore." Lin Chen reached out to gently wipe her tears, speaking domineeringly. "What does it matter? You're my woman now. You'll be living with me from now on. It's settled. When your mother is discharged, call me, and I'll come to pick you up." "Okay." Wang Xiaoxiao looked at him finally, nodding, her voice thick with emotion. "He'll let you know then. You? Hurry to school. If you don't go now, you'll be late." "All right." Lin Chen took one last look at her before turning and walking out of the resting room. On the martial arts stage, the atmosphere between Lin Chen and Guan Yu grew increasingly tense as waves of air generated by their physical clashes hit the students in the front row, causing their faces to sting. The two exchanged heavy punches once more, each being forced back. Guan Yu shook his slightly numb arm and looked at Lin Chen, who remained calm and collected, his expression becoming unusually serious. "I know you are strong, but relying solely on physical strength will not allow me to win against you." He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Then I won't hold back any longer." Before his words faded, a terrifying and overwhelming aura more powerful than any contestant present erupted from Guan Yu's body, like an awakening ancient beast. Martial spirit, fifth heaven. The terrifying pressure of spiritual energy surged across the entire training ground like a tidal wave, making everyone feel as if a massive stone was pressing down on their chests, making it difficult to breathe. "What the hell? Martial spirit, fifth heaven." A sharp-eyed student below the stage screamed, his voice trembling. "Are you kidding me? Wasn't this guy always only revealing the strength of martial spirit, first heaven? How could he be hiding so much? Monster. Yunhai Academy has produced a monster. Lin Chen is in danger now." The directors from other academies on the podium wore expressions of disbelief, looking at the older Wang, who led Yunhai Academy. "Old Wang, you're not following the martial ethics. Hiding such a trump card until now. This talent is rare, even in our Yunhai Academy." Old Wang stroked his beard, proudly feigning humility, as he said, "Well, young people like to keep their cards close to their chest. Oh, I can't do anything about that." Zhou Yuntian looked at his smug face, merely picked up his teacup, blew on the steam, and the corners of his mouth curled into a knowing smile, without saying a word. Such a small scene, no need to panic. On the martial arts stage, Lin Chen felt the powerful pressure rushing towards him, yet instead of showing fear, he wore an excited smile. "Oh, finally willing to show some real skill. I thought you would just scratch like a girl." He twisted his neck, the joints cracking like popping beans, and beckoned to Guan Yu with his finger. "Come on, let me see how impressive martial spirit fifth heaven really is. You're seeking death." Guan Yu was completely provoked by his disdainful attitude, roaring as his palms gathered swirling yellow spiritual energy. "Earth Shatter Palm." He thrust both palms forward, unleashing an enormous yellow palm print that seemed capable of tearing the earth apart, charging fiercely towards Lin Chen. "Bring it on." Lin Chen laughed heartily, leaping into the air instead of retreating. Amidst countless shocked gazes, he began to rapidly form hand seals. "What the hell? Here he comes again. That ice dragon martial skill. The power of this technique is terrifying. Ew, I wonder if Guan Yu can withstand it." The crowd gasped, each straining to catch every detail. Ice dragon soars. With Lin Chen's furious shout, 9 colossal ice dragons formed from extreme cold roared forth from behind him, crashing down towards the massive yellow palm print. Guan Yu's expression changed upon seeing the 9 vividly lifelike ice dragons. Only when he faced this earth-shattering move as an opponent did he truly realize the terrifying sealing power contained within those 9 ice dragons. He dared not show any carelessness and unleashed all of his spiritual energy to the utmost. Mountain collapse, earth shatter. He roared, both fists striking out simultaneously, sending 2 even more solid yellow fist prints crashing down like collapsing mountains against the 9 diving ice dragons. Boom! The ultimate clash of ice and earth erupted in the air. The violent energy storm swept out like a nuclear explosion, cracking the solid martial arts stage with spiderweb-like fissures. As the dust gradually settled, two figures reappeared before the crowd. Lin Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, his clothes untouched, wearing an expression of calmness. Guan Yu, on the other hand, was slightly panting, his face pale. You can't be that weak, right? Lin Chen dug at his ear, pouting with disappointment. If that's the case, then I'm truly disappointed. You're indeed a freak. Guan Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet his fighting spirit increased rather than diminished, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. But to defeat me, that's still not enough. Let's fight again. He suddenly raised his head and let out a roar of unwillingness. Primal sacred body activate. Before his words ended, Guan Yu's body began to swell, like it was inflated, his already towering physique expanding even more. Countless ancient and mysterious totem marks appeared on his bronzed skin, and a terrifying aura, as if from the primordial wilderness, erupted from within him. On the podium, Zhou Yuntian paused slightly as he held his teacup. Primal sacred body. Interesting. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at Guan Yu, who seemed to have transformed into an ancient giant. A sacred body, huh? Just right, let me use these fists to feel just how powerful this so-called primal sacred body is. He did not even activate his divine body and charged towards the now activated Guan Yu barehanded. What the hell? Has he gone mad? That's the primal sacred body. A top-tier sacred body known for its strength and defense. He wants to withstand it with just his physical body. Isn't that seeking death? Is he trying to act too tough? Everyone below was dumbfounded. Even the teachers on the podium looked utterly bewildered. Bang! In the midst of countless shocked gazes, two fists of vastly different sizes collided solidly once more. This time Lin Chen finally felt an overwhelming force. He grunted, losing control as he stumbled back several steps, barely managing to steady himself, his arms tingling. Not bad, kid. Lin Chen shook his hand, grinning excitedly, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. Now can you withstand my next move? He took a deep breath and began to rapidly form hand seals. His entire aura suddenly shifted, becoming ethereal, yet dangerous. Extinction, captive heaven, finger, first finger, captive heaven and earth. As his words fell, an indescribable, terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Lin Fei, who was cheering for Lin Chen, nearly jumped up with excitement upon seeing this move. This move? Brother Chen is about to use that technique. As Guan Yu felt the pressure, his pupils dilated, his face filled with disbelief. I didn't expect you to know this move too. How could I not know? Lin Chen chuckled, speaking playfully. That woman's move was taught by me. Do you think I wouldn't know it? In the contestants' rest area, Lu Shui turned red with anger at his words, her cold, beautiful face flushing with embarrassment, nearly grinding her silver teeth as she internally cursed Lin Chen. This bastard. Just wait until the match is over, I'll show you. Guan Yu was left speechless by Lin Chen's words, finally gritting his teeth and shouting, then come. I want to see just how powerful your martial skill is. He roared, unleashing the full power of the primal sacred body, with his muscular arms bulging, veins popping as he punched towards the towering finger descending from the sky. He intended to withstand this heavenly tier martial skill using pure physical strength. Boom! The collision of fist and finger erupted with a deafening sound. Before the astonished eyes of all, the martial arts stage beneath Guan Yu's feet cracked inch by inch, yet his giant-like body incredibly managed to endure that world-destroying finger. Not bad. A glint of admiration crossed Lin Chen's eyes. Just relying on this sacred body was enough to block my first finger. Then what will you do next? As soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged once more. Extinction, captive heaven, finger, second finger, shatter the stars. Above the firmament, a finger even larger and more solid than the previous one, carrying the terrifying might of shattering stars, descended once again. At this moment, Guan Yu's expression changed completely. He could clearly feel that this finger was several times more powerful than the last one. It was something he could not withstand. He no longer dared to be reckless and unleashed all of his spiritual energy, without holding back, using his strongest martial skill once more. Mountain collapse, earth shatter. He was gambling, betting everything to resist this terrifying second finger. Looks like you're out of tricks, huh? Lin Chen looked at his desperate struggle, shaking his head with a cruel smile. Then it should end now. Third finger, annihilate the gods and demons. As Lin Chen's voice echoed like the death knell, the entire sky darkened in an instant. It was as if the daylight had been swallowed by the night in an instant. In that endless darkness, a finger even thicker and larger than the sum of the previous two slowly materialized, emanating a destructive aura that could cause even gods and demons to tremble, gradually pressing down towards the tiny figure below. Guan Yu stared at the deathly finger that overshadowed the entire sky, completely numb. His mind went blank, filled only with endless despair. In the face of death's threat, he unleashed his final will to survive, activating the primal sacred body to its utmost, transforming into a golden streak of light charging towards that massive finger. However, all of this was in vain. His once proud sacred body was as fragile as an egg before the third. The moment he merely touched the giant finger, the golden light surrounding him shattered inch by inch, and he fell like a kite, with cut strings, blood spewing from his mouth, as he was forcefully crushed by the unmatched power, crashing heavily onto the martial arts stage and losing consciousness. Old Zhang appeared like a ghost on the stage, quickly running to check Guan Yi's injuries. He then sighed in relief and picked up a loudspeaker, shouting to the entire arena. Fortunately, he just fainted and is not in life-threatening danger. If that third finger had hit with full force, Guan Yu would have died on the spot. Looks like that guy Lin Chen still held back in the end. He then officially announced, Yunhai Academy's Guan Yu has lost the ability to fight. Lin Chen of the Star Academy is the victor. With his announcement, the entire square snapped back to reality from the shock of that world-destroying finger, erupting into cheers like a tidal wave. In the final battle of the championship, we invite Chu Mingyao from Blue Dream Academy to face off against Lu Shui from Star Academy. As Old Zhang's words fell, two equally stunning figures appeared on the martial arts stage in an instant. As Old Zhang called out start, the two girls almost moved simultaneously, transforming into streaks of light and crashing into each other at the center of the stage. As Old Zhang's voice faded, two equally stunning figures suddenly appeared on the competition stage, transforming into streaks of light that collided violently in the center of the platform. Both women were skilled swordswomen. In an instant, the stage was filled with flashing sword lights and the crisp sounds of clashing blades. Each strike aimed directly at the other's vital points, clearly intent on winning this match as quickly as possible. After another fierce clash of swords, both women simultaneously unleashed their spiritual energy from their palms, forcefully striking against each other, propelled backward several steps by the rebound. The students below watched in a daze, their blood surging with excitement. Wow, this is a true goddess duel. Both beautiful and powerful. This sword technique is too fast. I feel like my eyes are going to cramp. Just as everyone was marveling, the two fighters on stage almost simultaneously sheathed their swords and began forming hand seals at lightning speed. 9-in sword technique. Chu Mingyao exclaimed, her surroundings filled with dark energy coalescing behind her into a gigantic black sword radiating a chilling aura. 9 heavens sword technique. Lu Shui was not to be outdone, her spiritual energy soaring, conjuring a massive white sword shimmering with holy light. The black and white sword shadows collided thunderously in midair. Boom! A violent storm of sword energy swept through the arena, sending both women flying backwards several meters. However, before the turbulent air could completely dissipate, the two figures tore through the dust again, recklessly charging at each other. This time, both women discarded their flashy techniques and began a primal savage exchange of spiritual energy. 3 absolute palms. 10,000 sword technique. The two terrifying energies erupted in midair once more, producing an ear-splitting roar. Wow! Are these two girls insane? Why are they fighting so desperately? Their strength is incredible. Although they can't compare to Lin Chen, they are definitely monstrous in their own right. The crowd watched with great interest, murmurs rising and falling. Just then, Lu Shui, who had been evenly matched, suddenly retreated, her hands rapidly forming intricate seals. Seeing her starting move, Zhou Yuntian on the judging platform paused slightly with his teacup in hand. Lin Chen in the resting area spat out the grass he had in his mouth, his eyes brightening with a grin. Looks like something exciting is about to happen. Here it comes, she's going to use Lin Chen's monster technique, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Chu Mingyao observed Lu Shui's movements, a hint of seriousness finally appearing on her otherwise cool face, as she slowly spoke, her voice resonating throughout the arena. Are you finally willing to use this move? Silent destruction, prison finger, first finger, prison heaven. Lu Shui shouted, thrusting her palms forward fiercely. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted. In the sky, a massive crack appeared out of nowhere. A gigantic finger formed from pure spiritual energy, capable of piercing the heavens, slowly emerged from the fissure, with a terrifying aura that seemed to imprison all things. At this sight, the entire playground erupted. What the hell is this? Lin Chen's martial arts. What the hell? What the hell? Lu Shui is using Lin Chen's martial arts. Even though I saw it in the previous match, I'm still shocked to see it again. They must be connected somehow. Absolutely connected. Damn it, my goddess. Is she being defiled by that pervert? In an instant, various rumors and speculations spread like wildfire among the crowd. Chu Mingyao listened to the chatter below, looking at the familiar gigantic finger, a complex flash in her eyes, before she snorted coldly. I want to see just how much of his essence you have learned. 9 in divine claw. She shouted fiercely, her surrounding dark energy surging violently, condensing behind her into a massive black claw over several tens of meters long, emanating endless malice, and with a howl it pounced toward the gigantic finger. Boom! The giant finger and claw collided in midair with a deafening crash. The two tremendous forces clashed violently, actually locking in a stalemate in the air. It actually helped. Both of their realms were equal, and their spiritual energies were similar. It seemed this move would end in a tie. Just as everyone thought this clash would end in a draw, a brand new, colder, and more domineering aura suddenly erupted from Chu Mingyao. Purine's sacred body activate. Before her words faded, the black claw behind her suddenly swelled like it had taken a stimulant, its momentum surging slowly, pushing back Lu Shue's gigantic finger. A sacred body. Chu Mingyao is also a sacred body. Lu Shue is in danger now. However, facing this sudden twist, Lu Shue showed no sign of panic, instead curling her lips into a faint smile. Finally willing to use your physique. Then I can't hold back either. Supreme's sacred body activate. As her voice fell, an equally powerful ultimate soft and icy force erupted from within her. With the boost of the sacred body, the originally disadvantaged gigantic finger steadied its stance once more. Damn, another sacred body. What kind of monsters are this year's new students? The students below were completely stunned. Lu Shue looked at the Chu Mingyao, who was fully activating her sacred body, her eyes flashing with determination as she formed seals again. If that's the case, let me show you the power of the second finger. Silent destruction, prison finger, second finger, shatter the stars. Boom. From the sky, a gigantic finger, even twice the size of the first, descended with the terrifying momentum of shattering stars. At this moment, Chu Mingyio's expression finally changed. She could clearly feel that this finger's power was several times stronger than the previous one. She dared not hold anything back, pouring all her spiritual energy into that black claw. However, it was all in vain. Before the devastating might of the second finger, her proudly wielded divine claw crumbled, like paper, fracturing and retreating step by step. Puff! Chu Mingyao suffered backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her pretty face instantly going pale. She looked at the second finger, which was still slowly pressing down, her eyes flashing with a hint of madness and determination. She gambled everything. She was betting her all. Just when everyone thought Chu Mingyao was about to lose, Lu Shue's pretty face also turned extremely pale, her internal spiritual energy almost drained, and the gigantic second finger began to turn ethereal. Looks like it's still not enough. Lu Shue let out a bitter smile, ultimately falling short. At that moment, Chu Mingyao suddenly let out an unwilling roar, her spiritual energy surging again, and the nearly shattered divine claw miraculously solidified, once more forcefully, holding against the pressure of the second finger. What the hell? She can still resist. Are these two monsters? Do they have such long blue bars? Lu Shue looked at the stalemate situation, her silver teeth gritting. Looks like I can only bet on that move now. She took a deep breath, gathering the last trace of spiritual energy left in her body, forming a hand seal, even more profound and complex than before. Seeing this hand seal, Lin Chen's pupils constricted. What the hell, is this girl crazy? Does she really want to use the third finger? With her current condition, won't she turn into a dry corpse right away? Third finger. Annihilate the gods and demons. As Lu Shue's weak, yet resolute voice echoed, the entire sky darkened in an instant. It was as if daylight had been swallowed by night. In that endless darkness, a finger even thicker and larger than the previous two slowly emerged. It emanated a destructive aura that could make even gods and demons tremble, slowly pressing down toward the struggling black claw below. Looking at that death finger obscuring the entire sky, Chu Mingyao completely gave up resisting. Her mind went blank, filled only with endless despair and unwillingness. I never expected you could really use the third finger. She smiled bitterly and slowly closed her eyes. However, the anticipated death did not descend. The world-destroying gigantic finger less than half a meter from her head vanished quietly like snow under. The sky regained its brightness. On the competition stage, Lu Shue's figure swayed unsteadily, her face devoid of color, clearly exhausted. Meanwhile, Chu Mingyao stood quietly in place, watching her with a complex expression. After a moment, she softly said to old Zhang below, I lost. Old Zhang snapped back to reality from his shock, quickly announcing, Chu Mingyao from Blue Dream Academy admits defeat. Lu Shue from Star Academy wins. With his announcement, the entire square awoke from the shock brought by the world-destroying finger, erupting in a tsunami of cheers. Alright, this concludes the exchange competition for the first-year students of the 4 great academies. Old Zhang shouted hoarsely. Now I will announce the final rankings. 4th place, Oi Blue Dream Academy, Chu Mingyao. 3rd place, O Star Academy, Lu Shue. 2nd place, O Cloud Sea Academy, Guan Yu. And the 1st place of this exchange competition goes to Star Academy, Lin Chen. Now, Please welcome the 4 award-winning contestants to the stage to receive their prizes. Amidst countless envious and jealous gazes, Lin Chen, Guanyu Lushui, and Chu Mingyao slowly walked up to the podium. Zhou Yuntian personally presented the rewards to the 4, looking at Lin Chen with a smile that couldn't be contained. Kid, well done. You didn't embarrass me. Lin Chen received the 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and the low-grade Earth-class weapon, Breaking Army Spear, an extra reward from Zhou Yuntian, grinning. Thank you for the Earth-class weapon, Principal. Unforgettable, unforgettable. Zhou Yuntian laughed heartily. Lin Chen walked off the stage fully satisfied that this match was not in vain. Just as everyone finished receiving their rewards and prepared to feast in celebration, a shrill alarm loud enough to rupture eardrums suddenly echoed throughout the entire Linhai city. The sound was piercing and urgent, like the death knell of the Grim Reaper, instantly extinguishing all the laughter and joy in the square. Woo woo woo. Beast invasion. Beast invasion. All combat personnel immediately gather at the city gate. Repeat. Beast. Zhou Yunshin's smile froze instantly. He didn't even have time to say a word before he transformed into a streak of light soaring into the sky, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. Lin Chen looked at the old man who effortlessly flew like a deity, his mouth agape, as if it could fit and egg, his heart surging with turbulent waves. What the hell? This old man can fly. What realm is this? Martial King? Or Martial Emperor? Realm divisions: Martial Apprentice, Martial Artist, Martial Master, Martial Spirit, Martial Sect, Martial Sovereign, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Venerable, Martial Saint, Martial God, Martial Emperor. Corresponding to beast ranks 1 to 9, Beast Kings, Beast Emperors. He had always thought this old man was at most a martial sovereign, but he never expected him to be so deeply hidden. Not only him, but the heads of other academies also changed their expressions dramatically. The politeness and jokes from before vanished, replaced by unprecedented solemnity. Quick! To the city gate. The few exchanged glances, not even bothering to greet each other, their figures flickering as they transformed into several afterimages racing towards the city gate. At that moment, the entire Xingqian Academy, and indeed all of Linhai City, sprang into action. The passers-by who had just been strolling in the streets and the vendors who had been haggling just a moment ago all dropped their tasks, their faces displaying a hint of panic, yet resolutely rushed towards their respective posts. This is the world of high martial arts, where humanity unites against a common enemy, a bond etched in their very bones. By the time Zhou Yuntian appeared, as if teleporting atop the towering city wall, a middle-aged man clad in golden armor with an imposing demeanor stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant horizon. The city lord Huang Tianba. Old Huang, what's the situation? Zhou Yuntian asked in a deep voice. Huang Tianba did not turn around, his voice heavy as iron. The exact numbers are still unknown. The scouts have only reported one thing: the scale is unprecedented. At that moment, old Zhang's iconic loud voice erupted on the academy's playground. All students above Martial Master First Heaven gather here. Don't think just because you achieved some results you're impressive. What the academy taught you is merely knowledge. True strength is carved out through blood and fire. Now it's time for you to fight for this city. Everyone. With his roar, the students from the first, second, and third years, without a hint of hesitation, surged forward like a torrent rushing towards the city gate behind old Zhang. Soon the heads of other academies also climbed onto the city wall, one after another. Old Wang from Yunhai Academy looked at the rising dust that blotted out the sky in the distance and gasped. Old Zhou, the scale this time is a bit frightening. Just looking at the commotion, the number of first and second tier cannon fodder must be at least over 10,000. Zhou Yunshin's expression also darkened. Yes, I don't know what happened. It's been less than 2 years since the last beast tide. Logically, it shouldn't come back so soon. As the black tide drew closer, everyone's hearts sank to the depths. Leading the charge were countless first and second tier beasts, roughly estimated to exceed 10,000. Following closely were the larger and more ferocious third and fourth tier beasts, their numbers equally alarming, at least 4,000. And behind the army of beasts, over 1,000 fifth tier beasts emanating terrifying pressure made the defenders on the wall feel suffocated. But this was not the most desperate part. At the back of the beast army, 5 massive figures resembling small mountains were slowly advancing with heavy steps. 6th tier beasts. And above those 5 6th tier beasts, 2 terrifying flying creatures with wingspans exceeding 100 meters circled above, their cold, beastly eyes like 2 blood moons fixated on the people atop the city wall. 7th tier beasts. Damn it. Huang Tianba couldn't help but curse. Did we poke the beast's nest this time? Zhou Yuntian quickly calculated the combat power of both sides. With 2 7th-tier beasts, he and old Huang could barely hold one each. With 5 6th-tier beasts, Zhao Hai and the heads of other academies could manage one each as well. As for the more than 1,000 5th-tier beasts, the academy's teachers should be able to handle most of them in teams. But the remaining 3rd and 4th-tier beasts were simply too many. Although Lin Chen's little buddies were extraordinary, too many ants can kill an elephant. Could they withstand that? Not to mention the over 10,000 cannon fodder at the front relying solely on the Academy's students would surely come at a terrible cost. It seems this time it will be another bloody battle. Zhou Yuntian murmured, a hint of tragic resolve flashing in his eyes. However, as long as we can hold on until those old monsters in the city arrive, we can win. Roar! The beast tide finally reached the city below. Kill! Huang Tianba wasted no time. Drawing his long knife from his waist, he pointed ahead, issuing the command for the general assault. Brothers, for our families behind us, for Linhai City, fight these beasts to the death. The defenders on the city wall and the students erupted in a thunderous roar, leaping from the 100-meter-high city wall, like dumplings crashing violently into the black beast tide. In an instant, flesh and blood flew, screams, roars, and the sounds of weapons piercing flesh merged into a tragically fierce symphony of war. Lin Chen looked at the determined, yet youthful faces around him. Witnessing their fearless charge ignited the fiery blood within him. He turned to Lu Shui, Zhou Qianru, Wu Hao, and Lin Fei beside him, and said, "Don't stray too far from me. If anything happens, I can still save you right away." Understood. The few nodded vigorously, drawing their weapons, their expressions resolute, as they followed the crowd into the fray. Just as Lin Chen prepared to charge in and kill his way through the dog system that had disappeared for nearly a month, finally spoke in his mind. Ding! Emergency sign and task refreshed. Please hunt a 6th-tier beast during this beast tide. To complete this sign and task, Lin Chen's steps halted abruptly, and he was left dumbfounded. In the next second, he cursed in his heart. Dog system, are you out of your mind? You want me to hunt a 6th-tier beast? That's a level beyond a martial sovereign. Do you really think I'm a god? I'm only a martial spirit, first heaven right now. Are you asking me to go die? This task's rewards: Saint-tier, low-grade martial skill. One sword opens the heavenly gate. Lin Chen's cursing abruptly stopped, and his breathing became rapid. Saint-tier, martial skill, and it's a sword technique. What he needed most now was a suitable weapon and an impressive sword technique. Although the broken military gun rewarded by the principal was earthier, he always felt uncomfortable using it. Lin Chen's inner thoughts began to clash. Go, it's a life and death situation. Don't go miss a billion. Damn it. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do it. He finally gritted his teeth and decided to take the plunge. But before I go, I need to see how many trump cards I have now. Lin Chen silently thought. Dog system, open my attribute panel. I need to carefully calculate if I can take down that 6th-tier beast. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue light curtain visible only to him unfolded before his eyes. Host Lin Chen. Realm martial spirit, first layer. Physique pure yang divine body, ancestral dragon divine body. Technique swallowing heaven technique emperor level. Martial skills mountain pushing palm yellow grade top tier completed, desolate prison finger heaven grade top tier completed, ice dragon soaring heaven grade lower tier completed, celestial intent 4 symbols decision holy grade lower tier completed. Passive 10,000 times chi si. Lin Chen looked at the blue light screen that only he could see and smacked his lips in satisfaction. Damn, with holy grade martial skills and 2 divine bodies, this configuration is simply extravagant. He stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over the 5 6th-tier demonic beasts on the battlefield in the distance, a smirk of arrogance curling at the corner of his mouth. Martial spirit first layer taking on a 6th-tier beast should be no problem, right? Let's go. Lin Chen had made up his mind, directly closing the attribute panel. Like a wild dog breaking free, he charged straight toward one of the 6th-tier demonic beasts that looked the dumbest and resembled a bear. This scene instantly left everyone on the city walls and in the battlefield dumbfounded. What the hell? Is that kid crazy? One student who was battling a 3rd-tier demonic beast almost had his eyes pop out. He's just a 1st-year freshman provoking a 6th-tier giant. Isn't this like lighting a lantern in a latrine looking for death? Lin Chen, get back here. In the distance, old Zhang shouted angrily, his heart nearly in his throat. On the city walls, Zhou Yuntian stood there in panic, thinking, isn't this just asking for death? What is that little brat doing? The other directors from various academies looked at Lin Chen's back, as if watching a fool. Old Zhou, is this genius from your academy a bit mentally challenged? Martial spirit first layer challenging a 6th-tier demonic beast. Does he think he is the reincarnation of a martial god? Lin Chen didn't care how they discussed him behind his back. He only had eyes for the silly-looking black bear. The 6th-tier black wind bear also noticed the human little runt charging toward it, and a hint of human-like disdain flashed in its copper bell-sized eyes. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen reached the black wind bear's front. Without saying a word, he unleashed the mountain-pushing palm he had already mastered to perfection. Lie down. A massive palm imprint condensed from pure spiritual energy crashed down on the thick fur of the black wind bear's chest with overwhelming force. Bang! A muffled sound. The disemboweling scene he had anticipated did not occur. The black wind bear merely shook its massive body, looked down at its unscathed chest, then raised its head to gaze at Lin Chen with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you scratching my itch?" Lin Chen. The situation became extremely awkward. The black wind bear seemed to feel greatly insulted, suddenly letting out a deafening roar, its palm the size of a fan howling through the air as it slammed down toward Lin Chen's head. Nice try. Lin Chen was not startled, but rather delighted, his feet catching the wind as he dodged this fatal blow like a ghost. As the black wind bear missed its strike, it became even angrier, its paws pounding down like a piling machine, wildly smashing at Lin Chen each strike, creating terrifying craters in the ground. Relying on his agile movements, Lin Chen deftly dodged through the gaps between the bear's paws, not allowing the beast to touch a single hair on him. Damn it, this bear's hide is way too thick. The mountain-pushing palm was utterly useless. Lin Chen cursed in his heart, but his hands did not slow down. Seizing an opening, he leaped back and began rapidly forming seals. Desolate prison finger, he shouted, and a colossal finger made of condensed spiritual energy descended from above, striking fiercely at the black wind bear's back. Oh! The black wind bear let out a painful howl, its massive body swaying as a bloody hole appeared on its back. However, it was just a hole. This minor injury was nothing to the thick-skinned, tough, sixth-tier demonic beast. It was like being bitten by a mosquito, which only stirred its ferocity even more. Damn, I still lack spiritual energy. Lin Chen looked at this scene completely out of patience. If only I were a Marshall Zone now, with a single finger I would have punctured its intestines. Just as Lin Chen and the black wind bear were at a standoff, the entire battlefield had descended into chaos. Those students, seeing that Lin Chen could actually fight back against a sixth-tier demonic beast, became invigorated, as if on adrenaline, shouting as they unleashed their ultimate moves. Mad Punch, Sheep Epilepsy Palm, attacking the demonic beasts in front of them without holding back. On the city walls, Zhou Yuntian watched Lin Chen's ease and finally relaxed his heart, a meaningful smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he said to Huang Tianba beside him, "What do you think of my student? Isn't he a bit of a freak?" Before Huang Tianba could respond, he shouted to a teacher nearby who was entangled with a fifth-tier demonic beast, Old Li. "Stop messing around with that beast. Go help the students and clear out the lower-tier ones first." All right. The teacher was delighted to hear this, forcing back the demonic beast in front of him, charging into the lower-tier demonic beast pack, like a tiger among sheep, beginning a one-sided slaughter. On the other side of the battlefield, the unfortunate Lin Fei was currently surrounded by over a dozen third-tier Gale wolves facing peril. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He could no longer afford to dally with this bear. He suddenly leapt into the air, soaring dozens of meters high, rapidly forming seals with both hands. Ice dragon soaring. With his furious shout, 9 ice crystal dragons formed from the utmost cold roared out from behind him, descending upon the dozen Gale wolves below. Before those Gale wolves could react, they were instantly torn to shreds by the 9 ice dragons, not even having time to let out a scream before becoming a pile of ice sculpture remnants. In the distance, 2 seventh-tier demonic beasts that had been observing the battle flashed with anger and murderous intent upon witnessing Lin Chen's earth-shattering move. They exchanged glances, suddenly flapping their wings, transforming into 2 bolts of black lightning charging toward Lin Chen's direction. "Beasts, your opponent is me." Zhou Yuntian and Huang Tianba snorted coldly, their figures vanishing from the city walls, appearing in midair the next second, each confronting a 7th-tier demonic beast, unleashing a shocking battle on a higher level. The other 6th-tier demonic beasts were firmly entangled by the directors of various academies, unable to spare any attention. The teachers on the city walls and the generals from the Lord's mansion stared at Lin Chen's war godlike figure, all astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. Is this really a first-year freshman, able to withstand a 6th-tier demonic beast and casually kill over a dozen 3rd-tier demonic beasts? This kid must be a reincarnated monster. Stop daydreaming now. Lin Chen landed back on the ground and immediately unleashed a torrent of scathing rebuke upon Lin Fei, who remained frozen in daze. "You fool, what on earth are you staring at? If you don't focus instantly, you'll die here. Truly die. You're your parents' only child. Do you wish to shatter their hearts with premature grief?" "Thank you, Brother Chen." Startled into full awareness by the outburst, Lin Fei snapped back to reality, his face alight with profound gratitude and lingering dread. Yet before he could even draw breath, several 4th-rank, earth-splitting tigers erupted from the flank, encircling him once more. Lin Fei's expression hardened instantly. Rather than retreating, he deliberately stepped backward, gaining distance. Then beneath the stunned gazes of onlookers, his hands began weaving seals with blinding speed. "What is that? That opening posture, doesn't it resemble Brother Chen's technique? Silent annihilation, heaven-binding finger. First seal, bind heaven and earth." With a thunderous roar, Lin Fei unleashed the technique. A colossal finger, slightly smaller than the one Lin Chen had conjured earlier, yet radiating overwhelming majesty, descended from the heavens and slammed down upon the earth-splitting tigers with devastating force. Boom! The deafening detonation echoed across the field. Those arrogant fourth-rank demonic beasts didn't even emit a whimper, crushed instantly into crimson pulp. At that moment, every student who witnessed the spectacle stood utterly dumbfounded. Damn, he can wield Brother Chen's martial art too. Insane. Utterly insane. Is it truly possible to break all limits simply by following a genius? In an instant, countless eyes turned toward Lin Chen, not with awe alone, but with burning covetousness, as if gazing upon a walking treasury. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and Zhou Qianru held their own with equal ferocity, one carved through the beast horde with razor-sharp sword chi, the other crackled with volatile lightning. Two peerless goddess warriors carving paths of annihilation. Lin Chen watched the Black Wind Bear charge toward him again, and his patience evaporated. It seems I must reveal my true strength to slay this thick-skinned brute. He drew a deep, steady breath, then wove another intricate sequence of hand seals. Silent annihilation, heaven-binding finger. Third seal, eradicate gods and demons. As his voice rang out, a terrifying aura of utter obliteration descended from the heavens. The sky darkened in an instant. A colossal black finger, thicker than the first two combined, materialized slowly above its surface, etched with runes of absolute destruction. The Black Wind Bear finally sensed mortal peril. With a defiant, guttural roar, it channeled every ounce of its demonic energy into its forepaws, crossing them before its chest to meet the descending finger of doom. Boom! The colossal digit struck. Its forepaws shattered instantly, flesh pulped, bones pulverized. Its massive frame hurled like a cannonball deep into the earth, carving a crater dozens of meters deep. Yet when the dust settled, the Black Wind Bear staggered upright from the crater, battered, bleeding profusely, yet radiating undiminished savagery. What the hell? It survived. Lin Chen's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Sixth-rank demonic beasts possessed truly monstrous vitality. Staring at the wounded but still defiant beast, Lin Chen rubbed his temples in exasperation. The silent annihilation, heaven-binding finger falters under insufficient spiritual energy. It seems I have no choice. I must unveil my final trump card. He sighed softly, then crooked a finger toward the Black Wind Bear, a cruel predatory smile playing upon his lips. Filthy bear. To perish beneath this technique is a fortune earned over 8 lifetimes. Heavens will four-element art. First form wind god's wrath. At Lin Chen's furious cry, the ambient spiritual energy of the entire realm surged, as if summoned by a sovereign, coalescing into visible spiraling vortices that converged violently above his head. 100 maternal phantom forged entirely from condensed wind essence slowly manifested behind him, its visage an exact replica of Lin Chen himself, a towering deity of gales incarnate. This cataclysmic spectacle froze the entire battlefield in eerie silence. Human combatants and rampaging beasts alike ceased all motion, staring slack-jawed and hollow-eyed at the colossal wind deity, as if confronting an apparition beyond comprehension. Zhou Yuntian, engaged in battle against a 7th-rank demonic beast, trembled uncontrollably, his limbs shaking violently, his gaze blazing with unprecedented shock and elation. Saint-tier martial art. This youth, he conceals a technique of this caliber. Several academy directors leapt from their seats, mouths agape, like ducks awaiting the slaughterer's grip. What in heaven's name is that? A martial art? A secret art? How could it provoke such devastation? Elsewhere on the battlefield, Wu Hao and Lin Fei gazed upon the towering wind deity, trembling with exhilaration, their eyes shimmering with unreserved adoration. Damn, absolutely breathtaking. That sheer aura, off the charts. Even self-proclaimed prodigies from rival academies stood paralyzed, screaming inwardly in disbelief. What kind of abomination is this? Such martial arts exist. If deployed in competition, who in their right mind would dare challenge him? That would be suicide. Lin Chen paid no heed to their astonishment. With a mere thought, the colossal wind deity lunged forward, its titanic fist trailing a vortex capable of rending space itself, as it smashed toward the petrified Black Wind Bear. The Black Wind Bear reeled backward under each blow. Every impact unleashed torrents of lethal wind blades, carving deep, bone-exposed wounds across its thick hide. At last, consumed by unbearable agony and primal terror, the Black Wind Bear roared in furious defiance, channeling its last reserve of demonic energy into its right paw for a final desperate gambit. Lin Chen sneered coldly, then commanded the wind deity to leap backward dozens of meters and dissolve the wind god's wrath. What is he doing? All spectators were stunned, speechless. Doesn't he see the bear is about to unleash its ultimate strike? Why would he dispel the technique? Before their bewilderment could settle, Lin Chen bellowed anew, a roar that shook the firmament. Heavens will four-element art. Second form Fire God's Wrath. In that instant the heavens blazed crimson. Behind him rose a fire giant, more solid, more ferocious than the wind deity, its form forged from raw, incandescent fury. Its searing heat warped and ignited the very air. Another one. Stunned beyond speech, every witness stood numb, shock having long since eclipsed reason. Lin Chun directed the fire giant forward and delivered a single decisive punch toward the charging black wind bear, now fully primed for its final assault. The colossal fist of flame collided midair with the bear's energy-charged paw, triggering an apocalyptic explosion whose aftermath left only swirling ash. The black wind bear's vaunted all-consuming strike lasted less than a breath, vaporized instantly by the inferno reduced to nothingness before the fire giant's might. Then the flaming fist pressed onward, striking the black wind bear with unrelenting force. Boom! The indomitable sixth-rank demonic beast emitted no cry, not even a gasp, before its immense body was consumed utterly by the searing heat, reduced to fine ash, erased forever from existence. As the sixth-grade black wind bear crumbled into a pile of ash so fine even the wind refused to stir it, the chaotic battlefield sank into an eerie, unnatural silence. Both the blood-soaked human warriors and the frenzied demonic beasts froze mid-motion, petrified as if struck by a divine sealing spell, staring dumbfounded at the towering flame giant slowly dissipating into embers, and at the youth standing beside the colossal crater, hands tucked casually in his pockets, his expression serene as drifting clouds. The scene was absurd, like a poorly rendered dream. Gulp. Not a single swallow echoed from the city wall, then like a ripple across still water a chorus of dry throats followed. On the battlefield the head instructors from other academies stood rigid, mouths agape, eyes bulging, as if their necks were being squeezed by invisible hands, utterly speechless. Old Wang, did I just hallucinate? Stammered the head instructor of Yuehua Academy, nudging the man. Old Wang's lips trembled, his voice quavered. You pinched me. Let's see if it hurts. Damn it. You actually pinched me. High above, Zhou Yuntian, locked in a cataclysmic duel with a seventh-grade demonic beast, faltered mid-strike. The instant he glimpsed the flame giant nearly losing half his face to the avian demon's claw. He barely dodged the blow, then stared down at Lin Chun, standing there smug and self-assured, and felt a tempest erupt within his soul, his inner monologue flashing one furious exclamation after another. Damn it. That little bastard. And that's a Saint-Tier martial technique, no doubt about it. And where the hell did this monster crawl out from? A forgotten corner of an orphanage? What else is hidden beneath that unassuming exterior? Niet Lin Chun, the undisputed center of attention, had no time for onlookers, awe, or disbelief. For the moment he slew the great black bear, the system's chime resonated clearly within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the sign-in quest. Successful slaying of a 6th-grade demonic beast. Ding. Reward distribution in progress. Host has acquired the Saint-Tier inferior martial art, sword that parts heaven's gate. In the next breath, a torrent of knowledge, vast beyond measure, profound beyond comprehension, surged into Lin Chen's consciousness like a breached celestial river. It was no mere technique or formula. It was pure, unadulterated sword intent, ruthless, sovereign absolute. Nas, if a white-robed sword sovereign stood within his mind, rehearsing every motion, from grip to draw, billions upon billions of times. Each stroke cleaved through time and space. Each slash sundered the firmament itself. In this strike opens heaven's gate. An ancient, thunderous voice roared deep within his soul. Exhilarating. Lin Chun roared inwardly, feeling as though the sword's sovereign himself now dwelled within him, capable of wielding even a twig with the majesty of a heavenly tier sword art. While Lin Chun reveled, the battlefield teetered on the edge of collective hysteria. Na roar of raw, defiant fury snapped everyone back to reality. Lin Chen's feat had acted like a potent elixir, injecting fierce courage straight into the hearts of every human warrior. And damn it, brothers, what are we waiting for? Lin Chun has already slain a 6th-grade beast. What do we have to fear? Crush these monsters. A student bellowed, swinging his long saber like a madman as he charged headlong into a 3rd-grade demonic beast. In charge. For Linhai City. In for our families behind us. Charge. Naviri students' spirit ignited, frenzied, feverish, unstoppable, as they hurled themselves into mortal combat with demonic beasts. Morale soared to its zenith. Nan, the head instructors, who had been locked in grueling duels with 6th-grade demons, suddenly found their burdens lightened, their resolve renewed. One head instructor from Lanming Academy stood closest to Lin Chun. After forcing his opponent, a 6th-grade demonic beast, back with a single strike, he seized the opening and shouted toward Lin Chun. Kid. Outstanding. Come lend a hand. We'll take this one down together. On my way. Lin Chun replied, then blurred. vanishing and reappearing beside the instructor in a single ghost-like step. He glanced at the lizard-like 6th grade beast and smirked. "Brother, take a breather. I'll beat its inside." The instructor blinked, then burst into helpless laughter. And this boy truly knew no bounds of arrogance. And without hesitation, Lin Chen activated his divine body. Next came the pure young divine body, and ever so slightly the ancestral dragon divine body. A torrent of savage, radiant young energy erupted from his core, laced with the primordial dread of ancient chaos. The aura of a dragon's sovereign long vanished from time. His entire form shimmered beneath a golden crimson radiance. Behind him coiled the faint, majestic silhouette of a colossal dragon. The sheer overwhelming dominance of his presence forced the 6th grade beast to recoil with a low, terrified growl. Frost dragons soar. Lin Chen roared, and 9 titanic ice dragon constructs surged forth, crimson-blue crystalline wreathed in both biting frost and searing yang fire. Empowered by the ancestral dragon divine body, their might dwarfed anything seen before. And the Lanmang Academy head instructor gaped, his eyes wide as saucers. What in the 9 hells is that? Frost and fire in one. And before he could process it, the 9 dragons engulfed the wretched 6th grade lizard. A shriek of agony lasted only seconds, then ceased abruptly. And when the draconic mist faded, the beast stood frozen solid in a massive ice sculpture, yet still ablaze with roaring yang flames. Its demise executed with chilling, sublime artistry. Done. Next, Lin Chen brushed his hands clean and turned toward the next battlefield. And the head instructor stood utterly stunned, mouth opening and closing soundlessly as he watched Lin Chen's retreating back. What the hell? Do I even need to help? I'd just be in the way. And for the next hour, Lin Chen fought alongside the head instructors, relentlessly hunting down remaining 6th grade demonic beasts. He moved like an immortal war god, shuttling between battlefronts without pause. And wherever he passed, frost dragons howled, or colossal fingers descended from the heavens. The remaining 3 6th grade beasts never stirred a ripple, falling one by one beneath Lin Chen's overwhelming, unstoppable onslaught. When the final 6th grade beast collapsed, Lin Chen collapsed too, plopping onto the ground, gasping for breath, lungs burning. "No more. I'm spent. My spiritual energy reserves are empty. You handle the rest. I need to cultivate and replenish my chi. If another emergency strikes, and I'm drained, well, that'd be disastrous." The head instructors he'd just aided stared at him, not as a peer, but as a deity, nodding vigorously. Yes, rest. Rest. We'll handle everything else." After speaking, several people charged into the ranks of 5th and 4th tier beasts like tigers, descending a mountain, initiating a one-sided massacre. With the addition of these reinforcements, the situation on the battlefield instantly tilted towards overwhelming dominance. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted from the direction of the city gate of Linhai City. Well-equipped teams exuding formidable auras appeared on the battlefield like saviors who had arrived late. It was the prominent families of Linhai City. The city lord Huang Tianba looked at the familiar faces with a cold gaze, a sneer forming in his heart. How these bastards finally decided to show up. After waiting so long, they only come out to pick up the scraps as the beast tide is about to be pushed back. They really know how to play their cards. All right, you lot, just wait. Once this beast tide is over, I will make sure you all bleed profusely. I want rest until I've squeezed out half of your family assets. Though he was cursing up a storm in his heart, Huang Tianba understood that it wasn't the time to settle scores. With these reinforcements, clearing out the remaining beasts would be even faster. Lin Chen directly jumped onto the city wall, sitting cross-legged and beginning to fervently operate the devouring heaven technique. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to an emperor's summons, transforming into visible streams of white chi, forming a massive vortex that wildly surged into his body. The terrifying sight made many resting powerhouses on the city wall widen their eyes. What kind of bizarre technique is that kid practicing? Isn't the speed of absorbing spiritual energy too domineering? Should keep it down. What does it matter what technique he's practicing? He just single-handedly killed a 6th tier beast. Is this kind of fierce person someone we can discuss? Makes sense. As time passed, the scale of the beast tide gradually diminished. In the sky, the 2 7th tier beasts that had been entangled with Zhou Yuntian and Huang Tianba, seeing their situation was dire, lost all will to fight, feigning an attack before attempting to flee. Zhou Yuntian snorted coldly. "Want to run?" Too late. Just as he prepared to pursue, Huang Tianba's voice came through. "Forget it, old Zhou, don't chase them. Never pursue a desperate enemy. We need to clean up the aftermath first." Zhou Yuntian thought for a moment and agreed, giving up on the chase as the two descended from the sky, joining the ranks to clear out the lower tier beasts. Half an hour later, the last beast fell in a pool of blood. We won. Roar. The entire battlefield erupted in a thunderous cheer. Huang Tianba flew into the air and commanded loudly, "Everyone clean up the battlefield. Collect the beast cores. This beast tide was brutal, but the rewards were equally immense. Once the battlefield was sufficiently cleared, Chen also emerged from his state of cultivation feeling as if he had returned to his peak. He leaped from the 100-meter-high city wall, landing steadily in front of Lin Fei and the others. "How's it going? No one got hurt, right?" "No." The group responded in unison, looking at Lin Chen as if he were a deity. "Brother Chen, you're still awesome," Lin Fei exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "That giant just now was incredibly cool. He's simply my idol." "No big deal, no big deal," Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. "That's just the family martial arts that will be passed down to my son in the future." Upon hearing this, Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he rushed over with a flattering expression, saying, "Brother Chen, do you think I can still be your son now? You can go look for your grandpa." Lin Chen slapped him on the back of his head, laughing and scolding, "Go play. You haven't even figured out the void prison finger yet, and you want to learn this. You might as well wash up and sleep. Everything you dream of will be there." The group burst into laughter at Lin Fei's antics. Lu Shui and Zhou Qianru looked at Lin Chen, both coincidentally thinking the same thought. What if I really marry this guy in the future and have children? Would they be even more extraordinary? Lin Chen paid no mind to their thoughts. Just then the city lord Huang Tianba's voice echoed from the sky. "The invasion of the beasts has been completely resolved. Now everyone is to return to the city in an orderly manner. On behalf of Linhai City, I announce the greatest contributor in this battle, Lin Chen of Xingchen Academy. As a reward, student Lin Chen may go to the city lord's mansion to receive 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones." "What the hell? Upper-grade spirit stones?" Lin Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Those were items 100 times purer than middle-grade spirit stones. 1,000. This is a fortune. He hurriedly cupped his hands toward the sky and exclaimed, "Thank you, city lord." However, the surprise was Zhou Yunshan's voice also rang out. "As an academy, we will not be stingy. This time the academy also rewards student Lin Chen with 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Other students who participated in the battle will also receive corresponding rewards based on their contributions. Everyone can return to the city now." Amidst countless envious and jealous gazes, Lin Chen grinned, smiling like a kid weighing 200 pounds. This beast tide was worth it. It was so damn worth it. As the beast tide receded and the smoke cleared, the entire Linhai city was immersed in a celebratory fervor, with thunderous cheers rising and falling endlessly. "Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Lin Chen!" It was uncertain who started it, but soon the roaring chants converged into a torrent, all eyes fervently focused on the young man with his hands in his pockets, leisurely walking back. Listening to the nearly earth-shattering cheers, Lin Chen smirked, feeling nonchalant. "Damn, being a hero feels pretty damn good," he thought to himself with delight. "Brother Chen, you're now the great hero of Linhai City." Lin Fei rushed over like a puppy, his face flushed with excitement, almost bowing down to Lin Chen right there. Just a small scene, just a small scene. It's a routine operation." Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, the smug look on his face causing Lu Shui and Zhou Qianru to roll their eyes in disbelief. Just as they were about to head back, Lu Shui asked, "Where did you get so many powerful martial arts from? You're a person from an orphanage. It's impossible to have that many techniques." Lin Chen replied, "It's all because of my physique. Every time I reach a certain realm, a powerful martial technique appears in my mind." "What did you think? Where do you think my techniques come from?" The others looked at Lin Chen with skepticism. Lin Chen said, all right, let's talk about it when we get back." Of course, Lin Chen would not mention that it was a system reward. Even if he had a wife and children in the future, he would never reveal the secret of the system. It was his greatest secret. "All right, you guys head back to the academy first." Lin Chen stopped at a crossroads, saying, "I'll go to the city lord's mansion to collect my reward so that old man doesn't try to cheat me out of it." "Hey, brother Chen, can I go with you?" Lin Fei immediately replied. "What the hell?" Lin Chen slapped him on the back of the head. "What do you want to come along for?" "To be your translator. Hurry up and go train. With your current strength, I'm embarrassed just being with you. Then I'll wait for your return. We'll continue drinking tonight." Lin Fei wasn't upset and chuckled. "All right, everyone disperse." Lin Chen waved his hand and sauntered toward the city lord's mansion. Walking on the street, the attention he attracted was extraordinary. Countless gazes of reverence, admiration, and curiosity came from all directions as the residents on both sides spontaneously cleared a path, pointing and whispering, "Look, it's him. The one who single-handedly killed a 6th-grade beast. Damn, so young. He looks just like a high school student. This is too insane. You don't get it. He's a prodigy from the Xingchen Academy. Ancient a century, pure young body. How could we be the same?" Lin Chen listened to the discussions, feeling quite comfortable, and his walking posture became even more arrogant. Half an hour later, the Grand City Lord's mansion finally came into view. The two guards standing straight at the entrance instantly brightened their eyes upon seeing Lin Chen, straightening their backs as if they had received a shot of adrenaline, giving him a standard military salute and shouting, "Welcome, Lord Lin Chen. Startled by the sudden loud greeting, Lin Chen rubbed his ears and said, "Easy there, no need to be so loud. Oh, I prefer to keep a low profile." As soon as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh from City Lord Huang Tianba echoed from within the mansion. "Huh. Little friend Lin Chen has graced my City Lord's mansion. It truly brightens my humble abode." Huang Tianba strode out, personally welcoming him at the door, grabbing Lin Chen's arm with enthusiasm, as if he were welcoming a long-lost son. Come in." Lin Chen felt awkward from his sudden warmth and could only follow him into the hall of the city. As soon as he sat down, Huang Tianba slapped his thigh, his face full of admiration, as he said, "Kid, you've truly opened my eyes this time. Your strength is simply absurd. Those powerful martial skills just kept pouring out like they were free." Lin Chen chuckled and brought out his universal excuse, "City Lord, you flatter me. Those were just martial skills that popped into my head when I awakened my physique." "Martial skills that popped into your head?" Huang Tianba exclaimed in astonishment, then suddenly realized, no wonder. I was wondering how ordinary techniques could support such an outrageous consumption. A divine body, it truly is a divine body. He paused and added, "In fact, over a month ago when you just entered the academy, that old fox Zhou Yuntian already leaked the news to me, saying an extraordinary pure yang body had arrived at the academy. At that time I didn't believe it, but now it seems that old man was being modest. This is not just extraordinary, this is simply defying the heavens." Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, mentally complaining, "Damn it, how come all these old geezers know about my secrets? It feels like the entire high-ranking officials of Linhai City are aware." At that moment, an elderly butler carrying a tray approached respectfully. On the tray was a neat stack of sparkling high-grade spirit stones. "Here, take this." Huang Tianba pointed to the tray and said grandly, "This is 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for your reward. If you ever need assistance in the future, feel free to come find me. As long as I, Huang Tianba, can do it, I won't refuse." Lin Chen was unceremonious and directly stored the spirit stones into the system space, grinning, "Thank you, City Lord." After receiving the money, Lin Chen was about to make a run for it. Just as he stood up, Huang Tianba pressed him back down with a gossipy grin. "Kid, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's chat a bit more. I heard you have a good relationship with a girl named Zhou Qianru from your academy." Lin Chen was taken aback and instinctively asked, "City Lord, how do you know?" Huang Tianba laughed heartily, slapping his thigh and laughing uncontrollably. "She's my niece, how do you think I know?" Lin Chen, his smile instantly froze, and he felt as if 10,000 atomic bombs had exploded in his mind. What the hell? Zhou Qianru is the City Lord's niece. Isn't that girl the Thunder Saint body? How could she also be a relationship holder? Lin Chen's mind went blank as he recalled the scenes of teasing Zhou Qianru in the Sunset Forest. "Hey girl, do you have any special physique? Be my wife, and I'll teach you even more powerful thunder martial skills." Oh damn, what the hell did I say back then? If Huang Tianba finds out, wouldn't he chop me in half on the spot? Lin Chen's back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. Huang Tianba, oblivious to his thoughts, continued, "That girl Qianru has been sensible since she was little, but her personality is a bit wild. In the future at the academy, I hope this monstrous genius will take good care of her." Of course. Lin Chen dared not object, quickly nodding and bowing, smiling harder than crying, "Absolutely. Students help each other. That's good." Huang Tianba nodded in satisfaction. Lin Chen felt that if he stayed any longer he would have a heart attack, so he quickly stood up and found an excuse. City Lord, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to the academy now. I'm a bit tired after a whole day of work." "Alright, then you go back and rest." Huang Tianba didn't keep him any longer, standing up and patting his shoulder. "Whenever you have time, feel free to come to the City Lord's mansion to play." Sure. Goodbye, City Lord." Lin Chen dashed out of the City Lord's mansion like he was being chased by a 7th grade bee. Only after running quite far did he lean against the wall, gasping for breath, looking back at that imposing mansion with lingering fear. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Zhou Qianru, Huang Tianba's niece. How the hell am I supposed to play now? Am I even brave enough to tease her? Lin Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He staggered along the road back to the academy, his mind a tangled mess, muttering to himself. That girl is too deep in hiding. I need to keep my distance from her. After all, she's the City Lord's relationship holder. I can't afford to offend her. Lin Chen cursed under his breath all the way back to his modest villa, collapsing onto the sofa with a thud, his heart still racing wildly. What in the world was this? For the first time in 2 lifetimes he'd felt even the faintest stir of affection for a young woman, only to discover she was the niece of the City Lord himself. Her backing is simply too formidable. He gulped down a large mouthful of cold water, seething inwardly. How could he possibly carry on now? Dare he flirt again? If he ever angered her, and she ran straight to her uncle to complain, that old tyrant would surely unleash the City Lord's elite guard to raise him to dust. The more Lin Chen dwelled on it, the more dread coiled through his veins, as though he'd just strolled casually past the gates of hell and slipped back out unscathed. Enough, enough. I won't think about it anymore. With a sharp slap to his thigh, he sprang upright from the sofa. Women only slowed down my sword-drawing speed. Strength, that is everything. Once I grow powerful enough, not even the city lord's niece shall stand beyond my reach, let alone his wife. At that thought, a profound sense of ease flooded his being. His mind cleared, as if a long-forged shackle had shattered. 1,000 premium spirit stones. Ha ha ha. I'm about to strike it rich. Rubbing his palms together, a slime merchant-like grin spread across his face as he eagerly retrieved all 1,000 gleaming, energy-saturated premium spirit stones from his spatial system. In an instant, the entire living room was suffused with spiritual energy, so dense it nearly coalesced into tangible mist. The radiant brilliance nearly blinded Chen's titanium-reinforced eyes. Damn it. This is what wealth looks like, simple, unadorned, and utterly monotonous. With that wry remark, he settled cross-legged at the center of the spirit stone pile and immediately began circulating the heaven-devouring art without hesitation. Boom. The moment the cultivation art activated, his body transformed into an unfathomable. The colossal energy contained within those 1,000 premium spirit stones, vast as an ocean, found its outlet and surged toward him, invisible torrents of prismatic light violently flooding into his frame. His boundless 10,000-fold chi now resembled a ravenous Xiangrade beast, starved for 800 years, devouring every iota of energy that poured in. Martial Spirit Realm 2nd tier, 3rd tier, 4th tier. Chen's cultivation level skyrocketed like a celestial rocket, ascending at an inconceivable pace. By dawn the next day, as the first golden rays of morning sunlight pierced through the windows into the living room, the 100 spirit stones he'd consumed had crumbled entirely into pale gray ash, dissipating silently into the breeze. Chen slowly opened his eyes. 2 streaks of terrifying brilliance flashed across his gaze before vanishing, his aura now over 10-fold stronger than before. Martial Spirit Realm 5th tier. Sensing the surging oceanic spiritual energy within him, he nodded in quiet satisfaction, then glanced once more at his still vast emptier than of her chi, and couldn't help but curl his lips in mild disdain. Damn it, just 100 premium spirit stones raised me only 4 minor tiers. This chi is truly an abyss without bottom. To fill it completely, I might need to drain every spirit vein across the entire continent. Chen stretched languidly, his joints popping like snapping firecrackers, a deep, unparalleled sense of physical euphoria washing over him. Over the next few days, Linhai City fully regained its former prosperity and grew even more vibrant. The name Chen became legendary throughout Linhai City, discussed over tea and revered by countless admirers as an icon of mythic ascension. That morning, as Chen ambled lazily into the classroom, Lin Fei bounded over like a spring-loaded puppet, his face alight with barely contained exhilaration. Brother Chen, justice has been served. Glorious justice. What's got you so giddy? Did you find money? Chen yawned. Better than finding money. Lin Fei smacked his thigh and lowered his voice. The Zhao family, last night our family launched a full-scale commercial assault. That old Zhao couldn't withstand it. By midnight, he'd liquidated every asset and fled Linhai City with his useless suntail tucked between his legs. From now on, Linhai City's mercantile sphere will be free of the Zhao clan's corruption. Chen replied flatly, as though hearing a weather forecast. Brother Chen, this victory is entirely thanks to you. Lin Fei's cheeks flushed crimson with excitement. If you hadn't terrified Zhao Lei into submission that day, would they have surrendered so swiftly? My father said he'll personally deliver lavish gifts to thank you. Just wait a few days. Enough already. None of that formal nonsense. Chen waved dismissively. We're brothers. Talking like this only creates distance. As the two bantered idly, head teacher Chen Yin strode into the classroom on sharp heels, her expression stern and authoritative. Settle down now. She struck the lectern once, and absolute silence fell across the room. I have an important announcement to make. Her gaze swept the class, her voice heavy with gravity. According to intelligence gathered by scouts from both the City Lord's office and our major academies, the Tianhua Mountain Range, 300 li east of Linhai City, has shown signs of instability in a sealed ancient secret realm dormant for centuries. What? The words ignited pandemonium. An ancient secret realm, a phrase synonymous with infinite opportunity and untold treasures. Ancient texts name it the Tianhua secret realm. Within lie mortal perils, but also the celestial anomaly fire known as the 10,000 beast spirit flame. Forged over millennia from the condensed souls of countless mighty beasts, this flame possesses the power to incinerate heavens and boil oceans. After deliberation between Academy leadership and the City Lord's office, an elite expedition team, comprising our Academy's most outstanding students, will be dispatched to explore the Tianhua secret realm. Their objective to claim the legendary 10,000 beast spirit flame. I myself will lead the mission. Here are the selected members. Team Leader Lin Chen. Team members Lu Shui Lin, Fei, Zhou Qianru Wu Hao. You have 24 hours to prepare. Departure is at dawn tomorrow. As Chun Yan's words faded, the long-absent system voice finally echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Ding. Main quest sign-in updated. Location deep within the Tianhua mountain range, the birthplace of the anomalous flame. Objective successfully absorbed the 10,000 beast spirit flame, ranked 22nd on the anomalous flame list. Reward Saint-Tier Supreme Martial Technique, Buddha's Wrath Ice Lotus. Lin Chen's breath caught, frozen mid-inhalation. In the next heartbeat, twin conflagrations of raw ambition blazed to life within his obsidian black eyes. A new martial technique, and one ranked Saint-Tier mid-level. Why does that name sound so familiar? Instantly Lin Chen recalled, it was none other than Xiao Huahua's Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Had the system merely renamed it. Damn it, this is the takeoff signal. I'm going to that Tianhua secret realm, no question. The 10,000 beast spirit flame belongs to me alone. Whoever dares seize it dies. After announcing this momentous matter, Chen Yin wasted no words and immediately began the lesson. Lin Chen lazily slumped over his desk, his thoughts already soaring far beyond the heavens. He quietly opened his system quest interface, gazing at the golden shimmering reward, his mouth near Buddha's Wrath Ice Lotus. This damned system truly knows how to play. Even Xiao Huahua would leap from his coffin just to applaud you. Supremateer Grade 9. Its power is staggering, simply exhilarating to contemplate. Now brimming with unstoppable momentum, he was utterly determined to enter the celestial flame's secret realm and claim the divine flames for himself. Not even the Messiah could dissuade him, he had spoken it into being. Lin Chen closed the system interface and resumed bantering with Lin Fei beside him. Time raced by in a whirlwind of jests and idle chatter. Let's go, lunchtime. Lunchtime. If we're late, those ravenous ghosts will lick the cafeteria pots clean. Like two starved wolves freshly sprung from prison, they howled and sprinted toward the dining hall. Their famished, otherworldly demeanor left Lu Shui passing by, speechless, her delicate face etched with undisguised disdain. Unfazed, Lin Chen and Lin Fei each seized a dinner tray larger than a wash basin and swept through the serving lines like a tempest, then claimed a secluded corner to devour their meal with unrestrained gusto. Just as they feasted, grease glistening on their lips, a graceful figure approached, bearing her own tray. Oh, Miss Lu, the radiant beauty. Come, sit right here. Spotting Lu Shui, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He waved eagerly. Though she'd initially intended to ignore him, the sidelong glances from dozens of male students compelled her, after a faint frown, to take the empty seat beside him. Chewing a massive chicken leg, Lin Chen mumbled indistinctly, after lunch, don't idle away the afternoon. Everyone gets straight to cultivation. Who knows when the next beast tide might strike? Strength alone is absolute truth. With a magician's flourish, he pulled 2 gleaming piles of spirit stones from his pocket and slid them before Lin Fei and Lu Shui. 100 each, spend them. Don't you dare hoard them. Lin Fei, long accustomed to Lin Chen's extravagance, grinned and accepted without hesitation. Lu Shui, however, froze, her cool, clear gaze flickering with genuine astonishment as she stared at the spirit stones radiating pure, refined energy. You received 1,000 spirit stones from the city lord's mansion yesterday. Giving us 200 leaves you with only 800. Is that enough for you? A trivial matter. Lin Chen waved dismissively, utterly nonchalant. Last night, I cultivated casually, used barely 100 stones, and ascended to martial spirit 5th rank. I still have over 700 left. Besides, Headmaster Zhou, the miser, still owes me 500. I haven't collected them yet. I'll raid his office this afternoon. Lu Shui's lips twitched involuntarily. Inwardly, she sighed in quiet disbelief. Casually cultivated, used barely 100 stones. Was that even human speech? Still, she accepted the spirit stones without further comment. With Lin Chen, the ultimate cultivator, leading the way, all 3 skipped their midday rest and marched directly to the cultivation chamber. This time Lin Chen held nothing back. Unleashing full power, the ancestral dragon divine body and the heaven-devouring art activated simultaneously. Instantly, the spiritual energy within the entire chamber surged toward him like a dam bursting. Visible white torrents coalescing into a colossal vortex violently pouring into his body. Within a single afternoon, 300 mid-grade spirit stones were drained completely, and his cultivation breakthrough soared like a rocket, unstoppable and fierce. Instantly, the spiritual energy within the entire chamber surged toward him like a dam bursting. Visible white torrents coalescing into a colossal vortex violently pouring into his body. Martial Sovereign. At the very instant of his breakthrough, the skies above Starlight Academy darkened dramatically. In mere breaths, the clear blue sky vanished beneath thick ink-black clouds, so dense and oppressive it felt as though heaven itself were collapsing. Rumble. Massive barrel-thick violet lightning bolts writhed violently within the cloud, sea roaring with earth-shaking thunder. Their apocalyptic pressure pressed upon every student and faculty member like a mountain upon the chest, making breathing itself an arduous labor. What in the world is happening? Is that a tribulation lightning? Someone's undergoing tribulation transcendence. Impossible. Who dares attempt it inside the academy? Are they insane? Students and teachers burst from classrooms and offices staring upward like specters confronted by the unthinkable. In the headmaster's office, Zhou Yuntian, who had been sipping tea, jolted, sending his cup crashing to the floor in shards. He lunged to the window, eyes bulging at the familiar ominous storm clouds. That little scoundrel again. How soon has it been? He's broken through once more. This time, it's Marshall. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, the architect of this celestial upheaval, strolled leisurely out of the cultivation chamber and ambled to the center of the training ground. He tilted his head, studying the fully gathered tribulation lightning overhead, then curled his lip and raised a defiant middle finger toward the heavens. Damn you to hell. All I did was ascend a single rank. What's the big deal? Why summon such a spectacle? And you dare strike me? Try it. I dare you. The martial sovereign tribulation comprised 5 lightning strikes, 6 for martial monarch, 7 for martial king, and so forth. Lin Chen dismissed it entirely, hands tucked in his pockets, waiting serenely for the first bolt. Boom. The first strike descended, a cataclysmic blow laden with annihilation, slamming directly onto Lin Chen. Yet he merely swayed, slightly brushed non-existent dust from his shoulders, and stood utterly unruffled. What the hell? Is he even human? Taking lightning strikes barehanded. Is his body forged of iron? What the hell? Is he even human? Taking lightning strikes barehanded. Is his body forged of iron? This is downright monstrous. As shock rippled through the crowd, the third strike began coalescing, its aura dwarfing the first 2 combined, multiplied manyfold in sheer terror. Lin Chen finally narrowed his eyes, hands forming seals, and pointed calmly toward the descending bolt. Silent annihilation, prison sky finger. First seal, imprison heaven and earth. A colossal finger woven from condensed spiritual energy descended from the heavens, colliding heat with the lightning and vanishing in mutual obliteration. Immediately afterward, the 4th strike fell, its destructive force exceeding the sum of the first 3 by dozens of times. Lin Chen exhaled coldly and struck again. Third seal, annihilate gods and demons. A towering black finger radiating utter desolation crushed the ferocious lightning into oblivion. The heavenly Tao, enraged by Lin Chen's brazen arrogance, roared in fury. Boom! A thunderclap reverberated across the entire Linhai city, detonating in every ear like a physical blow. Countless people collapsed backward onto the ground. The faint-hearted wet themselves outright. Damn it! Is this even a martial sovereign tribulation? This scale, anyone would swear it's a martial king's. Who in blazes is courting death by cultivating here? Zhou Yuntian now arrived at the training ground, his gaze locking onto the youth at the epicenter of countless stunned stares, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. That little scoundrel, causing trouble again. High above, the 5th and final lightning strike reached its zenith. Not a single bolt, but an ocean of pure lightning threatening to erase Starlight Academy from the map entirely. Lin Chen gazed upon that apocalyptic vista, not with fear, but with blazing excitement. Perfect. Let's test just how formidable my strength truly is. Heavenly will, 4 symbols art. First form, wind god's wrath. At his roar, 100 maternal, ethereal giant, woven entirely from primordial wind essence, materialized behind him, towering like a divine wind deity commanding the cosmos. Before the awestruck eyes of all the wind gods, colossal fist surged forward, tearing space itself, colliding heat with the lightning ocean in cataclysmic fusion. Boom! In an earth-shattering explosion, the tribulation dissipated, and the sky cleared once. Then a torrent of celestial chi, vaster and purer than ever before, found its conduit, descending as a brilliant pillar of light and surging violently into Lin Chen's body. His cultivation rank skyrocketed under its torrential rush. Martial sovereign 1st rank. 2nd rank, 3rd rank. Only at the peak of martial sovereign 3rd rank did the torrent subside, beginning instead to consolidate his newly ascended realm. Lin Chen sensed the surging power within him and frowned unimpressed. Damn, only 3rd rank. If it had lasted longer, I'd have shattered past 5th rank today. Had anyone heard this preposterous complaint, they'd have choked on their own blood. As the tribulation ended, the stunned crowd erupted, swarming Lin Chen like a tidal wave, sealing him in an impenetrable circle. Holy hell! Senior Lin Chen, what's tribulation transcendence feel like? Was it exhilarating? Does getting struck by lightning hurt? Is it like a mild electric shock? Senior, what flavor was that heavenly chi infusion? Sweet. Lin Chen stared blankly, forehead veined with black lines, utterly bewildered by the barrage of absurd questions. You people seriously need medical attention. Not a single normal question among you. Overwhelmed, he bolted, slipping through the crowd's gaps and vanishing like smoke. Amid the throng, Lu Shui watched Lin Chen's hasty retreat, her serene, beautiful face alight with profound shock and layered complexity. Just how many secrets does this man conceal? She murmured softly, curiosity now burning with incandescent intensity. Lin Chen elegantly emerged from the residual waves of the tribulation, slipping back to his small villa under the admiring yet fearful gazes of his classmates. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and fell onto his bed, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. The recent days have been filled with competitions, beast tides, and tribulations. Even someone as strong as him could hardly withstand it. Early the next morning, Lin Shun was awakened by Lin Fei's ear-splitting wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chen Gu, wake up. We're heading to the secret realm. Lin Shin, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and still half asleep, opened the door and grumbled. What's the commotion? Didn't I almost die of exhaustion last night? Can't I get a little more sleep? It's almost 7. Lin Fei exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the flashy floating sports car outside. Look, teacher Chen has come to pick us up personally. Lin Shun leaned out to see Chen Yin leaning against a stylish black floating sports car, her fiery red tight leather outfit accentuating her mature and alluring curves, making Lin Shen's eyes widen in surprise. Damn, this woman really knows how to dress, he muttered, quickly returning to change clothes before hopping into the car with Lin Fei. Lu Shui, Zhou Qianru, and Wu Hao had already been waiting in the car for quite some time. Everyone's here, let's go. Chen Yin put on a pair of sunglasses, and the floating sports car let out a deep roar, instantly transforming into a black flash soaring into the sky. Teacher Chen, when did our academy become so wealthy? Even a limited edition floating sports car is available. Lin Fei exclaimed from the back seat, poking around like a country bumpkin. This is my personal car, Chen Yin replied indifferently. Lin Shen rolled his eyes and silently cursed. Damn, she's a rich lady. This car must cost at least several tens of millions, right? If a homeroom teacher is this wealthy, how rich must the principal be? It seems I was too polite last time I visited his office. I should have just taken that seemingly expensive orchid of his. The speed of the floating sports car was astonishing. It covered the 300 miles in less than 2 hours. As everyone exited the car, a wave of scorching heat rushed toward them. Looking around, the entire Tianhua mountain range was barren, the stark mountains exhibiting an eerie dark red color with a strong sulfuric smell in the air, as if they were inside a massive furnace. In the center of the mountains, a colorful gate over 100 meters in diameter and shimmering like rippling water was emitting an ancient and powerful spatial force floating in midair. That is the entrance to the Tianhua secret realm. At this moment, quite a few people had gathered around the entrance, clearly not from Linhai City, judging by their attire. Looks like the news has leaked. Chen Yin frowned and said to everyone, be careful. Within the secret realm, life and death depend on fate. Trust no one except your companions. Just then a boisterous laugh rang out from nearby. Ha ha ha. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the ladies of Xingchen Academy. What's this? Is there no one left in Linhai City? Sending a bunch of women and kids to their doom. Everyone turned to see a group of over a dozen young men in fiery red robes strutting forward with an air. At the forefront was a handsome youth with a notably sinister gaze. He waved a flashy folding fan, his eyes indiscreetly scanning Lu Shui and Zhou Qianru, filled with unrestrained lust and greed. I am Yin Feng from the Yin family of Liang City. May I ask for the names of these two beautiful ladies? Would you be interested in exploring the secret realm with us? I guarantee it's much safer than following this group of useless trash. Lu Shui and Zhou Qianru's pretty faces turned cold, not even bothering to look at him. Yin Feng was not angered. Instead, he turned his gaze to Lin Shun and scoffed. So you're the one causing such a stir in Linhai City with the pure yang divine body. You don't look that impressive. You're as skinny as a monkey about to topple over with a gust of wind. What the hell? Who are you calling a monkey? Lin Fei exploded on the spot, rolling up his sleeves and getting ready to fight. Lin Shun, however, held him back, digging into his ears before grinning at Yin Feng, flashing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. Who do you think you are barking in front of me? Didn't your mother teach you to be on a leash when you go out? What if someone from the slaughterhouse saw you and took you back to pluck your feathers? You'll have nowhere to cry. Zhou Qianru couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even the usually cold Lu Shui couldn't help but you're asking for death. Yin Feng's face turned an angry shade of purple, and his lackeys behind him immediately drew their weapons with a clatter. What? You want to fight? Lin Shen shrugged dismissively, a terrifying aura suddenly erupting from within him. Martial Master 3rd level. That overwhelming pressure felt like a tangible mountain instantly weighing down on Yin Feng and the others. Yin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, his face filled with disbelief. Martial Master? How is that possible? The intel I received stated he was only at the martial spirit level. It's only been a few days. How could he soar to martial master like a rocket? Alright, let's tone it down a bit. Chen Yan's voice cut in at an inappropriate moment as she stepped forward to stand in front of Lin Chen, casually, saying to Yan Feng, "Kids shouldn't be fighting all the time. The secret realm is about to open. If you have the skill, wait until we're inside to compete." Yan Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock and murderous intent within him. He knew that with Chen Yan, a martial monarch-level expert present, he wouldn't gain any advantage today. He glared at Lin Chen as if wanting to etch his appearance into his mind, then snorted coldly and led his group into the colorful gate. "Let's go as well," Chen Yan instructed, and Lin Chen and the others no longer hesitated, following closely behind into the secret realm. A whirlwind of colors swirled around them before their vision suddenly cleared. They found themselves in an expansive dark red plain with a massive sun hanging in the sky, radiating eerie purple light. The air was filled with violent fire-type spiritual energy, making it hard to breathe. In the distance, towering volcanoes were belching thick smoke, occasionally erupting with streams of scorching magma, dyeing the sky a fiery red. "Is this the Tianhua secret realm? It feels like hell," Lin Fei said, smacking his lips, feeling as if he was about to be roasted alive. "Be careful, this place is fraught with dangers." Lin Chen's expression grew serious as he said, "Stay close to me and don't get separated." Just then a deafening roar erupted from not far away. They saw a large group of fire-laden beasts resembling lizards marching heavily toward them with wild abandon. Their third-tier beasts, lava fire lizards. "Damn, so many of them." Wu Hao shrieked, his face turning white. Looking around, there were at least 100 of them. "What's there to be afraid of?" Lin Chen shouted, not only refusing to retreat, but also charging forward. "Perfect timing. I'll test my current strength on you guys. Pure Yang Divine Body. Activate." With Lin Chen's furious shout, a violent surge of pure Yang power erupted explosively from his body. His entire being was enveloped in a layer of golden red light. The originally ferocious lava fire lizards, sensing the advancing force of the blazing sun, froze in their tracks, their eyes revealing human-like fear and hesitation. "All of you die." Lin Chen disregarded them, his hands clasped forcefully in front of his chest before pulling outward. Ice dragon soaring. In an instant, 9 gigantic ice crystal dragons radiating extreme cold, yet intertwined, with pure Yang fire roared forth, charging directly into the massive horde of fire lizards with devastating might. Boom! The ultimate clash of ice and fire erupted explosively across the plain. The 9 dragons swept through like tigers among sheep, obliterating the once mighty fifth-tier beasts as if they were made of paper. They were either instantly frozen into ice sculptures by the extreme cold, or incinerated to ashes by the domineering pure Yang fire. In just one encounter, over 100 lava fire lizards were completely wiped out. Lin Fei, Lu Shui, Zhou Qianru, and Wu Hao stood behind, each looking as if they were under a spell, staring blankly at the ground littered with ice sculptures and ashes, their minds blank. Is that it? Over 100 third-tier beasts, just like that, were taken down in one move? Is the combination of the divine body and heaveneer martial arts really that terrifying? What kind of divine technique is this? Lin Chen retracted his spiritual energy, clapped his hands, turned around, and smiled at his 4 teammates who had been completely petrified. "What are you all gawking at? Hurry up and scour the battlefield. Collect every demon core. These are pure—" Damn it. Wu Hao was the first to snap back to reality, staring at the frozen statues and scattered ashes littering the ground, and then at Lin Chen's utterly unruffled expression. He stammered in sheer terror, "Chen, brother Chen, you're monstrous. Are you even human?" Lin Fei, meanwhile, gazed with feverish adoration, charging forward with a wild cry as he snatched up demon cores, babbling incoherently. "Brother Chen is invincible. Brother Chen is uninspiring. Brother Chen is peerlessly magnificent. From now on, if anyone dares speak ill of Brother Chen, I'll rip their head off and kick it like a ball." Lu Shui and Zhou Qianru exchanged a glance, and each other's cool, tranquil eyes flickered unmistakable shock and a wry, helpless smile. Can the gap between people truly surpass that between humans and dogs? Over 100 third-tier demonic beasts, just gone, in a single move. If word of this spreads, Linhai City would erupt in chaos. As the group scrambled to gather spoils, a crimson figure materialized behind them, silent as a phantom. It was their team leader, Teacher Chen Yan, gazing at the devastation strewn across the ground, and then at Lin Chen. Her mature, alluring face betrayed uncontainable astonishment. She had witnessed that cataclysmic moment from afar. Was such a technique truly within the reach of a third rank? What other secrets does this young man conceal? She cleared her throat, forcibly suppressing the tempest raging within, and assumed her authoritative teacher's bearing. "Once everything's gathered, proceed onward. Don't linger too long in one place." The group swiftly collected the demon cores, and led by Lin Chen, pressed deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, reckless demonic beasts inevitably appeared. But with Lin Chen as their walking talisman, the entire expedition unfolded like a leisurely armed picnic, absurdly effortless. Occasionally, they also pocketed fine fire affinity, herbs of considerable age, or fragmented weapons left behind by past cultivators. As the party traversed a desolate boulder-strewn valley, Lin Fei suddenly pointed ahead and whispered, "Brother Chen, look over there." Following his gaze, they saw at the valley's far end a young man clad in a fiery red robe, surrounded and relentlessly assaulted by several fifth-tier demonic beasts, blazing flame lions. That man was none other than Yin Feng, the arrogant heir of the Yin family who had swaggered so brazenly at the secret realm's entrance. All traces of his former hauteur and grace had vanished. His robes hung in tatters stained with blood and grime, his hair wild and unkempt. He resembled nothing so much as a beggar fleeing a refugee camp. Roar! One blazing flame lion seized an opening. The razor-sharp claws slashed through scorching air, tearing deep bone-exposing gashes across his back. F. Yin Feng shrieked, abandoning all pretense of dignity as he whirled around, desperate to flee. Yet before he'd taken 2 steps, a languid silhouette appeared before him, silent as mist, blocking. Well, if it isn't young Master Yin himself. Lin Chen drawled, hands tucked lazily in his pockets, a mischievous smirk curling his lips. How terribly undignified you look. Running away like a coward, refusing to fight to the death. You. Yin Feng's pupils contracted violently upon recognizing him, then flushed with sudden frantic hope. Quick, help me fend off those beasts. Once we leave, the Yin family will reward you beyond measure. Help you? Lin Chen laughed, a rich mocking peal, as if hearing the most absurd jest. He dug idly at his ear. Why on earth should I? Weren't you just boasting how we were worthless weaklings, mere ladies' troops? You. Yin Feng's face swelled crimson as he glanced behind him, at the lions closing in once more, fear flashing in his eyes. Through gritted teeth he spat. Then what do you want? Nothing at all. Lin Chen shrugged, utterly matter-of-fact. I simply find you insufferable. As a human being, you lack even the resolve to stand your ground against demons until your last breath. Truly, you shame our entire species. He paused, his smile sharpening into something cruel. Still, today happens to be a good day. I might grant you a chance to live. Either turn back now and slaughter those beasts yourself. I'll pretend I never saw you and let you pass. Or I'll dispatch you here and now, leaving you to rest eternally alongside these lions in this godforsaken wasteland. Choose. You dare? Yin Feng trembled with fury, jabbing a finger at Lin Chen's nose. Lay one finger on me, and you'll answer to the Yin family of Liang City. Retribution? Lin Chen burst into raucous laughter. Have you been kicked in the head by a mule? You'll die here, your corpse devoured down to bare bones by lions. Who'll ever know I did it? And even if they did, so what? His grin vanished. His eyes blazed with terrifying ferocity, his voice dropping to glacial ice. Push me too far, and I'll storm right out of this realm and erase your entire Yin family from existence. Do you believe me? Truly baffling. How have you survived this long, speaking without thought and stepping out without sense? Without your parents cleaning up your messes, you'd be dead before noon on the streets. Yet you still dare rant and rave before me. You are without question a complete fool. Now do exactly as I say. Lin Chen's voice surged sharp as a death sentence. Either return and slay those lions, or I'll send you straight to hell, right now. Yin Feng stood drenched in verbal vitriol, face purpling, body trembling. Yet meeting Lin Chen's emotionless, merciless gaze, he knew this man was utterly serious. He would kill him. Under the shadow of death, he chose the former. Fine. I'll fight. The words forced themselves through clenched teeth, eyes burning with seething hatred, as he turned, sword raised, and charged once more toward the blazing flame lions. This time, Yin Feng fought with true desperation. He understood. If he failed to kill these beasts today, the far more terrifying demon behind him would execute him without hesitation. He fought like a madman, every strike unrestrained, trading wounds for wounds in a brutal life squelch. At the cost of a deep gash torn across his arm, he seized an opening and drove his blade straight through a lion's heart. Yet before he could savor victory, the remaining 4 lions converged from all sides, encircling him once more. May your ancestors rot for 18 generations, Lin Chen. Rage boiled inside Yin Feng's skull. He cursed Lin Chen's entire bloodline. Had that accursed bastard not interfered, he'd already have escaped. At the valley's opposite end, Lin Fei and Wu Hao doubled over with laughter. Ha. This fool finally got his comeuppance. Brother Chen's tactic, borrowing lions to kill not swords, is masterfully executed. Lu Shui and Zhou Qianru too suppressed amused smiles. The arrogant second-generation heir had earned no sympathy from them. Chunyan stood at the rear watching Lin Chen's silhouette with gleaming eyes and a faint knowing smile, offering no intervention. This realm brimmed with peril, and the heavenly fire was especially treacherous. Letting these youths confront raw, unvarnished cruelty early was no bad thing. Lin Shun watched the battered figure in the arena and casually added fuel to the fire. My esteemed young master Yen, do keep up. For remain, and time waits for no one. He paused then added, softly yet distinctly audible to all. Oh, I nearly forgot I possess little patience. I'll grant you half an hour. If those beasts aren't slain by then, I'll reluctantly assist your adversaries in finishing you off. Do hurry, won't you? You, don't push me too far. Yen Feng nearly choked on his rage. And what if I do? Lin Shin scraped idly at his ear, feigning innocence. Look at you now. Besides futile, furious bluster, what else can you possibly do to me? You're utterly powerless. Aark. Yen Feng snapped completely. Knowing reason was impossible with this demon, he redirected all his fury onto the lions. Minute by minute the clock ticked. 20 minutes later, after sustaining several bone-deep wounds, and exhausting precious family-given life-saving artifacts, Yen Feng finally felled the fourth blazing flame lion. He stood drenched in blood, spiritual energy nearly depleted, leaning heavily on his sword, gasping raggedly, on the verge of collapse. Not bad at all. 5 minutes remain, Lin Shin remarked, glancing skyward with languid calm. Young Master Yen, you carry quite the arsenal. No wonder you hail from a great clan. But, judging by your current state, you've clearly reached your limit. Can you truly defeat the final beast? Yen Feng lacked even the strength to curse. Fixating on the lone remaining lion, battered but still radiating lethal menace, he raced through desperate strategies. His artifacts were spent. Now, only his own strength remained. He glanced at the other end of the valley where the demon stood with his hands in his pockets, a look of amusement on his face, as a flash of despair and boundless hatred flickered in his eyes. In his heart, Yen Feng roared in madness, Lin Chen, damn you. Then with a sudden resolve he drew the long sword that had lost its edge and charged towards the last fiery lion. Beast, today either you die or I perish. He appeared deranged, pouring the last trace of spiritual energy within him into the sword, executing a technique from his family's heritage, the wind flame slash, with the intent of mutual destruction, striking fiercely at the lion's head. The lion, thoroughly provoked, roared in response, gathering all its demonic power into its sharp right claw and struck back against the incoming sword light. Boom! The sword light collided with the claw in midair, erupting with a deafening roar. A violent energy storm swept through, shattering the surrounding rocks. When the dust settled, the scene left everyone stunned. Yen Feng's long sword was deeply embedded in the lion's skull, while the lion's claw had pierced through Yen Feng's chest. Both man and beast lay there in their final attack postures, lifeless. Damn, did they take each other out? Lin Fei looked on, stunned. Lin Shun walked over slowly, crouched down to check for signs of life in both, then shrugged, and stood up, gesturing to Lin Fei and the others. Let's go, there's nothing to see here. This guy and the beast took each other out, what a touching story. Saying this, he acted like a seasoned bandit, swiftly stripping Yen Feng of all valuables, including the long sword and the storage ring, stuffing them into his pockets. Then with a look of disdain, he pulled out the 5th-grade demon core that radiated scorching energy from the lion's head. TSK Tisk, even a mosquito is meat. He clapped his hands, waving to his utterly dumbfounded teammates. What are you standing around for? Let's go deeper, it'll take you all to make a fortune. The group followed Lin Shin deeper into the secret realm. The farther they went, the hotter the air became, as if they were in a gigantic furnace with the ground beneath them turning scalding. Along the way, Lin Shun and his companions effortlessly dealt with several oblivious 4th and 5th-grade beasts, collecting a large pile of demon cores, leaving Lin Fei and Wu Hao grinning from ear to ear. Finally, after several hours of travel, a colossal volcano emanating terrifying heat waves appeared. At the foot of the volcano, a vast cave, dark enough to seem capable of swallowing all light, stood silent. It seems this is the core area of the Tianhua secret realm. Lin Shun halted, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the massive cave, his expression becoming serious. The temperature here is the highest. This cave is frighteningly large, and there surely resides an extraordinary creature within. At this moment, numerous cultivators from other factions had gathered around the cave, their eyes filled with fervor. Though they eyed the entrance with trepidation, none dared to be the first to enter. Let's observe from outside, Lin Chen advised the group. Let those who aren't afraid of death go first. The others nodded in agreement, finding an inconspicuous corner to hide. Sure enough, after a short, while several seemingly capable loose cultivators, unable to resist the allure of immense profit, cautiously made their way toward the cave. Time passed slowly. Just as everyone was growing impatient, a disheveled figure suddenly tumbled out of the cave, rolling and scrambling. He ran while screaming like a slaughtered pig, his voice filled with endless terror. Everyone run. Inside. There's a 6th-grade peak demon beast, the Qingjiao. What? With this exclamation, the entire crowd of cultivators outside the cave erupted in chaos. 6th-grade peak. That was a terrifying existence equivalent to the peak of human martial lords. Not to mention these juniors who barely had any martial zone among them. Even elders from their respective families would have to think twice. Roar. A terrifying roar capable of shattering the heavens suddenly erupted from within the cave. Following that, a suffocating pressure like a tangible tsunami swept out from the entrance. A gigantic dragon over 100 meters long, covered in azure scales, and sporting a single horn on its head, slowly emerged from the cave. Its cold, lantern-sized vertical pupils swept disdainfully over all the humans present, filled with contempt and cruelty, as if looking down upon a group of sheep ready for slaughter. Hiss! Everyone inhaled sharply, their faces turning pale, their legs trembling, unable to stand. Is this the pressure of a 6th grade peak demon beast? Too terrifying. The atmosphere among Lin Chen's team had also grown tense to the extreme. Chun Yan's figure quietly materialized. She glanced at the imposing Qing Jiao and said to Lin Chun and the others, "You handle it yourselves. As per usual, I won't intervene until your last moment." Lin Chen nodded, his gaze fixed earnestly on the Qing Jiao, his voice low. "Everyone stay alert. This 6th grade peak beast is stronger than the combined might of the other 6th grade beasts from the last beast tide." Lu Shui, Zhou Qianru, Wu Hao, and Lin Fei all drew their weapons, taking up combat stances, prepared for battle. The Qing Jiao seemed to relish the thrill of playing with its food, not immediately attacking. Instead, it regarded the tiny humans before it with its cold eyes, as if mocking them. This 6th grade peak beast is stronger than the combined might of the other 6th grade beasts from the last beast tide. Lu Shui, Zhou Qianru, Wu Hao, and Lin Fei all, however, they had barely taken 2 steps when the Qing Jiao's massive tail whipped through the air like a steel whip, accompanied by a tearing sound as it struck down. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds rang out, and those unfortunate souls didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated into a mist of blood. This bloody scene completely enraged all the cultivators present. "Let's fight it. Everyone attack together. I refuse to believe we can't wear it down with so many of us." Driven by the instinct to survive, dozens of cultivators roared as they charged towards the Qing Jiao. Various colorful techniques flew toward the Qing Jiao like they were free. However, all of it was in vain. Those attacks which seemed formidable to them merely struck against the Qing Jiao's impenetrable scales, producing only a series of clattering sounds without leaving a single mark. The Qing Jiao, thoroughly enraged by this swarm of ants, opened its massive jaws and unleashed a terrifying dragon breath mixed with flames. The dozen or so cultivators at the front were instantly turned to ash by the extreme flames. The remaining cultivators were so terrified they lost their minds, wanting to run, but finding it too late. The Qing Jiao's massive body rampaged through the crowd. Each tail swipe and bite claimed several lives. In just a few breaths, the dozens of cultivators were either dead or injured, with the few who survived lying on the ground, howling in agony, having completely lost their combat ability. Lin Chun watched this hellish scene, then glanced at the still arrogant Qing Jiao, taking a deep breath as a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew it was their turn now. "We've seen enough." He turned to his teammates, who also bore serious expressions, and said in a deep voice, "Let's all attack together." "All right." Lu Shui, Zhou Qianru, Wu Hao, and Lin Fei all answered in unison, without a moment's. In the next second, 5 figures transformed into streaks of light, charging resolutely towards the towering 6th grade peak demon beast. In the next moment, 5 figures transformed into streaks of light, charging forward with an unyielding momentum toward the seemingly invincible 6th tier peak demon beast, launching an audacious assault. Leading the charge was naturally Lin Chen, the flamboyant one. "Beast, I'm here to teach you how to be a beast." Cursing as he ran, his speed was as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye he was before the Qing Jiao, raising his hand without hesitation to unleash a skill he had long mastered, the mountain-crushing palm. A massive palm print condensed from pure spiritual energy struck solidly against the Qing Jiao's head, which was larger than a grinding wheel. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The anticipated scene of brain matter splattering did not occur. The Qing Jiao merely shook its immense head, not even blinking, and a trace of human-like disdain flashed in its large copper bell-like pupils. "Lin Chen." The atmosphere grew incredibly awkward. "Damn, this beast's hide is way too thick." Lin Chen cursed frantically in his heart, yet his hands did not slow down as he delivered several more strikes. Bang! 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 The noise was akin to a scraping sound against an ancient mud, producing only loud sounds without any real effect. Those scattered cultivators in the distance, who were still feigning death, nearly burst out laughing upon witnessing this scene. Cough. Is that kid an idiot? A genius from the Star Academy. Just this. Using yellow-tier martial skills against a 6th-tier peak demon beast. Has he lost his mind? Isn't this just asking for death? I thought he was some fierce character, but it turns out he's just a silver imitation of a spearhead. The Qing Jiao seemed to feel greatly insulted. It suddenly let out a deafening roar, its massive tail whipping through the air, with a tearing sound fiercely striking toward Lin Shun. Come at me. Lin Shun was not frightened, but rather delighted, his feet catching the wind as he dodged this deadly strike, narrowly simultaneously shouting to his teammates who had rushed up behind him. Ludemain, Lin Fei, use the first finger. Target its vital spot. Hearing this, Lu Shui and Lin Fei nodded without hesitation, swiftly retreating to form a triangular formation that locked onto the Qing Jiao's critical weakness. Altogether, with Lin Chen's furious shout, the three simultaneously formed hand seals. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed color. The spiritual energy in the entire sky above the fire secret realm seemed to respond to an emperor's call, wildly converging above their heads to form three massive whirlpools of varying sizes. An indescribable oppressive force descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire area, silencing the heavens. First finger, confining the universe. The three shouted simultaneously. Boom. Above the firmament, three gigantic fingers formed from pure spiritual energy capable of piercing the heavens slowly materialized with an overwhelming oppressive force that could imprison all things. Among the three fingers, Lin Chen's was the thickest and most solid, followed by Lu Shui's, with Lin Fei's being the smallest. Yet as all three fingers struck forth, their destructive power caused everyone present to feel their scalp tingle and their legs weaken. What the hell? What is that thing? A survivor among the scattered cultivators pointed at the sky, his voice trembling as his eyes nearly bulged out. Three fingers. That martial skill. That pressure. Absolutely a heavenly tier. Absolutely a heavenly tier martial skill. Are you kidding me? A martial spirit realm junior and two martial master realm juniors can simultaneously unleash a heavenly tier martial skill. This must be cheating. Could it be that Lin Chen taught them that martial skill? My day. This kid is not only a monster himself, but can also create monsters in bulk. Amidst countless astonished, horrified, and incredulous gazes, the three gigantic fingers, like the punishment of a celestial deity, descended with world-destroying might upon the Qing Jiao's vulnerable vital spot. The Qing Jiao finally sensed the mortal threat, letting out a terrified screech, its massive body thrashing wildly in an attempt to evade, but under that terrifying pressure, it couldn't even move an inch. Boom. The three massive fingers slammed onto the Qing Jiao's vital spot. Alo. A mournful howl erupted from the Qing Jiao, piercing enough to tear through the firmament. Its seemingly indestructible blue scales shattered in that instant, flesh and blood mingling, exposing the bone beneath. The intense pain drove it into a frenzy. What are you roaring about? Lin Chen glanced at the Qing Jiao, which was howling toward the sky, and disdainfully curled his lip. Roar all you want, it won't save you, you're still going to die. He turned to the crowd, who were utterly stunned, and shouted, Are you all just here to watch the show? What the hell are you still doing standing there? Get in here with me. Are you hoping to wait until we weaken it, so you can come in and pick up the scraps? What a pipe dream. Lin Chen's shout acted like a wake-up call, instantly snapping the dazed cultivators back to their senses. Their faces reflected a mix of awkwardness and shame, quickly replaced by a fierce determination. Damn it. Let's fight it to the end. Kill this beast. Dozens of cultivators roared, unleashing the last remnants of their spiritual energy, without reservation, sending a barrage of colorful martial skills crashing toward the already staggering Qing Jiao. Though these individuals were not high in cultivation level taken individually, they couldn't even scratch the Qing Jiao. Yet many ants can kill an elephant. With Lin Shun and his few freakish companions eyeing the monster, even the 6th-tier peak Qing Jiao was forced back under the relentless barrage of attacks, quickly suffering injuries and losing its once imposing aura. Driven to this extent by a swarm of ants, the Qing Jiao completely went berserk. It let out an even louder roar than before, and a far more terrifying and intense fiery breath erupted from its mouth, sweeping across the entire battlefield like heavenly fire. The first few dozen cultivators at the front did not even have time to scream before being turned to ashes by the extreme flames, leaving no trace of existence. Lin Shun observed the formidable Qing Jiao and noticed the ever-expanding wounds on its body, realizing that this creature was at its last gasp. It's time. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he formed complex hand seals once more, silencing the heavens. Second finger, shattering the stars. A massive black finger, several times larger than the previous first finger, and carrying the terrifying might of shattering stars, descended once more, crashing down upon the Qing Jiao's head. Boom. The Qing Jiao was knocked senseless by this strike, its massive body crashing to the ground and creating a giant pit. After unleashing this technique, Lin Chen did not even look at the outcome. He quickly slipped away like a ghost into the dark cave behind the Qing Jiao. Of course this beast was guarding something. There must be treasures inside. If he didn't take the opportunity to grab a haul once the battle was over, there would be nothing left for him. As soon as Lin Chen entered the cave, a wave of scorching heat rushed to meet him. He delved deeper into the cave, and the scenery before him gradually expanded until he came upon a huge underground lava lake. In the center of that boiling lava lake, a fist-sized multicolored flame pulsating as if it had a life of its own floated quietly there. The moment Lin Chen's eyes landed on that flame, they widened and his breathing quickened. Damn, this is definitely the spirit fire of all beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the swallowing heaven art, and with a deep breath, he inhaled toward that otherworldly fire. Outside the cave, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Lin Fei forced back the demon beast with one strike and glanced at the battlefield only to find Lin Chen missing. He quickly approached Lu Shui and anxiously asked Lu Domain, "Have you seen Brother Chen?" Lu Shui, slashing at the Qin, Jiao shook her head, a hint of confusion on her pretty face. "That guy disappeared right after unleashing the second finger. I think I saw him go into the cave." Zhou Qian, not far away, said breathlessly. "Damn, he must have gone in to steal something." Wu Hao suddenly realized, "Brothers, let's step it up. First, let's finish off this beast. If we wait any longer, all the good stuff inside will probably be cleared out by Brother Chen's thieving tendency." Upon hearing this, everyone agreed wholeheartedly. Their spirits lifted as they charged toward the already staggering Qin Jiao for one final assault. Inside the cave, Lin Chen, under the dominance of the swallowing heaven art, absorbed the otherworldly fire at an astonishing speed. That spirit fire of all beasts was visibly dimming and shrinking. After a quarter of an hour, done. As the last wisp of flame was absorbed into his body, Lin Chen sighed in relief, feeling an explosive power coursing through him. At that moment, the system's voice rang out on time. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the spirit fire of all beasts, completing the mainline sign-in task. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward Sacred Tier Upper Grade Martial Skill, Buddha's Fury, Ice Lotus." In the next second, a vast torrent of information about this martial skill flooded into Lin Chen's mind. However, before he could rejoice for 2 seconds, the annoying system voice rang out again. "Ding! Side quest refreshed. Please capture the 6th tier peak demon beast Qin Jiao as your mount. Quest reward heavenly tier lower grade weapon, Peerless Sword." Lin Chen stared at this new task, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Capture it as a mount, and a heavenly tier weapon too. His face turned crimson with excitement, and his mind began to envision himself riding a majestic dragon flaunting around everywhere. If I give this little mudfish some heavenly treasures to eat and let it evolve into a true dragon. Tisk tisk, that would be truly impressive. With this thought, Lin Chen could no longer sit still, bolting toward the cave exit. Damn, I can't let those idiots kill my precious mount. If that happens, wouldn't my heavenly tier weapon go down the drain? Damn it, don't let those reckless fools kill my future mount. My celestial tier weapon would be utterly ruined. Lin Chen roared inwardly, his pulse surging like wildfire. His speed surged anew, blurring into a phantom streak as he shot toward the cave mouth. Outside the cave, the battle had reached its final decisive phase. The once arrogant Azure Serpent, a peak 6th grade spirit beast, lay collapsed upon the blood-soaked earth, its colossal body crisscrossed with countless wounds, the deepest gashing deep enough to expose gleaming white bone. Its aura had dwindled to a flicker. Even the slightest movement cost immense effort. Only its lantern-sized vertical pupils remained fixed upon the surrounding humans, filled not with fear, but with searing humiliation and unyielding defiance. "Brothers, press harder. This beast is nearly finished." A young cultivator, evidently from a minor clan, shouted eagerly, directing the assault for the final blow. He drew a deep breath, channeling every last trace of spiritual energy within him. High above his head, a massive luminous sword coalesced, forged entirely from condensed chi. "Beast, die." With a thunderous bellow, he brought the radiant blade down in a devastating arc, aimed squarely at the serpent's massive skull. Yet, just as the blade neared its target, a black figure, swift beyond perception, materialized silently before the azure serpent like a wraith. A muffled thud. The shadow merely raised a hand, and with a single effortless palm strike shattered the colossal light blade into a cascade of shimmering fragments. "Who dares?" The young clansman's face contorted in fury. Every cultivator present froze stunned, as if witnessing a specter emerge from oblivion. Lin Chen brushed dust from his palms, casually cleaned his ear, then turned toward the petrified onlookers and flashed a grin. "I must say, you reckless fools fight fair enough, but why strike so lethally? If you slay my future mount, he'll compensate me." A collective roar erupted. The entire cavern mouth exploded in chaos. Did I hear that right? He called that a mount. A 6th grade peak spirit beast. Has his mind been crushed beneath a gate? He's lost his wits. Not only does he refuse to aid us, he rescues the beast. What twisted logic is this? The clan youth, incensed beyond reason, jabbed a finger toward Lin Chen. "Who the hell are you? Some gutter, we bled to wound it. Yet you swoop in to claim the spoils. To tame it. You're dreaming in broad day. Lin Chen blinked, then burst into unrestrained laughter, doubling over with mirth. He strode forward, clapped the youth's shoulder, and spoke with solemn gravity. Young man, eat what you wish, but choose your words with care. This isn't opportunism, it's enlightenment. I'm guiding this wayward lamb back to virtue, through love and peace. He paused, then added softly, yet each word rang crystal clear in every ear. Of course, if enlightenment fails, I won't hesitate to perform its cremation myself. A public servant, a roaming cultivator mid-sip spat water violently, nearly choking outright. Others flushed crimson, biting back laughter, staring at Lin Chen as though he'd escaped straight from a madhouse. Even the dying azure serpent lay bewildered. What does this human intend? Why save me? Enlighten? Cremate? What monstrous euphemisms? Lin Chen paid no heed. Striding boldly to the serpent's side, he knelt, then gently patted its massive scaled head. Little Qing, you look pitiful now. Moments from being minced into stew. Such a waste. Here's my offer, become my steed. Travel with me. What say you? His voice held subtle allure. Accept, and I swear, I'll secure your chance to ascend into dragonhood before any other soul. Refuse. His smile vanished, replaced by glacial indifference. Then I shall reluctantly cremate you here, spare you further suffering. Not if you understand. Don't stand there like a wooden post. The serpent's great coppery eyes flickered with torment and doubt. Serve a human. Unthinkable disgrace. Yet, this one speaks no jest. Lin Chen's patience finally snapped. So you demand proof before surrender. He curled his lip, rising slowly, then summoned above his right palm a pulsating flame of 7 shifting hues, alive, breathing, ancient. At its emergence, a scorching inferno swept the valley. Air itself thick in heat, soaring dozens of degrees in an instant. 10,000 beast spirit flame, rank 22 on the divine flame list. An elder wandering cultivator, shrieked, voice trembling with awe. He entered the cave solely to master that flame. No wonder he saved the serpent. He seized the greatest treasure. That boy, his heart is blacker than abyssal ore. A true bandit. In an instant, gazes shifted, from scorn to raw, ravenous greed. But before covetous schemes could take root, Lin Chen extinguished their fantasies entirely. Alas, alas, he shook his head mournfully. Such a splendid emerald-hued serpent, soon reduced to roasted meat. Then with sudden ferocity, he thrust his palm downward. Perish, filthy mudeel. The serpent recoiled, not from pride but primal terror, as the flame's soul-shattering pressure washed over it. Dignity forgotten, its massive head bobbed frantically, so fast it blurred into afterimages. Lin Chen's palm halted mere half an inch from its brow. The searing heat already curled the scales at its. Why not yield sooner? He withdrew his hand, sneering. Had to force my hand. Truly incorrigible. Turning, he waved dismissively at the stupefied crowd, utterly unapologetic. There, we've witnessed it. The azure serpent has been enlightened. Henceforth it serves as my mount. I trust you'll honor my request, and leave it unharmed. He paused, then feigned profound anguish, pounding his chest. In exchange, I relinquish all other treasures within the cave. Yours to claim. Lu Xuelin Fei and others twitched at the corners of their mouths, cursing Lin Chen inwardly, with bliss. Have you no shame? You stole the 10,000 beast spirit flame, the most priceless prize, and now play the martyr. Truly Lin the bandit. The ignorant cultivators, however, erupted in elation. Truly, Senior Lin Chen. You truly abandoned them. Glory. Thank you, Senior Lin Chen. Brothers, move. Seize the treasures. In moments, dozens charged into the dark cave like starving wolves. None spared Lin Chen a second. Lin Chen scoffed, approached the serpent, and dripped a drop of his own essence blood onto its brow. Instantly, a profound, ineffable soul bond ignited between them. Ding. Quest completed. Azure serpent successfully tamed. Reward acquired. Celestial tier, lower grade weapon, peerless sword. Grinning, Lin Chen leapt onto the serpent's broad back and settled cross-legged like a sovereign. He rummaged in his sleeve, producing a rare, opulent pill, plucked from some unfortunate soul, and tossed it carelessly into the serpent's maw. A reward. Recover well. From now on, I'll treat you to feasts and fine wine. The pill dissolved, flooding its body with pure restorative energy, wounds knitting visibly before its very eyes. Gazing up at the languid youth upon its back, the serpent's cold vertical pupils, once filled only with fury, now held the first faint glimmer of submission. As the fluctuations at the entrance of the secret realm gradually subsided, the suffocating heat of the Tianhua mountain range also dissipated significantly. With a flash, the light gate appeared, and a handful of cultivators began to emerge from within, each of their faces as colorful as if they had spilled a palette of paints. Those fortunate enough had their mouths stretched wide with grins, clutching the broken treasures they had dug out from the corners, grinning foolishly as if they had struck gold. Those less fortunate not only had their pants torn apart by ferocious beasts, but also had to watch out for the group of rogue cultivators behind them running out with all their might, as if chased by a stepmother wielding a broom. Amidst this chaotic scene, a colossal figure lay quietly, becoming the most terrifying backdrop of the event. The blue dragon, with its 100-meter-long body coiled around the rocky outcrop, had its azure scales shimmering with a metallic sheen, the pressure of a peak six-tier beast unabashedly evident, shocking the surrounding rogue cultivators into silence as they sneaked away along the mountain crevices. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, like a wooden post, sat cross-legged on the massive forehead of the blue dragon, holding a small toothpick. He had somehow acquired his face, displaying utter indifference. Chen Yin swayed her slender waist like a water snake, walking over in her high heels, rolling her eyes at Lin Chen's seemingly vacation-like demeanor. Lin Chen, are you really planning to just sit here until the end of time? The inside is so vast, aren't you going to take a look around? Even if you just gather some high-grade herbs, it would be worth it. As Chen Yin spoke, she also glanced at the imposing blue dragon, feeling a twinge of jealousy in her heart. After all, this was a peak sixth-tier beast. Even the renowned experts of Linhai City would avoid this creature, yet somehow this guy had managed to tame it with a series of inexplicable moves, turning it into a mode of transport. Lin Chen spat out the toothpick from his mouth, patted the blue dragon's solid forehead, and lazily replied, "Teacher, Chen, please spare me. Aside from that ball of spiritual fire, I don't find anything else here appealing. As a decent person, I've already consumed the most valuable spiritual fire, so I should at least leave some scrap metal and leaves for those struggling rogue cultivators, shouldn't I?" Chen Yan's lips twitched involuntarily, almost cursing under her breath. Look at him, is he even speaking human language? What do you mean not appealing? This is an ancient secret realm. Even a blade of grass could fetch a good price outside, yet in this kid's mouth it becomes scrap metal and leaves. She realized that Lin Chen was definitely spoiled by good food, his standards so elevated that they seemed to soar beyond Blue Star. Just as the two were bantering, the light gate trembled violently again. Lu Shui, Zhou Qianru, Wu Hao, and Lin Fei finally emerged, looking exhausted. However, judging by their disheveled, yet gleaming expressions, it seemed they had also reaped considerable gains inside. So how was it? Did you almost lose your life in there? Lin Chen sat atop the dragon's head, looking down at the others with a tone that made one want to smack him. Lin Fei was the first to rush over, not bothering to wipe the dirt off his face, pounding his chest as he shouted, "Brother Chen, we've hit the jackpot. Big time. I just found a piece of crimson fire iron in a lava pit. It's heavy as a pig, definitely worth a fortune." Lu Shui and the others nodded in succession, evidently having their own harvests. "Alright, stop shouting like that, it's embarrassing." Chen Yin glanced at the increasingly unstable entrance to the secret realm, her expression turning serious. The secret realm is about to close, and the spiritual pressure inside is collapsing. It's not safe here, we need to leave quickly. If those crazed rogue cultivators set their sights on us, trouble is inevitable. Although Lin Chen and the blue dragon were there to keep watch, it was best to avoid trouble in this desolate wilderness. Lin Chen nodded and gave the colossal creature beneath him a pat. "Little Qing, did you hear that? Stop playing dead, time to work. Take us home." The blue dragon let out a deep roar, causing the beasts within several miles to fall silent. "Everyone hop on, let me show you what a real Boeing 747 feels like." Lin Chen waved his hand, beckoning the group to jump on. Lin Fei jumped up like a monkey, touching the cool dragon horn, nearly drooling with excitement. Lu Shui and Zhou Qianru exchanged glances, leaping up with a bit of restraint, landing steadily on the dragon. Chen Yin was the last to board, and the moment she sat down, the massive body of the blue dragon suddenly surged with power, its enormous tail sweeping across, instantly stirring up a sandstorm that blotted out the sky. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens as the blue dragon transformed into a streak of blue lightning, charging towards the exit of the secret realm. The cultivators below, still fighting over a few spirit stones, were now numb to the sight. What the hell? What did I just see? That dragon is flying. A dragon? No way. That's a peak 6th tier blue dragon. The one that just chased us out. Who the hell is this? Taming a blue dragon as a mount. This guy is so impressive, I don't even want to try hard anymore. A slightly older rogue cultivator wiped the blood from his face, letting out a long sigh. If I had known that beast could be tamed, I should have gone up to chat with it earlier. Another young cultivator bandaging his wound. You think you can tame it? That blue dragon has a fierce temper. If you dared approach it, it would surely incinerate you first. Did you not see what kind of monster that leading guy is? The murderous intent surrounding him could be sensed from miles away. At this moment, the blue dragon soared. I have to say, although this creature looks fierce, it flies exceptionally steadily. Sitting atop, it doesn't feel bumpy at all, instead offering a sense of superiority over the masses. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the dragon's head, the roaring wind in his ears, while his mind was busy calculating his own little schemes. Along the way, the mountains below were indeed tumultuous. Rogue cultivators, noble families, and small sects. The balance that could barely be maintained inside the secret realm had completely collapsed on the return journey. To snatch away the treasures brought out from within everywhere was filled with the light of spells and the sounds of despairing curses. Brother Chen, look over there. It seems like the people from Moonlight Academy are surrounded. Lin Fei pointed to a mountain peak below. Lin Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. What does it have to do with us? We're students, not saviors. Besides, those guys usually look down on others. Letting them suffer a bit is a good lesson for them. His thoughts were no longer on fighting. He was entirely focused on the 500 spirit stones promised by the principal. That's pure pocket money, why not take it? The blue dragon flew quickly, and soon the majestic silhouette of Linhai City's walls appeared on the horizon. As they approached the city's entrance, Chun Yin suddenly frowned and spoke up. Lin Chen, wait a moment. The size of this big guy you've tamed is simply too exaggerated. It's not allowed for such large height-tier beasts to enter the city freely. If it causes a commotion, I won't be able to explain it to the city lord. Look at this creature, it's so big, how are you going to handle it? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this blue dragon stretches over 100 meters long, appearing like a cloud in the sky. If I just swagger into the Star Academy like this, the dean will probably call me in for a chat the next day, accusing me of intentionally damaging the campus environment. He stroked his chin, staring at the blue dragon's lantern-sized eyes, and casually asked, hey little Qing, can we negotiate? Can you shrink a bit? Just a mini version, convenient to keep in my pocket. The blue dragon, whose fierce gaze had been evident moments ago, now appeared very wronged. After all, it was the ruler of hundreds of miles around, and now it was being asked to shrink down to fit in a pocket. But upon sensing the pure yang power within Lin Chen that could erupt at any moment, it nodded obediently. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the blue dragon let out a low groan. Its massive 100-meter body began to tremble violently, and then it rapidly shrank, like fabric being pulled inward at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, the once awe-inspiring beast that blotted out the sky transformed into a small blue dragon, just over 2 meters long and as thick as a wrist. It darted up Lin Chen's pant leg, finally wrapping itself around Lin Chen's left arm, the azure scales gently retracting, resembling a finely crafted jade bracelet. Lin Chen looked down at his arm, shook it a couple of times, and found the creature felt quite substantial. He turned to the mesmerized onlookers and smiled smugly. All right, this is perfect. Teacher Chen, shall we enter the city now? Lin Fei swallowed hard, tremblingly pointing at Lin Chen's arm. This shape-shifting demon beast would leave anyone, even that old fox, Zhou Yuntian, utterly astonished. The group quickly entered Linhai City. After Lin Chen's earth-shattering performance during the last Beast Tide, he was now recognized by nearly everyone in the city. As they saw Lin Chen and his party, the residents on both sides of the street paused, casting awe-filled and curious glances, automatically making way for them. Look, it's the great Lin Chen. Damn. Aren't those the same people who competed with him last time? They're all so strong. As they saw Lin Chen and his party, the residents on both sides of the street paused, casting awe-filled and curious glances. Upon reaching an intersection, Zhou Qianru stopped and said to the others, you all head back to the academy. I need to go to the city lord's mansion for a bit. Wu Hao was taken aback and curiously asked, what do you need to do at the city lord's mansion? It's a personal matter, Zhou Qianru replied nonchalantly before turning to walk in another direction. Personal matters, Lin Chen scoffed inwardly. That woman is definitely going to complain to her city lord. She'll probably report everything that happened in the secret realm, including how I acquired a peak 6th tier mount. But he didn't mind too much. What did it matter? Upon returning to the academy's entrance, Lin Chen waved goodbye to the few remaining people, as if shooing away flies. Alright, stop following me. Go have your fun. I need to take care of some serious business. Where are you going, Brother Chen? Lin Fei still wanted to tag along. I'm going to the principal's office to squeeze out his pension, Lin Chen said without looking back. The others exchanged glances, both amused and bewildered by his brazen attitude. In the entire realm, who would dare to openly extort the principal like this? Just Lin Chen. A few minutes later at the principal's office, Lin Chen couldn't even be bothered to knock and simply walked in. Zhou Yuntian, who was leisurely sipping tea inside, was startled by the sudden intrusion, causing him to spill hot tea all over his hand, making him wince in pain. Damn, who the hell? He was about to curse, but upon recognizing Lin Chen, he swallowed his words and irritably blew on the blisters on his hand. You little brat, can't you behave? Did I provoke you? Sooner or later you'll be the end of me. Hey principal, I'm just in a hurry. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together with a sycophantic expression and got straight to the point. Didn't you say during the competition that I won first place? Besides that 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, you also promised me a piece of earth tier weapon as an additional reward. And what about the 500 spirit stones we discussed earlier? Shouldn't that be fulfilled? Zhou Yunshan's eyelids twitched as he inwardly berated Lin Chen. Damn it, this kid is really insatiable, and his memory is astonishingly good. He grudgingly took out 2 storage bags from his drawer and tossed them onto the table as if disposing of trash. Take it. Take it. Get out of here. Just seeing you annoys me. One of the bags contained 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Chen put away the items and grinned. Thank you, Principal. I won't disturb your tea time any longer. Hurry up and leave, hurry up. Zhou Yuntian waved his hand impatiently. However, just as Lin Chen turned to make his escape, Zhou Yunshan's gaze inadvertently caught sight of something on Lin Chen's arm that resembled a bracelet. Wait! Zhou Yuntian suddenly stood up, his eyes sharp, fixated on Lin Chen's arm, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. What the hell is that on your arm? Lin Chen was taken aback and glanced down at the azure serpent that had transformed into a bracelet, flashing a proud smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Oh, this. He raised his arm and shook it like a child showing off a new toy. I just happened to capture this peak 6th tier azure serpent as a mount when I was in the Tianhui secret realm. This fellow can fight and serve as transportation, and it can change its size. Isn't that impressive? Clang. Zhou Yunshan's purple clay teapot dropped to the floor, shattering into pieces. He stood there dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg inside, unable to close for a long time. You? Say that again. A peak 6th tier beast. You, a mere 3rd layer martial disciple, managed to tame a peak 6th tier demon beast as a mount. Zhou Yuntian felt his worldview shatter under the unprecedented shock. In his 100 years of life, he had never encountered anything so absurd. Is this kid the illegitimate child of the heavens? Yes, what's the problem? Lin Chen replied innocently. This thing has tough skin and thick flesh. It doesn't take much effort for me to subdue it. It surrendered easily. Zhou Yuntian. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the tumultuous shock within, and stepped closer to Lin Chen, scrutinizing the azure serpent that had transformed into a bracelet, muttering to himself. This is insane. Truly insane. He suddenly grasped Lin Chen's shoulders earnestly and said, Listen carefully, kid. Although you've tamed this creature, the ferocity of demon beasts is hard to eradicate. If it goes berserk one day, it won't be a joke. You. Relax, Lin Chen impatiently interrupted him. We signed a soul contract. If it dares to harbor any ill intentions, I can obliterate its soul with just a thought. It can't harm me. Hearing this, Zhou Yuntian finally let out a long sigh of relief, his previously tense heart finally calming down. He looked at Lin Chen, who appeared utterly unconcerned and could only weakly wave his hand. Fine, you're a monster. I can't be bothered with you anymore. Go practice quickly. Stop wasting your immense talent wandering around all day. All right. Lin Chen achieved his goal and immediately dashed out, vanishing in a flash. In the office, Zhou Yuntian was left alone, staring blankly at the shards of pottery scattered on the floor, feeling disheveled. Lin Chen exited the principal's office, not returning to the classroom, but directly heading to the training room. He now held over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and needed to quickly convert these resources into strength. He found an empty private training room, locked the door, and like a nouveau riche, dumped a pile of spirit stones. 300 of them were his own. The other 100 were given to the azure serpent on his arm. Eat up, little eel. Consume more to evolve into a true dragon, and then I'll take you to the dragon palace for a bath. The azure serpent let out a cheerful low hum, opened its small mouth, and inhaled vigorously, drawing in the overwhelming spiritual energy like rivers converging into the sea. Lin Chen wasted no time sitting cross-legged and began to fiercely operate the swallowing heaven technique. In this small training room, 1 person and 1 dragon commenced an intense internal struggle. Time quickly passed, and it was soon the afternoon when school ended. Boom. With the last trace of spiritual energy absorbed, the 300 mid-grade spirit stones had turned to dust. Within Lin Chen, it felt as if something had shattered, and an even more powerful aura erupted from his martial disciple 5th layer. As he felt the significantly strengthened spiritual energy within him, Lin Chen couldn't feel happy. Instead, he grimaced in disdain. Damn it, 300 mid-grade spirit stones only got me to the 2nd layer. This is way too expensive. This expansive sea of chi is like a bottomless pit. He glanced at the azure serpent on his arm. After consuming 100 mid-grade spirit stones, its aura had also solidified, getting closer to breaking through to the 7th tier. Lin Chen tidied up, stretched lazily, and then sauntered out of the training room. Forget it, he'll go home and continue spending money. I wonder if the remaining spirit stones are enough for me to reach the 8th layer of martial disciple. Lin Chen groggily pushed open the villa door, and a fragrant aroma of rice porridge wafted into his nostrils, enticing the hunger in his stomach to rebel. Having just escaped from a pile of top students at school and spent half a day in the training room, he was indeed After changing out of his slightly dusty sneakers, Lin Chen casually tossed his school uniform jacket onto the sofa and strode toward the kitchen, where he spotted Wang Xiaoxiao, wearing a pink floral apron, gently stirring a pot, with a ladle, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead making her appear especially endearing in the evening sunlight. Wang Xiaoxiao turned her head upon hearing the noise, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, as she said, "Chen Ge, you're back. The porridge is almost ready. I was just planning to greet you at the door." Lin Chen smiled broadly, leaned in, and took a deep breath, saying, "It smells amazing. Whoever marries you in the future will have truly hit the jackpot in their past life." Having just come out of the secret realm and trained all afternoon at that dreary place, he hurried home right after school. Nothing outside could compare to the porridge made by his Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy as she lowered her head and stirred the porridge faster, saying, "Chen Ge, you always tease me. A genius like you will definitely marry those saintly fairies in the future. I'm just destined to serve others." Lin Shun felt a twinge of doubt at her words, thinking to himself that with two divine bodies within him, he would indeed walk a different path in the future, but he couldn't let his sister remain an ordinary person. Leaning against the countertop, Lin Shun casually asked Xiaoxiao, "Were you ever tested for your ability to cultivate? With the revival of spiritual energy for so many years, even if your talent is poor, you shouldn't be completely unable to sense any qi, right?" Wang Xiaoxiao paused, her expression dimming as she shook her head, and said, "Chen Ge, I haven't been tested yet. My family was so poor that we couldn't even afford a pot, let alone have the spare money to check my physique. The testing fee was exorbitant enough for the two of us to eat well for half a year." Lin Shun was taken aback, thoughts racing in his mind. What the heck? Never been tested? Lin Shun was genuinely bewildered. In a world where martial arts reigned supreme, there were still people who had never even been tested. It was as absurd as someone living to 18 in his past life without ever going online. Lin Shun frantically called out in his mind, "System, where the hell have you been? Get out here and get to work. Stop playing dead." The system's snarky voice immediately rang out in his mind, "Host, are you calling for me? I was just thinking about how to give you a troublesome mission. Now tell me, what annoying issue do you want to bother this great?" Lin Shun rolled his eyes and said, "Cut the crap. Do you have a scanning function or not? Help me scan Wang Xiaoxiao and see if she can cultivate. Don't waste this precious time." The system huffed, yes, I have that little function. Don't think that I can't tell if a stone has jade inside it." Lin Shun waved at Wang Xiaoxiao and said, "Xiaoxiao, stop what you're doing for now. Quickly turn off the fire and sit down. I learned an ancient method. Oh, let me check your body. You might just be a hidden genius." Wang Xiaoxiao, half convinced, turned off the fire and sat obediently at the dining table, her hands awkwardly resting on her knees. Lin Shun silently chanted in his heart, "System, start scanning. Be serious about it. If you miss any details, I'll have you debugged." The system replied irritably, "Scanning now. Stop rushing me." Ding. Scan successful. Lin Shen's eyes instantly displayed a blue virtual panel visible only to him. Name Wang Xiaoxiao. Age 17. Physique Ice Phoenix, divine body not awakened. Evaluation: an exceptional cultivation talent, one of the rarest top-tier divine bodies. Those with this physique are naturally attuned to ice-type spiritual energy, and upon awakening their combat power, will skyrocket, easily overpowering opponents of the same level. Lin Shen nearly jumped out of his chair upon seeing those last few words, his eyes wide in disbelief as he mentally roared, "What the hell? What kind of divine being did I just pick up? Ice Phoenix divine body. One of the divine grade physiques. This is on par with my own. Did I just pick up a future empress off the street? Is this script written incorrectly?" Lin Shun continued to mentally question, "System, do you have accompanying cultivation methods for the Ice Phoenix divine body? Hurry up and bring it out. Don't wait for me to snatch it." The system chuckled, yes, definitely have it. But do you think such high-level techniques can be given away for free? Host, you still have to do missions, but not all missions will yield results. This kind of top-tier technique depends on your luck. If your luck is bad, you could practice until you die without seeing a single page of it. Lin Shun was now furious, cursing in his heart, "Is this broken system just messing with me? Doing missions is one thing, but you might not even get anything. Do you think I'm some unlucky card drawer?" The system retorted arrogantly, "Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, then get lost." Lin Shen couldn't be bothered to argue with the system. It always followed the principle of not showing results until it had something substantial. Lin Shun regained his focus, took a deep breath to suppress his shock, and looked at the anxious-looking Wang Xiaoxiao. Lin Shun deliberately lowered his voice and said seriously, "Xiaoxiao, listen carefully. I just checked, and you are absolutely not the useless person who cannot cultivate. On the contrary, you possess a rare Ice Phoenix divine body, far more impressive than those so-called saintly bodies praised outside." Wang Xiaoxiao was completely stunned, staring at Lin Shun, her lips trembling as she said, "Chen Ge, how could someone like me possibly have a divine body? You must be mistaken." Lin Shun slammed the table, speaking with authority, "When have I ever been mistaken? If I say you have a divine body, then you have a divine body. But your physique is too advanced. Practicing ordinary techniques might even be harmful." Lin Shun was also a passionate young man, unable to withstand such stimulation. He lowered his head and met Wang Xiaoxiao's tearful, glistening eyes. The two exchanged glances as if a powerful electric current surged through the air, sparks flying. Lin Chen swallowed hard and muttered under his breath, "Damn, who can endure this?" Lin Chen suddenly lowered his head and captured those delicate petal-like red lips. Wang Xiaoxiao's body trembled, and instead of retreating, she clung to Lin Chen's neck, as if grasping a lifeline, responding awkwardly, yet passionately. The two began a passionate encounter by the dining table in the living room. Lin Chen felt a surge of heat from Wang Xiaoxiao's inexperienced, yet daring actions. The desire that had been intensified by his divine physique erupted completely. Lin Chen effortlessly lifted Wang Xiaoxiao in a strong embrace and strode towards his bedroom. As the bedroom door slammed shut, a protracted battle commenced. Wang Xiaoxiao's voice was indeed loud. Her previously suppressed shy tone was now fully released, ringing clear, yet carrying a unique rhythm reminiscent of her awakening as a divine body. Though the villa had decent soundproofing, it could not withstand Lin Chen's extraordinary physical prowess, as every strike came with a thunderous force. Wang Xiaoxiao's mother, who was resting in the upstairs bedroom, was half reclined against the headboard looking at her phone. Suddenly, she heard the commotion downstairs. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and her hand froze over her phone. A bittersweet yet gratified smile appeared on Wang's mother's face as she murmured softly, "This girl really, even in broad daylight, she has no shame. I wonder how it will be at night." Wang's mother understood perfectly. This villa belonged to Lin Chen, and Wang Xiaoxiao had already informed her of the life-saving grace Lin Chen had shown them. She was immensely satisfied with Lin Chen, the benefactor. Not only did he provide financial aid for medical treatment during their most difficult times, but he also feared they would suffer outside, bringing them to his villa for recuperation. Wang's mother thought to herself, if Xiaoxiao could indeed be with Lin Chen in the future, she could die content. Being with such a caring, wealthy, and capable young man was far better than facing humiliation outside. However, the noise was rather loud. As time ticked by, after about an hour, the intense symphony finally began. This commotion made Wang's mother feel a tickling sensation in her heart. Wang's mother was only in her 30s, still in the prime of her youth. Usually too busy with work to think about such matters. Now that her health had improved, and with such sounds ringing in her ears every day, how could she remain indifferent? Wang's mother sighed, pulling her head under the covers, thinking to herself that young people certainly had great stamina. Half an hour later, the bedroom door slowly opened. Lin Chen emerged looking refreshed, a smug smile on his lips, while Wang Xiaoxiao's face was flushed, her steps somewhat unsteady, her long legs swaying, as if she had just been pulled from water, exuding a charm that had been nourished. The two exchanged smiles and headed back to the kitchen to continue preparing the remaining dishes for Wang's mother. As Lin Chen washed the vegetables, he said to Wang Xiaoxiao, "In a couple of days, when I have time, I'll transfer you some money. You should go buy a few good cars tomorrow." Wang Xiaoxiao was taken aback and asked, "Why buy cars? I hardly go out, and besides, you go to school in a sport." Lin Chen replied, "Just buy a few for convenience. It will make it easier for me to go to school, and it will also be convenient for you to go grocery shopping or take your mother for checkups. We can't just rely on taxis every day." Lin Chen paused, his tone turning domineering. "And when I find the right opportunity, I'll have a word with that old fox, our principal. He'll pull some strings to get you into Xingchen Academy and put you in the same class as me." Wang Xiaoxiao was left dumbfounded, dropping the vegetables she was holding as she exclaimed, "Really? Brother Chen, with my background, can I really attend such a top-tier academy?" Lin Chen snorted, "Of course you can. Who are you? You're my woman. Plus you're currently own 9 million divine body. Not only Xingchen Academy, but even those old monsters in Zhongdu would fight to have you as their student if they knew. Don't worry, I've got this covered. Tomorrow go ahead and choose a car. If the money isn't enough, just let me know." Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes turned a bit red again as she nodded heavily. Lin Chen glanced towards the second floor, reminding her, "All right, stop getting emotional there. Go call your mother down. After I finish eating, I still need to go back to my room and work on those spirit stones. If I can't break through to the 8th layer of martial sovereign this time, I won't call myself Lin Chen." Wang Xiaoxiao smiled shyly and walked up the stairs with her slightly wobbly steps to call her mother down for. Lin Chen watched her swaying figure and thought to himself, "Damn, I need to get stronger quickly, or else with more women in the house, I might really get drained if I don't have some cultivation base." Wang Xiaoxiao reached the second floor and called out, "Mom, dinner's ready." Wang's mother responded, "Okay, they'll be right down." First, Wang Xiaoxiao came downstairs, heading straight for the kitchen to bring out the porridge. A few minutes later, Wang's mother came down and immediately saw Lin Chen sitting at the table. She said, "Xiao Chen, thank you for allowing us to stay in your villa." Lin Chen replied, "No problem, no problem. After all, Xiao is my girlfriend. If she lives here, of course you can too. Just let me know if you need anything in the future." Wang's mother said, "Okay, then he'll rely on you in the future." Lin Chen said, "Don't be so polite. Let's eat, let's eat." The three of them then began their meal at the table. After finishing 2 bowls, Lin Chen set down his chopsticks and took out his phone. He directly transferred Wang Xiaoxiao 100 million. Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Brother Chen, this is too much." Lin Chen said, "What's this amount?" Go buy a car tomorrow. If you think of anything else later, I will let you know. Wang Xiaoxiao asked what price range should I consider for the cars. Lin Chen replied, let's aim for around 10 million each. Buy 2 for now. 1 for each of us. When I go to school tomorrow, I'll have a word with the principal about your enrollment. Wang Xiaoxiao said, alright, I'll be waiting for your news at home, brother Chen. No problem. Just wait for my news. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Chen said, you all enjoy yourselves. I need to go cultivate now. Wang Xiaoxiao replied, go ahead and cultivate, brother Chen. He'll clean up the table, and then we can rest too. Lin Chen walked into the room and poured out a large pile of spirit stones from his storage ring, distributing 200 pieces to the still snoring Qing Jiao. This little mudfish was now his key cultivation target and must not be neglected. He then sat cross-legged, beginning to fervently operate the swallowing heaven technique, devouring the remaining spirit stone energy. The night quickly passed. The following morning, when Lin Chen awoke from his meditation, the spirit stones beside him had already turned into a pile of lifeless ashes. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him stronger than before, a satisfied smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He had reached the 8th heaven of martial sect accomplished. He glanced at the nearby Qing Jiao, who looked as if it were dead. The creature had already drained the spirit stones and was now drooling in its sleep, probably dreaming of eating more spirit stones. Lin Chen shook his head and walked into the bathroom for a shower. As he stepped out of the room, a tempting aroma of rice porridge wafted towards him. Chen, go come eat breakfast. Wang Xiaoxiao called out, wearing an apron and carrying a bowl of steaming porridge as she emerged from the kitchen. Once you finish, I'll go out to buy a car. All right. Lin Chen didn't hold back and sat down to dig in. After finishing breakfast in no time, he wiped his mouth and said, I'll head to the academy first. Okay, be careful on your way, Chen, go. Half an hour later, Lin Chen strolled into the Star Academy. He did not return to the classroom, but headed straight to the principal's office, ready to have a word with that old fox, Zhou Yuntian. Bang! Lin Chen kicked the door open without bothering to knock, striding in confidently. Zhou Yuntian, who was inside, picking his feet and sipping tea, jumped in surprise, nearly dropping his teacup. What the hell? Which blind brat? Oh, it's you again. After recognizing Lin Chen, he gave him an irritated glance and scolded, can't you be a bit more considerate? Damn it, you're going to get me in trouble with my position. Hee, it's an urgent matter. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, wearing a flattering smile as he leaned closer. Principal, I have a friend. Could you let her attend our academy too? Zhou Yuntian shot him a sideways glance. You know, this is a top-tier academy, not a marketplace where anyone can come in. All the students here are talented cultivators. He then sized up Lin Chen as if he were a rare animal, continuing, besides, weren't you picked up from the orphanage by me? When did you get a friend? Male or female? Lin Chen's face darkened at once, and he replied irritably, why can't I have friends? Who are you looking down on? Can your friend cultivate? Not yet. Then she can forget about it. Zhou Yuntian refused without a second thought. But she's a genius on par with me. Lin Chen slowly dropped the bombshell. Are you sure you don't want her? What a... Zhou Yuntian sprang up from his chair, leaning towards Lin Chen with wide eyes. Is she like you? Is she also a divine body? Absolutely not. Lin Chen beamed with pride. I checked her out last night. She has the rare Ice Phoenix divine body, but she lacks a technique and is currently stuck. A divine body. It needs a matching exclusive technique to cultivate, or else it's just a decoration. Zhou Yuntian's face instantly filled with distress, looking as if he hadn't been able to relieve himself for 3 days. I know that. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. Just let her into the academy to learn some basics. As for the technique, I'll figure that out myself. Fine. Zhou Yuntian slapped his thigh. It's settled then. Bring her over tomorrow. Damn it, I'll announce it at the morning assembly that our Star Academy now has 2 divine bodies. Are you going to announce it directly? Lin Chen was taken aback. Aren't you afraid other academies or some messy organizations will come to snatch her? At this, Zhou Yuntian burst into laughter, stepping on his desk and pointing to himself as he boisterously shouted, who the hell dares to come to my academy and snatch people? I'll beat them to a pulp. And if I can't handle it, I'll call my big brother. I'll take care of him. Your big brother? Lin Chen was even more puzzled now. Yeah. Zhou Yuntian said matter-of-factly, my big brother is the director at the Zhongdu Tianfu Academy. Do you think I'm just being arrogant for no reason? Announcing your divine body and your friend's divine body. Do you think I'm asking for trouble? Lin Chen was internally screaming, what the hell? This old guy has such a powerful background. No wonder he usually acts like a rogue. He has someone backing him up. He quickly put on a flattering smile. Well, principal, just arrange her to be in my class sitting behind me. No problem. Zhou Yuntian waved his hand dismissively. Oh, and don't worry, I'll talk to my big brother later to see if there are any techniques suitable for her divine body so she can practice a bit. Thank you, principal. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude, nearly moved to tears. You suddenly being so polite is a bit unusual for you. Zhou Yuntian rolled his eyes. If I didn't know your background was so impressive, who would be polite to you? Lin Chen internally scoffed. Then I'll take my leave for now and bring her over tomorrow. Zhou Yintian nodded and Lin Chen swiftly made his exit heading towards the classroom. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoxiao had arrived at the most luxurious sports car dealership in the city, the Four Sons store. A saleswoman in a professional skirt with long legs approached, greeting. Welcome. How may I assist you, miss? Wang Xiaoxiao got straight to the point. Please introduce me to cars around 10 million. The saleswoman's eyes lit up eagerly, leading her to a row of flashy Ferraris, enthusiastically introducing them. Once she had finished, Wang Xiaoxiao pointed to one of the cars and said nonchalantly, I'll take this one in blue and one in red. The saleswoman was so excited she nearly knelt down on the spot, nodding repeatedly. All right, please wait a moment, I'll print the contract right away. Just then a sarcastic voice rang out. Oh, isn't this our campus flower, Wang? Finally found a sugar daddy willing to spend money on you. A heavily made-up woman walked in, clinging to a greasy middle-aged man who looked like he could scrape off 2 pounds of oil. Wang Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. Li Huan, what are you doing here? Of course I'm here to buy a car with my husband, Li Huan. Her husband Ma Yu had bulging green bean eyes fixated on Wang Xiaoxiao, looking her up and down as if he were about to drool. Li Huan, your husband isn't much to speak of. He has no manners and keeps staring at me. Wang Xiaoxiao said, What? Is it wrong to look at you? Li Huan, feeling provoked, instantly erupted in anger. Do you think you're still the high and mighty campus flower? I bet you can't even afford a meal now. And what about your nearly dying mother? Is she still alive? Slap. Before she could finish, Wang Xiaoxiao rushed forward, delivering a crisp slap that echoed through. Did your parents not teach you to keep your mouth shut? Wang Xiaoxiao's voice was icy and piercing. Li Huan was stunned, covering her face and screaming, Husband! Look at her! She hit me! Ma Yu snapped out of his daze, glancing at the 5-finger mark on his wife's face, then at Wang Xiaoxiao's stunning features, grinning maliciously as he approached her. How dare a broke loser hit my woman? Slap! Slap! He raised his hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps, causing Wang Xiaoxiao's mouth to bleed and her to fall to the ground. What gives you the right to hit me over Li Huan? Wang Xiaoxiao covered her face, feeling both angry and wrong. Li Huan is my wife. How can I not care when you hit her? Ma Yu stepped on Wang Xiaoxiao's wrist, looking down at her menacingly, and said, What? Not happy about it? If you're not, let your rich sugar daddy come help you. Wang Xiaoxiao was trembling with anger, unable to hold back any longer. She shakily took out her phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. Wu. Shingu, I'm at the car dealership. I've been attacked. On the other end of the line, Lin Chen, who had been dozing off in class, erupted like a lit powder keg upon hearing those words. He jumped up from his seat, bellowing, Which bastard dares to hit you? A terrifying pressure belonging to the 8th heaven of martial sect swept through the entire classroom like a tangible storm. Except for Chen Yin, all the students turned pale, their legs trembling in fear. One classmate stammered, Who the hell is this crazy person who has provoked this killing god? Bang! Lin Chen smashed his desk into pieces with a punch, shouting into the phone, Stop crying. Make that punk who hit you wait for me. I'll be there in a few minutes. He turned to Lin Fei beside him. Lend me your car. Lin Fei was so scared by Lin Chen's ferocious look that he handed over the keys without a second thought. Chen Ge, what happened? Lin Chen snatched the keys and rushed out without looking back. Chen Ge, where are you going? Lin Fei shouted from behind. Lin Chen's voice was like a whisper from the depths of hell. I'm going to kill someone. Stop. We're still in class, you can't go out. Chen Yin instantly blocked the doorway. Lin Chen looked up, his pitch-black eyes now filled with terrifying bloodshot veins, glaring fiercely at Chen Yin, and said slowly, Teacher Chen, you want to stop me too? Before he finished speaking, his pure yang divine body and ancestral dragon divine body activated simultaneously. A terrifying aura, wild and fiery, mixed with ancient dragon, might erupted violently. Under this pressure, even Chen Yin, being a martial monarch, felt her breath hitch, her beautiful face turning pale. Lin Chen ignored her, charging past her and sprinting towards the Four Sons store. Chen Yin watched his frenzied figure retreat, her heart racing with trepidation as she hurried to the principal's office to report this matter urgently. Lu Shui gazed in the direction Lin Chen had left, a rare hint of concern flickering in her usually cold. Lin Chen snatched Lin Fei's car keys and dashed outside, his demeanor resembling someone intent on blowing up the city lord's mansion. However, by the time he reached the staircase, his bloodshot brain finally calmed down a bit. Driving a piece of junk. By the time I get there, the food will be as cold as a corpse. Lin Chen raged internally, driving Lin Fei's flashy sports car, which would take at least half an hour. Half an hour. If anything happened to Wang Xiaoxiao during that time, not only would he have no explanation for Wang's mother, he would have to flay himself alive. With that thought, Lin Chen no longer hesitated, abruptly raising his left arm toward the still feigning death Qing Jiao, and growled in a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell, Little Qing, stop sleeping and get to work. Before his words even faded, the small snake, which was originally only as thick as a wrist and looked like a delicate bracelet, suddenly raised its head. A terrifying pressure from the primordial chaos erupted like a waking demon god centered around Lin Chen. Roar. A dragon's roar that could shatter the heavens resounded violently above the Star Academy. The small azure dragon, under countless horrified gazes, rapidly expanded at a visible speed. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. In just a few breaths, a fierce dragon over 100 meters long, covered entirely in azure scales, with a single horn on its head, manifested like a mythological beast coiling above the Star Academy. Its massive body blocked the sun, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire academy, while its cold, lantern-sized vertical pupils looked down indifferently at those below, as if observing a group of ants ready for slaughter. What the hell? What is that thing? A dragon? Is it really a dragon? How could our academy have a— Stop shouting. That's a peak 6 deer Qingjiao. A ferocious beast, even stronger than some In an instant, the entire Star Academy erupted into chaos, with countless students and teachers rushing out of classrooms and offices, all staring dumbfounded at the colossal creature in the sky, their legs shaking with fear, unable to articulate a word. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several powerful auras shot up into the sky, belonging to the Academy's teachers at the martial lord realm. Each of them hovered in midair, their faces grave as they stared at the imposing Qingjiao, as if facing a formidable enemy. Then Zhou Yuntian, the vice principal and director, Zhao Hai, appeared before everyone, as if teleporting. Principal, this is a peak 6 deer Qingjiao. A teacher's voice trembled. Could it be that the demon beasts have attacked again? Zhou Yuntian gazed at the familiar Qingjiao, then at Lin Chen, who wore a murderous expression below his lips, twitching wildly, as he scolded Lin Chen internally. This little brat. Causing trouble again. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock, and waved his hand to the already stunned teachers beside him, wearing a facade of calm. What are you panicking for? Steady yourselves. Haven't you seen the world? It's just a little mudfish. Look at your shabby demeanor. He paused, then spoke in an exaggeratedly nonchalant tone. Oh, I forgot to tell you, that's Lin Chen's mount he just acquired a couple of days ago. Thud. Several teachers stumbled at this revelation, nearly falling from the sky. A mount. All the teachers looked at Zhou Yuntian, as if he were a monster, then back at Lin Chen, their brains completely These martial lords who had lived for decades, or even 100 years, couldn't acquire even a 5th-tier mount, and now they were being told that a first-year student had obtained a peak 6th-tier dragon as a mount. What kind of international joke is this, say? Just then Chun Yen rushed over in a hurry, glancing at the Qingjiao in the sky, and then at Lin Chen, her face filled with anxiety. Principal, it's bad. Lin Chen. She hurriedly recounted the events that had just occurred in the classroom to Zhou Yuntian. He turned into this after answering a phone call. Zhou Yuntian frowned, then waved his hand. All right, I understand. You all go back to class and don't stand here embarrassing yourselves. I will go check out who has the guts to mess with our Star Academy's precious gem. Lin Chen didn't care what the old folks in the sky were discussing. His mind was filled with only one thought: to kill. He leaped onto the broad head of the Qingjiao, pointing in the direction it was heading, his voice icy, devoid of any emotion. Fly, at your fastest speed. Roar. The Qingjiao let out another earth-shattering roar, its massive body suddenly swaying, transforming into a streak of azure lightning, racing towards Lehigh City at breakneck speed. The 100-meter-long fierce dragon swept recklessly over the bustling city, and the terrifying sight instantly ignited panic throughout Lehigh City. Countless citizens rushed out of their homes, looking up at the apocalyptic scene, terrified to the point of losing their wits. What the hell is that? Is Godzilla invading the city? Demon beasts. It's a demon beast invasion. Run. In an instant, sirens blared throughout the city, and numerous calls flooded into the city lord's mansion, reporting this shocking event. Inside the city lord's mansion, Huang Tianba watched the surveillance footage of the familiar Qingjiao, his lips twitching madly. That little brat again. Can't he just stay quiet for a day? Although he cursed aloud, he immediately ordered the city defense team not to. Lin Chen didn't care how much panic he had caused in the city. Under the Qingjiao's speed that was comparable to teleportation, he arrived at his destination in just a few minutes. Stop right above. The Qingjiao let out a low rumble, its massive body hovering above a building named Flying Bird's Fourth Sun Shop, casting a huge shadow that instantly darkened the entire store. Lin Chen jumped down from a height of 100 meters like a meteor, landing with a loud crash, not even glancing at the dazed pedestrians around him, directly kicking open the glass door and striding inside. Inside the store, a provocatively dressed woman with heavy makeup was pointing at a girl with blood on her mouth, who was being supported by a salesperson, harshly berating her. Next to her, a young man with slicked back hair, looking like he was suffering from kidney deficiency, wore an expression of arrogance and disdain. Lin Chen's gaze turned blood red upon seeing the bullied girl. Wang Xiaoxiao. He darted forward like a ghost, appearing before Wang Xiaoxiao and wrapping her in his arms, his voice trembling. Xiaoxiao, are you alright? Upon seeing Lin Chen, Wang Xiaoxiao's taut nerves finally relaxed completely, and all her grievances and fears erupted at that moment. She cried out and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Lin Chen gently patted her back, his overwhelming killing intent nearly materializing. He slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on the man and woman opposite him, his voice cold, as if from the depths of hell. Who hit you? I did. What about it? The young man named Ma. You didn't take Lin Chen seriously at all, speaking arrogantly. It's just a filthy bitch, so what if I hit her? Do you want to stand up for her? Very well. Lin Chen nodded, a terrifying calmness on his face. Now that we know who struck, it will be easier. He supported Wang Xiaoxiao, helping her to sit on the sofa nearby, softly comforting her for a moment before slowly rising to his feet. In the next second, his figure vanished from the spot. Ma Yu felt a blur before his eyes. The hand like an iron claw had firmly grasped his neck, lifting him off. You bastard. Ma Yu's pupils contracted sharply, his feet flailing in the air, his face turning a deep purple. You damn scum. Lin Chen's bloodshot eyes fixed on him, the murderous intent in his voice enough to freeze the air. Who gave you the courage to strike her? I wouldn't even dare to scold her, and you had the audacity to hit her. You must want to die. As his words fell, a colorful flame appeared in the palm of Lin Chen's right hand. The beast spirit fire. Without a hint of hesitation, he pressed the flame onto Ma Yu's body. Ah! A scream not human in nature echoed throughout the exhibition hall. Lin Chen casually tossed him aside like a dead dog, allowing him to writhe and howl in agony amidst the soul-burning flames. Having done all this, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the already dumbfounded woman Li Huan. You deserve to die. His words barely left his lips when his figure disappeared once more. Li Huan felt a sharp pain in her abdomen as if struck heat by a battering ram and flew backwards, crashing hard against the front desk, making a loud noise, instantly losing her breath, dead beyond recovery. This series of bloody and violent scenes left all the salespeople present terrified, each collapsing to the ground, a foul scent wafting from their pants. Lin Chen, having dealt with the two, didn't spare them a glance, walking up to the salesperson who had assisted Wang Xiaoxiao earlier, pulling out a bank card. Deliver those 2 cars to the Yunding Villa area. The password is 6 zeros. Yai, sir. The salesperson trembled as he took the card, his hands shaking. Lin Chen swiped the card and asked, Do you know that couple from earlier? I know. The salesperson was almost in tears. The man is called Ma Yu. He is the young master of the Qingshan Group. His father is Ma Jia. Qingshan Group. Lin Chen took out his phone and searched for the location on navigation, quickly finding it, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He walked over to Wang Xiaoxiao, gently picked her up, and said softly, Xiaoxiao, let's go. Brother will take you to kill. The two exited the Four Sons store, where a crowd had gathered outside, all looking up at the massive creature in the sky, murmuring amongst themselves. Even the city lord's guards had arrived, but since Huang Tianba had issued orders long ago, they merely stood by, watching, refraining from taking action. Lin Chun held Wang Xiaoxiao and jumped onto the back of the Qingjiao. Brother Chun, should we just let it go? Wang Xiaoxiao said, fearfully glancing at the terrified expressions below. Shall we go back? How can we let it go? Lin Chen gently wiped away the tears on her face, his voice cold yet tinged with affection. I wouldn't even dare to scold you yet. That damn thing dared to hit you. Since his parents failed to educate him, I shall take on the responsibility. If they cannot teach him, it is the fault of the father, so let their entire family neatly go to death. If you scold me, perhaps I would feel good and merely discipline him. But daring to hit my woman means they all must die? This declaration was heard clearly by Zhou Yuntian, who was secretly following. The old principal's mouth twitched madly as he inwardly cursed, little bastard, so ruthless. Yet he wore a satisfied smile on his face. In this era of spiritual energy resurgence, if you don't kill, you will be killed. If your heart isn't ruthless, you can't stand firm. This kid is to my taste. He watched Lin Chen's back with eyes full of admiration. Lin Chen stopped wasting words, giving a pat on King Jiao's head and pointing into the distance. Little Qing, target Qingshan Group. Let's go. Roar. Qing Jiao let out a deafening roar, its massive body turning into a streak of blue lightning rushing towards its new destination. The speed of Qing Jiao was comparable to instantaneous movement. In just a few minutes, the Qingshan Group, building a landmark in Linhai City, appeared at the edge of Lin Chen's vision. Roar. Accompanied by a terrifying dragon's roar that could shatter eardrums, King Jiao's massive body, like a doomsday monarch descending from the sky, hovered menacingly above the Qingshan Group. The violent sound waves acted like tangible shock waves, instantly shattering the large glass curtain wall of the building with a resounding crash. Countless shards of glass fell like hail, creating shallow pits on the wide square below. What the hell? What is going on? An earthquake? Earthquake my ass. Look outside. What the hell is that thing? A dragon. 100-meter-long giant dragon. In an instant, the entire building was thrown into chaos. All the hard-working employees, still toiling away adding bricks for their boss' next luxury car, were scared out of their wits at the sight of the terrifying scene outside, dropping their files and screaming as they madly rushed downstairs. Lin Chen stood on the broad head of Qingjiao, holding the still quietly sobbing Wang Xiaoxiao, looking down at the panicked crowd below, devoid of any compassion, only icy coldness. He waited for about 5 minutes, seeing that those inside the building had almost evacuated, before slowly speaking, his voice not loud, yet as clear as a cold wind from the depths of hell, reaching every ear. Everyone from the Qingshan group, listen up. Now I give you 10 minutes to roll out from this broken building. After 10 minutes, anyone still inside will be treated as Ma Jia's accomplices and shall be killed without. As soon as these words were spoken, those employees who had initially wanted to hide and watch the excitement, or were still clinging to hope, no longer dared to hesitate, rushing out of the building as if their parents had died. The scene was even more spectacular than grabbing tickets during the Spring Festival. Soon the entire building was left empty. Every employee had fled to safety hundreds of meters away, craning their necks and pointing at the scene as if watching a Hollywood disaster movie, discussing animatedly among themselves. Damn, which deity has descended? Riding a dragon to trouble Ma Jia. Ma Jia? You mean our boss Ma? What are you talking about? Who else could it be? An old employee scoffed, his face full of schadenfreude. That old bastard usually exploits us like donkeys, making us work overtime, without pay, and cutting salaries is a daily routine. Now it's good he finally kicked the iron plate. I want to see how he ends today. Exactly. It would be best if that dragon swallowed him whole. That would be a service to the people. 10 minutes swiftly passed. Just as Lin Shun was about to order Qing Jiao to directly demolish the building, a figure finally staggered out from the empty entrance of the skyscraper. The person was none other than the chairman of the Qingshan group, Ma Jia. At this moment, he bore no resemblance to his usual dignified and spirited self. His face was as pale as if he had just crawled out of a grave, and there were even a few shards of glass stuck to his suit jacket. He walked unsteadily, looking as if he had just lost his father. He did not dare to be careless, fully aware that someone capable of riding a peak 6th-grade demon beast was not someone he could afford to provoke. Ma Jia forced a smile that looked worse than crying and looked up at the young man above Qing Jiao, his voice trembling. Is there some misunderstanding between us, my friend? I, Ma Jia, believe I haven't offended anyone of your status recently. You, Lin Shen scoffed disdainfully, you haven't offended me, but your damned useless son hit my girlfriend. As he spoke, he cradled Wang Xiaoxiao and leaped directly from the 100-meter-high head of the dragon, landing steadily in front of Ma Jia. He pointed at Wang Xiaoxiao's tear-streaked face marked with fingerprints, his voice icy and piercing. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the good deed done by your precious son. Upon seeing Wang Xiaoxiao, Ma Jia's pupils dilated sharply. He recognized the girl. Previously, his son Ma Yu had mentioned that his girlfriend was a well-known commoner school beauty he was ready to pursue. His heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation, and he hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, My friend, please calm down. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. I will call that ungrateful son right now and have him come over to apologize. Call. Lin Shen laughed cruelly. There's no need to call, he's already gone. Don't worry, soon you'll be going down to accompany him. What a... Ma Jia was struck as if by lightning, stunned. His son. Dead. After a brief shock, an endless rage and resentment surged within him, and his face instantly twisted into a grotesque expression. You killed my son, eh? Yes, Lin Shen said nonchalantly while cleaning his ears. He hit my woman and thought he could live. Are you out of your mind? You want to die? Ma Jia completely lost it, no longer caring about fear, pointing at Lin Shen and cursing, You brat. Don't get too cocky. Even if you can control demon beasts, this is Linghai City. The city lord has long given a strict order that any tamed demon beast cannot actively attack humans within the city. Without that beast helping you, I don't believe that a mere young brat like you can do anything to me. Oh really? Lin Shun curled his lips in a mocking smile. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure belonging to the 8th layer of the martial sect erupted from him like a tangible storm. Ma Jia felt as if an invisible mountain had suddenly pressed down on him. His legs buckled, and with a thud he knelt on the ground, his whole body feeling as if all strength had been drained, collapsing like mud. Martial sect. 8th layer. He looked up in terror at Lin Shen's overly youthful face, his mind buzzing and blank. How could this be? How is this possible? This brat looked at most 17 or 18 years old. How could he possess the strength of the 8th layer of the martial sect? Ma Jia had toiled for 30 to 40 years using countless resources, yet he had barely reached the martial master realm. Is there really such a vast gap between people? Don't think just because you are a martial sect that you can do whatever. Although Ma Jia was terrified, the instinct for survival still made him recall his last trump card. He shouted with all his might to the few bodyguards behind him who were equally stunned, Old Zhou. Old Joe, please help me. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man dressed in a Tang suit who appeared rather unremarkable and emaciated suddenly appeared beside Ma Jia like a ghost. As soon as the old man appeared, a presence far stronger and more condensed than Lin Chen's instantly enveloped the entire area. Martial Lord Ninth Layer. In midair, Zhou Yuntian, who was watching the drama unfold, curled his lips in disdain. Damn it, a Martial Lord Ninth Layer dares to act tough in front of that little monster Lin Chen. He truly did not know the meaning of death. He had personally witnessed Lin Chen's earth-shattering holy-level martial skills. Not to mention a Martial Lord Ninth Layer, even he, a Martial King, would not necessarily fare well. The old man known as Old Joe clearly had no idea what kind of monster he was facing. He glanced at Lin Chen, then at the terrifyingly oppressive Qing Jiao in the sky, a hint of apprehension flashing in his murky old eyes, and then cleared his throat, adopting an air of a senior expert. Young man, achieving such a level at such a young age is truly remarkable. If you leave now, I can overlook this and not make things difficult for you. Make things difficult? Lin Chen laughed, doubling over with laughter. Old man, are you still asleep? You think you can make things difficult for me? Today I will let you know who is really making things difficult for whom. With a furious shout, Lin Chen, too lazy to waste more words, shot out like a cannonball, executing the mountain-splitting palm he had already mastered, striking fiercely at Old Joe. Old Joe did not expect this brat to attack. Without warning, his expression changed, but he reacted swiftly, also shouting loudly and delivering a viciously tricky kick aimed at the massive palm print. Boom! The palm and leg collided in midair, producing a deafening explosion. A violent storm of spiritual energy swept through, lifting the surrounding ground. As the dust began to settle, the two had already entangled in a fierce battle again. Old Joe was increasingly shocked. He realized that this brat's spiritual energy was astonishingly thick and far beyond what a martial sect 8th layer should possess. What kind of monster is this brat? How can the 8th layer possess such boundless spiritual energy? He dared not hold back any longer, letting out a loud roar as he leaped back, pulling out a long spear that was entirely black and emanated a chilling aura from his storage space. Brat, to die under my soul-chasing spear would be considered your honor. Isn't it just a broken weapon? What's... Lin Chen scoffed, curling his lip. With a thought, a dazzling sword shimmering with 7 colors and exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness appeared in his hand. It was the Heaven-Ear low-grade weapon. Peerless sword, rewarded by the system. Come on, old man, today you will witness what a true peerless divine weapon is. With a furious shout, Lin Chen raised the sword and charged at Old Joe, attacking fiercely. Old man, is this all the strength you possess? Your punch feels like a woman's tickle, utterly lacking in power. Lin Chen taunted while easily dodging his words, dripping with mockery. Old Joe's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Having lived for over 100 years, it was the first time he was humiliated by a junior in such a manner. You little beast, are you seeking death? He roared, wielding the soul-chasing spear with ferocity, each thrust accompanied by a shrill cry that split the air, intensifying his assault. Hey, now that's more like it. Lin Chen was not surprised, but rather pleased, advancing instead of retreating as the unparalleled sword in his hand spun into a dazzling display that clashed against the tip of Zhou's spear. They exchanged dozens of blows, and as Lin Chen seized an opening, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. Zhou's expression changed, his figure flickering like a ghost as he narrowly evaded the domineering blow. Old thing, I won't play with you anymore, prepare to die. Lin Chen, seeing him dodge, lost all patience and began to rapidly form seals with his hands. In an instant the winds changed, and with a booming voice he declared silent extinction, prison finger, first finger, imprisoning heaven and earth. With Lin Chen's furious shout, a colossal finger, made of pure spiritual energy, descended from the heavens, bearing the terrifying pressure that imprisoned all things, crashing down towards Old Joe. Old Joe gazed at the massive finger that blotted out the sun, and for the first time a look of horror appeared in his murky old eyes as he exclaimed, "This kid is truly a monster." Nearby, the onlooker was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, collapsing onto the ground while staring at Lin Chen as if witnessing a demonic god emerging from hell. Come on, I want to see just how powerful you, a martial sovereign, truly are. Although Old Joe was terrified, his long-established pride prevented him from retreating. He shouted, fiercely channeling all his spiritual energy into his palms, executing a mid-grade earth-tier martial skill, mountain-breaking palm, meeting the descending giant finger with a tremendous force. Boom! The giant finger and palm collided in midair, creating a stalemate. Old man, I didn't expect you to possess some strength after all. Lin Chen grinned, his face filled with mockery. So what will you do next? Second finger, shattering star. Before his voice faded, another, even larger and denser giant finger slowly materialized in the sky, carrying a terrifying might that seemed capable of shattering the stars, descending slowly. You are a freak. Old Zhou truly panicked this time, his old face turning the color of pig liver, no longer caring about his dignified demeanor as he cursed loudly. He dared not hold back, howling, "Earth Spirit Body Activate." A heavy and majestic yellow spiritual energy erupted from within him, reinforcing the struggling mountain-breaking palm, barely blocking the descending second finger. Not bad, but still not enough. Lin Chen's smile grew increasingly cruel as he let out a thunderous roar to the heavens. Silent extinction, prison finger, third finger, destroying gods and demons. Boom. The sky above the Qingshan group turned completely dark in an instant. It was as if daylight had been instantly swallowed by night. In that endless darkness, a finger even thicker and larger than the previous two, radiating a destructive aura that could make even gods and demons tremble, slowly descended towards the small figure below. At this moment, old Zhou was utterly despairing. Boom! When the three giant fingers struck simultaneously, a thunderous explosion erupted, kicking up dust that obscured everything. When the dust settled, a bottomless pit appeared before everyone. Old Zhou lay at the pit's bottom like a ragged doll, drenched in blood, continuously coughing up blood, his breath weak to the extreme. Cough, cough. Indeed, a young talent. Not bad, not bad. He struggled to prop himself up with his broken spear, a mad glint of battle intent igniting in his eyes. "Since that's the case, I'll wager my old life to test just how strong you really are." He roared fiercely, leaping out of the pit, reactivating his earth spirit body and mobilizing the last remnants of his spiritual energy. "Kid, if you can take my next move, my life is yours." Earth tier top grade martial skill, shocking mountain fist. With his furious shout, a massive fist shadow formed from yellow spiritual energy, capable of shaking mountains, charged at Lin Chen with a momentum of mutual destruction. "Be careful, brother Chen." Wang Xiaoxiao, watching from behind, was horrified and couldn't help but scream. Lin Chen, however, turned his head for a moment and smiled at her. "It's a piece of cake." Though he said that, Lin Chen did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. A desperate strike from a martial sovereign at the 9th level was no laughing matter. Pure Yang Divine Body Activate. With a roar of violent and blazing pure Yang power erupted from within him. In a flash, he grasped the resplendent sword in his hand. A sword opens the heavenly gate. Without a moment's hesitation, he infused all his spiritual energy into the sword and swung it fiercely at old Zhou. In an instant, an indescribable and overwhelmingly tyrannical sword intent surged into the sky, as if it sought to cleave a hole in the heavens. At that moment, in the entire Lehigh City, all the powerhouses above the martial sovereign realm seemed to sense it, turning their gazes toward the direction of the Qingshan group, their eyes filled with shock. Such terrifying sword intent. Which ancient freak has emerged from seclusion? In midair, Zhou Yuntian, who was watching the spectacle, was so frightened that his hand trembled, nearly causing him to fall from the clouds. Damn, this kid. This sword intent is unusual. It seems that the old martial sovereign at the 9th level is done for. Old Zhou looked at Lin Chen, who now resembled a sword god descending upon the world, completely stunned, then bitterly smiled. "So that's how it is. I didn't expect you to be the one with the divine body from the Star Academy. To die by your sword today, I have no regrets." Lin Chen glanced at this old man who, despite being his enemy, could be considered a man of honor, feeling a flicker of compassion. "Old man, if you leave now, I can let you go." "No need." Old Zhou shook his head, his eyes filled with calmness. "I am not one to be ungrateful. Back when I was at my lowest, it was the onlooker who fed me a meal. This kindness I must repay. Kid, strike. Then prepare to die." Lin Chen no longer wasted words, slashing forward with his long sword. That world-destroying sword light collided with the massive fist shadow with a thunderous crash. However, that seemingly formidable fist shadow was as fragile as paper before the sword light, only holding up for 2 breaths before being cleaved in two by a single stroke. The sword light, unrelenting in its momentum, surged directly toward Elder Zhou himself. As the lethal blade drew ever closer, Elder Zhou gazed upon its approach, then slowly closed his eyes, surrendering utterly to fate. A flash of crimson. Thus perished a mighty martial sovereign. Lin Chen sheathed his long sword without glancing at the corpse, then strode calmly toward the trembling Jia, a man so terrified he had wet himself. "It is your turn to depart," Lin Chen said, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. "Remember, in your next life, raise your son with greater care." Even as the words left his lips, a radiant 7-hued myriad beast spirit flame materialized in his right palm and struck Jia without hesitation. Arg! With a shriek beyond human utterance, Jia writhed agonizingly on the ground, consumed in moments by that soul-searing fire, reduced to drifting ash. Having finished, Lin Chen turned his gaze, sweeping over the distant onlookers, still trembling in fear. "Who among you knows Qingshan group inside and out?" he asked, voice calm and detached. A young man, no older than 25, unremarkable in appearance, yet sharp-eyed, stepped forward with hesitant courage. I know. Every clean deed, and every shadowed secret. I know them all. What is your name? My name is Li Xiaoran. At the name Lin Chen nearly choked on his own breath, utterly stunned. Xiaoran. Wasn't that the absurd cartoonish moniker favored by protagonists in those absurd animated series he'd watched in his past life? Suppressing his mirth, he approached Li Xiaoran, placed a firm hand on his shoulder, and spoke with unwavering authority. Xiaoran. From this day forth you assume control of Qingshan Group. Purge every trace of corruption within it. Can you accomplish this? Dazed by the sudden appointment, Li Xiaoran nodded, frantically stammering with exhilaration. Yes, I could. Then proceed. Without hesitation, Lin Chen replied, serene as mist over mountains. Should any obstacle prove insurmountable, call me. Yes, sir. Li Xiaoran was overcome with gratitude, tears welling, bowing almost instinctively before catching himself. Once all matters were settled, Lin Chen walked to Wang Xiaoxiao, swept her into his arms, leapt onto the head of the azure serpent, and soared skyward amid countless awestruck gazes, bound for his villa. Upon the serpent's broad crown, Lin Chen gently infused spiritual energy into Wang Xiaoxiao's cheeks, erasing the glaring finger marks entirely. Should her mother see them, chaos would surely follow. Brother Chen, you're incredible. Wang Xiaoxiao nestled against his chest, tilting her face upward, eyes shimmering with pure adoration. Merely trivial, he grinned. One day you'll stand beside me, just as strong. She nodded earnestly, then nestled deeper into his embrace, settling comfortably against him. Meanwhile, newly appointed Li Xiaoran launched a swift, merciless purge. Every executive loyal to Jia dismissed without exception. His new appointments would be judged solely by merit, regardless of lineage or background. Thus began a seismic upheaval across Linhai City's mercantile world. Lin Chen soon landed the Azure Serpent in a quiet corner of the Villa District. Cradling Wang Xiaoxiao, he leapt down from its 100-meter height, landing effortlessly before his own villa gate. With a low, resonant hum, the Azure Serpent coiled inward, shrinking into a slender azure lightning bolt, then settled upon his wrist as an exquisitely wrought bracelet. Let's go home, Lin Chen murmured, voice softened like spring rain. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded silently and followed him inside, two figures stepping side by side into the quiet sanctuary. No sooner had Lin Chen settled onto the sofa, preparing to catch his breath, than his phone chimed. It was the sports car dealership's sales representative. MMR. Lin, your 2 Ferraris have been delivered to the neighborhood entrance. Shall we? His voice trembled, still shaken by the afternoon's spectacle. Drive them straight to Villa No. 8. Lin Chen replied coolly. Hanging up, he turned to Wang Xiaoxiao, still shyly reserved, and said, come on, the cars have arrived. Let's wait at the gate. As they reached the threshold, 2 sleek Ferraris, one sapphire, one crimson, purred to a halt like twin beasts poised to pounce, their polished curves gleaming beneath the sun. The sales representative stumbled out, trembling hands extending 2 keys, eyes fixed rigidly downward. MMR. Lin, your vehicles are here. Understood. Thank you. Lin Chen accepted the keys with a casual wave. No trouble at all. It's our utmost honor. Relief flooding his face, the man scrambled back into the shuttle, vanishing in a blur of dust and haste. Lin Chen weighed the keys in his palm, then tossed the crimson one to Wang Xiaoxiao. This one is yours now. She caught it reflexively, stunned, staring first at the key, then at the blazing red machine before her, as if trapped in a waking dream. Brother Chen, this is far too precious. Precious? Nonsense, Lin Chen scoffed, utterly unbothered. A woman of mine drives a Ferrari. What's extraordinary about that? This is mere child's play. Enough standing here, let's eat. Later this afternoon, I'll take you shopping, clothes, bags, whatever pleases you. Oh, and tomorrow morning accompany me to the academy. I've already spoken with Principal Lao Bapi. He's agreed. Oh. Her eyes widened and disbelief painted across her face. Really? Can I truly attend Qingshan Academy? Absolutely. Lin Chen thumped his chest. A woman of Lin Chen's. A mere academy. If you wish to ascend the heavens, I'll build you a ladder. Tears welled instantly in her eyes, every pang of sorrow, fear, and wonder dissolving into overwhelming gratitude. Without restraint, she buried herself in his chest, voice breaking with emotion. Brother Chen, thank you, truly thank you. He held her close, warmth radiating through silk and skin, and chuckled softly, there, no more tears, or you'll become a little spotted cat. Come now, my stomach growls. Didn't you promise to show off your skills? Lunch today is yours to command. Yes. She nodded, fiercely wiping her eyes, then beamed, a radiant, unguarded smile. All right, Brother Chen, wait just a moment. I'll prepare lunch right away. Within minutes, Wang Xiaoxiao bustled into the kitchen. Half an hour later, a lavish feast graced the table. She called out from the doorway, Brother Chen, lunch is ready. Then added, I'll fetch mother. Lin Chen nodded, gazing at the abundant spread, his mouth watering uncontrollably. In the afternoon, Lin Chen drove his flashy blue Ferrari, taking Wang Xiaoxiao directly to the most luxurious shopping mall in Linhai City. Like a bandit storming a village, he dragged Wang Xiaoxiao and began a frenzied shopping spree. This one, and this one, none of them. Pack up the rest for me. Lin Chen pointed at a row of the latest handbags, his hands sweeping dramatically, exuding an air of extravagance. The attendants beside him gaped their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in, looking at Lin Chen as if he were a celestial being. Sir, are you sure? The total here is over 10 million. What? Afraid I don't have money. Lin Chen glared, slapping a black card onto the counter. Swipe it. 6 zeros for the password. Yai, sir. Please wait a moment. In less than an hour, 7 or 8 attendants followed the two, laden with bags of all sizes. The spectacle was even more extravagant than an emperor's parade. Lin Chen not only bought a pile for Wang Xiaoxiao, but also specifically took her to choose a considerable amount of jewelry and clothing for her mother, spending several million in total. The two shopped until after 5 in the afternoon before driving back loaded with their purchases. That evening the three enjoyed a warm dinner together. Wang Xiaoxiao's mother gazed at her daughter in that expensive dress, then at the exquisite jade bracelet on her wrist, her eyes glistening with tears. She knew her daughter had found the right person in this life. That night Lin Chen unusually did not practice. Having exhausted his spirit stones, he simply fell asleep. Early the next morning before dawn, Wang Xiaoxiao pulled Lin Chen out of bed. Chen, go. Wake up. We have to go to school. Lin Chen, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was dragged to the dining table by Wang Xiaoxiao. After breakfast, Lin Chen drove his blue Ferrari with an excited Wang Xiaoxiao beside him, racing towards the direction of Xingchen Academy. The morning meeting was still a sea of people, a dense crowd. Zhou Yuntian stood on a platform passionately rambling a bunch of nonsense before clearing his throat and raising his voice suddenly. Today our academy welcomes a new student. Now let's invite our new student Wang Xiaoxiao to the stage for a self-introduction. Lin Chen gave Wang Xiaoxiao a gentle push from below. Go on, don't be nervous. Wang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and slowly walked up to the platform under the curious gazes of thousands. Zhou Yuntian looked at her, smiling like a sly fox. Little girl, don't be nervous. Just say a few casual words like Lin Chen did back then. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded, approached the microphone, and gazed at the dense crowd below, her voice wavering slightly. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Xiaoxiao, I am. She initially wanted to say she was Lin Chen's girlfriend, but felt embarrassed to say it in front of so many people, so she changed her words. I am Lin Chen's sister. The moment she said this, the crowd erupted in commotion. What a... Lin Chen has a sister. That monster has a sister. Is it true? She looks quite pretty but a bit rustic. As the crowd erupted in discussion, Zhou Yuntian spoke again, his not-so-loud voice clearly reaching everyone's ears like rolling thunder. From today, classmate Wang Xiaoxiao officially joins class 3 of the first year. Don't underestimate this little girl. Her talent is on par with that little monster Lin Chen. You little rascals better work hard or a new girl will surpass you. Boom. Zhou Yunshan's words were even more explosive than when he announced Lin Chen was a pure yang body. What a... She is like that monster Lin Chen. Oh my, could it be? Is she also a divine body? This is crazy. Completely insane. 2 divine bodies in one academy. What does that leave for the other academies? In an instant, the whole playground was in an uproar, all eyes fixated on that seemingly delicate girl on the stage. Zhou Yuntian was pleased with the crowd's reaction, waving his hand. All right. It's not convenient to disclose classmate Wang Xiaoxiao's physique right now, but you'll know in due time. Now all of you go to class. Meeting adjourned. Wang Xiaoxiao dizzily walked off the stage, following Lin Chen toward the classroom amidst countless astonished, envious, and jealous gazes. Lin Fei sprang up like a monkey, rushing over with a curious expression. Chen, go. Is she really your sister? Mind your own business, kid. Lin Chen shot him a glare. Lin Fei glanced at the ambiguous atmosphere between them, instantly understanding, smiling knowingly, without asking further. Lu Shui watched the two from a distance, her cool gaze flickering with complexity. She sensed that their relationship was definitely not as simple as siblings. Back in the classroom, Chen Yin directly assigned Wang Xiaoxiao to the empty seat behind Lin Chen. Classmate Wang Xiaoxiao, if you need anything at school in the future, just let me know anytime. Lin Chen turned his head and whispered, you can always tell me if you need anything. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with happiness and sweetness. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Zhou Yuntian was sitting back with a smug look, casually dialing a phone number. Hello, big brother. I've got something to tell you, don't be shocked. A steady voice came from the other end. What is it this time, old man? Zhou Yuntian chuckled like a 200-pound child. Brother, guess what? This year I found 2 divine bodies for you. What a... The voice on the other end instantly rose by 8 octaves. 2. Are you sure you haven't drunk? Am I lying? I'm your grandson. Zhou Yuntian slapped his thigh. One is a pure yang body, the little monster Lin Chen I mentioned last time. That guy is incredibly strong, just killed a martial lord at the 9th heaven. The other one. She just arrived today. An ice phoenix body. She's that little girlfriend of his. But that poor girl hasn't awakened the corresponding cultivation method, yet still just like an ordinary person. Hurry up. Look in your Tianfu Academy for any cultivation method suitable for the Ice Phoenix body. Let her practice with that for now. After a long silence, Zhou Yunha's voice filled with shock and joy came through the phone. You old fellow. You've really struck it rich. A divine body is a rare entity taking hundreds or thousands of years to find just one, and you've found two. All right, wait for my news. They'll go to the library and look for you. They'll call you once I find something. After hanging up, Zhou Yuntian hummed a little tune, feeling that his life had reached its peak. 4 Lin Chen morning classes followed the textbook trajectory, from novice to surrender. Physics, chemistry, and biology struck him as more arcane than cultivating the heaven-devouring art. Thus Lin Chen adopted the most efficient study method available: sleep. Chen Yin strode past him in stiletto heels, not even deigning to flick an eyelid his way. Please, this was a monstrous 8th-rank martial master. Expecting him to sit obediently through high school lectures was absurd. So long as he refrained from demolishing the classroom, one could only offer silent thanks to heaven. Ding dong. At the lunch bell's chime, Lin Chen sprang upright from his desk like a coiled spring, released eyes alight with fervor. Lunchtime. He turned to Wang Xiaoxiao, who was tidying her textbooks, and flashed a broad grin. Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. Yes, Brother Chen. Lin Fei, the undisputed #1 junior disciple, immediately fell into step behind, ready to serve. Yet what left Class 3 utterly dumbfounded was this Lu Shui, the aloof glacier-cold paragon who vanished the moment class ended, quietly rose and fell into line behind the trio. Clatter. Someone's textbook tumbled to the floor. A tomb-like silence descended. Every student stared slack-jawed at the 4 retreating figures, as if their entire worldview had just shattered under seismic force. What the hell? Did I just see Lu Shui, the school's reigning beauty, head off to lunch with that monster? What's happening to this world? Has handsomeness truly become an all-powerful decree? My youth is over. A boy collapsed onto his desk, emitting a soundless wail of despair. In the cafeteria, Lin Chen and Lin Fei ate with unrestrained gusto. Their plates towered with meat, 2 mobile pyramids of sustenance, so intimidating that the cafeteria auntie's hands trembled as she served. By contrast, Wang Xiaoxiao and Lu Shui dined with refined grace, small deliberate bites, poised posture, forming a stark juxtaposition against the 2 ravenous souls before them. Lin Chen devoured 3 bowls of rice in a whirlwind, sighed contentedly with a resonant belch, leaned back in his chair, and turned his thoughts to matters of true import. Spirit stones are running low again. That won't do. He glanced at the azure serpent coiled lifelessly around his wrist, then recalled Wang Xiaoxiao's yet an awakened Ice Phoenix divine body, pressure mounting like a gathering storm. Each demanded ever more resources. Unless he secured new wealth, soon his role as head of this unconventional household would collapse beneath its own weight. No choice. He must shake down old fox, Zhou Yuntian. He shot upright and declared to Wang Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, you 3 return to class first. I'll have a philosophical chat with Headmaster Zhou about livelihood opportunities and see if any side missions might yield extra coin. Yes, Brother Chen. Go ahead and tend to your affairs, Wang Xiaoxiao replied softly. Lu Shui's cool crystalline gaze lingered on him, silent, yet edged with quiet curiosity. With a casual wave, Lin Chen strode boldly toward the headmaster's office. Minutes later, Lin Chen knocked, gently this time, on Zhou Yuntian's door. The headmaster called out, What's the urgent matter, young man? While circumstances are pressing, Lin Chen chuckled, rubbing his palms together as he sidled closer. Headmaster, I'm rather short on funds these days. What say you? Get out. No thought required, Zhou Yuntian snapped. This is the headmaster's office, not a welfare bureau. Earn your own money. But that's why I came, to earn it here. Lin Chen declared, unflinching. My fiancé starves. My mount starves. We're teetering on the edge of collapse. Any assignments available? The kind with high peril and higher rewards. Throw one my way quick. You've got nerve, boy. Zhou Yuntian snorted, then softened into a cryptic smile. As it happens, you arrived at precisely the right moment. I've just received word intense spiritual energy fluctuations have erupted deep within the 10,000 mountain range. Something extraordinary is about to awaken. He appraised Lin Chen up and down. Will you go alone, or bring companions? Companions? Lin Chen asked. Of course I can bring companions, though I could go solo if preferred. Then by all means, bring them. Lin Chen slapped his thigh. My classmates, Lu Shui, Lin Fei, they're trustworthy, capable, perfect for field training. As for Xiaoxiao, I'll safeguard her myself. Do as you wish, Zhou Yuntian shrugged, indifferently tossing a yellowed map from his drawer. Here, this charts the route to the 10,000 mountain range. Take it. Just don't die inside. Got it. Lin Chen snatched the map and bolted for the door. Oh, and one more thing. Zhou Yuntian's voice echoed behind him. I've spoken to my elder brother about your young lady. He'll be searching the Tianfu Academy's archive library these days for cultivation arts suited to her constitution. That's splendid. Many thanks, headmaster. Lin Chen grinned, then vanished like smoke. Feet already greased for flat. Back in class, Lin Chen slammed the map onto the desk and announced with swagger, tomorrow, no lessons. Not a single one. Lu Shui Lin Fei Xiao Xiao, you three pack your gear. We're heading to the 10,000 mountain range to strike fortune. What awaits us there? Lu Shui's voice cut through the air, crisp, serene. What else? Treasure hunting. Lin Chen waved the map. The headmaster confirmed fierce spiritual energy surges. Either a legendary artifact or a monumental opportunity awaits. Unlike you privileged heirs drowning in resources, I'm scraping pennies, down to my last thread. Refuse and I'll recruit others instead. We're going. Lu Shui declared first. Adventure, after all, held infinitely more allure than class. Me too. Me too. Lin Fei blurted, face flushed with exhilaration. Lin Shun turned to Wang Xiaoxiao, voice softening. Tomorrow stay close behind me. Don't wander. If anything goes awry, well, that wouldn't be amusing. I'll follow your lead. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded, eyes brimming with unwavering trust. They huddled close, buzzing with plans for tomorrow, until dismissal rang clear. Lin Chen drove his flamboyant cobalt Ferrari straight home, Wang Xiaoxiao beside him, to their villa. Rest early, he instructed. Tomorrow I'll take you into the 10,000 mountain range, to seek whatever may fully awaken your constitution. Yes, Wang Xiaoxiao murmured obediently. Lin Chen watched her disappear into her room, then retreated to his own, lying back, a thrill curling at the corners of his lips. The 10,000 mountain range, rare artifacts, fated opportunities. Tomorrow promised to be fat. A night passed without a word. Lin Chen slept soundly on the soft bed, drooling like a river, dreaming of carefree adventures with Wang Xiaoxiao around the globe, embraced by both Lu Shui and Zhou Qianru, basking in the joy of spring. However, before dawn, his biological clock, more reliable than an alarm clock, forcibly pulled him out of his beautiful dream. Drowsily, he opened his eyes and glanced at the gray sky outside. Just as he was about to turn over and continue his slumber, that annoying system voice exploded in his mind. Ding! The sign-in task has been refreshed. Please head to the 10,000 Great Mountains for sign-in. This task has no additional conditions. As long as you reach the center area of the 10,000 Great Mountains, you can complete the sign-in. Task reward: Holy Grade Supreme Pill, Awakening Pill. This pill can help those with unawakened physiques to awaken directly. Moreover, the awakened physique will directly reach the Great Completion realm. Hearing this reward, Lin Shun immediately lost his drowsiness, sitting up with a start, mouth agape in shock, utterly dumbfounded. In the next moment, he slapped his thigh and burst into laughter like a pig. Damn. I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be rich. Although this was not something for himself, it was simply a super cheat tailored for Wang Xiaoxiao. Direct awakening. And it was the Great Completion realm. To know his own pure yang divine body, although also directly given by the system to the perfect realm, was unique. Now there was actually such a heaven-defying pill. Lin Shun rubbed his hands together, inwardly asking with a flattering tone, System brother, can we discuss something? Do you have any pills that can help evolve physiques? Like turning a holy body into a divine body. The familiar, disdainful voice of the system sounded again. This system only has what you can imagine. There's nothing I can't produce. Don't mention evolving a holy body into a divine body. Even turning a pig into a divine beast would be a piece of cake. Lin Chen's eyes brightened instantly, nearly drooling. That's great. System brother. You are my true brother. Can you give me 100 of those pills? Think of it. The system immediately cursed. Do you think such a heaven-defying thing is as cheap as cabbage? 100. You're dreaming. Lin Chen felt wronged at the scolding, pouting. If you want, give it, just say so. Why curse? You're so stingy. He closed the system panel, but was overjoyed in his heart. Having it would be enough. If he could get such pills in the future, wouldn't everyone under him be divine bodies? Taking a bunch of divine bodies to fight. Damn. Just imagining that scene is exhilarating. In the future, if he passes by a dog, he would have to slap it twice and ask if it was worthy to live in the same world. Lin Shun happily dressed and walked out of the room just in time to see Wang Xiaoxiao coming down from upstairs. Xiaoxiao, I have good news for you. He approached her, grinning. I estimate that this time going to the 10,000 Great Mountains, I can find something to help you awaken your physique. Wang Xiaoxiao gently shook her head, reaching out to tidy up his slightly messy collar softly, saying, it doesn't matter whether I can awaken or not, as long as I can stay by Chen Guest's side, I will be satisfied. You silly girl, what are you thinking? Lin Shen pulled her into his embrace and kissed her forehead, saying domineeringly, I still want to grow old with you and have many children. You can't leave me first. Even if the king of hell wants to take you away, I will rush into the underworld, pull out his beard, and bring you back. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly turned red, standing on her tiptoes to gently peck his lips, her voice choked. You're so good, husband. All right, let's eat first. Lin Shun was completely melted by her calling him husband. After we finish eating, I'll message Lu Shui and Lin Fei to gather at the city gate of Linhai City, and we'll set off directly. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded heavily. A few minutes later, Lin Chen drove his flashy blue Ferrari carrying Wang Xiaoxiao, speeding down the road, soon arriving at the city gate. They waited in the car for over half an hour when Lin Fei and Lu Shui finally arrived in a seemingly expensive I say, did you two go to do embroidery? Why so slow? Lin Chen rolled down the car window and scolded impatiently. There was traffic on the way. Lin Fei chuckled, jumping out of the car. All right, enough talking. Just leave the car here. I'll take you guys over. Lin Chen waved his hand with an air of arrogance. The others nodded in curiosity. Lin Chen raised his left arm lazily, calling out to the jade bracelet on his wrist. Stop sleeping. Get up and work. No sooner had he spoken than that little blue dragon suddenly raised its head, and a terrifying pressure from ancient times erupted. Roar. A dragon's roar powerful enough to shatter the heavens erupted at the city gate. The blue little dragon swelled in the wind, and in just a few breaths transformed into a fearsome giant dragon hundreds of meters long, overshadowing the sky, coiling above the crowd. Damn. Although Lin Fei had seen this blue dragon before, seeing it again was still shocking. He sat down on the ground in fear, pointing at the massive creature above, unable to speak clearly. Even Lu Shui, with her eternally icy expression, was filled with disbelief. What are you all staring at? Get up here. Lin Chen jumped onto the dragon's head, waving to those who were completely stunned below. Only then did they snap out of their daze one by one as if in a dream and jumped up. Roar. With another dragon's roar, the blue dragon transformed into a streak of blue lightning racing directly toward the 10,000 great mountains. On the city wall, the patrolling soldiers witnessing this scene were so frightened they almost fell off the wall. Report. Report. There are demon beasts invading. A soldier scrambled into the city lord's mansion. Huang Tianba was drinking tea at the time, and upon hearing this, he didn't even lift his eyelids, impatiently waving his hand. Stop making a fuss. If you see that blue dragon, no matter where it flies, don't report it. That's Lin Chen's mouth. The soldier, hearing this, had his mouth agape, scrambling back out with only one thought in mind: damn, this world is too crazy. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the others chatted leisurely on the dragon's head. Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something and looked on the head of the flood dragon. Lin Chen looked at Lu Shui, who wore a curious expression, and teased. Little girl, did your family go bankrupt? Isn't your family quite wealthy? Why did they give you such a shabby sword? It looks like a firewood stick. Lu Shui's face flushed at his words, and she glared at him angrily. Your family is the one that went bankrupt. Your whole family is bankrupt. Besides, not every large family throws all their resources into one person. They invest separately to spread the risk. I see. Lin Chen nodded, finally understanding. It seems that even the children of wealthy families have it. With a flick of his hand, he took out a magnificent sword from the system space and casually tossed it to Lu Shui. Here, this low-grade heavenly sword is yours from now on. What a... Lu Shui fumbled to catch the sword, completely dumbfounded. You gave this to me, but what will you use? My martial skills are mostly focused on fist and palm techniques. I only know one or two sword moves, and I rarely use them, Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Just take it, don't be so sentimental. All right. Lu Shui held the sword that exuded endless sharpness, her heart surging with waves of emotion. I will remember this favor. I will definitely repay you in the future. Lin Chen then tossed the broken military spear he had received as a reward to Lin Fei. I see you like using guns, so this is for you. Although it can't compare to the beauty of Lu Shui's sword, it's sufficient for you to use for now. If I find something better in the future, it'll get you an upgrade. Finally, he looked at Wang Xiaoxiao and said gently, once your physique awakens, I will teach you a few more powerful martial techniques. Okay, I will listen to you for everything. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. Seeing the affectionate interaction between the two, Lu Shui felt a pang of jealousy and asked out of the blue, Xiaoxiao, where do you live now? Whenever I have time, I will come to play with you. Wang Xiaoxiao replied without thinking, I live at Chen guest house. She then recounted how Lin Chen saved her, how he helped her mother pay for medical bills, and how he arranged for them to stay in a villa for a better recovery. Lu Shui listened with wide eyes and stammered, You are living together? No, Wang Xiaoxiao hurriedly waved her hands, her face flushed. Chunga lives on the first floor, and my mother and I live on the second floor. Only then did Lu Shui feel a little better, but the sour feeling in her heart intensified. Good for you, Lin Chen. You're moving so fast. You even have a hidden beauty in your golden house. She suddenly said confidently, No way. I also want to move into your house. I need to ask you about my cultivation anytime. You are already at the 8th level of Martial Sovereign, and I'm still wandering around at Martial Master. I can't fall too far behind you. Lin Chen was taken aback. Wait, you all decided this so happily. I haven't agreed yet. You have to agree. Lu Shui acted like a rogue. Then, can I move in too? Lin Fei weakly raised his hand. No way. Get lost. Lin Chen, Wang Xiaoxiao, and Lu Shui shouted in unison. Lin Chen even kicked him in the butt, saying, "Get out of here." While the group was bickering, the azure flood dragon beneath them suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Lin Chen looked up into the distance and saw an endless expanse of primitive mountains resembling a slumbering giant appearing at the horizon. He grinned, excitement sparkling in his eyes. "We have arrived at the 10,000 Great Mountains." Lin Chen directly spoke to the azure flood dragon, and it soared toward the center of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Roar! The azure flood dragon let out another earth-shattering dragon roar, its terrifying dragon might sweeping down like a tangible shockwave, scaring the first and second-tier monsters in the forest who crawled on the ground as if they had seen a ghost, not daring to lift their heads. No kidding, this is a peak 6th-tier azure flood dragon. Even ordinary 7th-tier monsters would tremble at its bloodline pressure, let alone this bunch of insignificant creatures. Lin Chen and the others passed through the territory of the 1st to 5th-tier monsters unimpeded and arrived at the core area of the 10,000 Great Mountains. "System, sign me in," Lin Chen silently thought. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in and receiving the holy grade top-tier elixir, Awakening Elixir. Awakening Elixir can help those with unawakened physiques to directly awaken. Moreover, the awakened physique will reach the great success stage directly. The item has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Lin Chen was thrilled at this reward, his mouth almost stretching to his ears. Hee, I got the awakening elixir for Xiao Xiao. I need to find a good reason later. I can't let them think this thing just appeared out of nowhere. While he was scheming, Lin Fei was already yelling like a bumpkin who had never seen the world. Damn. Chen Gu, there are so many powerful auras down there. If we just go down like this, won't we be treated as snacks by those beasts? You don't know anything. Lin Chen glared at him, annoyed. I have a unique physique that can attract good fortune and avoid calamity, do you understand? Follow me and I guarantee you will enjoy every bit of it. Saying this, he directly sat cross-legged on the head of the flood dragon, beginning to fully channel the heaven-swallowing technique. In an instant of the technique's operation, he seemed to transform into an unfathomable black hole. The dense spiritual energy around him, so thick it could almost solidify, found its outlet turning into visible white streams of energy, forming a massive vortex that frantically poured into his body. The scene looked less like cultivation and more like a robbery. What the hell? Is Chen Gu cultivating or siphoning energy? The surrounding spiritual energy is crazily drilling into him. This technique is too domineering. Lin Fei's eyes were about to pop out his mouth, agape enough to fit in it. Lu Shui's icy expression was also filled with disbelief as she looked at Lin Chen's godlike figure, waves of astonishment rising in her heart. What kind of monster is this guy? A pure yang divine body is one thing, but even his technique is on. Compared to my tiny holy body, it's simply a joke. Lin Chen didn't care about their thoughts. He was enjoying himself. After absorbing for a full 10 minutes, he slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in his pitch-black gaze. Found it. He patted the head of the azure flood dragon and pointed into the distance. Little Qing's southeast direction, full speed ahead. Roar. The azure flood dragon responded and suddenly swung its massive body, transforming into a streak of azure lightning rushing toward the southeast. Within mere minutes, a vast shimmering pool, radiating astonishing spiritual energy. Above the pool, spiritual energy coalesced so densely it formed near tangible mist. Merely gazing upon it refreshed the mind and invigorated the spirit. So this is what Zhou Bapi meant, Lin Chen murmured, stroking his chin with a wry grin. Those weaker cultivators are barred from entering by the 4th to 6th ranked beasts outside, while the stronger ones disdain such trifling gains. As for us, blessed outliers, we stroll right in to claim our fortune. All right, no more dawdling. At Lin Chen's command, the group leapt off the dragon's head, hundreds of meters above ground, and plunged downward. Lin Chen landed steadily beside the pool, cradling Wang Xiaoxiao in his arms. No sooner had they steadied themselves than Lin Chen waved his hand solemnly. You all wait here. I'll descend first to scout. Who knows what ancient grumpy tortoises might lurk beneath these waters. Brother Chen, let me accompany you. I can watch your back if danger arises. Lin Fei volunteered eagerly. Lin Chen shot him a sidelong, disdainful glance. What exactly would you do down there? Serve as an appetizer for aquatic demons. Stay put and guard my 2 esteemed ladies properly. Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao watched him with quiet concern. Be careful. Relax, it's child's play. With that, Lin Chen gave a casual wave and dove headfirst into the pool, its spiritual energy thick as milk. He drifted through the depths for quite some time, encountering only grotesquely shaped fish, not even a single shrimp. Then, with a sly glint in his eye, he retrieved from his system space a luminous sacred pill, the awakening spirit pill. Minutes later, Lin Chen burst forth from the water with a splash, holding aloft the gleaming pill and flashing a broad grin at his anxious teammates on shore. Nothing dangerous below, just this curious artifact. I suspect this pill is the very source of the pool's extraordinary spiritual energy. He swam ashore and extended the pill toward Wang Xiaoxiao with unshakable confidence. Xiaoxiao, this pill resonates with you. Swallow it. It may awaken a rare, extraordinary constitution. Off. Wang Xiaoxiao froze. Brother Chen, such a precious item. Precious. Huh. Lin Chen retorted, exasperated. What's mine is yours. No hesitation. Swallow it now. Exactly. Go on, Sister Xiaoxiao. Brother Chen says eat, so eat. Don't hold back. Lin Fei chimed in, egging her on. Lu Shui, though faintly envious, nodded silently, curious to witness the pill's mysterious efficacy. Seeing their unanimous encouragement, Wang Xiaoxiao accepted the pill without further thought and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a terrifying wave of cold erupted from within her. Temperatures plummeted around her at an impossible rate. Frost crystallized upon the very air. Then, before their stunned eyes, Wang Xiaoxiao's body rose slowly, involuntarily levitating into midair. Damn, what the hell is happening? It's freezing. Goosebumps everywhere. Colder than any air condition. Brother Chen, is Sister Xiaoxiao ascending to immortality? Lin Fei shrieked, voice trembling. Calm down. It's just divine body awakening. Standard procedure. Lin Chen nonchalantly dug his ear with a finger. She shares my divine body. The Frost Phoenix, divine body. When it comes to ice cultivation, she is the sovereign. Another divine body. Lin Fei stood utterly dumbfounded. Lu Shui shivered delicately, gazing at Wang Xiaoxiao suspended midair, ethereal, radiant like a goddess sculpted from snow, her heart churning with bittersweet awe. Truly, one cannot compare oneself to others. She rivals me in beauty, and now even in constitution. Is my sacred body truly so insignificant? Sensing her dejection, Lin Chen stepped beside her and clapped her shoulder with a teasing smirk. Little miss, stop stewing in envy. A divine body. Trivial. Once I procure a superior elixir for you, I'll elevate your sacred body into something even more transcendent, so potent that a single fingertip could crush legions of sacred bodies. Truly, such an elixir exists. Lu Shui's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. When have I ever lied? I believe you. Her face flushed crimson with excitement, and without thinking she rose onto her toes and planted a firm, heartfelt kiss upon Lin Chen's cheek. The moment she realized what she'd done, her exquisite face blazed scarlet, like a perfectly ripened apple, and she dared not meet his gaze again. Lin Chen touched the kissed spot, inwardly elated, yet feigning bashfulness with a dry cough. Ahem. Once Xiaoxiao completes her awakening, we'll all enter together and drain this pool of every last trace of spiritual energy. 15 minutes later, Wang Xiaoxiao's awakening concluded. Her aura had grown profoundly aloof, ethereal, untouchable like a celestial immortal, and her cultivation realm surged directly to martial disciple fifth heaven. Even more astonishing, a profound scripture, the Frost Extremity Nirvana Sutra, manifested spontaneously within her mind, ranked at the terrifying level of Emperor middle grade. Brother Chen, I've awakened. I truly awakened. Wang Xiaoxiao descended gently from the air and like a joyful songbird flung herself into Lin Chen's embrace, recounting every detail of the newly revealed scripture in her mind. Excellent. Truly, a divine body lives up to its name. Its innate scripture is nothing short of awe-inspiring. From now on, cultivate solely this art. He turned to the group and swept his arm forward with commanding grandeur. Enough waiting. Into the pool. How much you absorb depends entirely on your own prowess. At his words, they tumbled in one after another, like dumplings dropped into boiling water, eagerly activating their respective cultivation techniques. As Lin Chen activated the heaven-devouring scripture, the entire pool roiled as if boiling. A colossal vortex formed beneath him, drawing torrents of spiritual energy inward, like rivers converging upon the sea. Wang Xiaoxiao was no less formidable. Her Frost Extremity Nirvana Sutra proved equally dominant, absorbing spiritual energy at a pace rivaled only slightly by Lin Chen's. Blimey, is Sister Xiaoxiao's scripture this overwhelming? Her absorption speed nearly matches Brother Chen's. Are all divine body innate scriptures this extraordinary? Lin Fei stared speechless once more at the spectacle before him. Lu Shui watched the two insatiable voids devouring spiritual energy, and then glanced at her own steady, modest intake, clenching her teeth, a fierce urgency igniting deep within her. No, I must not fall too far behind. Closing her eyes, she banished all distractions and plunged into frenzied cultivation. Within the spiritual energy pool, it could no longer be called a pool. It was akin to a gigantic washing machine spinning at high speed. Lin Chen was like the drum set to the maximum power beneath him. A bottomless vortex of spiritual energy spun wildly, the surrounding spiritual energy, so dense it seemed ready to drip, devoured by him, as if it were free. On the other side, Wang Xiaoxiao was equally impressive, with her fully formed Ice Phoenix Divine Body combined with the Emperor-level Ice Extreme Nirvana Sutra. She resembled a small water pump. Though not as industrial-grade as Lin Chen's, she still stirred the surrounding spiritual energy into chaos. As for Lin Fei and Lu Shui, they were comparatively unfortunate. They were like bystanders next to a washing machine attempting to catch the splashes of water, but most of the spiritual energy was snatched away by those two freaks before they could even get close. Damn, is this even livable? Lin Fei roared in his heart. Are these two gluttons reincarnated? I feel like I won't even get a sip of broth. Lu Shui also clenched her silver teeth, her indomitable spirit fully ignited as she urged the power of the Taiyin holy body to the utmost, desperately trying to seize the spiritual energy from those two freaks. Time flew rapidly in this frenzied competition. After an unknown amount of time, the entire spiritual energy pool shook violently. The pool water, initially as thick as milk, became crystal clear in just a few breaths, leaving not a trace of spiritual energy. The few individuals at the bottom of the pool slowly opened their eyes. Boom! A breath belonging to a first-level martial master erupted violently from Wang Xiaoxiao. In just a few hours, she had leaped from an ordinary person without any strength to a true martial master. The divine body truly lived up to its name. It was indeed formidable. Lin Fei also made quite a stir. He was already at the martial master realm, and now washed by the spiritual energy his realm soared like a rocket, finally stabilizing at the first-level martial spirit. Lu Shui's gains were even greater, originally at the 7th level martial master with profound foundations. Now, with the enhancement of the Taiyin holy body, she broke through the barriers of martial spirit, directly entering the first-level martial zone. Yet compared to Lin Chen, their achievements seemed almost trivial. Lin Chen slowly stood up, feeling the vast spiritual energy within him that was more than 10 times mightier than before. A terrifying pressure belonging to a martial monarch erupted from him, like an awakened ancient beast. First-level martial monarch. From the 8th level martial zone to the first-level martial monarch, he alone had nearly drained more than 70% of the energy from the entire spiritual energy pool. What the hell? Lin Fei looked at Lin Chen's godlike figure, so shocked he could barely speak. The group emerged from what had now turned into an ordinary water pool. Lin Chen glanced at Lu Shui, whose demeanor had turned increasingly cold, grinning as he teased. Wow, Miss Lu, not bad. You've reached martial zone so quickly. Looks like you can help share some of the pressure from now on. Lu Shui shot him a glance, about to say something, when her expression suddenly changed. She lifted her head only to see that the originally clear sky had turned dark and cloudy, thick clouds looming overhead, as if the sky were about to collapse. Rumble. Purple lightning snakes frantically traversed the clouds, emitting deafening roars. A chilling heavenly pressure slowly descended. My martial zone tribulation is here. Lu Shui's voice carried a hint of seriousness. You all step back a little and wait for me. Are you confident? Lin Chen asked. Should be no problem. Lu Shui nodded, gripping her exceptional sword. She walked slowly to an open area, gazing up at the sky, her eyes filled with battle intent. Lin Chen asked. Should be no problem. Lu Shui nodded, gripping her exceptional sword. She walked slowly to an open area, gazing up at the sky, her eye. Lu Shui did not dodge. With a soft cry, she activated the spiritual energy within her, directly withstood this first bolt of tribulation thunder with her body. Immediately after, the second bolt of tribulation thunder fell, still failing to make her retreat even a step. In the distance, Lin Fei watched in astonishment. What the hell? Is Miss Lu that fierce? Directly enduring the lightning with her body. At that moment, the thunderclouds in the sky darkened further. The third bolt of tribulation thunder began to brew, its might more terrifying than the sum of the previous two. Lu Shui's beautiful face turned serious, her exceptional sword unsheathed with a clang, and her surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly. 9 Heavens Sword Technique. With her cry, countless sword shadows appeared out of thin air, converging into a brilliant torrent of sword energy, colliding violently with the descending tribulation thunder. As the tribulation thunder dissipated, the fourth bolt of tribulation thunder followed closely. Its terrifying might sent shivers down Lin Fei's spine from afar. Lu Shui took a deep breath, forming hand seals pointing at the falling tribulation thunder. Silencing Heaven's finger. First finger. A giant finger formed from condensed spiritual energy directly crushed that terrifying tribulation thunder. However, Lu Shui also suffered. She was knocked back a few steps by the violent aftermath, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. It was as if the heavenly way had been provoked. Rumble. A terrifying thunderclap reverberated throughout the entire 10,000 mountain range, exploding in the ears of everyone. The fifth and final bolt of tribulation thunder had brewed to its peak. That was no longer a single bolt of lightning, it was an ocean of thunder, as if it intended to erase this land from the map. Bring it on. Lu Shui gazed at the cataclysmic scene, her eyes filled not with fear, but a fervent battle spirit ignited. She poured all the remaining spiritual energy within her into her fingertips, silencing heaven's third finger, destroying demons. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the tribulation thunder dissipated and the sky once again cleared. Immediately after, a surging pillar of spiritual energy descended from the heavens, enveloping Lu Shui. Her injuries visibly healed at a rapid pace, and her realm soared swiftly, finally stabilizing at the second-level martial zone. Not bad, little girl, you passed the tribulation so quickly, Lin Chen grinned. Lu Shui sheathed her long sword, about to say something, when her expression suddenly changed again. Rumble. A thunderclap, even more terrifying than during Lu Shui's tribulation, erupted loudly above everyone's heads. The sky darkened again in an instant, and it was even darker than before, bringing a sense of despair. Lin Chen looked up at the thunderclouds that seemed to threaten to swallow the heavens, and the earth, curling his lip. Everyone step back a bit, my martial monarch, tribulation is coming. The crowd. Lin Fei pointed at the sky, which could no longer be called thunderclouds, but rather a catastrophic scene of apocalypse, his voice trembling. Chen. Brother Chen, are you sure this is a tribulation? Is the sky about to fall? This is at least 10 times more terrifying than the last time you broke through martial zone. It is a bit exaggerated. Lin Chen stroked his chin, chuckling. It seems the heavens truly want to kill me. Wang Xiaoxiao's pretty face was filled with worry. Brother Chen, are you confident? No problem. Lin Chen waved his hand, then suddenly sprang up, soaring into the sky like a cannonball hovering in midair. A martial monarch can now fly freely in the air. Lin Chen gazed up at the thunderclouds overhead, ink black as a scorched wok, and curled his lip in disdain. With a light tap of his foot against the ground, he shot upward like a skyward-bound firecracker, halting midair in serene suspension. 6 tribulation lightning strikes for a martial sovereign's ascension. Am I correct? He tilted his head, glaring at the churning clouds with undisguised contempt. Heaven, could you possibly hasten your pace? I've got dinner waiting at home. No time for your dawdling, as sluggish and indecisive as a maiden. As if answering his provocation, the heavens roiled violently above. Boom, boom. 2 colossal violet lightning bolts, thicker than water barrels, descended without warning, striking from left and right with cataclysmic force, aimed directly at Lin Chen's skull. Damn it. No honor, no warning, just ambush. Lin Chen cursed under his breath, but made no effort to evade. Hands buried deep in his pockets, chest thrust forward, he endured both strikes barehanded, his mortal flesh absorbing the full fury of the tribulation. As the blinding radiance faded, Lin Chen brushed non-existent dust from his shoulders, and scathed not a hair out of place. Below Lin Fei, Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao stood utterly dumbfounded. This is still human. Lin Fei collapsed backward onto the ground, finger trembling as he pointed upward at that flamboyant silhouette. He caught lightning with his face. Brother Chen is about to drag heaven itself across the earth and grind it into dust. The Tao of heaven, incensed by his brazen arrogance, erupted in fury. A deafening rumble shook the firmament. The clouds churned with apocalyptic intensity. Then 2 more lightning strikes coalesced simultaneously, monstrous serpentine dragons forged from raw lightning roaring as they converged upon Lin Chen from opposite directions. Oh, so now you're showing off tricks. Lin Chen grinned, finally withdrawing his hands from his pockets and weaving seals at blinding speed. The celestial will quadruple aspect art, first form fury of the wind god. At his thunderous command, a towering 100-meter phantasm, woven entirely from pure wind essence, rose slowly behind him, a colossus of gale and grace, a deity of tempest standing between heaven and earth. With but 2 effortless punches, the wind god's phantom shattered the arrogant lightning dragons, reducing them to shimmering arcs of dissipating energy. 5th strike already. Still no end in sight. Lin Chen studied the gathering cloud, a maelstrom tenfold more terrifying than the first 4 combined, and lost all patience. Enough. No more games. I demand all remaining strikes now in one fell blow. He turned toward Lu Shui below and bellowed, Hey, Miss Lu, lend me your sword. Caught off guard by the abrupt request, Lu Shui hesitated only an instant before hurling her resplendent, peerless blade skyward, its luminous aura trailing like starlight. Lin Chen caught it midair, feeling the familiar razor-sharp resonance thrumming along its edge, and flashed a grin. Thanks, I'll return it shortly. Even as the words left his lips, he poured every ounce of his spiritual energy into the blade. One sword shatters the gate of heaven. His roar tore through the heavens. An indescribable tyrannical sword intent surged upward, a will so absolute, so devastating it dwarfed even his previous manifestation at Qingshan Group's gates by 50-fold. At that very moment, hundreds of miles away in Linhai City, every martial sovereign and higher instantly sensed the surge. turning as one toward the 10,000 mountain range, eyes wide with shock. This sword intent, it's identical to the last. No, it's not merely identical. It's at least 50 times stronger. What in the world is happening? Is he stirring up chaos again? Let's go, see for ourselves. A dozen overwhelming auras erupted skyward, streaking like meteors toward the 10,000 mountain range, arriving at the outer edge of the tribulation zone within mere heartbeats. They gazed upward at the young figure enduring the heavenly trial, and recoiled as if confronting a specter, jaws slack with disbelief. Bloody hell. It's him, that same prodigy. Impossible. How old is he? Already undergoing a martial sovereign's tribulation. An elder sovereign, gray-haired and trembling, stared at the fifth lightning strike's apocalyptic descent. Is this truly a martial sovereign's tribulation? If I faced it, the first bolt would reduce me to ash. Amid their stunned silence, Lin Chen's world-shattering sword strike collided head-on with the fifth tribulation. Kerkum, a detonation split the heavens, a jagged wound tearing open the sky itself. Sword light and lightning sea annihilated each other, unleashing a maelstrom of raw primordial energy. Lin Chen was hurled backward several meters before regaining his footing, then scowled dissatisfied. Damn it, this tribulation is absurdly overpowered. My Saint-Tier martial technique barely held it back. For the sixth strike, I'll need my final trump card. As he muttered this, Zhou Yuntian and Huang Tianba materialized nearby, as if teleported, both shaking their heads in exasperated amusement. That little rascal never rests, Zhou Yuntian sighed. Enters the 10,000 mountain range once, and emerges a martial sovereign. He leaves no room for others to breathe. A divine body, truly awe-inspiring, Huang Tianba murmured, awestruck. While they spoke, Lin Chen raised his right hand. In his palm bloomed a crystalline lotus, translucent, radiant, with bone-deep cold. Everyone, get the hell away, he bellowed downward. Don't blame me if you get caught in the blast. Then he shouted to the azure serpent below, Shaoqing. Take them, now, as far as you can. The azure serpent let out a low hum, its colossal form instantly appearing before Lu Shui and the others. Without hesitation they leapt aboard, and in a flash of azure light vanished beyond the horizon. Seeing them gone, Lin Chen unleashed everything, channeling the entirety of his oceanic spiritual energy, 10,000 times greater than any ordinary cultivators, from his boundless sea of qi directly into the ice lotus. Buddha's wrath ice lotus. Instantly the palm-sized blossom swelled, not gradually, but with impossible velocity, bursting outward like a frozen supernova. 10 meters, 100, 1,000. At last a lotus of glacial perfection, over a kilometer in diameter, hovered silently above Lin Chen, radiating a destructive aura so profound it made gods and demons tremble in dread. Simultaneously, the sixth tribulation reached its apex in the heavens. It was no longer lightning. It was a chaos sea of annihilation condensed from pure laws of destruction, poised to unmake reality itself, returning all things to primordial void. Explode for me. Lin Chen screamed the final word with every fiber of his being. And the colossal ice lotus, undaunted, unyielding, hurtled straight into the heart of the chaos sea. KRA, time itself froze. Then came the detonation, an explosion beyond sound, beyond sight, capable of shattering stars. Blinding white light consumed all. A cataclysmic energy tsunami swept across 100 miles, flattening mountains, erasing forests, reducing the land to barren wasteland. Lin Chen bore the brunt. Silenced mid-cry, flung thousands of meters like a broken kite, crashing deep into rubble, nearly unconscious on impact. When the apocalyptic storm finally subsided, the heart of the 10,000 mountain range lay scorched, barren, lifeless, utterly desolate. Lin Chen lay bleeding in a vast crater, tattered robes, fading breath, his vitality reduced to a dying ember, indistinguishable from death itself. Then, slowly, the thunderclouds parted. A single golden ray pierced the heavens, bathing him in warm, sacred light. Instantly a torrent of celestial qi, vast, pure, and infinitely richer than before, cascaded down in a seven-hued pillar, pouring unceasingly into his body. His wounds sealed before the eye could follow. His depleted sea of qi refilled, swelling, surging. His cultivation sword, martial sovereign first rank, second rank. His breakthrough stabilized firmly at martial sovereign second rank. Far away the assembled masters stood petrified, frozen in place, minds utterly blank. Is it over? Stammered a sovereign voice, quavering. He survived. Not only survived, he ascended. Look at his rank. Martial sovereign second rank. 1 tribulation, 2 ranks. What divine sorcery is this? An elder with deep insight stroked his beard, grave-faced. Something's wrong. Such a terrifying tribulation should have triggered far greater heavenly blessings. How could it yield only a 2-rank ascension? A middle-aged cultivator scoffed. You understand nothing. Only two explanations exist. First, the capacity of his sea of chi dwarfs all norms, demanding immense quantities of spiritual energy. Second, most of that energy went not into ascent, but into fortifying his foundation. He paused, eyes fixed upon the youth who had just risen from the crater, stretching lazily, and filled with reverence and dread. Whichever is true, it means only one thing. He is no mere genius, he is a genuine monster. At this rank and power, he may well be unmatched among all martial sovereigns. The crowd nodded in silent, solemn agreement, gazing at Lin Chen not as a man, but as a primordial beast wearing human skin, awestruck, wary, and deeply afraid. Lin Chen slowly descended from the sky, landing steadily on the vast forehead of the Qing Jiao. He patted his tattered clothes, which looked like they belonged to a beggar after being struck by lightning, gazing down at the crowd of powerful figures below, now completely petrified, resembling rows of dried meat, and curled his lip. All right, enough staring, everyone disperse. It's not a big deal, just transcending a tribulation, yet you all look like you've never seen the world before. His words came out casually, but to the ears of those old monsters below it felt like they had been struck by lightning. Damn, this kid is so damn pretentious. A martial monarch stammered, feeling as if he had been living like a dog for the past few centuries. In the distance, Zhou Yuntian and Huang Tianba exchanged glances, seeing deep shock and a moment of bewilderment in each other's eyes. Old Huang, do you think a true dragon is about to emerge from our Linhai city? Zhou Yuntian murmured. Huang Tianba took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. What true dragon? This is a fierce dragon crossing the river, ready to overturn our little pond. Let's go. If we keep watching, I fear my old heart won't be able to take it. The two quietly disappeared from the spot, as if they had never been there. It seems the opportunities here have all been absorbed by us. It's time to return to school. Lin Chen stretched, calling out to his teammates, still dazed on the back of the Jiao. Only then did they wake from their dreamlike state, looking at Lin Chen, as if he were a celestial being, nodding repeatedly. Lin Chen gave a lazy pat on Qing Jiao's head, instructing, "Little Qing, let's go back to Linhai City." As for those still below, questioning life, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to spare them another glance. Roar. Qing Jiao let out a thunderous roar, its massive body transforming into a streak of blue lightning as it sped towards Linhai City. Time slipped by like an old woman's foot-binding cloth, both foul and lengthy, and in the blink of an eye several months had passed. Lin Chen's life had settled into a monotonous routine. In the morning he would clock in at class and take a nap. In the afternoon, if he felt good, he'd go to the training room to absorb some spiritual energy. If not, head straight home. In the evening, activities became rich and varied. Either he would discuss the origins of life with Wang Xiaoxiao, or practice various difficult poses of partner yoga. Or he would engage in a friendly martial arts spar with Lu Shui. As he would put it, this was a balance of work and rest. One night, Lin Chen had just returned from drinking with Lin Fei, reeking of alcohol and barbecue. He swayed slightly as he prepared to head to his room for a shower and a sound sleep. He was now feeling dizzy, his mind a muddled mess, unable to walk in a straight line, completely oblivious to the fact that the bathroom in his room was brightly lit. Bang! He kicked open the bathroom door, cursing, "Damn, why is this door so tight?" However, in the next moment, he was stunned, sobering up significantly. Inside the bathroom, shrouded in steam, a graceful and stunning figure stood under the shower, facing away from him. Her skin was as white as jade, her waist delicate and slender, and her curves perfect. Upon hearing the door open, the figure froze and slowly turned around. It was Lu Shui. The two locked eyes, and the air seemed to freeze at that moment. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Shui's icy, beautiful face, followed by a blush that spread from her neck to her ears like a fire cloud. Lin Chen's eyes, however, were uncontrollably conducting a detailed art appreciation from top to bottom. He had to admit this woman's figure was truly magnificent. It was simply the body of a devil and the face of an angel. After a solid 10 seconds, Lu Shui finally came back to her senses and instinctively covered her breathtaking scenery with her hands. Her scream of embarrassment almost shook the roof off. "Lin Chen, you bastard. Why didn't you knock before entering?" How was I to know you were showering in?" Lin Chen had an innocent look, but his eyes still scanned the area like a radar. "Besides, this is my room. Why should I knock?" You are still looking. Get the hell out of here." Lu Shui trembled with anger, grabbing a towel nearby and throwing it at him. Oh, okay. Lin Chen finally reacted, quickly retreating and shutting the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he stroked his chin, savoring the moment while muttering to himself, "Tisk tisk, she's truly a gem of the world. That place, towering into the clouds, it's hardly any different from Wang Xiaoxiao's. Those legs, long and straight enough for me to enjoy for a year." In the bathroom, Lu Shui heard those unequivocal words from outside the door, her face turning crimson. She squatted on the floor, hugging her knees, feeling her entire body heating up with a mix of shame and anger. That bastard. Pervert. However, as she cursed, an incredibly absurd thought popped into her mind. Since he had seen everything, from now on, she would just have to cling to him. As soon as that thought came out, it startled her, her heart skipping a beat. She shook her head, trying to shake off the messy thoughts, but Lin Chen's lewd grin just wouldn't leave her mind. Lu Shui lingered in the bathroom for a full hour, waiting until she felt Lin Chen outside, might have fallen asleep before wrapping herself in a towel and stealthily sneaking out like a thief. She glanced at the guy on the sofa watching TV with his legs crossed, snorted unhappily, and quickly returned to her room, slamming the door shut. Lin Shun watched her fleeing figure, chuckling to himself before getting up and wobbling into the bathroom. The next morning at the morning assembly of Xingchen Academy, Principal Zhou Yuntian stood on the high platform, spitting out a bunch of nonsense, and finally cleared his throat. Everyone has been in school for a few months now, and in a few days it's summer vacation. Although we are not attending classes, everyone must not neglect their cultivation. Get energized. After the dismissal, Lin Fei bounced over. Brother Chen, where are you planning to go for fun during the summer vacation? Fun my foot, it's obviously to cultivate. Lin Chen yawned. That's great. Brother Chen, can I crash at your place? Lin Fei rubbed his hands together, looking excited. Your realms are too high for me. The pressure is immense. Just the right time to learn some martial arts from you. That's not impossible. They'll find you a room later, Lin Chen replied casually. Great. Lin Shun turned to the side, teasingly addressing Lu Shui, who had been avoiding him since morning, her cheeks still slightly flushed. Big beauty, Lu, you must be going home for the summer, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's face turned serious as she boldly replied, home. My parents already know I plan to live at your house. Would her parents disagree? The most powerful prodigy in Linhai City, a future big shot, if their daughter could be with Lin Shun, they would be dreaming of waking up with a smile. They would be eager to send over the household registration book right away. Lin Shun was utterly speechless. This girl was truly planning to cling to him. What he didn't know was that not only Lu Shui, but also Huang Tianba from the city lord's mansion was doing some persuasive work for his precious niece, Zhou Qianru. Qianru, you must step up your game. If you don't take the initiative, Lin Chen's going to have kids soon. But uncle, we aren't even in the same class. It's not convenient to talk to him at all. That's easy. Huang Tianba slapped his thigh. Once summer vacation is over, I'll go to Zhou Yuntian and have him transfer you to Lin Chen's class. Just wait for my news. Is that even possible? Why not? Your uncle's face still holds some weight. Lin Shun was unaware that his already modest villa was about to welcome its third female master. The morning time quickly passed in the classroom. In the afternoon, Lin Shun was so bored that he walked up to Wang Xiaoxiao and said, Xiaoxiao, stop studying this afternoon and come with me to the training room. They'll teach you a new martial art technique. Those useless things the academy provided aren't worthy of your ice phoenix divine body. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up at his words, and she nodded eagerly. Okay, then let's go now. After spending a few months together, she had lost the initial shyness, standing up and directly taking Lin Chen's hand as they headed towards the academy's training room. Lu Shui watched this scene with a pang of jealousy in her heart. She put down her study materials and followed them. Lin Chen glanced back at her, grinning. Why are you following us, little girl? I want to learn too. Lu Shui declared firmly. I have completely mastered the silent prison finger you taught me last time. I also want to learn other techniques. All right, then let's all learn together. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently. Just as Lin Fei was preparing to head to the training room, he immediately scurried over like a little dog, rubbing his hands with a look of anticipation. Brother Chen. I want to learn too. Lin Chen shot him a sideways glance and said irritably, you can't even understand the third finger and you want to learn more. Once you figure out the third finger, then come back and talk to me about learning something else. Lin Fei's face immediately fell, looking like a wilted eggplant. He could only weakly say, okay. Okay, Brother Chen. From today onwards, I will only sleep for 1 hour a day. The rest of the time will be dedicated to training. Lin Chen didn't care what this foolish guy was spouting. Even dogs would shake their heads at what he said. Only 1 hour of sleep. If he could really do that, tomorrow the sun would probably rise from the west. He led the two girls straight into the training room. Xiaoxiao, the technique I'm going to teach you today is called Cold Ice Dragon Sword. This martial art is purely ice attribute, and when used with your Ice Phoenix divine body, its power will be far greater than when I use it. You watch closely, I'll demonstrate it once for you. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, focusing intently. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within him surged wildly as his hands began to form complex seals. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold swept through the entire training room, the temperature in the air dropping sharply, and a thin layer of frost formed on the walls. Roar! With a low shout, 9 colossal ice crystal dragons formed from extreme cold roared out from behind him, swirling and dancing in the training room. The terrifying momentum left both Wang Xiaoxiao and Lu Shui mesmerized and dazed. After a few breaths, Lin Shun retracted his spiritual energy, and the 9 ice dragons instantly vanished. Alright, you go over there and practice slowly by yourself. He pointed to a corner. Once you've mastered this move, I will teach you the Buddha's Fury Ice Lotus as a trump. That technique requires a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. If you don't infuse enough, it's no different from a dud, so don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Wang Xiaoxiao obediently nodded and moved aside to start practicing earnestly. Lin Shun turned to Lu Shui grinning. Little girl, I see you like using a sword. I happen to have a sword technique to teach you. It's the same move you saw me use last time, called One Sword Opens the Heavenly Gate, a sacred tier martial art. Do you want to learn it? Sacred tier. Lu Shui's pupils dilated in disbelief, her pretty face full of astonishment. She pointed at Lin Chen, her voice trembling. You have so many secrets. First-tier martial arts are practically free for you, and now even sacred-tier martial arts are becoming common. There's no helping it. Lin Chen shrugged, feigning innocence. They just popped into my head for no reason. I'm troubled too. Lu Shui was left speechless by his shameless remarks, ultimately rolling her eyes in exasperation. Watch closely, I'll only demonstrate once, Lin Chen said, pulling out a wooden sword from the system space, and his whole demeanor changed dramatically. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pitch-black eyes were filled with pure, overwhelming sword intent. He made no unnecessary movements, simply swinging the sword with a single simple stroke. In an instant, a terrifying sword intent that seemed capable of severing time and space and splitting the heavens surged into the sky. Lu Shui felt as if she were a speck of dust before that sword intent, finding it hard to breathe. By the time she regained her senses, Lin Shun had already sheathed the sword and lazily said, "All right, go comprehend it yourself. You two practice for now. I'm going to meditate and cultivate for a bit. Once you're familiar, I'll teach you the Buddha's Fury Ice Lotus together." With that, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the heaven-swallowing technique. Time flew by in this monotonous training. 2 hours later, both Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked and clinging tightly to their bodies, accentuating their alluring curves. The two girls approached Lin Shun and said in unison, "We have memorized the techniques." Lin Shun slowly opened his eyes, a mixed scent of girl's fragrance and sweat wafting into his nostrils, making his heart itch. His pure yang divine body was already full of yang energy, and he couldn't withstand such stimulation. Lin Shen's gaze swept over the two girls' voluptuous figures, chuckling and rubbing his hands with a sly grin. "Ahem, well, I've taught you all my best techniques today. Don't you two think you should reward me tonight to soothe my wounded heart?" Wang Xiaoxiao's face instantly flushed red. She glanced at Lu Shui, who also had a flushed face, gathered her courage, and nodded at Lin Chen, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "All right. Whatever you want tonight. You scoundrel. You really don't lose anything." Lu Shui was infuriated by his shameless words, her pretty face almost bleeding from embarrassment. "That's for sure," Lin Shun replied matter-of-factly. "So are you going to learn? If you want to learn, then you have to comfort me. If you don't give me a reward, then you can ask Xiao Xiao to teach you instead." "You..." Lu Shui was so angry that she clenched her teeth and cursed Lin Chen inwardly. Asking Xiao Xiao to teach her? That would take ages. She took a deep breath as if making a resolution, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. "Fine, I'll comfort you. It won't cost me a piece of meat." She silently reassured herself. After all, I've done everything with him except for the final step, both what should and shouldn't be done. Though he is a bit lecherous, he is truly good to his own people, teaching me such a powerful sacred tier sword technique, it seems. There's nothing wrong with being his woman. As for Xiao Xiao, that's a minor issue. In this world, which powerful person doesn't have a few women by their side? Just take my dad, for example. Who doesn't he have several women? Thinking this way, all of Lu Shui's awkwardness vanished in an instant. Seeing that both girls had agreed, Lin Chen felt incredibly pleased, waving his hand grandly, declaring, "Good. Then let's get started. Today I will let you experience what true destruction looks like." With that, he began to explain the essence and mysteries of the Buddha's Fury Ice Lotus to the two girls. The three spent a fulfilling yet ambiguous afternoon in the training room. Soon it was time to leave school. Both girls had finally memorized the martial art techniques, but to reach the entry-level realm, they would still need to practice diligently in the future. As for achieving the perfect realm of power that Lin Shun possessed, it was likely that even when they both reached the martial saint level, they still might not be able to do so. Sacred tier martial arts are not so easily cultivated. "It's about time. Let's go home." Lin Chen yawned, gazing at the two girls' alluring figures, his eyes sparkling with a wolf-like gleam. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. The three exited the academy, with Lin Chen driving his flashy blue Ferrari, carrying two stunning beauties, disappearing amidst countless envious and jealous gazes. The flashy blue Ferrari cut through the night like a streak of lightning, its engine roaring like a beast, causing the wild dogs by the roadside to tuck their tails and remain silent. Inside the car, the atmosphere was starkly different from the arrogance outside. Lin Chen drove while glancing at the two stunning beauties in the back seat, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wang Xiaoxiao was already accustomed to her man's lecherous gaze. Her beautiful face flushed slightly as she lowered her head to play with her fingers, her heart racing as if it had a rabbit inside. Lu Shui, on the other hand, had maintained her icy demeanor since getting into the car, but her slightly reddened ears and her eyes unsure of where to look betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Chen's voice broke the silence in the car. I must say, two beautiful ladies, today I've showcased my ultimate skills for you. The reward tonight shouldn't be taken lightly. Chen, you only know how to bully people, Wang Xiaoxiao muttered softly, her voice as sweet as cotton candy. Lu Shui coldly snorted, turning her head towards the window, stubbornly retorting, Who said anything about a reward? I never agreed. Lin Chen chuckled, flooring the gas pedal, causing the sports car to surge forward, startling Lu Shui into a scream as she instinctively grabbed the handle beside her. Didn't agree. Well then, when we get back, you'll just forget the heavenly gate opening sword technique I taught you. If you want to learn it later, you'll have no chance. You scoundrel. Lu Shui was so furious that she bit her silver teeth, cursing Lin Chen in her heart, yet unable to rebut a single word. The holy rank martial art was something she had long dreamed of learning. Now that she had finally managed to learn it, if this guy really made her forget, where would she go to cry? Just do as you see fit. Lin Chen shrugged, a nonchalant look on his face. Soon the sports car came to a steady stop at the villa's entrance. The three got out of the car, and just as Wang Xiaoxiao was about to head to the kitchen to cook, Lin Chen stopped her. Today you two just sit back and relax, let me take care of everything. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and strode confidently into the kitchen. Let me show you what my superb culinary skills are all about. You can cook. Lu Shui followed behind, her face filled with disbelief. Having lived here for so long, she had never seen this guy step into the kitchen. Of course. Lin Chen's voice echoed from the kitchen, filled with pride. Back in the orphanage, I was responsible for feeding more than 10 people. If it weren't for Principal Zhou taking me into the academy later, I'll forget it. If it weren't for that, I might have become a Michelin 3-star chef by now. If it weren't for Principal Zhou taking me into the academy later, I'll forget it. If it weren't for that, I might have become a... The two women exchanged glances, seeing surprise and curiosity in each other's eyes, and obediently sat down on the sofa in the living room, chattering away. Half an hour later, Lin Chen's robust voice echoed from the kitchen. Xiao, Lu Shui, get ready, dinner is served. Upon hearing this, the two women walked to the kitchen door, peeking inside, instantly stunned by the sight before them. On the wide countertop lay an array of dishes, including everything from the sky, the sea, and the land, all emitting an enticing aroma that made the girls' stomachs growl uncontrollably. Did you bring the entire imperial banquet over? Lu Shui's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her jaw nearly dropping. Just a small affair. Lin Chen wiped his hands and grinned, quick, wash your hands. Eat a lot later, don't say you have no strength by midnight. Tonight neither of you is allowed to escape. Boom. The two women's cheeks instantly turned as red as ripe apples. Wang Xiaoxiao was fine, having already been open with Lin Chen merely shyly lowering her head. Lu Shui, on the other hand, was both embarrassed and angry, her heart racing as if it might leap out of her throat. She knew that tonight she was truly inescapably entangled. A few minutes later, the dishes were served one by one, and Lin Chen opened a bottle of treasured red wine, pouring for both women before finally filling his own glass. Cheers to celebrate that you both learned the unparalleled divine skill today. As Lin Chen put it, if every time he drank, he had to use spiritual energy to force the alcohol out, what was the point of drinking? He might as well just drink water, as it would lack any soul. Half an hour passed, and the dishes on the table were nearly finished. Their eyes were slightly dazed, looking somewhat tipsy. Lin Chen shook his head, feeling that this state was just right. If he drank any more, he would truly become unconscious. All right, that's enough for today. He set down his glass and asked the two women, are you both full? They were full, having eaten to their heart's content. Then you can go wash up. Lin Chen stood up, smiling as he said, I'll wait for you. Okay, the two women shyly replied and hurried toward the back. Lin Chen watched their hasty retreating figures, chuckling to himself, and rushed into his own room. He quickly showered and then lay down on the soft bed in a big shape, waiting for the two to arrive. Over half an hour later, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Wang Xiaoxiao and Lu Shui walked in. In the dim light, their subtly revealing graceful curves made Lin Chen dry his throat, the pure yang energy within him instantly surging. Lin Chen then began to make his move, launching a fierce attack on Lu Shui. Lu Shui's breathing became rapid, her pretty face now replaced by a rosy glow, exuding a charm that invited admiration. Before long, she could no longer withstand Lin Chen's domineering and direct advances, beginning to respond. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen directly removed her obstructive bathrobe. Thus, a protracted and unprecedented battle began. Over an hour later, the intense clash between Lin Chen and Lu Shui finally came to a close. Lin Chen looked at Lu Shui in his arms, a wicked smile creeping onto his face as he turned to Wang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, it's your turn now. MHM. Another fierce battle lasting about an hour ensued. When the clash between Lin Chen and Wang Xiaoxiao ended, Lin Chen still appeared full of energy, as if he had endless strength. The might of the pure yang divine body was vividly showcased at this moment. He then turned his attention back to Lu Shui, seemingly rejuvenated, and started his assault on her. Yet another round of tumultuous combat unfolded. Only after the last plea for mercy did Lin Chen finally relent, leaving the two women to drift into a deep slumber. Lin Chen looked at the two of them, observing the dawn light just breaking outside the window. He stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. It's only 6 o'clock. Looks like I don't need to sleep anymore. He quietly got out of bed, walked into the bathroom for a shower, and then, as if nothing happened, slipped into the kitchen to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for his two prizes. As the clock approached 8, Lin Chen quietly slipped to the bedroom door, cleared his throat, and shouted, "Time to get up. Get out of bed. The sun is already shining. If you don't get up now, you'll be late for class." A feeble groan came from within the room. "Don't make a fuss. Let me sleep a little longer. My bones feel like they're falling apart." Lu Shui's voice was hoarse and laced with exhaustion. "I can't get up, Chen Ge." Wang Xiaoxiao's voice was even weaker, resembling a mosquito's buzz. Lin Chen found it amusing and pushed the door open, entering the room. He looked at the two beautiful figures on the bed, rolled over, and pounced on them, his hands starting to roam playfully. "Still not up? Wasn't I enthusiastic enough last night? Do you want me to help loosen your limbs?" You jerk. Don't touch me." Lu Shui exclaimed, her pretty face instantly turning as red as a boiled shrimp, both embarrassed and angry, raising her long legs to kick him. However, as soon as she moved, she felt like her entire body had fallen apart, especially in a certain indescribable area, sending a fiery ache through her that made her gasp, leaving her unable to muster any strength. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore." Lin Chen, seeing the two of them look utterly drained, stopped his mischief, jumped off the bed, and smiled widely. "Hurry up and wash up. I've prepared breakfast for you and packed it. You can eat in the car." Upon hearing this, the two girls were taken aback. Lu Shui looked at Lin Chen's mischievous smile. A warm feeling surged within her, more intense than last night. This guy, although his words were often improper and mischievous, was incredibly thoughtful. It seemed her decision from last night was not wrong. Wang Xiaoxiao was already accustomed to Lin Chen's tenderness, feeling sweet inside as she struggled to. 10 minutes later, the two girls finally helped each other out of the room, limping like two quails that had just weathered a storm. Lin Chen drove his flashy blue Ferrari, carrying the two stunning beauties, leaving behind countless envious and jealous gazes. At today's morning meeting, Zhou Yuntian stood on the platform, passionately speaking. "Listen up, everyone. Today is the last day of classes for this semester. Starting tomorrow, you'll have a 2-month summer vacation. Yay! Finally a break." The thousands of students below erupted into cheers, resembling a scene from a New Year celebration. Zhou Yuntian was nearly deafened by the uproar, gathering his energy to roar. All right, everyone be quiet." A terrifying pressure from a martial king instantly enveloped the entire square, causing all the students to shudder and promptly close their mouths, behaving obediently like quails. "Even though you're on vacation, if anyone dares to slack off on training, wait until school starts, and I'll break your legs." Zhou Yuntian cursed fiercely. "Remember, in this world, strength is everything. Without strength, you are worse than dog feces. Furthermore, to prevent you little rascals from getting bored during the summer vacation and causing trouble, the City Lord's office has teamed up with several prominent families in Linhai City to hold a martial arts tournament. Anyone who thinks they have some strength can sign up at the City Lord's office. Of course, the rewards for the competition will be absolutely generous. Those who wish to participate, go sign up. Let's see what you're made of. Only through practical combat can you little sheltered flowers truly grow. All right, enough of the nonsense. Dismissed. Everyone go to class." With Zhou Yunshin's command, the crowd in the square dispersed like a tide. Back in the classroom, Chen Yin wore a smile, clapping her hands and saying, "All right, we won't have class today. It's the last day before vacation, so do whatever you want. If anyone wants to return to the dorm to pack, you can go ahead." "Yay! Long live Teacher Chen." The classroom erupted in thunderous cheers. Lin Fei scampered over, rubbing his hands with a flattering expression. "Chen Ge, can I stay at your place during vacation? Can you guide my training?" Sure. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. With his current strength at the second level of martial sovereign, along with 2 divine bodies and numerous holy and heavenly techniques, he was confident even against some unwise martial kings. With both divine bodies activated and using his ultimate technique, the Buddha's Wrath Ice Lotus, even if he couldn't defeat a martial king, he could definitely make them suffer. Lin Chen turned to Lu Shui and teased, "Hey, are you going home for the summer vacation?" Lu Shui nodded, a hint of an unnoticeable affection in her cool eyes. "Yes, I've been out for a month or two, but it's time to go back and take a look." "All right then," Lin Chen grinned. "If you face any grievances at home, or if anyone dares to bully you, they'll drive the Qingjiao to support you and dig up their ancestral grave." Puffed. Lu Shui laughed at his crude yet domineering words, her pretty face slightly flushed as she gently responded, Time flew by amid their playful banter, and soon it was time for school to end. Lu Shui, needing to go straight home, did not join Lin Shun and the others walking alone toward the school gate. Lin Shun, on the other hand, drove his car with Wang Xiaoxiao toward the direction of his villa. On the way, he said, Xiaoxiao, you should participate in the martial arts tournament at the city lord's office too. Huh, me too. Wang Xiaoxiao was surprised. I just started training, can I do it? What's stopping you? Lin Shun shrugged. You need to spar with others more to better grasp your strength. Just having rank without practical experience is like a decorative piece. Good to look at, but useless. Don't worry, with me around, no one dares to mess with you. Okay, I'll do as you say, Wang Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. Lin Shun looked at her obedient demeanor, feeling a stir in his heart, and chuckled. What do you want to eat tonight? He'll cook for you. Wang Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, her eyes lighting up. Just the two of us tonight. Sister Lu Shui isn't here, and my mom has returned to her hometown, so she probably won't be back for a while. Let's have hot pot tonight. Hot pot. That sounds great. Lin Chen's interest piqued. I haven't had that in a while. The fridge is stocked with all kinds of ingredients. Wang Xiaoxiao counted on her fingers. All of this was bought by my mom before she left. Beef rolls, lamb rolls, tripe, duck intestines, vegetables. There's plenty for us to eat for several meals. Then what are we waiting for? Lin Shun slammed the accelerator. The flashy Ferrari roared, leaving a blue streak on the road as it sped toward the villa. Upon returning home, Wang Xiaoxiao rushed into the kitchen. He'll wash the vegetables, and you can prepare the ingredients. Oh, well, work together, so it's not tiring. All right, let's do that. Lin Shun agreed and followed her into the kitchen, watching her busy figure tied in an apron by the sink. A surge of unprecedented satisfaction welled up in his heart. Perhaps this simple and warm life was what he had longed for the most in his 2 lifetimes. Lin Shun and Wang Xiaoxiao resembled an ordinary married couple settling into daily life. One washed vegetables by the sink, while Lin Shun handled the tougher ingredients requiring a knife. Wang Xiaoxiao wore a pink floral apron and hummed a nameless little tune, her hands moving with practiced efficiency. Lin Shun called out to her, Xiaoxiao, bring me a few more plates of beef rolls. What you've got won't even fill my teeth. Got it. I won't forget yours, she replied with a playful roll of her eyes, never pausing her work. Both were immersed in their tasks, filling the kitchen with warm, lively domestic energy. Soon all the ingredients were prepped and laid out across the table in generous abundance. Lin Shun then carried in a massive Inyang hot pot, larger than a wash basin, dropped in 2 rich aromatic broth blocks, poured in clear bone broth, and within minutes the crimson oil bubbled vigorously, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Let's dig in. Lin Shun hooped, disregarding any etiquette about cooking vegetables before meat. He dumped heap after heap of marinated beef and lamb slices into the pot, as if they cost nothing, a display of sheer unapologetic extravagance. Wang Xiaoxiao watched the mountains of meat churning in the scarlet broth, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. She quickly pulled out her phone, snapped a close-up of that gloriously decadent scene, and opened a private WeChat group of only 4 members. Group named the Quartet. Members Lin Chen, Lu Shui, Wang Xiaoxiao, Lin Fei. She posted the photo, a visual feast potent enough to shatter anyone's late-night resolve, captioned with a cheerful note, hot pot tonight. Adorable. The moment the message appeared, Lu Shui's avatar lit up, and a reply popped up instantly. Lu Shui image, a meme of a cleaver slamming onto a table. In Lu Shui, oh, you too. While I'm away, you dare sneak off and feast without me. Wang Xiaoxiao. You little traitor. We swore we'd wait for me to get back. Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue and typed back, we just couldn't decide what to cook tonight. So hot pot it was. Quick, easy, and delicious. Lu Shui, I don't care. I'll be back in a few days, and you're hosting another hot pot dinner. Otherwise I'll move in permanently and eat you both into bankruptcy. Wang Xiaoxiao, absolutely. Anytime. Just then Lin Fei chimed in. And Lin Fei, holy hell. Hot pot. Meat. Count me in. Skipping a free meal. May lightning strike me. Xiaoxiao, when Lu Sr., the campus beauty, returns, add me to the guest list. I'll crash your feast. Wang Xiaoxiao, done. Everyone's welcome. And with that she sent a cheerful bye-bye emoji and closed her phone, utterly satisfied. He's not here, so why not? And enough about them. Lin Chen chuckled at her mischievous grin and gently pinched her cheek. You sly little thing. You're deliberately torturing them through their screens, aren't you? He's not here, so why not? And enough about them. Let's eat. Lin Chen lifted a generous chopstick full of perfectly cooked beef, swirled it in sauce, and popped it into his mouth, his eyes fluttering shut in pure bliss. If we don't eat now, the meat will toughen. They poured ruby red wine, clinked glasses, and feasted with unrestrained joy. An hour later, half the towering mound of ingredients had vanished. Both sat slumped in their chairs, bellies full and hearts content. Wang Xiaoxiao let out an unself-conscious burp, patting her round soft belly with dreamy satisfaction. I'm stuffed. I can't possibly eat another bite. Lin Chen rose stretched languidly and said, "Full stomach means it's time to freshen up. I'll clean up here." She murmured, nodding, then scurried off toward the bathroom like a startled fawn. Wang Xiaoxiao let out an unself-conscious burp, patting her round soft belly with dreamy satisfaction. Over half an hour later, every dish gleamed spotless. Lin Chen slipped into the other bathroom and rinsed away the day under a steaming, invigorating shower. Yet when he emerged wrapped in a bathrobe towel drying his hair, he noticed the bathroom light in Wang Xiaoxiao's room still glowing. "Seriously, is she scrubbing off a layer of skin?" he muttered, rolling his eyes. "It takes longer than my tribulation transcendence." He didn't urge her. Instead, he flopped onto the bed, propped up on one elbow, and scrolled through short videos. Absurdly wiggling roasted chickens made him snicker to himself. Another 10 minutes passed before the bedroom door eased open. Wang Xiaoxiao stepped out wrapped in a robe, her freshly bathed face flushed rosy pink, luminous and tender as a ripe honey peach, irresistible to the touch. "Come here, my love." Lin Chen patted the space beside him and crooked a finger. Her cheeks flared crimson. Like a startled rabbit, she tiptoed forward in hesitant steps, then darted straight into his arms. Lin Chen held her close, breathing in the delicate scent of her body, wash his pulse quickening, until memory of tomorrow's duty steadied him. Gently stroking her back, he whispered, "No epic battles tonight. We've got City Lord's office registration tomorrow. Rest well. Recharge fully." She nestled deeper, her voice a whisper against his chest. "I'll do whatever you say." She closed her eyes, and soon her breathing settled into calm, even rhythm. The next morning, just as dawn's first light gilded the horizon, Lin Chen stirred awake. He brushed a soft kiss across Wang Xiaoxiao's forehead, then gently roused her. "Xiaoxiao, time to go." "To the City Lord's office." After freshening up, they sped off in his flamboyant blue Ferrari, racing toward the City Lord's office. By the time they arrived, the vast plaza before the City Lord's office teemed with a dense crowd, hundreds strong, all buzzing with excitement, fists clenched, spirits high. "Good heavens, Brother Chen, there are so many people." Wang Xiaoxiao whistled softly, then asked, "Wait, aren't you entering this competition?" Lin Chen smirked dismissively. "Child's play like this no longer suits a cultivator of my standing. If I stepped onto that stage, what would there be left for them to compete about? It'd become a solo performance. And where's the fun in that?" Fair point. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded thoughtfully. With Lin Chen's current realm, War Sovereign second tier, facing off against opponents barely reaching the War Spirit realm would indeed be like an adult wrestling toddlers. "Enough gawking. Let's go." Lin Chen took her hand and led her down a quiet, narrow alley. "Follow me. I'll take you through the back entrance. Spare us the queue with those overeager rookies." "The back entrance?" Wang Xiaoxiao blinked, bewildered. Absolutely." Lin Chen grinned. "We have connections, understand?" He navigated the alley with effortless familiarity, slipped through an unassuming side gate, and strode boldly into the City Lord's rear courtyard, marching toward Huang Tianba's office as though strolling through his own garden. Lin Chen held Wang Xiaoxiao's hand, and rather than entering through the main gate, slipped effortlessly through an unassuming side entrance, as if returning to his own home. The moment they stepped into the rear courtyard, a patrolling soldier spotted them. Just as he began advancing to question them, his gaze fell upon Lin Chen, and with a clatter his spear dropped to the ground. He froze, jolted as though struck by lightning. "Lin Chen, Senior Master." The soldier scrambled forward on hands and knees, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling. What brings you here?" After all, this man stood alone as a peerless terror, taming a 6th-tier apex beast as his mount, humiliating 9th-rank martial sovereign elders as if they were mere grandchildren. He, a lowly guard, wasn't even worthy of holding Lin Chen's shoes. "Brother, no need to be so tense." Lin Chen clapped the soldier lightly on the shoulder and flashed a grin. "Please inform your city lord that I've come for a visit, and to collect an award." "Why, wise. Right away." As if granted divine absolution, the soldier bolted toward the main hall, faster than a hare fleeing its hounds. Within 2 minutes, he returned, breathless, face reverent. "Senior Master Lin Chen, the city lord requests your presence in the main hall. He awaits you there." "Understood." Lin Chen waved dismissively, then strode confidently toward the main hall, with Wang Xiaoxiao in tow, his bearing that of a sovereign inspecting his domain. When Lin Chen sauntered lazily into the grand main hall, Huang Tianba and Zhou Qianru were already waiting. Huang Tianba sat sipping tea, but the instant he saw Lin Chen, he set down his cup and burst into hearty laughter. "You little rascal. You still remember me. I thought you'd forgotten your old uncle entirely." Zhou Qianru sat nearby, her beautiful eyes curiously studying Wang Xiaoxiao beside Lin Chen, lips slightly pouted, lost in silent contemplation. Lin Chen wasted no pleasantries. He pulled Wang Xiaoxiao onto a nearby chair, crossed his legs, and spoke plainly. "City Lord, I've come to pay you a visit, and to ask a favor." "Oh, what matter could possibly draw you, our busiest prodigy, all the way here?" Huang Tianba, register my sister for your upcoming martial arts tournament. Lin Chen gestured casually toward Wang Xiaoxiao. She's attained the rank of martial artist, but has scarcely fought anyone. I'd like her to step onto the stage, gain experience, and find her rhythm. Huang Tianba glanced at Wang Xiaoxiao, and a flicker of genuine surprise crossed his eyes. This young woman, barely past youth, had already reached the martial artist realm. Clearly walking beside a monster like Lin Chen bore extraordinary rewards. Registration is no issue, Huang Tianba nodded, then added with gentle warning. But let me make one thing clear though, this tournament is but a modest affair. Every competitor fights fiercely for the prizes. They hold nothing back. If your precious sister sustains injury, don't come crying to me. Don't worry, Lin Chen waved it off, utterly unruffled. So long as she competes within her own cultivation tier, all is well. Besides, flowers nurtured only in greenhouses never grow into towering trees. A few hard knocks will do her good. Though his words sounded light, his inner thoughts seethed. What utter nonsense. Let Xiaoxiao take a beating. With her Ancina Millennium Frost Phoenix divine physique, and the Heaven Deer and Saint Tier martial techniques I'm preparing to bestow upon her, who in her tier could possibly land a blow? She'd consider it a mercy if she spared her opponent's bowels today. As long as it's same tier combat, that's all I ask. Even minor injuries are acceptable. Consider them tuition fees. Very well, if you insist, I'll arrange it. Huang Tianba nodded and called out guards. A soldier entered briskly. What are your orders, City Lord? Escort this young lady to complete her registration for the martial arts tournament. Yes, sir. The soldier bowed slightly and gestured politely. Madam, please follow me. Go ahead, Lin Chen told Wang Xiaoxiao. I'll stay and chat with the City Lord. Return once you're finished. Yes, Brother Chen. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded obediently and followed the soldier out. The moment Wang Xiaoxiao departed, Huang Tianba's smile turned sly. Leaning close, he winked and nudged Lin Chen. Impressive, you sly fox. Keeping secrets. That girl's exquisite. What's your relationship? Spill the truth. What relationship? Lin Chen feigned innocence. Just an ordinary friend. We met at an orphanage years ago. I took her in out of compassion. You think I'm a fool? Huang Tianba scoffed, wearing an expression that plainly said, I wouldn't believe you if you swore on your ancestors. An ordinary friend. An ordinary friend wouldn't warrant you escorting her personally to register. And the way she looks at you, half the court would weep from sheer intensity. Lin Chen flushed faintly, cleared his throat awkwardly, and swiftly changed the subject. Ahem. City Lord, summer break has begun. Any profitable ventures you'd care to share? Perhaps a small partnership. Profitable? Huang Tianba shot him a sidelong glance. Then, as if remembering something, sighed sympathetically and patted his shoulder. Ah yes. Though your talent defies heaven itself, you stand alone. No lineage, no backing. Your resources must be scarce. Unlike scions of great clans who bathe in spirit stones from infancy. His tone was so sincere Lin Chen almost believed him himself, until in the next breath Huang Tianba's inner monologue shifted violently. Bah! This little scoundrel's scheming runs deeper than mine. Pretending poverty. Last auction, he bought a worthless box for 300 million coins without blinking. Now he whines about lacking resources. Not a chance. He's fishing for more favors. Huang Tianba's eyes flickered shrewdly, but his face remained impassive, adopting a hesitant expression instead. Opportunities exist, though they carry considerable risk. What opportunity? Tell me. Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Join me on the front lines, to hunt spirit beasts. Huang Tianba spoke slowly. The higher your kill count, and the stronger the beasts, the greater the cultivation resources granted by the High Command. Intrigued. The front lines. Where exactly? Lin Chen paused, puzzled. The very front, Zhongdu. A spark of reverence gleamed in Huang Tianba's eyes. That is where true masters rise. Remaining in academies serves you no longer. With your monstrous cultivation speed and sufficient resources, breaking through realms becomes as effortless as drinking cool water. Interested? Frontlines. Might that be perilous? Lin Chen instantly adopted a cringing, fearful demeanor. I'm timid. Value my life dearly. What if some reckless beast swats me flat? Hardly worth the risk. Huang Tianba watched him with quiet disdain. Timid. You ride 6th-tier apex beasts like steeds, and call that cautious. Keep pretending, you fraud. Aloud, however, he spoke gravely. Yes, danger exists. But so does unparalleled opportunity. Moreover, the front lines are guarded day and night by martial venerables and martial saints. Catastrophe rarely strikes. So, will you go? I'll consider it. Lin Chen rubbed his chin, feigning deep deliberation. Let's wait until the tournament concludes. Then I'll accompany you for a first-hand look. Agreed. It's settled. Huang Tianba slapped his thigh. I'll summon you when the time comes. Me too. Me too. Zhou Qianru, who'd been silently eavesdropping, suddenly leapt to her feet, eyes alight with excitement. Huang Tianba shot her a skeptical glance. Not a chance. If you possessed even half this boy's absurd aptitude, your parents would have kicked you out to train long ago. But I possess the heavenly thunder divine physique. My combat prowess is formidable too. Zhou Qianru defiantly puffed out her chest. Fine, go tell your parents. If they consent, I'll take you. But let me be unequivocal on the front lines, I won't babysit you. Your survival, or demise, rests solely upon your own fate. Deal? You said it yourself. Zhou Qianru beamed and bolted from the hall like a cannonball. I'm going home now, to secure their approval. Watching her whirlwind departure, Huang Tianba shook his head in weary resignation. At that moment Wang Xiaoxiao re-entered, having completed her registration. City Lord will take our leave now. We're off to inspect the martial arena. Lin Chen rose ready to depart. Go ahead, Huang Tianba waved lazily. When you've decided, come straight to the City Lord's mansion. Got it, Lin Shun replied cheerfully, and taking Wang Xiaoxiao's hand strode out of the City Lord's mansion without looking back, heading toward the roaring, bustling martial arena. Lin Shun led Wang Xiaoxiao through the city gates like two rustic newcomers strolling leisurely toward the martial training ground of the City Lord's mansion. Before they even drew near, thunderous roars and the resonant clang of clashing weapons flooded their ears without restraint. Damn, this commotion dwarfs even last year's beast tide. Lin Shen clicked his tongue, gazing at the sea of heads before him, feeling as though he'd stumbled uninvited into a celebrity fan meeting. The entire training ground had been divided into 6 distinct zones, each centered upon a colossal martial arena. Dozens of dueling pairs now fought fiercely atop them, unleashing dazzling torrents of colored spiritual energy, brilliant, chaotic, and abundant as fireworks. Brother Chen, isn't this place enormous? There are 6 arenas. Wang Xiaoxiao tugged gently at Lin Shen's sleeve, her bright, curious eyes wide with wonder. Lin Shun tilted his chin upward, gesturing with the air of a seasoned guide naturally. Observe. The 6 arenas correspond precisely to the 6 cultivation realms: martial novice, martial practitioner, martial master, martial spirit, martial sovereign, and martial monarch. See how the martial novice arena teems with bodies, like dumplings boiling in a pot. Now glance at the martial monarch arena, barren, silent, not even a wisp of life stirring. Wang Xiaoxiao followed his gaze, and indeed upon the martial monarch arena stood only a bored-looking referee, drowsily swatting flies with a feather duster. Why is there no one competing in the martial monarch realm? Wang Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. Are you daft? Lin Chen shot her an exasperated glare. Anyone who attains the martial monarch realm is already a regional overlord. Either a revered elder serving some great clan, or a venerable scholar from the academy balding from decades of study. Who in their right mind would waste time on such child's play? Only unaffiliated cultivators, those without sect or lineage, would risk their lives for mere token rewards. Ah, I see, Wang Xiaoxiao murmured, enlightenment dawning in her eyes. Then let's head to the martial master arena. Let on. Hand in hand, Lin Shun guided Wang Xiaoxiao through the dense crowd like an eel slipping through reeds, twisting, turning, until they reached the base of the martial master arena. Only unaffiliated cultivators, those without sect or lineage, would risk their lives for mere token rewards. Ah, I see, Wang Xiaoxiao murmured, enlightenment dawning in her eyes. Then let's head to the martial master arena. Xiaoxiao, don't rush onto the stage yet, Lin Shun instructed, pointing upward. Watch closely. Learn how they observe the acrobatic fellow, know the agile one. His black tiger claw strike and monkey snatch technique may border on vulgarity, yet they're undeniably effective. And that brute relies on raw power to overwhelm 10 techniques at once. Brutal, direct, unstoppable. Absorb these lessons well, only then will you move upon that stage with effortless mastery. Yes, Brother Chen. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded firmly, her beautiful eyes sharpening with fierce concentration, tracking every motion on the platform above. Meanwhile, Lin Shun stood utterly at ease, hands tucked casually in his pockets, scanning the crowd, idly searching for familiar faces with whom to exchange idle banter. Yet after scanning endlessly, he spotted only high school students, freshmen, sophomores, and seniors, dueling enthusiastically within their respective arenas. Not a single recognizable face appeared. Damn it! These signs of wealth truly disdain such petty rewards. Lin Shun curled his lip in quiet disdain. Of course he knew. There were always those battle-mad cultivators who cared nothing for prizes, driven solely by the thrill of combat, seeking breakthroughs at the razor's edge of life and death. Time slipped away, fighters rotated on and off the stage. Lin Chen nearly dozed off before finally patting Wang Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Enough watching. Time to step up and play. Leaning close, he whispered into her ear, remember, use only the official academy techniques. Under no circumstances employ what I taught you, especially not the frost dragon soar. I fear you might freeze your opponent solid, and then we'll be liable for damages. Wang Xiaoxiao burst into a soft laugh, then instantly composed herself, nodding solemnly. In the next breath she leapt, light as a fluttering butterfly, and alighted gracefully upon the martial. Her opponent was Yuan Tian, a second-generation scion draped in sumptuous silk hair, slicked back, with pomade, his pallor betraying chronic depletion. Upon seeing Wang Xiaoxiao, his eyes gleamed with smug appraisal. Twirling an ostentatious folding fan, he drawled condescendingly, well, what delicate little blossom has wandered here? Heed my counsel, darling, return home, and embroider flowers instead. This arena is no place for a fragile beauty like you. Should you bruise or scrape yourself, I'd ache with sorrow. Wang Xiaoxiao's brows knitted faintly as she regarded his greasy smirk, then spoke. Clear, cool, and cutting. Have you quite finished your drivel? If so, I shall begin. What the? Lin Chen, watching from below, nearly choked on his own breath, stunned into silence. Where on earth did she learn such arrogant phrasing? It sounded eerily familiar. Who else could she possibly emulate? Proximity to vermilion stains, proximity to you breeds. Yuan Tian, flustered and speechless, flushed crimson, his fan snapping shut with a sharp clack. Enraged, he snarled, you insolent wench. You spurn grace, then die. Before the final syllable faded, he lunged forward like a starving tiger. Wang Xiaoxiao observed his clumsy assault with detached disdain, merely shifting her weight sideways, evading by a hair's breadth. Then, her long sculpted legs whipped forth like steel whips, cleaving the air with a sonic crack as they struck Yuan Tian squarely across the waist. Thud! Yuan Tian didn't even register the blow. Spinning wildly like a top, he careened across the platform, finally crashing down at its very edge, missing the precipice by less than an inch. Wang Xiaoxiao stepped forward, towering over him, her gaze glacial and devoid of mercy. Will you walk off? Or shall I assist you? You dream. Humiliated beyond endurance, Yuan Tian scrambled upright, his face contorted into a demonic snarl. A torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted. Martial Master Realm, 7th Heaven. Piercing leg. He channeled every ounce of chi into his right leg, which shimmered with a faint lethal radiance, aimed with vicious precision straight for Wang Xiaoxiao's heart. Pathetic. She shook her head, lifting her right hand with languid grace. Since you insist on falling, I shall grant your wish. Cloud and water palm. Her palm moved with deceptive softness, serene, weightless, yet as if commanding the very tides of heaven and earth. Boom. Yuan Tian's devastating kick shattered like paper beneath her palm, utterly disintegrated in an instant. Then the residual force, subtle yet tyrannical, slammed unrelentingly into his chest. Blood erupted from his mouth. He flew backward like a severed puppet, hurtling dozens of meters before plummeting onto the grass outside the arena with a heavy thump, unconscious before he hit the ground. The area around the martial artist competition platform suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the exceptionally graceful girl on the stage, their minds completely blank. I can't believe my eyes. Yuan Tian was taken down with a single palm, but that was a warrior at the 7th level of martial arts. In our Linhai city, he was considered one of the prominent figures of the younger generation. Just like that, gone. Who on earth is this girl? How come I've never seen her before? Her strength is absolutely terrifying. In the distance, on a viewing platform reserved for nobles, the city lord Huang Tianba watched the scene. His hand, holding the teacup, paused for a moment, then he shook his head with a bitter smile. I knew it. There isn't a single normal person around, that little monster Lin Chen. Lin Chen below the stage nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This little girl's combat talent is truly remarkable. Just by watching for a little while, she has learned the techniques and power application of others, and after a few more fights, she will probably be able to create her own martial arts. Wang Xiaoxiao lightly floated down from the stage like a cat seeking praise, running to Lin Chen's side, tilting her little face up with bright eyes. Brother Chen, did you see how impressive I was just now? Impressive? Of course you were. Lin Chen ruffled her hair, grinning. With your current strength, not to mention a martial artist, even an ordinary martial spirit wouldn't necessarily defeat you. However, you must remember, no matter when, never reveal all of your trump cards. As they say, one must always be cautious of others, understand? Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, then added in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but in front of you, I will definitely hold nothing back. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle, leaning closer to her ear and teasingly whispered, You've already held nothing back from me, haven't you? Wang Xiaoxiao's pretty face instantly flushed, and after a few seconds, she finally grasped the meaning of his words, stomping her feet in embarrassment and lightly punching his chest. Brother, you're so bad. No wonder Sister Lu Shui always says you're a lecher. Just a small matter, Lin Chen took her small hand nonchalantly, saying, Come, sit down and watch the show. Once you rest enough, go up and fight a few more rounds to get familiar with the feeling of battle. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded, putting away her playful thoughts, and once again focused her gaze on the competition stage, intently observing the combat techniques of others. The two sat and watched a few matches when suddenly Wang Xiaoxiao frowned and nudged Lin Chen with her elbow. Brother, why do I feel like their fighting speed is getting slower? My. Lin Shan was taken aback, turning to look at her in surprise. You see their speed slowing down? Yes, Wang Xiaoxiao replied matter-of-factly. At first I didn't notice it, but as I continued watching it felt like their movements were in slow motion, I could clearly see every punch and kick. Lin Shan was genuinely surprised. While watching he hadn't noticed any change. Could it be that this little girl was about to awaken some extraordinary talent? Lin Shan pondered internally, while keeping a calm exterior, furiously calling upon the unreliable system in his mind. System big brother. Hurry up and come out. Stop playing dead, and quickly help me see what's going on with Xiao Xiao. Host, are you calling me? The system's familiar voice echoed in Lin Shan's mind. I'm taking a nap, what nonsense is this? Stop wasting time, quickly scan Xiao Xiao, and see what's going on with her eyes. Final scan. Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid others don't know you have a broken system? The system grumbled, scanning. Please wait. 1 minute later. Ding. Scan complete. The system's voice, which was usually cheeky, now carried a hint of undeniable shock. What the hell? Host, what kind of luck did you stumble upon? You picked up a treasure from a place as desolate as a KTV. What's the situation? Hurry up and tell me. She not only possesses the rare Ice Phoenix divine body that is seldom seen in hundreds of years, but she is also awakening another type of eye technique. It's called the Ice Extreme Demon Eye. This thing is far rarer than your two broken divine bodies. Lin Shan was taken aback. The name Ice Extreme Demon Eye sounded incredibly impressive. What is its use? It has immense uses. The system began to explain excitedly. This Ice Extreme Demon Eye's basic ability is to see through the opponent's movements, making them appear in slow motion to you. Once it is fully awakened, it will be truly monstrous. The left eye's ability is Ice Extreme Domain. In her domain, the power of all Ice-type martial techniques is directly doubled. The right eye is Demon Eye Divine Light. When it stares, the divine light emitted rivals the power of an emperor-level martial technique. Isn't that impressive? Lin Shan gasped, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. What the hell? Is this one Ice Phoenix divine body is already enough to be monstrous, and now she also gets an eye technique that's like a cheat. If this little girl grows up, won't she punch a hole in the heavens? Host, I am truly in awe of you now. The system said in a sour tone. Your luck is simply against the heavens. Just casually going to a nightclub and picking up someone with a divine body along with a divine eye. Tell me, did you save the galaxy in your past life? Of course. Lin Shan, flattered by the system's words, stood proudly, hands on his hips. I am the chosen one. How can I not be impressive? What do you call this? This is called the aura of supremacy. Understand? Even beauties must bow down to me. The system was left speechless by Lin Shan's shameless boasting, finally exclaiming irritably, get lost. I can't be bothered to deal with you, you narcissist. But I must remind you, the awakening of the Ice Extreme Demon Eye is linked to her own realm. The higher her realm, the faster and more powerful the awakening. That's even better. Lin Shan grinned. As long as there are enough resources, her realm will soar like a... After finishing his conversation with the system, Lin Shan turned to look at the curious Wang Xiaoxiao, beside him, grinning as he pinched her cheek. Baby, you are now even more impressive than me. Huh? Wang Xiaoxiao looked bewildered. You have a type of eye power called the Ice Extreme Demon Eye. Lin Shan explained. Right now, it's just the basic ability to see through your opponent's movements. Once your realm is higher, this eye technique will become increasingly powerful, and when the time comes, whoever you glare at will be pregnant. Oh no, I mean whoever you glare at will be defeated. Really? Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with disbelief and joy. Of course. When have I ever? So you must train hard in the future and not waste such a great talent. I will definitely train hard. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, clenching her small fists. She felt more excited and eager to become stronger than ever before. Not only do I possess a divine body, but I also have such powerful magic eyes. From now on, I can help Chen go more. I am no longer that little burden who can only hide behind him and hold him back. Realizing this, Wang Xiaoxiao turned her gaze back to the arena, her beautiful eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. After another 10 minutes, Wang Xiaoxiao grew increasingly bored. She tugged at Lin Shan's sleeve and pouted, saying, Brother, I think their speed is too slow, like old grandpas practicing Tai Chi in the park. It's just not interesting at all. I want to try the arena on the martial spirit side. Are you sure? Lin Shan raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. Wang Xiaoxiao replied firmly. Isn't that what the academy teaches? Only when pushed to the brink can one surpass oneself. I feel like there's no pressure here. Alright, that's the speed. Lin Shan clapped his thigh, saying, let's go. I'll take you there. He then pulled Wang Xiaoxiao along, striding confidently towards the martial spirit arena amidst countless astonished gazes. The battles in the martial spirit realm were indeed much more exciting than those in the martial master realm. Each contestant on the stage, whether in technique or combat experience, was clearly more seasoned, exuding a fierce killing intent with every move. Just like before, observe for a bit, first Lin Chen advised. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded and focused intently on watching. If someone were to closely observe her eyes at this moment, they would notice that the color of her pupils, originally clear, was deepening at an imperceptible speed, resembling two deep dark pools occasionally flashing with icy blue light. Lin Chen did not disturb her. He too was watching with great interest. Although these fights seemed no different from children playing house to him, some of the cunning and ruthless moves and combat strategies still intrigued him. Another 15 minutes passed. Brother, I think I've seen enough of their fighting style, Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. Then go ahead, Lin Chen nodded indifferently. Just be careful. In the martial spirit arena you can do as you please. Just don't hurt yourself. Okay, Wang Xiaoxiao replied, and with a slight push of her foot, she landed lightly on one of the arenas that had just concluded a battle, like a fluttering butterfly. Opposite her stood a burly figure, muscles rippling, resembling a human-shaped violent bear, a body refiner named Tianwen. Tianwen stared at Wang Xiaoxiao in surprise, then frowned, saying, "Little girl, aren't you a martial master? Did you come to the wrong place? The martial master arena is over there." "I didn't come to the wrong place," Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head, her voice cold. "I just came over from the martial master arena. I want to test my limits, so I came to the martial spirit arena. You don't have to hold back." "Haha, interesting." Tianwen laughed, looking Wang Xiaoxiao up and down, grinning. "Since you say so, let's go. As a little girl, I'll let you take 3 moves, so you can't say I bullied you." "No need," Wang Xiaoxiao replied calmly. "All right. How refreshing. Then I won't hold back." Tianwen roared, suddenly launching himself forward like a cannonball, delivering a powerful straight punch that whistled through the air, aiming fiercely at Wang Xiaoxiao's face. However, at the moment he threw the punch in, Wang Xiaoxiao's vision, with her icy magic eyes, his lightning-fast movements seemed to have been slowed down, with every detail and force point clearly visible. Wang Xiaoxiao didn't even blink. At the moment the punch was about to reach her, she gently tilted her body to the left, narrowly evading the powerful blow from an astonishing angle. Then with her right hand transforming into a fist, she struck simply and straightforwardly at Tianwen's unguarded side. Bang! A muffled sound. Tianwen felt a tremendous force strike his waist, sending him uncontrollably flying several meters, nearly falling off the stage. He stomped his foot hard to barely stabilize himself, looking in shock at the girl opposite him, whose hair was not even disturbed, his mind buzzing. How is this possible? How did she evade my attack? Tianwen, a master of the martial spirit's 5th layer, though shocked, had rich combat experience. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult in his heart, his gaze instantly becoming serious as he fixed it on Wang Xiaoxiao. "Little girl, you're indeed impressive. It seems I underestimated you," he slowly said, putting away all disdain. "I will no longer be careless." "Then let's go again." Wang Xiaoxiao beckoned him with her finger. "Huh." Tianwen roared again, lunging forward once more. This time his assault became even more ferocious and cautious, his iron fists creating a fierce wind, sealing off all of Wang Xiaoxiao's escape routes. The two instantly became entangled in a fierce battle. Fists and feet clashed, the sound of heavy impacts constantly echoed. Relying on the almost perverse insight of her icy magic eyes, Wang Xiaoxiao was always able to dodge Tianwen's lethal strikes with minimal cost at crucial moments, then seizing fleeting openings to counterattack. The two exchanged blows fiercely, leaving the spectators below dazzled and gasping in awe. "Damn, who is that girl? A martial master of the 1st layer is actually able to fight back against Tianwen of the 5th layer of the martial spirit. Is she cheating?" Tianwen is a renowned, formidable fighter among the loose cultivators in Linhai City. How could he not defeat a little girl? While the crowd speculated, the two fighters on stage seized an opportunity to retreat simultaneously, creating some distance. "Watercloud palm." Wang Xiaoxiao shouted, both palms thrusting forward, forming a massive blue palm print, made of pure spiritual energy, charged with an imposing yet delicate aura, fiercely striking towards Tianwen. "Well done." "Mountain Earth Fist." Tianwen roared, meeting her attack with a punch. A gigantic fist print formed from earthy yellow spiritual energy, carrying a weighty momentum, crashing against the blue palm print. Boom! A tremendous explosion. The violent spiritual energy storm swept in all directions, sending both of them flying apart. Tianwen staggered back several steps before barely stabilizing himself, looking at the girl across from him, who had only taken 3 steps back, disbelief and a hint of bitterness etched in his eyes. "Little girl, you are indeed powerful." He took a deep breath slowly, saying, "You're only at the 1st layer of the martial master realm, yet you can fight with me for so long. If your realm were the same as mine, I fear I would have lost long ago." He paused, his eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. "Next, I will unleash my full power." On the martial arts stage, Tianwen's eyes widened, his muscles bulging like twisted steel as a wild and heavy aura burst forth from his body. "Hey, little girl, try this move on for size." Tianwen let out a roar. The stone tiles beneath his feet shattered instantly, and he charged forward like a fully drawn bow, creating a piercing sound as he rushed towards Wang Xiaoxiao, his fists enveloped in a yellowish glow. Wang Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming pressure as if the giant in front of her had transformed into a rampaging rhinoceros, each punch sending vibrations through her arms. The two exchanged blows, their figures darting within the confined space of the 100-square-meter arena, moving so fast that they appeared as mere blurred shadows, leaving behind a series of afterimages and muffled sounds. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of exchanges had passed. The spectators at the martial spirit realm below watched in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out as they clutched their chests and shrank back in fear. What the hell? This isn't a duel between a martial master and a martial spirit, it's like a demolition crew at work. Where did this little monster come from? A martial master in the first layer enduring hundreds of blows from Tianwen without losing. What does that make my martial spirit third layer? Wang Xiaoxiao feinted a blow, gracefully drifting back several meters and landing steadily at the edge of the arena, taking a deep breath to steady her surging energy. It seems I need to take this seriously, otherwise Chen Gu will laugh at me for slacking off. Wang Xiaoxiao murmured to herself, a flash of blue light suddenly passing through her cold eyes, her hands swiftly forming seals as a chilling aura capable of freezing souls erupted from her feet. Ice Phoenix Divine Body Activate. As she shouted, the originally warm fire-type spiritual energy in the air vanished, completely replaced by a thick layer of frost. The people around felt a chill crawling up their spines, shivering uncontrollably, their teeth chattering. In this scorching summer, why did it feel like they had fallen into a 1,000-year-old ice cavern? Who the hell opened the fridge door? A chubby man rubbed his goosebumps, his snot nearly freezing, staring blankly at the stage. As her opponent Tianwen bore the brunt, his eyebrows instantly covered in sparkling frost, and his originally fierce movements became sluggish due to the extreme cold. Tianwen's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with horror as he exclaimed, "Special physique. You actually possess such a monstrous constitution." Not daring to slack off, he gritted his teeth, struck his chest hard, and the veins on his face writhed like small snakes. "Since you have a trump card, Tianwen won't hold back. Come and fight. Barbaric King Body unleash." Tianwen roared to the sky, his already towering physique swelling further, a layer of strange brown patterns appearing on his skin as a unique, domineering aura of the King Body surged upward, attempting to dispel the surrounding cold. However, despite the intimidating name of his Barbaric King Body, it was like a fool brandishing a large knife before Guangong in front of Wang Xiaoxiao's Ice Phoenix Divine Body. Not only did it not warm him, but it also caused his aura to stagnate, his once mighty spiritual fluctuations suppressed greatly. Wang Xiaoxiao had no intention of giving him a moment to breathe. With a push of her feet, she soared gracefully into the air. With her divine body activated, her speed and power had undergone a qualitative leap. Before Tianwen could react, a pair of pale little fists were already before him. He hurriedly swung his fists to block, only to feel as if he had slammed into an indestructible ancient cold iron, shaking him to the core. The two collided once more, their intensity increased tenfold. Tianwen unleashed all his hidden martial arts in a relentless barrage, each strike aimed at turning the tide. But Wang Xiaoxiao was like the ruler of ice and snow. Regardless of how ferociously Tianwen attacked, she could pinpoint his flaws and retaliate with a barrage of ice and fire. Tianwen was beaten back step by step, his clothes covered in footprints and his face was bruised and battered, nearly being kicked off the stage several times. "Hey girl, stop looking down on people." Wang Xiaoxiao shouted angrily, a rare flash of anger in her eyes, evidently worn thin by Tianwen's stubborn defense. She suddenly pushed off the ground, leaping dozens of meters into the air, her hands drawing a massive semicircle in front of her, spiritual energy surging around her like boiling magma, ultimately transforming into a deep blue ice dragon rising. With her voice echoing through the heavens, the once clear sky instantly darkened with thick clouds. 9 colossal dragons formed from pure ice emerged from behind her, each dozens of meters long, vividly lifelike, with glistening scales exuding a pressure that could annihilate, all swirling menacingly in the air. This scene left the students at the martial spirit realm below dumbfounded, jaws dropped as if they could reach. What the hell? What kind of divine martial skill is this? Is this a special effects movie? 9 dragons. I've trained for 20 years and never seen a single dragon hair, yet this little girl conjured up 9 just like that. This is outrageous, the power. Are you sure it won't destroy the Lord's mansion? Suddenly, several upperclassmen from the Star Academy exclaimed in panic, their eyes filled with terror. Wait, that starting pose. That pressure. Isn't that the signature move of that freak Lin Chen in the first year? How can this little girl do it too? Could she be Lin Chen's personal disciple? Personal disciple. I just saw her sticking close to Lin Chen earlier. It's obvious this is something Lin Chen taught her directly. This freak's disciple, indeed another freak. Tianwen stood in the center of the stage, feeling the chilling intent of the 9 ice dragons in the sky locking onto him, his scalp tingling, as if about to explode. He knew that if he couldn't withstand this move, he would very likely meet his end here today. He took a deep breath, a determined look appearing on his face as spiritual energy surged violently into his fists, the brown patterns on his skin faintly revealing a metallic sheen. Since there's no retreat, then let's clash, Hedon. Welding fist break for me. Tianwen roared, his fists like 2 heavy hammers rushing towards the descending 9 dragons with relentless determination. However, reality was harsh. The 9 dragons seemed to possess intelligence, cleverly avoiding him in midair, spiraling away from his punch, and then furiously encircling him from all sides. Tianwen's proud welding fist collapsed under the impact of the dragons in less than 3 seconds, crumbling like tofu into a shower of light. The 9 dragons, roaring deafeningly, crashed into Tianwen's chest. Lin Chen stood at the side of the stage, noticing that Wang Xiaoxiao had ignited true flames, his brow furrowed slightly. This little mudfish actually looks somewhat pleasant. It would be a shame to kill him. Xiaoxiao, stop. Lin Chen's angry shout was not loud, but it struck Wang Xiaoxiao's ears like thunder. Wang Xiaoxiao jolted, snapping back to her senses as she saw the dragon's head hovering less than half a foot from Tianwen's face, her pretty face going pale as she abruptly withdrew her hands. The 9 dragons disintegrated at the critical moment, transforming back into countless ice crystals that drifted gently like snowflakes. Tianwen felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground, gasping, heavily drenched in sweat and icy water, his eyes filled with the relief of having survived a calamity. Lin Chen slowly walked to the edge of the martial arts stage, extending a hand and tilting his head towards Wang Xiaoxiao. Come down, you've fought enough for today. If you continue, the stone tiles of the Lord's mansion will be shattered by you. Wang Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, casting an embarrassed glance at Tianwen, and softly said, you wanna let's... Tianwen gave a wry smile and shook his head, pushing himself up by his knee. He cupped his fist toward Wang Xiaoxiao. You win. If you had not stopped at the end, my bones would have been shattered to powder. Lin Chen leapt onto the stage and patted Tianwen's shoulder, laughing with careless ease. My apologies, brother. My sister's first time in such a large tournament. She didn't hold back and nearly cremated you. Tianwen's face flushed. He sighed with shame. It's my poor skill. I've lived so many years and cannot even fend off a young girl's single move. How humiliating. Wang Xiaoxiao slipped out from behind Lin Chen and bowed deeply to Tianwen, her face full of apology. I couldn't control myself. I'm sorry. I only wanted to see my limits today. Oh, I never intended to hurt anyone, sir. Tianwen waved a hand and laughed heartily. It's all right, it's all right. You stopped in time after all. Besides, witnessing such profound martial technique was worth a beating. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes to appraise Tianwen, thinking that the man had an upright nature, a rarity among those scheming free cultivators. Hey, you're Tianwen, right? I have a small mission in a few days and need a team to head to the front line. You seem capable and tough, interested in earning some resources. Tianwen froze, then a bright light sparked in his eyes. Brother Chen, no, big brother Lin. You would really take a defeated soldier like me. Lin Chen curled his lip. Don't go calling me big brother like some underworld boss. If you want to go, then go. Leave your phone number and meet me at Chengshufu when the time comes. Chengshufu. Tianwen's eyes nearly bulged. His voice changed tone. Big brother Lin, you work out of Chengshufu. Lin Chen shot him a sidelong glance, baffled. Yes. What's wrong with that? The city lord and I are on decent terms. It's convenient to gather there. No problem. No problem. Tianwen nodded like a pestle in a mortar, his shock beyond words. Good heavens, friends with the city lord, and someone of such monstrous ability. This is a limb I must cling to. Nothing will stop me now. All right, let's withdraw for now. Oh, I still need to buy some local specialties to bring back. Lin Chen waved and led Wang Xiaoxiao away. On the way, Wang Xiaoxiao tugged his sleeve in puzzlement. Brother, why did you tell me to stop? I thought I could land a couple more moves to test other techniques. Lin Chen snapped his fingers against her forehead with a sharp pop. Martial technique, my foot. That fellow pleases my eye, an honest boy. Keeping him around to take blows for us would be useful. If you kill him, who's going to be our meat shield? Wang Xiaoxiao rubbed her brow and brightened. Brother, I thought the martial tournament was mediocre. My last fight was far from satisfying you. The opponents felt too weak. Lin Chen sighed, a loneliness like snow in his expression. That's why I said there was no need to take these competitions seriously. In a few days, when I take you to the front line in Zhongdu, you'll find beasts and desperados who kill without a blink. That's where your strength will truly soar. Yes. Yes. I want to see how tough these bones of mine can really get. Wang Xiaoxiao waved her small fist, her face full of longing. Lin Chen shook his head, thinking the girl had been led astray. Once a gentle child, now her head filled. He pulled out his phone and tagged the 2 slackers still loafing at home in the group chat. Lin, Fei, Lu Shui, you 2 get over here these days. No more shirking. In a few days I'll take you to the Zhongdu frontline trial. That's a true arena of slaughter. If you want to break through, get your gear ready. Lu Shui, I've been ready long ago. It'll be there tomorrow. Lin Fei, damn. Chen, the front line. That's a place you risk your life. Still. Haha, I'll check in on time tomorrow. Take me along to show off and fly high. Lin Chen smiled and added the newly recruited Tian Wen into the group. Lin Chen, Tian Wen, this is our new meat shield. Everyone say hello. Tian Wen, wait for me at the gate of Cheng's Hufu tomorrow. We leave then. Tian Wen was strolling home in high spirits. When he saw the message, he leapt into the air and hooped in excitement on the street, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Tian Wen, all right. Big brother Lin. They'll be there on time tomorrow. Whoever's late is a fool. Lin Chen, fine, that's enough for today. See you all at Cheng's Hufu tomorrow. Putting his phone away, Lin Chen watched the streak of blood-red sunset and allowed a teasing smirk to tug at his lips. Frontline. Zhongdu. It seems the real fun is only just beginning. Dawn had barely broken and the streets of Linhai City had not yet fully awakened. Lin Chen yawned, brushing the non-existent dust from his sleeve, and led Wang Xiaoxiao past the two imposing stone lions at Cheng's Hufu's gates. Wang Xiaoxiao wore a neat battle outfit today, her ponytail flicked behind her, and her lively face wore equal parts excitement and nervousness. The guards at Cheng's Hufu already knew Lin Chen's face. They skipped the usual formalities and straightened with eyes full of reverence, as if greeting some incognito ancestor. Lin Chen swaggered into the main hall and found Huang Tianba seated in a massive tiger-skin chair, holding a Zisha teapot and staring at the steaming tea. Huang Tianba gave Lin Chen a sidelong look and snorted through his nose, "You little rascal, your nose is sharp. Just as I finished brewing my Da Hong Pao, you waltz right in." Lin Chen made himself comfortable on a pearwood chair beside him, crossing one leg and pointing at the teapot city. "Lord, I'm not here to mooch tea." Huang Tianba set the teapot down, his eyelid twitching. "Oh, not here for tea? Then you, this great Buddha, coming to my hall so early, planning to tear down my main chamber." Lin Chen sneered with a hint of vainglory. "I watched the martial tournament for 2 days. Frankly, it was dull. Just a bunch of weaklings pecking at one another. I nearly fell asleep. I've decided not to wait for it to end. I plan to head to the front line today to test the waters." Huang Tianba's expression stiffened as he leaned forward, his gaze sharp. "The front line. Do you know what that place is? It's the Shura arena carved out by Zhongdu Tianfu Academy. People kill without blinking and devour their prey to the bone. Your Puryong divine body may be fierce, but if you die there, that old skinflint Zhou Yuntian will tear my Cheng's Hufu limb from limb." Lin Chen spread his hands lazily. "As long as you agree to take me, that's enough. Living in comfort too long, one's bones begin to rust. Besides, a greenhouse never grows a towering tree. You know that as well as I do." Huang Tianba stared at Lin Chen for a long moment. Seeing the boy's stubborn resolve, he sighed and patted the armrest. "Fine. I had planned to wait until the tournament ended, but if you're bent on seeking trouble, it'll take you. However, the front line is fraught with unpredictability. Once you leave the city gate, I cannot promise to keep you alive. You must be mentally prepared." Lin Chen's mouth curled into an arrogant smile. "You needn't worry about my safety. Short of running into a high-level beast, I am indomitable. But I want to bring a few people. Only those tempered on the front line can be called true talents. I must take my friends out to show them the world." Huang Tianba grumbled. "You think this is a sightseeing tour, bringing a team? Fine, fine, suit yourself. If they dare go, we'll send them in all at once. When everyone arrives, we'll set off." Lin Chen nodded and glanced toward the doors. "Soon. My brothers run faster than rabbits." No more than half an hour later, crisp footsteps sounded at the main hall entrance. Lu Shui stepped in first, cradling that peerless sword, radiating a chill that warned others to keep their distance. Lu Shui swept her gaze over Lin Chen, offered a slight nod as greeting, and then stood quietly to the side, like a snow lotus sealed in ice. Lin Chen thought to himself that she remained so aloof outside out tonight. Head, make sure to teach her a lesson and do. Then Tian Wen appeared at the doorway like an iron tower, rubbing the back of his head with honest awkwardness. Each step he took seemed to make the ground tremble. Tian Wen grinned broadly. "Big brother Lin, old Tian is here. I heard we're heading to the front line to fight. I was so excited last night, I couldn't sleep, and I polished my iron fists until they shone." The third to arrive was Lin Fei. Even before entering, his voice had already echoed in. He shook his hair flamboyantly, and holding the broken military spear, raised an eyebrow at Lin Chen, and said, "Shingu, am not late, am I? For this trip, I even stole the golden silkworm armor that my father kept hidden. No one is getting past my defense." Lin Chen shot Lin Fei a sideways glance and retorted sharply, "That armor of yours is only good for warding off mosquito bites. When you get to the front lines, a demon beast could chew you and your armor up like a compressed biscuit." Lin Fei's face turned beet red, and just as he was about to rebut, a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed from outside the main hall. Zhou Qian rushed in like a whirlwind, her ponytail messy like a bird's nest. Upon entering, she shouted, "I want to go too. My parents have already agreed." Huang Tianba nearly spewed the tea he had just sipped, staring at Zhou Qian with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. "Girl, are you out of your mind? With your parents' temperament, they would lock you in a safe if they could." How could they agree to let you go to such a dangerous place on the front lines? Zhou Qian, hands on her hips, shot back defiantly. Why wouldn't they agree? If you don't believe me, call them now and ask. My mom just told me to be more obedient. Huang Tianba looked at Zhou Qian's nervous yet determined expression, feeling doubtful in his heart. Huang Tianba pulled out his phone, skillfully dialing a number, muttering, I have to get to the bottom of this. If you snuck out, your father will come after me with a knife. The call quickly connected, and a gentle, yet cheerful female voice came through. Zhou's mother laughed and said, Hello Tianba, why are you calling at this time? Huang Tianba cleared his throat, glancing at Zhou Qian, who was frantically signaling him with her eyes, and nervously asked, Sister, do you really agree to let Qianru go to the front lines for training? That place is no joke, are you sure? Zhou's mother sounded particularly understanding. Let her go, the child is grown and needs to see the world. Besides, didn't Qianru say her boyfriend is in the same team with him? There, what do I have to worry about? Huang Tianba felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His hand holding the phone trembled slightly, his eyes widened. What? What boyfriend? Sister, have you been binge-watching dramas too late and lost your vision? Everyone in Linhai City knows Qianru has high standards. Where would she find a boyfriend? Zhou's mother replied in surprise. How can you be such a useless uncle? Qianru has confessed to me that her boyfriend is that genius with a divine body from the academy, Lin Chen. Isn't that kid living in your lord's mansion? You need to keep an eye on them, make sure they're not just focusing on their romance and forgetting their responsibilities. Huang Tianba nearly dropped his phone, mechanically turning his head to look at Lin Chen, who was leisurely sipping tea. Lin Chen was about to bring the cup to his lips when he heard the keywords boyfriend and Lin Chen. His movement suddenly froze, and he was bewildered, his eyes filled with disbelief, thinking, what the hell, what a shocking trap. Huang Tianba looked at Zhou Qian's almost predatory gaze and her frantic gestures, his face turning a shade of red. Huang Tianba forced out a smile that looked worse than crying towards the phone. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Chen. Lin Chen is indeed with me, sister. Don't worry, with Lin Chen here, there won't be any problems. He's quite formidable. After hanging up, Huang Tianba let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just fought a battle with a 7th-tier demon beast drenched in cold sweat. Huang Tianba stepped in front of Lin Chen, lowering his voice and gritting his teeth. Kid, I don't care what kind of charm you used, or if this girl made up a story. The higher-ups in Linhai City probably all know you're my niece's husband now. You must promise me to bring them all back. Even if you lose a leg, you must ensure that this kid comes back without losing a single hair. Otherwise, you can forget about going to the front lines. They'll lock you up in prison right now. Lin Chen had a dark expression, slamming the teacup heavily on the table, his tone filled with displeasure. Lord, that's not what you said earlier. How is it that in the time it takes to make a phone call, I suddenly have a family? This trap is too well-crafted, isn't it? I didn't even realize when I became the secret lover of the young lady Zhou. Zhou Qian, standing beside him, lowered her head sheepishly, her toes nervously kicking the ground, muttering softly. That's because I was afraid they wouldn't let you go, so I borrowed your name temporarily. You're a grown man, can't you be a bit more generous? Lin Chen rolled his eyes and retorted sharply, borrow my name? Why don't you just say I'm your great-grandfather? That would sound even more prestigious. Forget it, I'm not going to argue with you. If you're bringing them back, then fine. After all, these guys are quite resilient. Seeing Lin Chen agree, Huang Tianba finally relaxed a little, his expression softening somewhat. All right, if you agree, then I'll risk my old face for this. You all wait here, they'll go make arrangements for the departure. With the Vice Lord watching over Linhai City, there shouldn't be any major issues. Old Fox Zhou Yuntian is also around. If any demon beasts dare to come, he will surely strip their skins off them. After saying that, Huang Tianba rushed out in a hurry, leaving the people in the main hall staring at each other in bewilderment. Lin Fei leaned closer to Lin Chen, grinning mischievously. Chun Gu, impressive. You've unknowingly won over the Lord's niece. When are you inviting the brothers for a wedding feast? This soft rice is delicious, really delicious. Lin Chen snorted coldly, flicked his finger, and a burst of energy struck Lin Fei's forehead, making him squat down with a yelp. Lin Chen scolded with irritation. Shut up. If you say one more word, I'll hang you at the entrance of the Lord's mansion for everyone to see. Xiao, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. His brain is either filled with spirit stones or garbage. Wang Xiao stifled a laugh, but her gaze towards Zhou Qian held a hint of scrutiny. An hour passed quickly amidst their bickering and silence. Huang Tianba strode back into the main hall, holding a disc emanating spatial fluctuations. He waved his hand. All right, let's go, stop dawdling. The group followed Huang Tianba to the spacious backyard of the Lord's mansion. Huang Tianba took out a delicate model of a flying ship from his storage space and infused it with spiritual energy. With a crisp sound, the model expanded rapidly in the wind. In just a few seconds, a sleek flying ship over 30 meters long, entirely black and inscribed with intricate formations, hovered above everyone's heads. The hatch of the flying ship slowly slid open, revealing a luxurious and technologically advanced interior. Huang Tianba leaped up like a hawk, landing steadily on the deck, and said, "Just get on or we're taking the flying ship to the front lines of Zhongdu. This thing is fast, we won't take more than 2 days to arrive, so we won't be bothered by those low-tier demon beasts on the way." Lin Chun grabbed Wang Xiaoxiao's hand, his feet generating wind, as he jumped lightly next to Huang Tianba. Lu Shui moved like lightning, following closely behind. Tianwen shouted loudly, his massive body crashing onto the deck like a cannonball, causing the ship to tremble slightly. Lin Fei and Zhou Qian jumped up last, curiously exploring their surroundings. Huang Tianba walked to the control seat, pressing his hands on the spiritual power sensing area of the console, his expression serious as he looked into the distance. Huang Tianba shouted, "Hold on tight. I'm going to activate full power. Don't get thrown off, or I won't be responsible for fishing you out." Lin Chen stood at the front of the deck with his hands in his pockets, watching the outline of Linhai City rapidly shrink in his vision. A slight smile appeared on his lips, his dark eyes sparkling with a glint of excitement. "Zhongdu, the front lines. There is the true place where such a monster can fully unleash my potential." The tail of the ship erupted with 2 deep blue flames, accompanied by a thunderous roar that pierced the sky, instantly breaking through layers of clouds, speeding towards the distant and mysterious Zhongdu territory. The spaceship soared steadily at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Beneath it, the endless mountain ranges and rivers resembling silver ribbons. This view was refreshing for about 10 minutes, but after a few hours only boredom remained. Lin Chen leaned against the rail of the deck, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, feeling like he was about to go stir crazy. He staggered over to the cockpit, pushed the door open, and called out to Huang Tianba, who was intently studying the star map. "Ahead, I say, City Lord, isn't this flying a bit too slowly? It's like a turtle crawling. How about we go down and catch a monster to roast and eat? We're just sitting around doing nothing." Huang Tianba didn't even look back and snapped, "Are you some kind of starving ghost? How long has it been since we just finished breakfast? Moreover, is this spaceship slow? We're already at maximum power. It can cover most of a province in a day. What do you want to fly to the heavens? Isn't this just boring then?" Lin Shun pouted, looking quite justified. "We have to find some fun, right? I can show off a bit. How about a monster feast? What do you say? My skills are famous within 100 miles. Huang Tianba was both amused and angered by his brazen claim, pointing behind him. All right, stop causing trouble here. The cold storage in the kitchen is full of monster meat, all spoils from the last beast tide. You can grab whatever you want, just don't bother me." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and he chuckled. "That's great. Saves me the trouble of doing it myself." He turned and walked out, waving to a few other guys outside who seemed just as bored. "Lin Fei, Tianwen, stop chatting over there. Hurry up and come help me in the kitchen with the meat. Today I'm in a good mood and treating you to roasted monsters." "All right, Brother Chen." Upon hearing there was food, Lin Fei and Tianwen perked up and immediately followed along excitedly. The three rushed into the cold storage like a pack of bandits storming a village. After about 10 minutes, the three emerged carrying large bags, having brought out a total of 10 clean monster corpses, including bear paws from ironback bears, wolf legs from gale wolves, and tails from lava fire lizards. Everything was there. Lin Shun tossed the meat onto the deck and called out to a few beautiful women chatting not far away. "Hey, you 3 lovely ladies. Stop gossiping and get to work. Go bring some drinks and get a big table out. Today the chef is cooking personally to show you." Lu Shui merely glanced at him indifferently without saying a word, but still stood up and walked toward the cabin. Wang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was all excitement, quickly responding, "All right. Brother Chen, wait for me." Zhou Qianru rolled her eyes and muttered, "Who do you think you are, ordering people around like that? Really acting like a big..." Despite her words, she still followed reluctantly behind Wang Xiaoxiao and Lu Shui. Soon a huge foldable metal table was brought out, filled with chilled beer and various fruit juices. Lin Shun was also busy pulling out a massive grill that looked quite old from his storage ring, appearing more professional than a barbecue stall owner. He tossed the 10 monster corpses onto the grill, activated the spiritual formation beneath it, and the intense heat surged upwards in mere seconds. Lin Shun held a brush in one hand and an oil can in the other, skillfully brushing oil over the monster meat while humming an unknown tune. As time passed, an overwhelmingly rich aroma of meat mixed with various spices began to rapidly spread from the grill, quickly filling the entire spaceship. Huang Tianba, who had been resting his eyes in the cockpit, suddenly twitched his nose and opened his eyes wide. So fragrant. He could no longer sit still, set the autopilot, and walked towards the deck. As soon as he exited the cockpit, seeing the sizzling golden brown monster meat, Huang Tianba nearly drooled. "I say, Lin Shen, you actually have this skill?" Huang Tianba approached, his face filled with shock. "With your level, why are you even cultivating martial arts? You should just open a barbecue shop in the busiest district of Lehigh City. In less than 3 years, you'd definitely become the richest person in Lehigh City." Lin Shen didn't even look up, curling his lips in disdain. "What's money worth? If you don't have strength, no matter how much money you have, it's just for others to collect. One day, if some blind fool robs you, you won't even have a place to cry. Hey, you're lecturing me now. Huang Tianba was momentarily taken aback by his words, then burst into laughter. All right, you're right. I was just joking, don't be so serious. Lin Chen used a small knife to slice the meat, checking the doneness, then said, all right, since we're out here, let's not just wait a few more minutes, it'll be ready soon. That sounds great. I'm getting hungry too. Huang Tianba rubbed his hands together, looking expectant. A few minutes later, Lin Chen brushed on the last layer of secret sauce, clapped his hands, and announced loudly, it's time to dig in. As soon as he finished speaking, the few who had been waiting impatiently rushed over with loud cries. Lin Fei and Tian, when both simpletons were like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, each grabbing the most charred and fragrant wolf leg, not caring about the heat, they stuffed it into their mouths and began to gnaw. The spaceship steadily sped through the clouds. On the deck, the group raised their cups and exchanged pleasantries, feasting joyfully. The scene was even more boisterous than during the New Year. Time flew by in this eating and drinking, and soon it was the next morning. Lin Shan was leaning against the rail, burping and picking his teeth, enjoying the rapidly passing scenery, when a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the side of the spaceship. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. It was a spaceship larger than theirs, entirely silver with a more sci-fi and aggressive design. In the cockpit, Huang Tianba also noticed the other ship. He glanced at the blue crescent emblem on its hull and raised an eyebrow. Oh, isn't that the ship from the Blue Dream Academy? What a coincidence. Lin Chen also leaned over, looking towards the deck of the other ship, and indeed he recognized a few familiar faces. It was the two top talents from Blue Dream Academy, Chu Mingyao and Zhou Hanyu, whom he had seen during the last academy competition. City Lord, are the other academies also going to the front lines for training? Of course, Huang Tianba nodded, looking entirely unsurprised. Anyone confident in their strength can apply to go to the front lines. Though that place is dangerous, there are many opportunities. It's a true training ground for geniuses. Those two young ladies across there are probably treasures of their academy, not weak at all. Not weak. Lin Shan stroked his chin and chuckled. I've seen them in the competition. They can really fight. While he was mumbling, Huang Tianba had already walked to the edge of the deck, gathering his breath and shouting towards the opposite spaceship. Hey, Zhao, the beautiful lady. What a coincidence. Are you sending your academy's little geniuses to the front line to gain some experience? His voice was powerful, resonating clearly even from hundreds of meters away. On the opposite spaceship, a breathtakingly beautiful woman dressed in a light blue long gown, exuding an ethereal coldness, slowly stepped out. She was none other than Zhao Yue, the city lord of Qingfeng City. She glanced at Huang Tianba and replied in a frosty voice, City Lord Huang, it's good to see you. I didn't expect you to lead the team personally. How surprising. We're all the same, aren't we? Huang Tianba, unfazed by her coldness, became even more enthusiastic. So how about it? Would you like to come and taste the beast meat roasted by the #1 genius of Linhai City? The flavor, I assure you, is simply exquisite. One bite, and you'll crave a second. Zhao Yue merely shook her head lightly, saying, No need, we have to continue our journey. City Lord Huang, farewell for now. After saying this, she turned and walked back to the cockpit. In the next moment, the silver-white spaceship surged forward, transforming into a streak of light, instantly vanishing from sight, leaving no trace behind. TCH, that woman is still the same as before, like a 1,000-year-old ice mountain, showing no warmth at all. Huang Tianba watched her departure, curling his lips in disdain and muttering under his breath. City Lord, are you interested in her? Lin Chen approached, wearing a lewd smile that suggested he understood. What a nonsense. Huang Tianba exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his fur bristling in anger. I hid it so well, how did you see through it? With your little schemes you think you could fool me, yeah? Lin Chen scoffed, rolling his eyes. He patted Huang Tianba's shoulder and said earnestly, I've been through it all, seen countless situations, what haven't I encountered? Unlike you at your age, still a pure and single dog, turning red just from glancing at a beautiful woman. Single dog. These 3 words pierced Huang Tianba's heart like a venomous steel blade. Damn it, this kid's tongue is... Although he was indeed still a single dog and had a soft spot for the earlier Zhao Yue, he couldn't just say it in front of so many people. Do I not care about my dignity? Huang Tianba's face turned a deep shade of purple, trembling with rage as he pointed at Lin Shan, unable to utter a single word. Finally, he could only curse angrily. You brat just know how to spout nonsense. Go back to the cabin. I need to accelerate. If I don't hurry, the flowers will wilt. With that, he dashed back to the cockpit, not daring to look at Lin Shan again. In the next moment, the spaceship suddenly accelerated violently, the powerful thrust nearly sending several people on the deck flying off. Lin Shan watched the fleeing figure, grinning widely, feeling an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Letting that old guy show off in front of me all the time today, it'll make him taste the feeling of being left speechless. On the deck, the atmosphere grew a bit strange. Huang Tianba had a dark expression focused on controlling the spaceship in the cockpit, looking very much like a gambler who had just lost everything at the card table. Then Lin Chen approached the adjacent window of the cockpit and said, "City Lord, I must say," Lin Chen finally couldn't hold back raising his voice, "don't be so hard on yourself. As the saying goes, there are plenty of fish in the sea, oh why cling to just one flower? Look at Zhao Yuera from earlier, she is all right in appearance, but her temperament is as cold as an ice mountain. It's clear she won't be easy to pursue. In my opinion, you might as well change your target, perhaps the next one will work out." "What do you know?" Huang Tianba's impatient voice came from the cockpit. "You haven't even grown hair yet, what do you know about love?" "How could I not know?" Lin Chen retorted confidently, walking to the cockpit door, leaning against the door frame, and pointed at himself. "I, Lin Chen, a veteran in the love game, have seen countless women. With those few lines you just tried to use to flirt, I could tell, just by pointing my toe, that it would be a failure. There's no technique involved, it's too basic." Exactly. Lin Fei joined in, looking like a sycophant. "City Lord, I'm not saying this to bring you down, but your approach is just too outdated. What era is it now, still using roasted meat as a pickup line? You should just throw a black card at her and domineeringly tell her, 'Lady, I've contracted all the beasts here for you.' That's what being cool is. Get lost." Huang Tianba nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You two little bastards, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll throw you off the spaceship right now, eh?" "Uncle, don't be angry now." Zhou Qianru also approached, wrapping her arm around Huang Tianba's, her expression innocent and naive. "I think Lin Chen has a point. You've pursued Aunt Zhao for so many years, every time it's been your warm face against her cold shoulder. She has never given you a good look. I say you might as well listen to Lin Chen and pursue someone else. Look at our teacher Chen Yan from Xingchen Academy. She's beautiful, has a great figure, and is gentle with people. Isn't she much better than that ice block?" Puffed. Huang Tianba truly couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the... He pointed at these unruly fellows, trembling with rage, unable to say a word for a long time. "This is a calamity. Truly a calamity. Am I bringing a ship full of ancestors with me? Get the hell out of here." Huang Tianba yelled with all his might, then suddenly pushed the control stick. Vroom. The tail of the spaceship erupted with an even more brilliant blue flame, instantly increasing its speed to a new level, transforming into a streak of light vanishing into the clouds. A day later, as the speed of the spaceship gradually slowed, everyone was left utterly shocked by this. A magnificent giant wall, indescribable in words, entirely forged from pitch-black metal, lay before them, like a colossal black dragon coiled on the earth, stretching endlessly across the horizon. On the wall, every kilometer, stood a menacing giant cannon capable of shattering mountains, its muzzle shimmering with a chilling azure light. Countless ships of various sizes buzzed around like industrious worker bees, powerful auras soaring into the sky, leaving brilliant trails in their wake. A mix of the smells of gunpowder, blood, and metal filled the air, overwhelming everyone, and making it feel as if a massive stone was pressing on their chests, rendering their breathing somewhat difficult. Is this the front line of Zhongdu? Lin Fei gazed at the myth-like scene, so shocked he could... "Welcome to Zhongdu." Huang Tianba's voice was somewhat hoarse and grave. The spaceship descended slowly into a massive air dock behind the giant wall. Huang Tianba approached a counter covered by an energy shield and handed in a document. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged officer with a grotesque scar on his face, looking as if he had just crawled out of hell. He took the document, glanced at it, then raised his head, scanning Lin Chen and the others with his murky yet piercing eyes. "From Linhai City." The officer's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing together. "Another group of sheltered flowers. I hope you don't end up losing your lives in the first week." "Don't worry, Uncle," Lin Chen stepped forward with a grin. "We're here to cut grass, not to become fertilizer." The officer was momentarily taken aback by Lin Chen's irreverent address. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he said nothing further. Instead, he operated the computer for a moment and tossed out a shimmering data chip. "Novice Camp Area 9. Your accommodation and first mission are on there. Let's go." Huang Tianba took the chip, nodded to the officer, and led the group towards the so-called novice camp. Half an hour later, the group stood in front of rows of shabby dormitories made from converted metal containers, glancing at each other in disbelief. "What the hell?" Lin Fei was the first to explode, pointing at the room that looked no different from a construction site dormitory, with a face full of incredulity. "You can't be serious. We're living in these broken tin boxes. Having a place to stay is already good enough." Huang Tianba shot him an annoyed look. "This is the front line, not your... Hurry up, one room for men, one for women. Put your things away and check your mission." The group grumbled internally, but dared not say more, only holding their noses and accepting it. Lin Chen opened the data chip, and a line of cold text instantly appeared before everyone. "First mission, wall maintenance section, C Area 9. Mission content: clean the residual blood and corrosive slime of the demon beasts on the wall." "What the hell?" After all this, we're just here to be cleaners. Lin Fei broke down again, feeling his worldview shattered like never before. Even the usually calm Tian Wen looked utterly bewildered at this moment. Huang Tianba sighed and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. This is the rule. Every newcomer must start from the most basic tasks. Huang Tianba sighed and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. This is the rule. Every newcomer must start from the most basic tasks. Battlefield. Fine, Lin Chen could only shrug helplessly. The few of them received specialized tools and took the lift up to the towering wall hundreds of meters high. As soon as they stepped onto the wall, a strong, inescapable smell of blood mixed with the foul stench of rotting demon beast corpses assaulted them, making a few girls nearly vomit on the spot. As far as the eye could see, beyond the wall lay a vast expanse of scorched earth, where countless bizarre corpses of demon beasts were piled like trash beneath the wall, forming a nauseating mountain of carcasses and blood. Damn, this is truly spectacular, Lin Chen said, looking at the hellish scene, unable to suppress a smirk. The group forced themselves to endure the discomfort and began using special shovels and high-pressure water guns to clean the dried and blackened blood and slime off the wall. The work was dirty, tiring, and incredibly nauseating. Just when they were feeling exhausted, a loud, arrogant sound of footsteps approached from nearby. Another group of youths looking to be around the same age as them, but clearly equipped with superior gear, swaggered over with expressions of disdain. The leading youth in white had a handsome appearance, but his gaze was condescending, as if looking at trash. He glanced at Lin Chen and the others who were laboriously scraping the wall, a smirk of unabashed mockery creeping onto his lips. Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out the cleaning squad is on duty today. I say you lot be a bit quicker with your hands and feet, and clean up the smell from the wall, lest it wafts over to us heroes who are here to slay enemies. Lin Fei's explosive temper flared up immediately. He dropped the shovel in his hand and pointed his finger at the white-clad youth's nose, shouting, "Who the hell are you calling the cleaning squad? Watch your mouth." What? Did I say something wrong? The youth in white chuckled disdainfully, waving his folding fan full of self-importance. Aren't you here to clean? Our talents from Hao City are here to hunt demon beasts and defend the country, unlike you worthless ones who can only scrape walls. Lin Chen reached out to hold back the nearly exploding Lin Fei, leisurely walking over, digging into his ear, and smiling at the white-clad youth. Scraping the wall is far better than becoming wall paste later on. Looking at you with your delicate skin, I bet a demon beast would take one bite, and you'd be nothing but a puddle of mush on the wall. We'd have to come pick up your remains, which would be quite troublesome. You're asking for death. The white-clad youth trembled with rage, and his group of lackeys immediately drew their weapons. Just as both sides were on the verge of a confrontation, a piercing alarm sounded loud enough to shatter eardrums, echoing throughout the entire wall. Woo woo woo, warning. Warning. The high-altitude defense barrier in Area 9 has been breached. Flying demon beasts have infiltrated. Repeat. Flying demon beasts have infiltrated. As the words faded, dozens of demon beasts resembling bats with wings spanning over 10 meters and covered in bone armor shrieked as they dove down from a gap in the sky, targeting the very area they occupied. Fourth-tier demon beasts, bone-winged night bats. The so-called geniuses from Hao City turned pale when they saw the swarm of demon beasts closing in their faces, white as sheets, barely able to hold onto their weapons. Quick! Form up quickly. The white-clad youth screamed, his voice filled with unmistakable. His lackeys were thrown into chaos, and one unfortunate fellow had yet to react before a diving bone-winged night bat clawed his shoulder and screamed as he was lifted into the air. Help! Help me! The shrill scream lasted only a few seconds before abruptly stopping, as the unfortunate fellow's body was instantly torn to shreds by several demon beasts in midair, blood raining down. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. Lin Chen looked at the disorganized Hao City team with disdain. He turned his head and saw his own teammates, though somewhat tense, still standing straight. A confident smile appeared on his face. All right, warm-up is over, time to get to work. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, as if carrying a soothing magic. Lu Shuiyu and Xiao Xiao take the left flank, use ranged attacks to harass them, don't let them get close. Zhou Qianruyu and Tian Wen take the right flank, use lightning and heavy punches to knock down any that charge at us. Lin Fei. Yes. Lin Fei instinctively straightened his back. You just stay behind me, don't run around. Anyone who dares to charge over you are responsible for the finishing blow. Do you understand? Understood. Lin Chen methodically assigned the tasks, watching the approaching swarm of demon beasts, his lips curled into a cruel arc, and the unparalleled sword in his hand slowly unsheathed with a clang. Brothers, let's get to work. With a command from Lin Chen, the entire team sprang into action, their response speed akin to pressing the fast. Lu Shui's unparalleled sword unsheathed with a sharp clang, the blade tracing a brilliant silver arc in the air. She chose not to confront directly, but moved gracefully like a butterfly weaving a net of sword shadows before her, completely sealing the left flank. The bone-winged night bats attempting to break through from the left were instantly shredded into pieces by the omnipresent fierce sword energy the moment they drew near, not even able to let out a cry. Wang Xiaoxiao closely followed behind Lu Shui, her once clear eyes now deep and profound icy blue light swirling within them. The moment the Ice Extreme Demon Eye activated, the lightning-fast movements of the beasts appeared to her as though they were in slow motion, each flap of their wings and every angle of their turns crystal clear. With a flick of her small hand, dozens of ice spikes formed from extreme cold materialized out of thin air, resembling cruise missiles, with eyes piercing through the air, with a sharp whoosh accurately targeting the vital spots of the bone-winged night bats. Puff, puff, puff. A series of muffled sounds erupted as ice spikes penetrated flesh. Several bone-winged night bats had no time to react before their heads exploded or their wings froze, screaming as they plummeted from the sky. The battlefield on the right was an entirely different scene. Tian, one with a physique like an iron tower, stood firm like a wall of copper and iron at the forefront. His fists were tightly clenched, the power of the Savage King body, pushed to the limit, each punch released with terrifying force capable of shaking mountains, smashing the fearless bone-winged night bats one after another, leaving them broken and bloodied. Zhou Qianru stood behind him, unleashing the full power of the heavenly thunder sacred body. Her hands crackled with lightning, thick purple bolts resembling furious thunder dragons roared from her palms, electrocuting the unfortunate souls blocked by Tian, when causing them to fall from the sky, charred and emitting plumes of black smoke. One focused on defense, the other on offense. They worked in perfect harmony, ensuring the right flank was as solid as a fortress. The so-called geniuses of Haoyue City were utterly dumbfounded at this moment. They gaped in shock, staring blankly at this myth-like spectacle before them, their minds blank. The young man in white was so terrified that he dropped his folding fan, his mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a single word. What is this cleaning team? This is clearly a group of monsters risen from hell. Two delicate beauties, one with divine swordsmanship, the other with deadly hidden weapons, slaughtering beasts as if chopping vegetables. The two seemingly honest and robust men, one with unparalleled strength and the other controlling lightning, were utterly terrifying. How is anyone supposed to survive this? Just as they were questioning their lives, Lin Chen finally made his move. He glanced at the few bone-winged night bats that had breached the defenses and were charging at him, curling his lip in disdain. So annoying. He couldn't even be bothered to use his skills, simply infusing a trace of martial energy into the long sword in his hand, then casually swinging it. Whooshed! A seemingly ordinary sword light shot across like a meteor, streaking through the night sky. The arrogant fourth-tier beasts didn't even let out a sound before their massive bodies silently split in midair, transforming into a rain of blood that fell down. My day! The young man in white was so shocked by this scene that he fell to the ground, warmth spreading in his pants. What kind of monster is this kid? Lin Fei followed behind Lin Chen, appearing utterly nonchalant. He watched the beasts that Lin Chen had dispatched with a single sword and shrugged, a look of casual arrogance on his face. Sigh, when Brother Chen takes action, not even a drop of soup is left for me. How boring. If this remark were heard by the people of Haoyue City, they would likely be furious to the point of spitting blood. The battle did not last long. Under the combined efforts of these several freaks, the dozens of bone-winged night bats were slaughtered cleanly, without even a ripple. The entire process was smooth and swift, taking no more than 10 minutes. When the last beast was struck to char by Zhou Qianru's lightning, tranquility returned to the city wall. Lin Chen sheathed his sword, brushed off the dust from his hands, turned to the group of petrified geniuses from Haoyue City, and grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. All right, the beasts have been cleaned up. You heroes can continue your patrol now. Oh, by the way, do you need us cleaners to help you change your diapers? Puff. One student from Haoyue City was so enraged by Lin Chen's words that he spat out a mouthful of old blood, his head tilting as he fainted. The others were also pale-faced, looking at Lin Chen as though he were a demon crawling out of hell, filled with endless fear. They finally understood that the person who said he came to mow the grass was not bragging at all. Just then Huang Tianba appeared in front of everyone, as if teleporting. He glanced at the ground littered with beast corpses, then at Lin Chen and the others, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Well done. He then turned his gaze to the people of Haoyue City, his expression darkening in an instant. A terrifying pressure belonging to a martial king erupted. Which city are you from? Who led your team? With such strength you dare to come to the front lines. You're simply embarrassing humanity. The young man in white trembled in fear, crawling on his knees as he stammered, Senior, please spare me. We are from Haoyue City. I am the son of the city lord. Haoyue City. Huang Tianba frowned. Isn't that the place known for its soft-spoken fellows, the son of Li Bapi? Just as expected, like father, like son, a bunch of useless trash. Now all of you get lost. Go back and tell Li Boppy that his son wet his pants in front of me, and he'd better prepare a generous gift to personally come to Linhai City to apologize. Otherwise I will personally go to Haoyue City and have a good chat with him about life. Yes, yes, yes. We'll leave. The young man in white felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, crawling away with his equally frightened lackeys disappearing in a flash. After they left, Huang Tianba turned to Lin Chen, scolding with a smile. You brat, you really can't stay calm wherever you go. But well done. That Li Boppy and I haven't gotten along for years, and today I finally relieved some of my anger. Just a small matter. Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. City Lord, since the job is done, does that mean we no longer need to play cleaners? Do what? Huang Tianba shot him a glare. With your strength you don't need to do such rough work. Go back. In a few days there will be hard battles for you to fight. As soon as everyone sat down, Lin Fei collapsed onto the hard iron bed, which felt as solid as stone, like a lazy man, without bones, groaning weakly. What the hell is this, even human work? I never swept the floor at home, and now I've been scraping wall plaster here all afternoon. My hands are almost blistered. Lin Chen shot him a glare, irritated. With your delicate appearance you really need to toughen up. I think this place is quite good, it's grounded, and will let you experience what human suffering is like. Tianwen chuckled beside him, feeling exhilarated by the afternoon's battle. Brother Chen, you're amazing. Tianwen gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Those few moves just now were simply stunning. In just a few moves you dealt with that bunch of brutes. It was incredibly satisfying. Lin Chen waved his hand, dismissively, looking nonchalant. Just routine work, nothing to mention. While a few of them were boasting, the previously heard alarm, sharp enough to tear through eardrums, suddenly blared throughout the entire frontline base again. Moreover, this time the sound was more chilling and urgent than any previous instance. Woo woo woo. Warning. Warning. The outer barrier of the northern district has been breached. A large amount of high-level beast energy detected. Repeat. The outer barrier of the northern district has been breached. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed through every corner of the base. Damn. Here we go again. Lin Fei jumped up from the bed, startled. Before everyone could react, a terrifying wave of energy surged from the distant northern horizon. In the sky there it seemed as if a giant hole had been torn open, with countless black dots pouring in like locusts through the breach. Hundreds of demon beasts exuding a fourth-tier aura. Dozens of even more fearsome fifth-tier demon beasts. Moreover, at the rear of the horde, 5 massive figures as large as small mountains radiated a terrifying pressure that could make even martial kings tremble. 5 sixth-tier demon beasts. Damn it, have we poked the hornet's nest of the demon beasts? Huang Tianba figure appeared in the sky over the dormitory area, his face paling at the sight of the overwhelming horde. Don't just stand there. Get ready for battle. Lin Chen shouted, snapping the stun group back to reality. He pulled everyone close, his expression unusually serious, and quickly began assigning tasks. The situation has changed, so listen up. Lin Fei, Tianwen. You two with your tough skin form a team. Just clear out those fourth-tier nuisances on the perimeter. Remember, don't get greedy, your lives are the priority. Yes, Brother Chen, the two replied in unison. Xiao 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 Shua Qianru. You three will deal with those fifth-tier ones. What a... Zhou Qianru's face changed as she heard this. You want us to take on the fifth-tier ones? Are we capable of that? What's there to worry about? Lin Chen shot her a sideways glance, curling his lip. Lu Shui is now a martial sect master. With her around, what's there to fear? Besides, Lin Chen raised his left arm, scolding the still-playing dead Qing Jiao. Quit pretending, get up and get to work. Roar. With a thunderous dragon roar, the little snake, which was only as thick as a wrist, swelled in size, instantly transforming into a monstrous dragon several hundred meters long, blocking out the sky. What the hell? Tianwen sat down on the ground in shock, pointing at the colossal being in the sky, unable to articulate his words. Xiaoqing, you don't need to do anything. Lin Chen pointed at the 3 girls who were now completely dazed, commanding loudly. Your only task is to protect them. If they lose even a hair, I'll turn you into snake soup. The Qing Jiao let out a low, pitiful groan, nodding its massive head before coiling around Lu Shui, Wang Xiao Xiao, and Zhou Qianru, shielding them securely beneath its dragon body. Just as Lin Chen finished assigning tasks and prepared to unleash mayhem, that annoyingly persistent system voice echoed in his mind again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the sign-in task, Lone Hero. Task requirement: independently slay all 5 sixth-tier demon beasts without any assistance. Task reward: heavenly grade supreme martial skill. 18 dragons subduing palms, system enhanced version. Lin Chen's eyes went wide at the sight of this reward, his breath quickening. In the next second he roared inside his mind. What the hell? 18 dragons subduing palms. And it's a system enhanced heavenly grade. This is the martial skill tailored for my pure yang divine body. It's incredibly powerful. Those flashy tricks before compared to this are simply not my martial skill. Let's do this. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't stop me from obtaining this martial skill. Two flames named Ambition ignited fiercely in Lin Chen's eyes. He no longer bothered with his stunned teammates behind him, and with a push of his foot he shot up like a cannonball, charging madly towards the 5 6th-tier demon beasts that had begun rampaging on the city walls. What the hell? Is that kid crazy? An officer fighting a 5th-tier demon beast on the wall nearly had his eyes pop out at the sight. He's going to take on 5 6th-tier demon beasts by himself. Isn't that suicide? However, Lin Chen didn't care what they thought. Hovering in the air, he looked at the 5 domineering beasts below, a cruel smile curving his lips. Prison of Silence Finger, First Finger. Prison of Heaven and Earth. With a roar, a gigantic finger formed from pure spiritual energy and seemingly capable of piercing the heavens descended with terrifying pressure that could imprison all existence and slam down onto the weakest-looking 6th-tier demon beast. Before the demon beast could react, it was firmly pressed by the giant finger, letting out a terrible scream as its massive body was smashed into the ground like a cannonball, suffering severe injuries and bleeding profusely. The other 4 6th-tier demon beasts were taken aback by this scene, their once arrogant demeanor instantly deflating, each looking at Lin Chen with fear, no longer daring to act rashly. What? Are you scared already? Lin Chen grinned, his face full of mockery. So what happens next? Second finger, shatter stars. No sooner had he spoken than another colossal finger, even larger and more solid than the last, slowly appeared in the sky, descending with the terrifying power to crush stars. Boom. A tremendous sound. The 2 6th-tier demon beasts that were relatively close didn't even have time to grunt before being ground into meat paste by that world-destroying finger. At this moment, not only the students and soldiers who were fighting desperately, but even the experienced teachers on the wall were left completely stunned. What the hell kind of martial skill is this? The power is simply absurd. 6th-tier demon beasts are like paper in front of him. What kind of monster is this kid? Far away, Tian Wen trembled with excitement watching the figure that resembled a deity. Lin. Big brother Lin is way too strong. 6th-tier demon beasts. Just like that, two are gone. Lin Fei remained calm, mimicking Lin Chen's demeanor, curling his lip with a nonchalant expression. This is just the beginning. What you see is just a drizzle. Brother Chen has plenty of hidden cards. As he spoke, he pointed a finger at a group of 4th-tier demon beasts rushing towards them. Prison of Silence Finger, First Finger. A slightly smaller but still impressive giant finger descended, instantly crushing the dozen or so 4th-tier demon beasts into mush. You can do this move too. Tian Wen's eyes nearly popped out. Pretty impressive, right? Lin Fei beamed with pride. Brother Chen taught me this. But my talent isn't great. I've barely managed to learn the first 2 moves, and am still far from the third. My skills are nothing compared to Xiao Xiao and Lu, who truly learned the good stuff from Brother Chen. He patted Tian Wen on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. So old Tian, don't envy them. Just stick with Brother Chen, and as long as you're loyal enough, one day he'll teach you a few secret moves. Tian Wen nodded heavily, clenching his fists, determination in his eyes. I've really found the right thigh to hug this time. I'll work hard from now on, and strive to get Brother Chen to teach me a few moves. The two exchanged a glance before once again shouting as they charged into the beast horde. On the city wall, an officer whose strength was not much different from Huang Tianba was left speechless as he watched Lin Chen effortlessly dispatch the beasts. Huang, City Lord, these young kids from Linhai City are way too monstrous, right? Even in the Central Plains you wouldn't find many this incredible. Especially that Lin Chen, he can actually keep 5 6th-tier demon beasts at bay by himself. Huang Tianba merely took a swig from his gourd, revealing a mysterious smile. Oldly, don't make a fuss. Even if 7th-tier beasts come, I reckon they'll have to stay here today. We can just sit back and enjoy the show. The officer was shaken, and his gaze towards Lin Chen transformed into one of awe. He said no more, instead focusing intently on the figure at the center of the battlefield, ready to fully appreciate this one-sided slaughter feast. As the last 2 6th-tier monsters were torn apart in a storm of blood, Lin Chen's figure slowly descended from midair, lightly tapping his toes on the ground to steady himself. He brushed off the non-existent dust on his body, let out a long breath, and smirked, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. What the hell is that? 6th-tier monsters. They are hardly stronger than 5th-tier ones, lacking any challenge at all. If the students still struggling against the 4th-tier monsters on the city wall heard this, they'd probably vomit blood from anger. Not far away, the remaining 6th-tier monster, a heavily armored earth dragon, resembling a pangolin, trembled in fear at the sight of its 4 companions being dispatched by a mere human, its large eyes filled with terror, wanting to flee, but too scared to move. Lin Chen cracked his neck, the joints popping like firecrackers, and beckoned to the terrified armored earth dragon with a devilish smile. Don't worry, you're next. He was too lazy to waste time with these beasts and just wanted to end the battle quickly. Heaven's Will 4 Symbols Technique, Second Form, Wrath of the Fire God. With a furious shout, the dissipated wind god's phantom reformed behind him, but this time its color shifted from azure to a blazing red. A fire giant more solid and more furious than the wind god's phantom slowly took shape behind him, the terrifying heat distorting and igniting the surrounding air. I swear. Another one. On the city wall, a teacher watching the battle dropped his telescope with a crash, shattering at his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in. What the hell is this monster? A holy tier martial skill with dual attributes of wind and fire. How many trump cards does this kid have? Amidst countless shocked, horrified, and incredulous gazes, Lin Chen controlled the fire giant and simply threw a punch at the completely stunned armored earth dragon. Boom. The massive fire fist slammed down on the armored earth dragon's proud and sturdy The once mighty 6th tier monster didn't even have time to let out a scream before its enormous body was reduced to ash in the extreme heat, completely vanishing from this world. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest Hunt 5 6th tier monsters. Ding. The martial skill has been issued and automatically cultivated to the perfected realm for the host. In the next moment, all the essence and secrets of this overbearing palm technique surged into Lin Chen's mind like a tidal wave, as if it were something he was born to master, instantly comprehended. 18 palms of the dragon subduing. Is this the system-enhanced version? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, nearly drooling. Not bad, not bad. This technique is simply a perfect match for my pure yang divine body. If anyone dares to challenge me, a single palm will show them what the dragon's regret truly means. Just as he was delightfully contemplating, a terrifying pressure 10 times worse than the combined might of the previous 5 6th tier monsters suddenly descended from the distant sky. In the sky ahead, it seemed as if a massive rift had been torn open, revealing a grotesque giant bird with a wingspan of over 100 meters engulfed in black demonic flames, and a terrifying serpent over 200 meters long covered in golden scales and possessing 8 heads, swiftly approaching the city of Linhai. My god! A 7th tier flame demonic eagle, and an 8th tier Yamada no Orochi. An old general well-versed in the ways of the world sat down in shock upon seeing these two colossal beasts, his voice trembling. At this moment, the entire battlefield fell into a dead silence, despair written on everyone's faces. Just then, 2 streaks of light shot up from the city, instantly appearing beside Lin Chen. It was the city lord Huang Tianba, and his most capable general, the deputy city lord, who also possessed the martial king realm. Kid, be careful. Huang Tianba looked at the 2 world-destroying beasts in the distance, his face paling to an extreme. One is a 7th tier beast, and the other is an 8th tier. This is a huge problem. He turned to Lin Chen, asking in a deep voice, "Can you handle that 7th tier beast?" Lin Chen casually dug at his ears, shrugged with indifference. "We'll find out if I try it right." "All right." Huang Tianba was momentarily taken aback by his arrogant attitude, then burst into hearty laughter. "What guts! No wonder I chose you. Just be careful, well handle that 8th tier beast." After saying this, he exchanged glances with the deputy city lord, and both shouted simultaneously, transforming into 2 streaks of light to confront the imperious Yamada no Orochi. Lin Chen turned to the stunned girls behind him and waved his hand. "You all step back. This black-feathered bird is beyond your capability to deal with. Don't create trouble for me here." Wang Xiaoxiao, Lu Shui, and Zhou Qianru, although worried, understood that staying would only make them a burden and nodded, obediently retreating to a distance. Lin Chen gazed at the approaching flame demonic eagle, his face showing no sign of fear, but rather an excited smile. "Beast, you came just in time. Perfect for me to test out the 18 palms of the dragon subduing I just learned. Pure Yang divine body activate." With a furious shout, a violent and scorching pure Yang power erupted explosively from his body. What the hell? This kid's aura, how has it become stronger again? In midair, Huang Tianba entangled with the Yamada no Orochi, sensed the unfathomable aura from Lin Chen, his eyes nearly popping out. This kid truly is a monster. He has developed his divine body to the extreme. He should be fine dealing with that 7th tier black-feathered bird. He relaxed, joining forces with the deputy city lord to battle the Yamada no Orochi. Lin Chen watched the flame demonic eagle, which was now within reach, and instead of retreating, leaped vigorously. Ice dragon soars. With a furious shout, 9 colossal ice dragons formed from ultimate cold roared forth from behind him, charging directly at the flame demonic eagle. The flame demonic eagle clearly did not expect that this fire-emitting human could unleash such a terrifying ice martial skill. Caught off guard, it was directly struck by the 9 ice dragons. The biting cold instantly froze, its wings engulfed in black demonic flames. Although it was just for a moment, it was more than enough for Lin Chen. The dragon's regret. Lin Chen shouted, explosively pouring all of his pure yang power into a vivid and lifelike divine dragon phantom composed of pure golden flames surged forth from his palm, carrying a world-destroying might as it slammed solidly into the chest of the flame demonic eagle. Boom! A deafening explosion. The roar of dragons and the cries of phoenixes intertwined as golden flames clashed violently with black demonic flames. The once mighty 7th-tier beast didn't even have time to let out a scream before its massive body flew back like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily into the distant mountains, causing a small mountain to collapse. Lin Chen slowly descended from the air, looking at the flattened mountains in the distance. He smirked with disgust. Damn, that was just too easy. I barely used the first move of my 18 palms of the dragon subduing, and you're already down. What a letdown. The students and soldiers who had been worried about Lin Chen were now utterly numb. What the hell did I just see? A dragon. A golden dragon. A 7th-tier monster. Just like that. Was killed with a single slap. What the hell? Where did this guy come from? A martial lord realm killing a 7th-tier monster with a single palm. This is something even storytellers wouldn't dare to make up. I've made up my mind. From today onwards, I will obey no one but Lin Chen the Great. He is my— As countless gazes filled with awe, admiration, and fervor fixated upon him, Lin Chen slowly turned around, his eyes landing on the distant Yamada no Orochi that was locked in a fierce battle with Huang Tianba, and his companion, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Next, amid countless gazes filled with awe, admiration, and fervor, Lin Chen slowly turned around and cast his gaze toward the distance. There the battlefield raged on, shaking the heavens and earth with the sun and moon shrouded in darkness. Huang Tianba and the deputy city lord were currently joining forces to besiege the colossal 8-headed serpent, unleashing various martial skills as if they were free, with thunderous roars echoing, creating a scene of chaos. However, the 8-headed serpent was indeed a terrifying existence of the 8th tier, with skin as tough as leather and flesh as thick as a mountain. No matter how the two attacked, it felt akin to a mere scraping, utterly ineffective. Roar! The 8 heads of the serpent simultaneously howled toward the sky, the terrifying sound wave sweeping out like a tangible shockwave, causing Huang Tianba and the deputy city lord to stagger back, blood surging in their veins. Its 16 lantern-sized eyes caught sight of the distant scene where the demonic flame rock was reduced to ashes with a single palm strike. For the first time, a hint of shock appeared in the once arrogant beast's eyes. What the hell? My brother of the 7th tier just perished like that. What kind of beast is that two-legged creature? It was obliterated with a single slap. What are we even fighting for? In that instant, the 8-headed serpent felt a surge of retreating intent. No longer eager for battle, all 8 heads opened their massive jaws, simultaneously unleashing 8 streams of horrifying breath of different colors and attributes, forcing Huang Tianba and the deputy city lord to retreat. Immediately after, its 8 tails, thicker than trains, descended like 8 towering pillars, carrying a terrifying force that ripped through space as they slammed down toward Huang Tianba and the deputy city lord. Not good. Retreat quickly. Huang Tianba's expression changed, grabbing the deputy city lord, their figures darting like phantoms, narrowly dodging this cataclysmic strike. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 massive tails crashed to the ground, shaking the entire earth violently, as if an earthquake of magnitude 18 had occurred, leaving 8 bottomless pits on the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 8-headed serpent abruptly twisted its enormous body and vanished into the void, leaving no trace. Huang Tianba stared at the empty sky, furiously cursing. Damn it. It ran faster than a rabbit. Gasping for breath, he approached Lin Chen, scrutinizing him up and down, his gaze resembling that of someone looking at a monster in human skin. Kid, impressive. A 7th-tier beast, and you took it down in a heartbeat. Compared to you, I feel like a useless piece of trash. Huang Tianba wore a helpless expression. It seems this frontline training was as easy as child's play for you, with no challenge at all. Lin Chen scratched his ear, curling his lip. Of course. I've almost become idle. All right, stop showing off. Huang Tianba rolled his eyes at him, exasperated. Since that's the case, this training session should be coming to an end. He'll give you a few days off, and you can have fun in Zhongdu, relax a bit. Once you've had enough fun, we will return to Linhai City. That sounds great. Lin Chen's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. After fighting for so long, it's time to treat myself well. Brother Chen, that's awesome. I want to go to the biggest arcade in Zhongdu and win all the prizes from the claw machines. Lin Fei exclaimed, excitedly popping out from who knows where. Lu Shui, Wang Xiaoxiao, and Zhou Qianru also wore expectant expressions, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Over the next few days, Lin Chen entered full vacation mode. He took his entourage around all the famous spots in Zhongdu. By day, they either shopped frantically at the largest mall or indulged in extravagant feasts at the most luxurious restaurants, living life to the fullest. That night, Lin Chen and his group stormed into the most upscale restaurant in Zhongdu, heaven on earth. Lin Fei, relying on his family's wealth, booked the largest private room and started ordering extravagantly from the menu, selecting everything from Australian lobster to Kobe beef, only choosing the most expensive items, acting like a newly wealthy lottery winner. Are you planning to bankrupt the restaurant? Lin Chen gazed at the menu, which resembled an imperial edict utterly. Brother Chen, you don't understand. Lin Fei replied smugly. This is what it means to be rich and willful. I'm treating for this meal today. Everyone feasted and drank freely. Anyone who dares to be polite with me is looking down on Lin Fei. Soon the dishes were served, filling the table to the brim. Just as they were about to indulge, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. Behind him followed 4 bodyguards that looked like sycophants, their temples bulging, their breaths steady, clearly masters of the martial artist realm. As soon as the young man entered, his gaze fixated on Lu Shui, Wang Xiaoxiao, and Zhou Qianru, scrutinizing them with unabashed lust and greed. Oh, where did these beauties come from? You all look quite exquisite. He fanned himself, wearing a self-satisfied expression. Why are you mingling with these country bumpkins? How about coming with this young master? I promise to let you experience what true high society is like. Lin Fei's temper flared immediately. He slammed the table, pointing at the young man's nose, cursing. Who the hell crawled out of which dung pit? What did you say? The young man's expression changed, the folding fan snapping shut with a loud clap. Do you know who I am? I am the heir of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Zhongdu, Wang Chong. How dare you speak to me like that? You must be tired of living. Wang family. Never heard of it. Lin Chen scratched his ear, curling his lips in disdain. Don't even mention the Wang family. Even if your father Wang Ba came, he would have to kneel and sing "Conquer" for me today. Uffed. Zhou Qianru couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, shaking with mirth. Wang Chong's face turned a deep shade of purple, pointing at Lin Chen, trembling with rage. You are seeking death. Get him. Break this kid's legs. And take those 3 girls back with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 bodyguards behind him grinned and closed in on Lin Chen. He'll handle this. Tianwen bellowed, suddenly standing up, his imposing figure blocking Lin Chen's path. You few misfits want to touch my brother Chen. You better ask these fists of mine if they agree. After finishing his words, he charged forward like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Bang, 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 bang. A series of dull thuds sounded, and the 4 arrogant martial artist bodyguards didn't even touch the corner of Tianwen's clothes before being knocked back, each receiving a punch from his massive fists, crashing against the wall, foaming at the mouth, losing consciousness on the spot. What the hell? So fierce. What kind of monster is this? 1 punch for each martial artist. With this power, he must at least be at the martial spirit level, right? Lin Chen leisurely stood up, walking in front of the now dumbfounded Wang Chong, patting his face with a smile. Now do you know who your daddy is? You. Don't come any closer. Wang Chong was so frightened that his legs went weak. He collapsed onto the floor, retreating continuously. My dad is Wang Ba Pai. You dare to touch me? He won't let you off. Lin Chen chuckled. Oh, that's great. He raised his foot, ready to stomp down on Wang Chong's head. All right, I'll listen to you. Lin Chen retracted his foot, wrinkling his nose in disdain. Scram, don't dirty me. Go back and tell your father that his son wet his pants in front of me, and he should prepare a generous gift to come personally and apologize. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to visit the Wang family and have a good talk about life with him. Yes. He'll leave right away. Wang Chong exclaimed, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling away with his already awakened but still dazed bodyguards. Brother Chen, are we just letting him go like that? Lin Fei said somewhat unwillingly. Isn't that too lenient? What's the rush? Lin Chen sat back down, leisurely picking up a piece of lobster meat and putting it in his mouth. A monk can run away, but the temple can't. Once we've had enough fun, we can visit his Wang family for a proper visit. Time flew by in this eating and drinking spree. On the 10th morning, Huang Tianba finally found the few who were dominating the arcade. All right, everyone, stop playing. It's time to go back. Sure thing. The group responded reluctantly, putting down their game tokens. Huang Tianba watched these few who were like untamed wild dogs playing with no thought of leaving, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Shaking his head, he led them onto a flying ship, whizzing toward Linhai City. Huang Tianba's ostentatious black starship carved a sharp arc through the sky, landing with such serene grace, it might have been strolling across its own backyard. Yet the deck below seethed with chaotic energy, boisterous, unruly, and utterly electric. Damn, Brother Chen, you're absolutely monstrous. Lin Fei, wide-eyed and gawking like a provincial bumpkin seeing the capital for the first time, circled Lin Chen several times, his gaze locked on him, as if scrutinizing an extraterrestrial creature escaped from a zoo. A 6th-tier, demonic beast. You slaughtered it on the spot, like snapping a chicken's neck. Spill it, what realm are you truly in? A martial lord? Or have you already ascended to the absurdly formidable rank of martial king? Tianwen stood nearby, stunned into silence. Scratching his head, he rumbled in his thick, gravelly voice. Brother Chen's strength is genuinely off the charts. I counted. Those several six-tier beasts didn't last 10 minutes combined under Brother Chen's hands. This level of combat prowess. Even my father would kneel and surrender. What do you two know about anything? Lin Chen lounged against the railing, one leg draped lazily over the other, a stray toothpick dangling from his lips. Calm, detached, utterly unruffled. What's this called? This is called power, do you understand? Power is everything. What does cultivation realm matter? You mortals could never fathom the world of true geniuses. His words landed like lightning bolts upon Lin Fei and Tianwen. Holy hell, Brother Chen, you've just delivered the most flawless arrogance I've ever witnessed. Lin Fei thrust a thumb high in admiration, then instantly crumpled into a pitiful grimace as he sidled closer. Brother Chen, when are you going to teach me some awe-inspiring martial techniques? Look at my pathetic spear art. It's no better than a fire poker. Even fighting a fourth-tier opponent leaves me gasped. Get lost, Lin Chen shot him a disdainful glare. Your amateurish skills haven't even grasped the third seal of the annihilation, heaven imprisoning finger, yet you dream of learning more? Come back when you can pierce a mountain clean through with a single fingertip, and then we'll talk. Dismissing the two clowns, Lin Chen wandered to a quiet corner by the ship's rail, leaned against the hull, and murmured inwardly. Hey system, open my stats interface. Let me see exactly where my combat power stands now. Ding. You insolent host, don't you dare call it stats interface. It's the personal interface. Ignorance is truly terrifying. The system's familiar cheeky voice chimed inside Lin Chen's mind. What the hell? Now you're getting snooty with vocabulary. Lin Chen seethed inwardly. Hurry up, no more chatter, open it now. In the next instant, a shimmering azure holographic screen, visible only to Lin Chen, unfolded before his eyes. Host Lin Chen, Cultivation Realm, Second Heaven of the Martial Lord, Physique, Pure Yang, Divine Body, Ancestral Dragon, Divine Body, Cultivation, Art, Heaven Devouring, Scripture, Emperor Rank Supreme, Grade Martial Techniques, Mountain Shattering Palm, Yellow Rank Supreme, Perfected Annihilation, Heaven Imprisoning, Finger, Heaven Rank Supreme, Perfected Frost Ice, Dragon, Sword, Heaven Rank Lower, Perfected Heavens, Wolf 4, Phantom Art, Saint Rank Lower, Perfected Sword, Splitting Heaven's Gate. Saint Rank Lower, Perfected 18, Dragon, Subduing Palms, Heaven Rank Supreme, Grand Completion, Passive Ability, 10,000-fold Chi Si. Lin Chen nodded in quiet satisfaction at the overwhelmingly opulent interface, then curled his lip in mild disdain. Damn. Second Heaven of the Martial Lord, still far too low. With this much power facing a truly exceptional martial king, I'd still be running for cover. Especially that 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Only Grand Completion. Hey system, did you slack off? Next time just grant full perfection outright. You shameless host, have you no dignity? The system snapped back furious. Heaven Rank Supreme Martial Art, granted Grand Completion outright, and you complain. Do you think this is cabbage sold at market? Take it or leave it, get lost. Fine, you win. Your word is law. Lin Chen sneered faintly and dismissed the interface. Clearly he needed resources, fast, to elevate his realm. Time slipped away amid banter and light. 2 days later, Huang Tianba's flamboyant starship descended smoothly onto the aerial dock of. As they disembarked, Huang Tianba clapped Lin Chen heartily on the shoulder and boomed with laughter. Well then, we've arrived. Everyone home, everyone to their mothers. Young man, if you've got time, drop by the City Lord's mansion anytime for a drink. Absolutely. Anytime, Lin Chen waved casually. Lin Fei and Tianwen, the pair of incorrigible fools, slung arms over each other's shoulders and strode off in another direction, shouting about hitting some upscale lounge to celebrate their triumphant return. Big brother, we're off first. Call us tonight. Yeah, go on, scram. Lin Chen waved them off, then turned and walked straight toward his villa with Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao. Yet barely had he taken a few steps when his comm device chimed. A call from Wang Xiaoxiao's mother, Wang Xiao. Hello, Annie Wang, what's wrong? Xiao Chen, I've returned from my hometown. Her voice carried weariness and resignation. You're back? Wonderful. We're just arriving at the villa now, you just wait for us at home. No, well. Her tone faltered. While I was visiting my hometown, a distant relative insisted his son accompany me to the city for opportunity, and no matter how I refused, he simply forced his way here. He's already at the villa now. He doesn't believe me when I tell him it's not our house. Lin Chen's brow furrowed instantly. He'd never met this so-called relative, but even a toe could deduce he'd be anything but trouble-free. Soon Lin Chen and the others reached the villa's entrance. The moment he pushed open the door, there sat a youth, roughly Lin Chen's age. On the living room sofa, clad in cheap mass-market clothing, hair slicked back, with greasy pomade radiating the swagger of a self-proclaimed urban trendsetter. He sat with legs crossed, arrogantly surveying the villa's lavish interior, smacking his lips audibly, like a country boy freshly dazzled by city splendor. Auntie Wang, who is this? Lin Chen's voice sharpened with unmistakable edge. Wang Xiao hurried out from the kitchen, her face flushed with apology. Xiao Chun, this is the cousin's son I mentioned. His name is Zhang Lei. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Lei rose from the sofa, strode toward Wang Xiao, and, struck what he imagined a suave pose, scanned her up and down, curling his lips into a condescending smirk. Well, if it isn't my beautiful Xiao, years apart. And look at you now, blossoming like a rare orchid. Those curves, that face. You must have found yourself a wealthy patron in the city, right? Even bought you this palatial villa. His words froze the air in the living room. Thick silence suffocating. Wang Xiao's delicate face paled instantly. Trembling with fury, she pointed at him, speechless. Lin Chen's expression darkened, cold, lethal, dripping with restrained wrath. He slowly walked up to Zhang Lei, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. I give you 3 seconds to swallow back those words you just said, and then get lost from here. Zhang Lei was momentarily stunned by Lin Chen's imposing aura. Then he sneered, his face filled with arrogance. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Get lost. Do you even know who I am? I'm Xiaoxiao's cousin. Do you believe that with a single word I can make it impossible for you to survive in this city? He didn't take Lin Chen, who looked to be around the same age, seriously at all, thinking he was just another poor relative of Wang. Lin Chen was amused by his words. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words on this fool, and simply raised his, You still want to hit me? Zhang Lei saw Lin Chen's movement, and instead of being afraid, he became even more arrogant, puffing his chest, and walking up. Come on, try hitting me. I don't believe that in broad daylight you dare lay a finger on me. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap resounded throughout the entire villa. Zhang Lei didn't even have time to react. His body flew backward, as if struck by a high-speed maglev train, crashing into the living room wall with a loud bang, then slowly sliding down, leaving a large imprint on the floor. His once handsome face was now deformed, half of his cheek swollen to a grotesque dark purple, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and several teeth missing. Now immediately get far away from my home. Lin Chen retracted his hand, his voice as cold as eternal ice. Otherwise next time you won't be able to walk out of this door on your own. You. Zhang Lei struggled to get up from the ground, pointing at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with resentment and disbelief. He couldn't understand how this seemingly frail boy could possess such strength. Zhang Lei, this isn't our villa. Wang Xiao finally snapped out of her shock, rushing in front of Zhang Lei, urgently explaining. This is Lin Chen's villa? He let us stay here temporarily for my mother's recovery. Do you think I'm an idiot? Zhang Lei covered his stinging face, completely losing his temper. How could a poor guy who looks like him afford such a big villa? I think you've been fooled by him. Why are you helping him speak? Listening to this fool rant, Lin Chen completely lost his patience. He walked over, directly grabbed Zhang Lei by the collar, and dragged him to the villa's entrance like a dead dog, then kicked him in the butt, sending him flying out. Bang! The villa's door was slammed shut with a heavy thud. Outside, Zhang Lei fell to the ground in a disheveled state, staring at the tightly shut door with an overwhelming sense of hatred. Inside the villa, Wang Xiao watched this scene, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. She walked up to Lin Chen, guilt and apology etched on her face. Little Chen, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect him to be such a person, and I certainly didn't expect him to follow me here and cause you so much trouble. Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, It's fine, Aunt Wang. This kind of person just needs a good beating. You don't need to worry about him. If he dares to come again, he'll break his legs. Wang Xiao looked at Lin Chen, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, only sighing as she turned and walked into the kitchen to prepare food for everyone. She truly felt bad. After all her hard work returning from the countryside, she had hoped to spend some peaceful days with her daughter, but unexpectedly, this reckless relative caused so much trouble. How could she face living here in the future? Zhang Lei had been kicked out, landing on the concrete ground outside, unable to get up for a long time, feeling as if his insides were all jumbled. He shook his disoriented head, a surge of fury rushing to his head, scrambling to the villa's entrance, and like a madman, he began pounding on the expensive-looking door with his mud-stained hands. Open the door! Open the door! Wang Xiao, you stinky girl. Open the door for me. And that pretty boy, if you have the guts, come out. He'll make sure to kill you. His shrill screams echoed through the quiet villa neighborhood, sounding particularly jarring and attracting many neighbors to peek out and watch the commotion. Inside the villa, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip water. Wang Xiao's tears were brimming, looking at Lin Chen with guilt and regret. Little Chen, it's all my fault for causing you so much trouble. I didn't expect him to be such a person. It's fine, Aunt Wang. Lin Chen waved his hand, signaling her not to worry, but in his dark eyes a glint of chilling light flickered. Beside them, Lu Shue's face was as cold as ice, her exquisite sword already half drawn with a clang, its sharp intent instantly locking onto the fool outside, still making a racket. As long as Lin Chen nodded, she would absolutely rush out without hesitation and turn that foul-mouthed guy into. This fool is really annoying, Lin Chen was irritated by his noisy voice. He had initially planned to go out and kill him, ending it all. But when he saw Wang Xiu's almost crying face, he suppressed that thought. Killing Zhang Lei would be easy. But how would Aunt Wang explain it when she returned home to face those relatives? She couldn't exactly say that her son was slapped to death for being mouthy, could she? Lin Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Damn it, why is it so hard to be a good person these days? Just then a brilliant idea flashed through his mind, a clever and ruthless plan that was bound to take revenge. He turned his head to look at the worried Wang Xiu, suddenly sporting an incredibly bright, even slightly cruel smile. Aunt Wang, don't worry. Doesn't this guy want to make a name for himself in the city? He'll find him a good place, and he'll make sure to set him up properly. By then, don't even mention wealth and honor. If he can come back alive to support you in your old age, that will be a stroke of good luck. Wang Xiu was taken aback by his words, instinctively asking, what? What method? Lin Chen smiled like a fox that had stolen fish, lowering his voice. I'm on very good terms with that old man, Huang Tianba, the city lord. Isn't this kid trying to become someone important? Fine. He'll just throw him into the city lord's guard and let him be a soldier training hard. With his current disposition, he'll be mercilessly drilled by seasoned veterans the moment he sets foot in the military. Forget wielding authority. He'll consider himself lucky if he manages to keep his bowels intact. That's an excellent plan. Wang Xiu's eyes lit up instantly. That boy is utterly unruly, desperately in need of discipline. Sending him to the armed forces will toughen his character through hardship, and one day he may even serve his country. Far better than idling about as a good for nothing. Then it's settled. Since Aunt Wang agrees, this matter is as good as resolved. Lin Chen slapped his thigh and turned toward the door. He yanked open the front gate and fixed Zhang Lei, who was still cursing aloud, with an impassive gaze. Stop shouting. Come inside. Zhang Lei recoiled at the sudden command. Spotting Lin Chen, his arrogant swagger instantly withered like a deflated cock, his neck shrinking inward as he fell silent, then obediently trailed behind Lin Chen into the villa. Sit down. Lin Chen gestured toward the sofa. Zhang Lei perched nervously on the edge of the cushion, barely touching it, his eyes darting wildly, uncertain what sinister scheme this ominous figure had in store. You've always dreamed of making a name for yourself in the city, haven't you? Lin Chen lounged back, legs crossed, speaking slowly. I found you an exceptional opportunity. What do you think? Zhang Lei blinked, then flickered with greed and wariness. Where? A sly, inscrutable smile curled at Lin Chen's lips. Needless to say, it's truly exceptional. Don't ask yet. Surely you're hungry. Let's eat first. Once you're full, I'll tell you everything. At the word eat, Zhang Lei's stomach growled audibly. His gaze swept over the lavish feast spread across the dining table, and then lingered on Lin Chen's expression of benevolent patronage. His lingering suspicion evaporated into thin air. To hell with it. Food first. Like a famished refugee, starved for 800 years, he lunged forward with a guttural cry, seized his chopsticks, and devoured the meal with savage, unrestrained gluttony. His manners were grotesquely vulgar, worse than Zhu Beiji gobbling ginseng fruit, making Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao recoil in visceral disgust, their appetites utterly ruined. Lu Shui's delicate face paled with fury, her hand trembled faintly upon her sword hilt. Had Lin Chen not silenced her with a sharp glance, she would have already severed that fool's head from his shoulders. Lin Chen watched her near-explosive rage and silently mouthed, Don't fret, don't fret. He'll weep. Having calmed Lu Shui, Lin Chen leisurely withdrew his phone and dialed Huang Tianba's number, deliberately within Zhang Lei's earshot. Hello, Lord City Governor. It's me, Lin Chen. He raised his voice deliberately, ensuring Zhang Lei heard every syllable. I have here a distant relative of my girlfriend's, just arrived from the countryside, and he's eager to find work in the city. I thought, since your office is short-staffed, you might welcome him as an attendant. What do you say? Lin Chen emphasized the word work with exaggerated weight and layered implication. Damn it, that little scoundrel's calling again. Nothing good ever comes of it. Huang Tianba instantly recognized Lin Chen's sardonic tone, the unmistakable harbinger of mischief. We don't hire idle playboys, Huang Tianba retorted brusquely. Oh, come now, surely not. Lin Chen chuckled. Rest assured, sir. He's exceptionally resilient and thrives on hardship. Don't spare him on my account. Train him however you see fit. Just don't kill him, that's all. Huang Tianba grasped the subtext instantly and burst into hearty laughter on the other end, agreed. No problem at all. I'll dispatch men immediately to collect him. Everything will be arranged flawlessly. Excellent. Then I'll await your delegation here at home. Lin Chen ended the call and turned toward Zhang Lei, still locked in mortal combat with a braised pork dish, and grinned. You heard that. Your elder brother secured you a position in the city governor's residence. Surely that's prestige enough. Really? Zhang Lei froze mid-bite, meat forgotten in his mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. A position in the city governor's residence. Would I lie, eh? Lin Chen scoffed. I'm Xiao Xiao's boyfriend. Why deceive you? Oh. Zhang Lei shot upright, scrambled across the floor, and nearly prostrated himself before Lin Chen. Big brother, I was wrong. Utterly wrong. I was a fool. I'm unworthy of breath. Please, great and magnanimous sir, overlook this rustic bumpkin's ignorance. Enough, enough, Lin Chen waved dismissively. Trivial matters, trivial matters. May your days in the city governor's residence be long and prosperous. His words rang with such sincerity that Zhang Lei wept with gratitude. An hour slipped away, devoured by Zhang Lei's ravenous feasting and feverish daydreams. Knock, 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 knock. A firm, measured rap echoed at the door. Lin Chen opened it to reveal a middle-aged officer clad in black military uniform, his stern visage and iron-willed aura radiating battlefield ruthlessness. Humph, Huang Tianba certainly knows how to select men. Lin Chen mentally commended him, then beckoned Zhang Lei from the living room. Boy, the delegation has arrived. Go with them. Yes, big brother. Wiping grease from his lips, Zhang Lei bounded out, turning repeatedly to bow deeply and heap flattery upon Lin Chen and the others. The greater his elation, now the deeper his despair would later be. He never imagined his coveted city governor's post meant assignment to the most grueling, perilous shock troops on the front lines as expendable cannon fodder. Their life grew harsher than that of a stray dog in the countryside. Each day spent cursing Lin Chen's ancestors to the 18th generation, unable to die, yet too broken to live. Watching Zhang Lei's jubilant departure, Lin Chen's lips curved into a cold, cruel smile. Turning to his equally satisfied comrades, he clapped his hands, serene, unruffled, unburdened. At last, the imbecile is gone. Peace restored. Let us hope he endures the military's relentless training. Isn't that far more satisfying than killing him myself? All nodded in solemn agreement. Well then, now that vacation offers no further distractions, Lin Chen stretched languidly. I'll visit the city governor shortly to inquire about pending missions or newly emerging secret realms. We'll form a team and venture forth. Growth blooms only amid relentless combat and perilous exploration. Agreed. Wang Xiaoxiao and Lu Shui chorused. We'll begin cultivation now. Go ahead, Lin Chen waved lightly. I'll cultivate for a while too. Early the next morning, Lin Chen yawned and crawled out of the soft sinking bed. The villa was quiet. Wang Xiao probably took Wang Xiaoxiao out to buy groceries, while Lu Shui had already rushed to the training room early on. Damn it, I'm so bored. Lin Chen wandered around the living room feeling like a retired old bureaucrat with nothing to do, utterly restless. He thought for a moment, in this coastal city the only person who could accompany him for some fun seemed to be that old rascal Huang Tianba. Alright, let's go find that old fellow and see if there's anything to gain. Lin Chen made up his mind, too lazy to eat breakfast, changed his clothes and strolled towards the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion looked the same as ever, with two imposing stone lions at the entrance and guards standing like telephone poles, making it quite intimidating. As soon as the two guards saw Lin Chen, their eyes lit up as if they had seen their father. They quickly straightened their backs and saluted him with a standard military salute, shouting, "Good day, Sir Lin Chen." Good, good. Lin Chen waved his hand, striding in as if on an inspection. Is the city lord in? I need to talk to him about something. Yes, yes. The city lord is currently in his study handling official business. Lin Chen nodded and walked towards Huang Tianba's study with familiarity as casual as if he were returning home. He could not even be bothered to knock. He kicked the door open and strode in boldly. Huang Tianba, who was focused on reading documents, was startled by the sudden kick, causing his brush to leave a long ink mark on the paper. What the hell? Which blind brat? He was about to curse when he looked up and saw it was Lin Chen, and he swallowed the rest of his words, shooting him an annoyed glance. Can't you be a little more civilized? Have I offended you? Sooner or later you'll break my door. Lin Chen chuckled, rubbing his hands together, and approached with a flattering smile, directly pulling out a chair to sit across from Huang Tianba, crossing his legs. City lord, I've been a bit tight on cash lately. Do you have any work for me? Something high in difficulty, dangerous, but with a particularly generous reward. Hurry up and give it to me. I'm really short on money these days. Or is there some secret realm about to emerge? Huang Tianba's eyelids twitched as he put down the documents and shot him a sideways glance. You really don't see yourself as an outsider, do you? Secret realms aren't like cabbages. You can't just say they exist. As for the tasks, how difficult do you want them? Just so you know, something too simple you won't be interested. Of course. Lin Chen slapped his thigh and said with conviction, don't even talk to me about anything under 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. It would just be a waste of feelings. Damn. Huang Tianba almost spat out his tea on Lin Chen's face. You have quite the nerve. However, you came at just the right time. Oh, I actually have a task that fits your requirements. He rummaged through a pile of messy documents beside him and pulled out an old-looking beast-skin scroll, tossing it on the table. You take a look. Lin Chen picked it up and saw a pitch-black flower with petals edged in a strange blood-red color, accompanied by a few lines of small text explaining it. Ghost Mother Flower. Lin Chen read aloud, "What is this thing for?" "A rare medicinal material highly toxic, but also essential for refining certain antidote pills," Huang Tianba explained. "A family in the city surnamed Zhang had their old man poisoned by some strange toxin, and seeing he is on the verge of death, they entrusted me to issue this task to find this thing." "What does it look like?" "It looks like this." Huang Tianba pointed at the drawing on the beast skin scroll. "All right." Lin Chen tossed the scroll onto the table lazily and asked, "What's the reward?" "I won't do it for less," he added. "The Zhang family has put in a lot to save their old man's life." Huang Tianba extended a finger, one of his low-grade spirit stones. "Deal." Lin Chen agreed without a second thought. "Even a mosquito is meat, I'll take it. But they have requirements. From the moment you accept the task, you must deliver the item within 3 days. If you take too long, their old man will probably be gone." "No problem." Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalant. "Don't say 3 days, even 1 day would be enough for me. But the Sunset Forest is so big, you'd better give me a rough location. Otherwise I'd be like a headless fly bumping around everywhere. That would waste a lot of time." "I've already asked about that for you." Huang Tianba pointed to a location on the map. According to their family's ancient records, the ghost mother flower prefers shadow and moisture, and mostly grows in the marshlands to the east of the Sunset Forest. Then it's settled. Lin Chen slapped the table, stood up. "Just have the Zhang family prepare the spirit stones. Within 3 days, I guarantee I'll deliver the flower to them. If I fail to deliver, just write my name, Lin Chen, backwards." "Good. With your word, I can relax." Huang Tianba nodded with satisfaction. Damn, this kid is really like a pie show, only taking in and not giving out. Finally, he turned to Huang Tianba and asked, "How did that kid I sent last time fare?" Lin Chen grinned. "How was it? Was he not killed by you?" "He didn't die, but he's pretty close." Huang Tianba chuckled, thinking about that kid's miserable state. When he first arrived, he was so arrogant, thinking he was going to be someone important. "And what happened?" Lin Chen continued. "After just 1 day of training, he collapsed like a dead dog on the training ground, barely missing frothing at the mouth. Now every day he does nothing but eat and sleep, dragged out by those old soldiers to train him to death. The cries are so tragic I can hear them from 800 miles away." "That's good." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "City Lord, you must handle this matter well. Don't hold back, train him to death, just don't let him actually die. People like him need a good beating from society, though otherwise he won't understand why the flowers are so red. You are truly ruthless." Huang Tianba smacked his lips, looking at him suspiciously. "From what I see, you two don't seem like relatives, more like lifelong enemies. You better confess, how did that kid offend you?" "It's nothing much." Lin Chen shrugged, looking disdainful. "I originally wanted to kill that fool directly, but considering the relationship with Wang Xiaoxiao's mother, it would be hard to explain, so I could only let him come here and be used as a waste." "Damn, you really throw all kinds of trash my way." Huang Tianba cursed, then chuckled. "But it's also good. I bring in more of this cannon fodder, and when a real fight breaks out, it can save many good young lives in our coastal city. Those second-generation rich kids relying on their family's wealth spend their days idle bullying others. If we didn't have these warriors to take the brunt for them, how could they have the audacity to act so arrogantly? All right, let's do it your way." Lin Chen waved his hand. "Everything will be according to the rules of the city lord's mansion. No need to give me any special treatment." Just as he was about to leave, Huang Tianba called him back, his smile becoming even more ambiguous. "Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you." "What is it?" Lin Chen emerged from the city lord's mansion, moving as swiftly as a rabbit. He didn't even bother to enter through the front door, instead leaping through the second-floor balcony and landing perfectly on the sofa in the living room, startling Wang Xiaoxiao and Lu Shui, who were engrossed in a melodramatic show. "You idiot! Are you a cat? Can't you walk quietly?" Lu Shui exclaimed, slapping her chest and giving him an annoyed glance. "This is called graceful movement, understand?" Lin Chen kicked back casually, plucking an apple from the fruit platter and taking a bite, mumbling, "Enough with that trashy drama, let's get to the real business." He quickly explained the situation. The city lord's mansion received a task to find a thing called the ghost mother flower in the Sunset Forest, rumored to be a life-saving remedy. The reward for the task is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000. Wang Xiaoxiao and Lu Shui exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones could elevate a genius's cultivation. A life-saving flower must be pricey. Lin Chen nonchalantly tossed the core of the apple he had finished, landing perfectly in the trash can. "However, for this mission, I'll be just a supervisor. Unless we encounter an 8th-level beast, I won't lift a finger. Consider it an opportunity for you to train, lest you end up like delicate flowers in a greenhouse, pretty, but useless." Lu Shui rolled her eyes, but remained silent, though the fierce battle intent ignited in her clear eyes. Wang Xiaoxiao obediently nodded. "All right, Chen Ge, let's show our performance this time." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and pulled out his phone, dialing Lin Fei. As soon as the call connected, Lin Fei's eager voice, reminiscent of a flattering puppy, came through. "Chen Ge, what's up? Are you taking the brothers to make some money again?" You've got a keen nose, huh? Lin Chen chuckled. Wait for everyone to gather at my place or I got a task, and it's a perfect chance for you to train. Is Tianwen with you? Yeah, we're at the internet cafe playing games. Lin Fei's voice was so excited it nearly cracked. Got it, Chen Gu. We'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lin Shun turned to the two girls and said, those two idiots will arrive soon. Get ready to leave directly. What do we need to prepare for? Lu Shui stood up, stretching her wrists. We can leave at any time. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. In less than half an hour, the doorbell rang incessantly. Lin Fei and Tianwen burst in like cannonballs, each holding half-eaten grilled cold noodles. Chen Gu, we're here. All right, enough yelling. Lin Chen waved his hand. Let's go. He walked into the yard, raised his left arm, and lazily called out to the seemingly ordinary jade bracelet on. Xiaoqing, stop sleeping. Get up and work. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying pressure from ancient times erupted violently from the bracelet. Roar. A dragon's roar powerful enough to shatter the heavens resonated above the villa area. A small azure dragon surged in size, with the wind transforming in just a few breaths into a 100-meter-long dragon covered in azure scales with two horns on its head, casting a shadow over everyone below. The terrifying pressure made the dogs in the surrounding villas too frightened to bark, all of them cowering in their nests with their tails between their legs. What the hell? Tianwen dropped his grilled cold noodles with a thud, completely stunned, sitting on the lawn with his finger pointing at the enormous being in the sky, his tongue tied. What the hell is that? A dragon. Godzilla. What dragon? Lin Fei looked at the azure dragon, still terrified, but having seen some things, he forced himself to appear calm, patting Tianwen on the shoulder with a look of, you're too young, and said, stay calm, stay calm. This is Chen Gu's pet, just a dragon. But Chen Gu said that once he finds those top-tier heavenly materials, it can evolve into a real divine dragon. Tianwen gasped, his gaze toward Lin Chen instantly shifting from shock to fervent admiration. Big brother, you truly are impressive. This mount is just too cool. All right, stop showing off and get on board. Lin Chen was the first to leap onto the dragon's back, waving to the dazed group below. Wang Xiaoxiao, Lu Shui, Lin Fei, and Tianwen snapped out of their daze and jumped up as if in a dream. There was more than enough room for 7 or 8 people on the dragon's wide back. Xiaoqing, target Sunset Forest. At Lin Chen's command, the azure dragon let out another thunderous roar, its massive body turning into a streak of azure lightning as it sped toward the Sunset Forest. The residents of Lehigh City were already accustomed to this scene. Many even looked up at the sky with interest, pointing and commenting. Look, that prodigy is out again. Tisk tisk, that mount is truly enviable every time I see it. I wonder when someone as formidable will emerge from Lehigh City again. The speed of the azure dragon was comparable to teleportation. In just 2 hours, the endless primal mountain range appeared before everyone. All right, everyone get down. Lin Chen jumped to the ground, looking at the forest exuding a dangerous aura, reiterating the rules. Lin Chen then waved his hand, and the massive body transformed back into a flash of light wrapping around his wrist as a bracelet. From now on, we'll charge straight in. I'll say it again, as long as no 7th level complete or near 8th level beasts appear, I won't lift a finger. Even if you're half dead, as long as you have breath left, you will have to get up on your own. If you encounter deadly danger, I will naturally save you. So for this training, unleash your potential and act boldly. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone replied in unison, their eyes blazing with fierce battle intent. Tian, when you're tough and resilient, lead the way. Got it. Chen Gu. Tianwen responded, pulling out a pair of massive iron gauntlets from his storage ring and putting them on, striding boldly into the depths of the forest. The group had barely ventured a kilometer when they encountered the first wave of unwelcome guests. 7 or 8 first-level beasts resembling wild boars, but significantly larger, the iron-skinned savage pigs, charged at them with red eyes. Come on, Tianwen shouted, charging forward like a human tank. He didn't even bother using any skills, simply swinging his massive fists, crushing the iron-skinned savage pigs, with fatal blows, blood and gore flying everywhere. The scene was bloody and violent, making Lin Fei's eyelids twitch. Damn, old Tian is really fierce. Lin Chen watched this scene with a satisfied nod. Though not very bright, this guy's strength was impressive and made for excellent meat shield material. The crowd surged forward, killing their way through. Tianwen was like a human meat grinder, leading the charge with his massive iron gauntlets, swinging them with ferocity. Whether it was a first-tier ironhide boar or a second-tier gale wolf, as long as they dared to show their heads, one punch would either splatter their brains or claim their lives on the spot. The scene was drenched in blood. Lin Fei had a much easier task, trailing behind Tian, one like a scavenger bending down to retrieve the still warm demon cores from the corpses of the beasts. Damn it, Lao Tian, can you lighten up a bit? Look at this wolf, you've turned its brain into mush. I can barely find the demon core. Lin Fei cursed while rummaging. Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao guarded the flanks. Their fighting style was Lu Shui's swordplay was sharp and ethereal, her blade flashing often, leaving a streak of blood. The demon beasts barely had time to scream before they fell lifelessly. Since awakening her Ice Phoenix body and Ice Extreme Demon, Wang Xiaoxiao's combat style had become increasingly bizarre. She barely moved. With a focused gaze, dozens of ice spikes appeared out of thin air, accurately piercing the vital points of the demon beasts, killing them instantly. Lin Shan was like a retired old cadre, hands in pockets, leisurely trailing at the end a blade of grass hanging from his mouth, looking like he was on an outing. Hey, you guys, can you speed it up? At this pace, by the time we find the ghost mother flower, that old man will probably be cold already. The others were speechless, internally complaining. Damn it, we're here risking our lives, and you're just sitting back watching the show, and even complaining that we're slow. Have some shame. Time flew by in this brutal exchange, and soon half a day had passed. As the sky began to darken, Chen finally spoke up. Alright, that's enough for today. Let's find a place to set up camp, and continue tomorrow. He pointed to a relatively open area of the forest not far away. That spot looks good, gets sheltered from the wind, and there's a stream nearby for water. Lin Fei Tian 1. Lin Shan called out to the two fools. You two go find a few blind first-tier demon beasts nearby, and bring them back. Tonight I'll show you a signature dish, a whole beast roast. Sure thing. Chen go. Lin Fei and Tian, when perked up at the mention of food, bursting with energy as they charged into the nearby woods. Damn it, all you think about is food. Lin Shan chuckled inwardly, then turned to the two girls. Alright, let's not slack off, let's start dividing the work. Lu Shui, you go set up a barbecue rack, find a few thicker branches, and just prop them up. Xiao, you gather some dry firewood, the more the better. What about me? Lu Shui instinctively asked. Of course you're setting up the barbecue rack, didn't I just say that? Lin Shan replied with a puzzled expression. Lu Shui was taken aback by his words, then reacted, her pretty face slightly flushed. So it turns out that when he said Lu Shui, he was referring to her. She shot Lin Shan an annoyed glance, but resigned herself to look for branches. Lin Shan, on the other hand, sat down on a clean stone like a lord beginning to rest. Wang Xiaoxiao and Lu Shui cursed him internally, but their hands didn't stop working. This bastard only knows how to boss us around. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Fei and Tian, when returned, each carrying a still-dripping demon beast, looking elated. One was a burly wild boar, the other a scraggly gray wolf. Chen go. Look at what we caught. Is it big? Not bad, just barely enough to fill our teeth. Hurry up and clean the skin and entrails and drain the blood, otherwise it'll smell foul when roasted. Alright. The two responded, took out their knives, and began processing the beasts. After another 10 minutes, Lu Shui had set up the barbecue rack, and Wang Xiaoxiao had gathered a large pile of dry firewood. Only then did Lin Shan leisurely stand up and walk over to the barbecue rack, nodding in satisfaction. Alright, you guys go rest, they'll handle the rest. Well, just watch you roast it, Lu Shui said, leaning against a tree, her sword in hand, speaking nonchalantly. Do as you please. Lin Shan placed the cleaned wild boar and gray wolf on the rack, started a fire, and began his professional barbecue performance. He skillfully rotated the rack, occasionally brushing a layer of secret sauce over the meat, his movements fluid, like flowing water, leaving the others nearby in awe. As time passed, the skin of the wild boar and gray wolf sizzled, turning golden and appetizing. A powerful aroma of meat mixed with various spices began to spread wildly from the barbecue rack in all directions. Damn, this smells too good, right? Lin Fei sniffed vigorously, nearly drooling. Even the usually aloof Lu Shui's throat moved slightly, her cold eyes filled with anticipation. How many surprises does this guy Lin Shan have in store that I don't know about? Alright, it's almost done and we can eat now. Lin Shan cut into the meat with a small knife, checked the doneness, and then waved his hand, announcing the meal. As soon as he finished speaking, the others, who had been waiting impatiently, rushed over with excitement. Lin Shan took out his knife, swiftly sliced the perfectly roasted meat, and distributed it among them. They didn't care about the heat, shoving the meat into their mouths, their faces glistening with grease, completely immersed in the feast. Damn, Chen go. Your cooking skills are insane. Better than a 5-star chef. Lin Fei mumbled through a mouthful of wolf leg. So delicious. Too delicious. Wang Xiaoxiao's face turned rosy as she ate, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lin Shan watched them devour the food with the enthusiasm of starving ghosts, smiling with pride. He took a sip of water, smacked his lips, and said with a hint of regret, if only we had a bottle of wine, it would be perfect. Big brother, I have some. Tian, one who had been focused on eating, suddenly looked up, grinning widely, and magically pulled out several beautifully packaged bottles of beer from his huge backpack. I bought these last night, while pulling an all-nighter at the internet cafe with Fei Go. I was planning to drink them back at the dorm, but you dragged me out here. Perfect timing. Lin Shan's eyes lit up instantly, slapping his thigh and laughing heartily. Damn, you're the best. In a crucial moment, we can always count on you. Come on, don't be shy, eat and drink. Lin Fei stared at the bottles of beer, his eyes almost popping out. He hugged Tianwen's neck, both loving and hating him, and scolded, "Damn you, Lao Tian. You kept such good stuff to yourself without telling me. Were you planning to hog it all?" "No way, Fei, go." Tianwen chuckled innocently. "I was just trying to surprise you." The group clinked glasses, feasting on meat and drinking. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. After a wild feast, everyone felt a bit dizzy. "All right, now that we're full, it's time to get to work." Lin Chen stood up, stretching lazily. "Later, let's find some sturdy wood to set up a simple tent for sleeping tonight. Otherwise, if we sleep out in the open and some careless beast drags us away at night, that would be hilarious." "No problem. Leave the heavy lifting to us." Lin Fei and Tianwen patted their chests, taking charge. "You guys go ahead, or we won't join you." Lu Shui stood up, stretching her somewhat stiff body. Lin Chen nodded at the two girls. "You should go wash up a bit at the nearby stream. Once we set up the tent, you can rest." "All right, we'll go wash our faces and feet, and be right back." Wang Xiaoxiao replied, pulling Lu Shui. Lin Fei and Tianwen worked efficiently, returning in less than half an hour with enough wood to build a small wooden house. The three big men pitched in, busily hammering away. After another half hour, a temporary wooden shed that looked simple but sturdy enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people was completed. At this time, Wang Xiaoxiao and Lu Shui also returned. Tianwen looked at the small shed, scratching his head, and said earnestly, "Big brother, tonight Tianwen and I will keep watch at the door. You three can sleep inside." As soon as he said that, the faces of Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao turned bright red. They exchanged glances and saw a hint of shyness and a barely perceptible delight in each other's eyes. They didn't say anything, just lowered their heads and hurried into the shed, finding the innermost corner to lie down side by side. Lin Shun watched their retreating figures with a grin, followed them inside, and found a spot next to the two alluring bodies, resting his hands behind his head and closing his eyes. The night passed without incident. The next morning at the break of dawn, Lin Chen opened his eyes. He glanced at the two beauties still peacefully asleep beside him, their serene faces resembling angels, a gentle smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He then quietly left the wooden shed. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the two fools at the entrance, one sprawled out, drooling everywhere, and the other entangled like an octopus, mumbling something about, "Don't run, my chicken leg." Lin Chen's face darkened immediately. He kicked both of them awake. "Damn, who the hell ambushed me?" They jolted awake like they had risen from the dead, bleary-eyed, staring at Lin Chen. "Stop sleeping. Get up." Lin Chen scolded impatiently. "You two are really something, sleeping like pigs in this danger-laden forest. You've got some big guts. Let's go move forward. We must find that ghost mother flower today. We need to make it back by afternoon. We can't wait for that old man to die before we get our 10,000 spirit stones." "All right." The group responded in unison, quickly tidying up before setting off on their journey once again. With last night's rest and the support of Lin Chen's secret roasted meat, which rivaled that of a 5-star chef, today's pace would be considerably faster. The group no longer walked slowly like yesterday. They pushed forward with such momentum that it felt like they were operating a bulldozer in God mode. Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao, one wielding sword energy and the other ice spikes, took the lead. The third and fourth tier beasts couldn't even touch the corners of their clothes, being instantly torn apart or frozen into icy statues. Lin Fei and Tian, when the two clumsy ones followed behind, one was responsible for delivering the finishing blows, while the other extracted demon cores from the still warm beast carcasses, creating a scene that was both gruesome and slightly absurd. "Ouch! Xiao, could you be a bit gentler? Look at this gale wolf. You blew its head off with one ice spike, and its brain matter is mixed with the demon core. It's disgusting." Lin Fei grumbled as he rummaged through the carcass, the stench of blood nearly making him vomit the leftover food from the night before. "All right, enough whining." Lin Chen made a face of disdain, saying, "We've been walking for nearly a whole day for such a short distance. It's slower than a turtle. Hurry up. If we don't reach our destination before dark, don't even think about dinner. Just gnaw on tree bark." The others were left speechless, inwardly cursing him. However, despite their grumbling, their pace unconsciously quickened a bit. After all, compared to gnawing on tree bark, Lin Chen's unparalleled roasted meat was far more enticing. Soon as the concentration of spiritual energy in the air increased, the surrounding trees grew taller and more menacing, and a faint chilling aura began emanating from the depths of the forest. "All right, everyone, focus." Lin Chen finally put aside his nonchalant demeanor, his expression turning serious. Ahead lies the territory of 6th-tier beasts. Those creatures are not as easy to deal with as the misfits outside. Some of them have lived for hundreds of years, their intelligence nearly matching that of humans, and they are extremely cunning. The group felt a shiver at his words, all nodding in agreement, gripping their weapons tightly as they continued towards the marsh. After about half an hour of walking, a damp odor mixed with rotting water plants and thick humidity hit them. Pushing aside the last massive fern, an expansive black marshland appeared before them. A layer of pale purple miasma floated above the marsh with large bubbles occasionally surging from the black muddy waters, bursting with a nauseating stench. In the center of the marsh, on a slightly firmer patch of land, a completely black flower, its petal edges tinged with a strange blood-red hue, resembling an outstretched ghostly hand, was quietly blooming. Ghost Mother Flower. Found it. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, but just as he was about to rush over, he was firmly held back by Lin Chen. Are you in such a hurry to die? Lin Chen scolded. Didn't you see there's a guard next to that thing? The group turned to look in the direction he pointed and saw a menacing giant snake over 50 meters long and as thick as a water bucket coiled beside the ghost mother flower, its body covered in emerald green scales, with crimson fangs flicking in and out, and cold, cruel, triangular eyes shining with malicious light. Be careful, Lin Chen said gravely. This is a 6th-tier latestage by Shui snake. This beast is not only tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, but also extremely poisonous. It's quite troublesome. Enough standing around. Who's going to be the first to test it? Consider it a warm-up. I'll go. Tianwen shouted, stepping out from the group, his simple face filled with eager excitement. He cracked his enormous iron gauntlets, grinning at Lin Chen. Brother Chen, let me try it out first. Let's see how tough this beast really is. With that, he kicked off the ground, fiercely charging towards the Bai Shui snake like a cannonball. The Bai Shui snake clearly did not anticipate that these two-legged creatures would dare to provoke it. Its massive eyes flickered with disdain and cruelty as it suddenly opened its gaping mouth, shooting a jet of deep green venom, like a high-pressure water gun at Tianwen. Tianwen did not dodge. He roared, crossing his arms in front of himself, and took the hit with his bare body. A sizzling sound rang out, and the clothes on Tianwen were instantly corroded, leaving 2 large holes, but the venom didn't even pierce his bronze skin. What tough skin! Lin Fei watched dumbfounded. The man and snake engaged in a fierce battle that could be described as primal hand-to-hand combat. Relying on his thick skin and strong physique, Tianwen launched a series of powerful punches, each strike shaking the very ground and splattering mud everywhere. The Bai Shui snake, however, capitalized on its agility, its massive tail whipping like a steel whip, sending Tianwen flying time and again. Yet each time Tianwen roared back, charging again, as if nothing had happened. This battle, akin to a desperate struggle, lasted a full half-hour. In the end, Tianwen made a critical error, and the Bai Shui snake seized the opportunity, striking him in the chest with its tail, sending him flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing dozens of meters away, spitting blood and suffering a complete defeat. Damn it, this beast is too difficult to handle. Tianwen struggled to get up from the ground, his face filled with unwillingness. All right, you rest for now. Lin Chen waved his hand, and then turned his gaze to Lin Fei, who had long been eager to try next. It's your turn. All right, watch me. Lin Fei, having grown impatient, shouted as he charged forward. He had learned from Tianwen's experience avoiding a heated confrontation. Instead, he pulled out the sci-fi-styled weapon Lin Chen had given him from a small storage ring and began a frenzied attack on the Bai Shui snake. Blue energy beams poured down upon the Bai Shui snake like raindrops. However, the Bai Shui snake's scales were extraordinarily tough. Those energy beams, capable of penetrating steel plates, merely sparked against its body, leaving no marks whatsoever. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the Bai Shui snake suddenly swung its tail, the massive appendage whistling through the air, striking him solidly in the waist. Bang! Lin Fei let out a wail, sent flying, rotating 720 degrees in the air, before crashing face first into the muddy marsh, tasting the sludge. Damn you, foul snake! You even have the audacity to get angry. Lin Fei pulled his head from the mud, spitting out the muck in his mouth, his face turning a deep shade of purple, completely enraged. Fine. If you refuse to accept my kindness, don't blame me for going all out. He took a deep breath, his hands rapidly forming seals, as an ancient vast aura slowly emanated from his body. Prison of Oblivion, first finger capturing heaven and earth. With a furious shout, a massive finger formed from condensed spiritual energy descended from the sky, forcefully striking down towards the azure water serpent. However, the azure water serpent merely glanced dismissively, its enormous tail swinging fiercely, and with a loud bang, the imposing giant finger was instantly shattered. Damn, is my attack that weak? Lin Fei was taken aback. You slippery snake. Lin Fei's old face flushed red as he formed seals once again, channeling all the spiritual energy in his body. Prison of Oblivion, second finger shattering the stars. This time the giant finger was much more solid than the previous one, its power significantly increased. The azure water serpent seemed to sense a hint of danger, no longer daring to act so boldly. A massive serpent head opened its gaping maw, unleashing a breath of eerie color that collided violently with the descending giant finger. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The enormous body of the azure water serpent was pushed back repeatedly by the ferocious energy and its seemingly indestructible scales began to crack, oozing traces of blood. Roar! The injured azure water serpent was completely enraged, its crimson eyes locking onto Lin Fei, letting out a thunderous roar as its massive body lunged at him like an arrow. Oh shit! It's really coming for me. Lin Fei yelped in fright, hurriedly dodging this lethal strike. He watched the frenzied azure water serpent gritting his teeth with a resolute expression. Alright, since you want to die so badly, I'll oblige. Let me show you my ultimate trump card. Prison of Oblivion, third finger, annihilating the gods and demons. He summoned all the remaining spiritual energy within him, without reservation, as a giant black finger thicker than the previous two combined slowly formed in the sky, exuding a chilling aura of destruction. However, just as the giant finger was about to take shape, Lin Fei's face suddenly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. The finger that seemed capable of annihilating worlds instantaneously collapsed like a deflated balloon. Damn it! I am out of spiritual energy. Lin Fei's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, his face filled with despair. Seizing this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity, one of the azure water serpent's heads opened its gaping maw of venomous fang, shooting towards Lin Fei's heart like black lightning. It's over. I'm done for today. Lin Fei, watching the approaching fang, closed his eyes in fear. His mind. Just when the fang was less than a centimeter away from Lin Fei's heart, a figure appeared silently before him. Lin Chen simply extended two fingers, effortlessly pinching the unstoppable venomous fang. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the fang, capable of piercing steel, snapped in response. After all that, this is it. Lin Chen shrugged, an expression of disdain on his face. Chen. Brother Chen. Lin Fei looked at the godlike figure before him, stammering. I thought I was going to die. Don't worry, you won't die. Lin Chen didn't even turn back, speaking indifferently. He turned around and waved to the two eager beauties behind him. Alright, stop dawdling, you two go together. Finish this quickly, I'm starving. Understood. Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao responded in unison, exchanging glances before transforming into two beams of light, charging towards the azure water serpent, which was still dazed from losing its fang. Wang Xiaoxiao led the charge, activating her Ice Phoenix body and Ice Extreme Demon Eye. Frost Dragon soaring. With her delicate shout, 9 gigantic ice dragons formed from supreme coldness roared out from behind her, wrapping around the azure water serpent from all sides. The biting cold exploded instantly, and the once mighty azure water serpent was unable to even struggle, instantly frozen into a gigantic ice sculpture. Then Lu Shui's figure appeared above the ice sculpture like a specter. Prison of Oblivion, first finger, capturing heaven and earth. A giant finger, thicker and more solid than Lin Fei's previous two, descended with the terrifying pressure of imprisoning all things, slamming down onto the massive ice sculpture. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. The indestructible ice sculpture, along with the azure water serpent inside, was directly smashed into the swamp, causing the entire area to tremble violently. Before anyone could react, Wang Xiaoxiao's second attack followed closely behind. She slowly raised her right hand as a crystal-clear ice lotus radiating extreme cold began to form in her palm, which she unhesitatingly hurled at the azure water serpent that had just crawled out of the mud pit. Buddha's Fury Ice Lotus. At the same time, Lu Shui's second finger was also prepared, shattering the stars. The ice lotus and giant finger struck the azure water serpent from both fronts. Boom! In a thunderous explosion, the once mighty sixth-tier latest-stage beast let out not even a complete scream before being reduced to a bloody pulp, its massive body crashing to the ground like a tattered sack, breathing heavily, clearly on the verge of death. Tianwen walked up from behind, raising his hand and striking down, shattering its head with a punch, swiftly extracting the demon core that was still radiating astonishing energy. Lin Fei then crawled to the center of the swamp, carefully harvesting the ghost mother flower, his face filled with the relief of having survived a catastrophe. Alright, mission accomplished, let's head home. Lin Xinyan summoning the Qingjiao once more. The group jumped on, transforming into a beam of light rushing towards the direction of Linghai City. Lin Shan said atop the Qingjiao, you all did the most work this time, let's split the ones of zero low-grade spirit stones evenly. Tianwen and Lin Fei replied, Big brother, that's too much. We only contributed a bit when you were fighting the first to fourth tiers. That was easy for us. In the end, it was the two sisters who took down that sixth-tier beast. Just let us take a little less. Lin Shan replied, don't overthink it, there will be more opportunities when we go out together in the future. Just take it without thinking too much. I told you to take it, so take it. The two finally said, thank you, big brother. The Qingjiao also sped towards the direction of Linghai City. The azure dragon tore through the sound barrier high in the sky, like a blue arrow shot from a bow, racing towards the direction of Linghai City. The mountains below rapidly transformed into blurred lines in their vision, The speed was so fast that Lin Fei and Tian, when two country bumpkins, were left in a state of astonishment, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a goose egg, with saliva trailing from the corners of their mouths like a long silken thread. In less than 2 hours, the majestic silhouette of Linhai City appeared on the horizon. On the city wall, a drowsy guard was startled awake by the piercing sound of the dragon's approach, and upon looking up he saw a colossal and ferocious dragon roaring towards them, the terrifying aura nearly causing him to topple off the wall. Enemy attack. A monstrous beast is attacking the city. He rolled and crawled to ring the alarm bell, his voice cracking. However, the guard captain beside him merely yawned disdainfully, patted the back of his head, and grumbled, "Enemy attack my foot. Are you new here? That's Lord Lin Chen's mount. Just get used to it and don't make such a fuss and disturb my..." The new guard, scolded into confusion, watched as the massive beast slowly descended outside the city, eventually transforming into a streak of light and disappearing, leaving his worldview profoundly shaken. Lin Chen entered with the group through the city gate, while Lin Fei and Tian were still savoring the exhilarating feeling from their previous experience. "Damn, Brother Chen, your mount is so cool. It's way faster than the city lord's broken airship." "Of course," Lin Chen shrugged with a nonchalant expression. "Once I have money, I'll feed it some good stuff to let it evolve into a true divine dragon, and then it'll take you all to soar through the stars and seas." Yay! The group continued to boast until they reached the city lord's mansion. As soon as the guards at the entrance saw Lin Chen, their reactions were more enthusiastic than seeing their own fathers. They stood straight as a rod, nearly grinning from ear to ear, skipping the formalities and welcoming them directly inside. Lin Chen was not polite. He didn't even knock, but kicked open the main hall's door and shouted, "City Lord, stop hiding and come out to receive guests. I've completed the mission. Are the spirit stones ready?" Inside the main hall, Huang Tianba was having tea with a rather plump middle-aged man, when Lin Chen's sudden shout startled him, causing him to spill his tea. "You little brat, can't you be a little more composed?" Huang Tianba scolded, then turned to introduce the middle-aged man. "Boss Chen, this is the prodigy I told you about, Lin Chen." The middle-aged man, referred to as Boss Chen, was indeed the issuer of this mission, Chen Fuguo. As soon as he saw Lin Chen, his eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up, excitement and anticipation written all over his face. Lin Chen, did you really bring back the ghost mother flower? Is there any doubt?" Lin Chen curled his lips and directly threw the pitch-black, eerie flower with blood-red edges from his storage ring onto the table. "Take a look yourself. Is this the thing?" Upon seeing the flower, Chen Fuguo trembled with excitement, carefully cradling it and sniffing at, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, It's it. It's the one. Heaven has eyes. My father is saved." He pulled out a storage ring that looked quite valuable and without hesitation shoved it into Lin Chen's hands. "A great favor is not to be taken lightly. This contains 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as your reward for this mission." "That's fair enough." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction after weighing the storage ring in his hand. Chen Fuguo took out another storage ring and handed it to Huang Tianba, gratitude evident on his face. "City Lord Huang, thanks to you for your assistance. This small token is just a token of respect." Huang Tianba was not polite and accepted it directly, laughing heartily. "You're too kind, Boss Chen. It was just a simple task." "Then, I'll take my leave now." Chen Fuguo, holding the flower, hurried off as if his behind were on fire, saying, "My father is waiting for this flower to save his life. Lin Chen, you must come visit my Chen family when you have time. The doors of my Chen family are always open for you." "All right, I'll definitely drop by when I have the time." Lin Chen waved his hand casually. After Chen Fuguo rushed off, Lin Chen leaned back, crossing his legs, looked at Huang Tianba, and grinned. "The Chen family seems to be truly wealthy. They just handed over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones without blinking an eye." "That's for sure." Huang Tianba took a sip of tea and explained, "The old man of their family has close ties with the military. During the beast tide, the Chen family contributed the most and is considered one of the guardians of Linhai City. If that old man were to fall, it would be a devastating blow for the Chen family. Even if it were 20,000, they'd have to grit their teeth to hand it over." "I see." Lin Chen nodded, then switched to a scheming expression, leaning towards Huang Tianba and saying, "City Lord, if there are ever more tasks for fools with deep pockets, don't forget about me. As long as the reward is sufficient, I won't hesitate to pluck flowers or poke a beast, but I can handle it all." Huang Tianba laughed heartily at his words, pointing at him with a bemused expression. "You brat, you've really fallen into the money pit. All right, they'll notify you first for any good opportunities in the future." "Great. We're off then." Lin Chen stood up, satisfied, and strutted out of the city lord's mansion with his stunned companions. As soon as he exited the mansion, Lin Fei approached like a dog with its tail wagging, rubbing his hands together, and with a sycophantic expression said, "Brother Chen, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. I've never seen so much money in my life. Shouldn't we celebrate? Celebrate." No way, first we split the loot. Lin Chen led the group directly to the most luxurious tavern in Linhai City, sitting at the largest table in the hall, without ordering a private room. In the astonished gazes of the surrounding patrons, he dumped the storage ring onto the table. Clang! 10,000 pristine low-grade spirit stones glimmering and radiating pure spiritual energy piled up like a small mountain on the table, the dazzling light nearly blinding everyone present. The entire tavern hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the mountain of spirit stones like they had been hit by a freeze spell, blankly gazing at the pile, their breaths quickening. What the hell? Is this spirit stone? So many. There must be 10,000. Did these people rob some family's treasury? Quick, go notify the manager. These people are definitely not to be trifled with. Lin Chen paid no attention to the reactions around him. He waved his hand and directly divided the pile of spirit stones into 5 portions. All right, 2,000 each, take it yourselves. Lin Fei and Tianwen looked at the mountainous pile of spirit stones in front of them too, excited to speak properly, hurriedly starting to stuff them into their storage rings, looking like 2 migrant workers who had just received their year-end bonuses. Thank you, Brother Chen. Thank you, Brother Chen. All right, no need for thanks. Lin Chen waved his hand, then put on a serious expression looking at the two. These spirit stones are not for you to waste on eating, drinking, or gambling. Use them to cultivate. If you can't keep up with your strength next time there's a task like this, don't blame me for not bringing— Yes, Brother Chen, we promise. We'll go into seclusion as soon as we get back. We won't leave until we break through. Lin Fei and Tianwen straightened their spines, promising earnestly. That's good. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand. Bring out the dishes. Today I'm treating. Eat as much as you want. After a hearty meal, Lin Fei and Tianwen, 2 simpletons, ran off to seclude themselves as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Lin Chen, on the other hand, returned to the villa with Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao swaying slightly. Lin Chen absorbed the spirit stone, feeling invigorated as if he had just undergone a comprehensive wellness treatment, with spiritual energy bubbling out from the crevices of his bones. He stretched lazily, his joints cracking and popping before swaying out of the cultivation room. The living room was empty, with only the television tirelessly playing a melodramatic evening soap opera where the female lead was crying her heart out. Damn, this is so boring. Lin Chen grimaced and plopped down into the soft sofa, casually grabbing an apple and biting into it with a crunch. It was almost evening, and Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao were still holed up inside, as if they were on the verge of becoming immortals. With such slow cultivation speed, how can they join me in conquering the world in the future? Lin Chen shook his head in disdain. After finishing the apple, he rummaged through the fridge for a while, finally finding a bottle of nearly expired soda, which he gulped down noisily, letting out a loud burp. Forget it, I won't wait for them. Just take a beauty sleep first. Lin Chen yawned and swayed back to his room, collapsing onto the bed, and within 3 seconds he was snoring. It was hard to tell how long he had slept, but the next morning the sun was almost blazing down on him, waking Lin Chen up with a strong wave of spiritual energy. Opening his eyes, he saw Lu Shui standing in the middle of the living room, eyes closed, feeling the surging power within her. A broad smile was uncontrollably stretching across her face, resembling a fool who had just won 5 million in the lottery. 5th layer of martial sect. Not bad, not bad. Lin Chen leaned against the doorframe, lazily commenting, at least you didn't embarrass me. Lu Shui slowly opened her eyes, and her cold gaze sparkled with unprecedented confidence. She clenched her fist, feeling the power that was many times stronger than before, her delicate face full of excitement. I feel like I could kill 10 versions of my former self with one punch. All right, stop bragging. Lin Chen waved his hand. Quickly go take a shower. You smell almost as bad as the beast I roasted 3 years ago that hadn't bathed. Lu Shui's face flushed at his words, realizing she was covered in the impurities expelled from her cultivation sticky and emitting a strange odor. With a scream, she dashed into the bathroom. Lin Chen laughed heartily just as he was about to sit down to watch some television. The door of another cultivation room, Wang Xiaoxiao emerged, looking much better than Lu Shui, clean and tidy, but with a hint of confusion and disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Chen Guai, I think I've reached the 5th layer of martial spirit. Wang Xiaoxiao's voice trembled. A scream of disbelief came from the bathroom as Lu Shui rushed out, towel wrapped around her, staring at Wang Xiaoxiao from head to toe, as if she were looking at an alien. What? Are you joking? Weren't you just at the 1st layer of martial master? How did you jump to the 5th layer of martial spirit in such a short time? Riding a rocket wouldn't be this fast. It's because of my divine body. Oh, it's a routine operation, Lin Chen said nonchalantly, as if discussing something trivial. If you also had a divine body, you might have caught up with me by now. Lu Shui was momentarily speechless, her face alternating between shades of green and white. Finally, she shot him a fierce glare before turning back into the bathroom, slamming the door like thunder. Damn it, so what if it's a divine body? What's so great about it? My holy body is not inferior. Lin Chen looked at her jealous expression, chuckled, and walked over to Wang Xiaoxiao, ruffling her hair. All right, after training for so long, it's time to take a break. He stroked his chin, his gaze becoming profound. Spending summer vacation at home, my bones are almost rusting. It seems I need to find something to do. Linhai City is still too small, but we have to figure out a way to get to Zhongdu early. I've heard that as long as your strength is impressive enough, the academies there will accept you regardless of the norms. If I can quickly break through to the Martial King, I could probably walk through the academies in Zhongdu with ease. I've heard that there are several divine bodies there and holy bodies in every class. Lin Chen scoffed, a look of disdain on his face, but with me around it's no problem. Even if they are divine beings, I will drag them down from their pedestals and step on them. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, already envisioning a grand blueprint in his mind. When we get to a place like Zhongdu, we can't continue to just play small games like we do now. We must establish our own power, a top-tier family that makes everyone tremble in fear. At that time, I will be the head, and you two will be my left and right protectors. However, just relying on the three of us won't be enough for a top-tier family. Lin Shun stroked his chin, looking serious. It seems I need to find a few more talented women like you two. Ideally, they should all be divine bodies, forming a divine body women's army. Whoever dares to provoke us will unleash them and crush their entire family. Wang Xiaoxiao, who had just taken a sip of water, sprayed it out her face, flushed both angry and amused as she looked at him. Chen Go. What nonsense are you talking about? A women's army. Lu Shui, just coming out of the bathroom, had her face darken at his words, nearly twisting the towel in her hands into a twist. How could you, Lin Chen? Are we not enough for you to torture? You're even thinking about attracting more women outside. Lin Chen looked at the murderous glares from the two women, coughed lightly, and quickly changed the subject. Ahem, that. I was just joking. However, I'm serious about establishing a family. I think we should discuss this together. The evening quickly arrived, and the atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit strange. Lin Chen looked at the two girls, still sulking, cleared his throat, and spoke first. We need to enhance our strength quickly. I want the academies in Zhongdu to accept us through special admissions. Are you sure? Lu Shui put down her chopsticks, her cold eyes fixed on him. Isn't it just fine here in Linhai City? Why do we have to go to Zhongdu? This place is still too small. Lin Chen shook his head, a gleam of ambition flashing in his eyes. Zhongdu is where we can truly spread our wings. That's the real center of the world. He looked at Wang Xiaoxiao and continued, Xiaoxiao, you are a natural ice phoenix divine body. As long as your realm reaches a certain level, those academies in Zhongdu will definitely scramble to accept you. Special admission is a sure thing. Then he turned his gaze to Lu Shui, sighing, but you little girl. Your holy body, while it's considered top-notch in Linhai City, doesn't quite hold up in Zhongdu. It might be a bit difficult to get them to admit you through special means. You bastard, are you looking down on me? Lu Shui's delicate face instantly darkened as she stood up abruptly, her chest heaving, clearly very angry. I'm fine. She turned her head away, refusing to look at Lin Shun. If the academies in Zhongdu only want to admit you, then you go. Don't mind me. With my own strength, I can still get into the academies in Zhongdu, even if it takes me longer. Lin Chen looked at her stubborn expression, both amused and exasperated, and stood up, gently brushing his finger against her pert nose. Silly girl, what are you thinking? His voice was unprecedentedly gentle. Even if we go, it has to be the three of us. Not a single one can be left behind. As long as my strength is strong enough to make those so-called top-tier academies bow to my will, even if I bring a dog with me, they would still provide for me lavishly. Lu Shui's eyes instantly turned red, her feelings of grievance and unwillingness dissipating in that moment, replaced by a tide of warmth and gratitude. She sniffed, her voice choked. Then, all right, I'll follow your arrangement. That's the spirit. Lin Shun grinned, moving closer to her ear, whispering a promise that would forever resonate in her heart. Don't worry, it's just a divine body. When I get a chance to refine a heaven-defying divine pill for you, I'll evolve your holy body into a divine body, even more powerful than Xiaoxiao's Ice Phoenix divine body. I want all my women to be divine bodies. When the time comes, if anyone dares to challenge us, we'll take them on and make their parents not recognize them. Can such a thing really be done? Lu Shui was stunned by his words, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, momentarily forgetting to contest the label of broken holy body. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Chen wore an incredibly confident smile. If I say there's a way, there definitely. Lu Shui nodded vigorously, a stunning smile blooming on her icy cold face, one that could outshine 100 flowers. Wang Xiaoxiao watched the two of them with a hint of jealousy, but she was genuinely happy for Lu Shui. For a moment, the atmosphere at the dinner table turned warm and cheerful again. That night, Lin Chen's room was brightly lit, and the battle was intense. The next morning, Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao were forcibly pulled out of bed by Lin Chen. The two girls walked with a slight sway, looking at the still energetic Lin Chen, who seemed to have endless energy, cursing his ancestors in their hearts. That bastard is simply not human. The three of them were chatting in the villa with Lin Chen casually resting his leg, while boasting to Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao about how he had cleverly tricked the limping fatty next door at the orphanage into trading a steamed bun for a whole roast chicken. Just as he was getting excited, Lin Chen was about to embellish further on how fragrant that roast chicken was when the annoying system notification sound suddenly erupted in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a sign-in task. Capture Zhou Qianru. Task requirement: engage in a deep harmonious life exercise of soul and body, with Zhou Qianru willingly on her part. Task reward: divine body pill X2. After consumption, it can evolve any holy body into a divine body. It ignores bottlenecks and can elevate 3 small realms without side effects. What the hell? Upon hearing this reward, Lin Chen's eyes widened like copper bells, and he was so shocked that he instantly sprang up from the sofa, his mouth agape like he could fit an egg in it. In the next moment, he slapped his thigh and let out a pig-like laugh, pacing back and forth in the living room, flailing his arms about like a madman. I struck it rich. I really hit the jackpot this time. Huh. Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao were left dumbfounded by his sudden antics, exchanging glances that conveyed the same 3 words: this guy is crazy. Are you okay? Lu Shui looked at Lin Chen, who was spinning around like a lunatic in the living room, unable to help, but asked, are you having a seizure or something? You're the one having a seizure. Your whole family is having one. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, rubbing his hands together, his face flushed with extreme excitement. He quickly approached Lu Shui, grabbing her shoulders, and said incoherently, little girl, your holy body. There's hope. I have a way to help you evolve into a divine body. What? Lu Shui's mind buzzed as if struck by a thunderbolt. For the first time, her eternally icy face revealed a look of shock and disbelief. Is there really a way to evolve into a divine body? Her voice trembled, her cold eyes instantly filled with joy and anticipation. Absolutely. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Chen patted his chest confidently. That's great. Lu Shui could no longer contain her inner excitement, letting out a scream as she jumped onto Lin Chen, wrapping her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, both crying and laughing. Lin Chen, you're truly my savior. I love you. Cough, cough. We're in the living room, mind the influence. Lin Chen felt her soft body pressed against him, experiencing a breathtaking elasticity. His face flushed as he coughed twice. If this little girl knew that the divine body pill required him to have a battle with Zhou Qianru for 300 rounds to obtain, she would probably prefer to spend her life as a holy body rather than agree. After all, if the vinegar pot is overturned, it could be deadly. Then hurry up. Lu Shui jumped off Lin Chen, still with tears on her cheeks, but eagerly began to push him towards the door. Didn't you say you were going to prepare things? What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Hurry up. Alright, I'm going right now. Lin Chen stumbled as she pushed him, nearly rolling out the door, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. This girl is really pragmatic. The moment she heard there was a benefit, she immediately kicked her contributor aside. After being driven out of the villa by Lu Shui, Lin Chen didn't hesitate, pulling out his phone and searching for Zhou Qianru's WeChat, sending a message right away. Beautiful Qianru, what are you doing? Didn't your parents say they wanted to meet me, your boyfriend? I happen to have some free time today, how about I come visit? As soon as the message was sent, Zhou Qianru's profile picture lit up, and a call came through, her voice carrying a hint of surprise and incredulity. What the hell? Lin Chen, are you serious? I was just joking, using you as a shield, and you actually plan to go Of course. Lin Chen replied with a look of certainty, his voice strong. Since you've announced to the world that I'm your boyfriend, the party involved should definitely show some sincerity by visiting your future in-laws. Isn't that reasonable? The way you're saying it is so shameless. The voice on the other end was choked for a moment, and Zhou Qianru could only curse. Alright, you're the boss, you decide. They'll send you the address, now come if you want. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. In the next second, a location message was sent. Lin Chen grinned, hopped into his flashy blue Ferrari, slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and sped toward Zhou Qianru's home. An hour later, Lin Chen parked in front of a villa area that looked quite upscale and immediately spotted Zhou Qianru waiting at the door, arms crossed and looking quite impatient. He swaggered down from the car and raised an eyebrow at Zhou Qianru. What's up? A day without seeing me feels like 3 seasons, and you came out personally to welcome me. Get lost. Zhou Qianru shot him an annoyed glance. I'm just here to see if you would actually show up. I didn't expect this scoundrel to really come. You've got guts. Absolutely. Lin Chen chuckled and followed her in. As they entered the villa, a middle-aged beauty looking elegant and well-maintained approached them with a bright smile. You must be Lin Chen, the one Qianru talks about all the time. It was Zhou Qianru's mother, Lu Hong. Hello, and I'm Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly put on a well-behaved expression and said politely, I wanted to visit you and uncle last time, but I've been a bit busy. I finally have some free time today, so I rushed over. Oh dear, you're such a polite child. Lu Hong smiled widely, taking Lin Chen's hand and leading him inside, her affectionate demeanor making it seem as if Lin Chen was her long-lost son. Come in and sit down, make yourself at home, don't be formal. Sure, Aunt. Little Chen, we're having dinner at home tonight. Qianru's dad won't be back until later, so we can all enjoy a nice... Sounds good. Qianru, you chat with little Chen in the living room for a while. Mom will go buy some groceries and make a nice meal for little Chen. As Lu Hong spoke, she picked up a basket and prepared to head out. No way, Mom. Zhou Qianru looked incredulous. I've been home for years, and you've never cooked for me yourself. This guy comes, and you're preparing a feast. Am I not your biological daughter? Cut that out. Lu Hong shot her a glare. Hurry up and keep little Chen company, don't neglect my esteemed guest. After saying that, she rushed out. Zhou Qianru watched her mom's excited figure, then looked at Lin Chun, who was lounging with his leg crossed, and a smug expression, rolling her eyes in exasperation. What on earth did you feed my mom? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were the illegitimate child of my parents who came to claim your heritage today. No way, Lin Chun shrugged innocently. My charm is simply irresistible. Get lost. Zhou Qianru didn't want to waste any more time with him, and plopped down on the sofa next to him, pulling out her phone and starting to scroll through short videos, leaving him hanging. Lin Chen didn't mind. His mind was filled with thoughts of the two glimmering divine body pills. One for Lu Shui, so she could also experience the joy of being a divine body. The other one. He would be for Zhou Qianru, this contributor to use, and then he could attract her by letting her evolve into a divine body. Quite the clever one. Lin Chen mentally gave himself a thumbs up, glancing at Zhou Qianru beside him, who was oblivious to the approaching fate, with a playful smirk forming on his lips. Little girl, get ready, wait for me. The two were chatting in the living room. Although it seemed like a casual conversation, it was actually a one-sided, brutal mental assault by Zhou Qianru on Lin Chen. You bastard, can't you sit properly? Your leg is almost touching the ceiling, and anyone who doesn't know might think you're here to collect protection money. Zhou Qianru, hugging a cushion, glared at the lazy man sprawled on the sofa like a boneless creature. This is called being carefree and unrestrained, you understand? Lin Chen scratched his foot, looking utterly nonchalant. Besides, this isn't anyone else's home. Oh, I won't be polite in your house. Zhou Qianru was left speechless by his shameless remarks and could only angrily shove a chip into her mouth, crunching it loudly, as if it were Lin Chen's bones. Lin Chen looked at her furious little face, chuckled, and suddenly sat up straight, leaning in with a mysterious expression. Zhou girl, I can see your unique bone structure, your forehead. Glowing with radiance, you are a rare genius for cultivation. If I remember correctly, you also have a sacred body, right? Yes, the heavenly thunder sacred body, so what? Zhou Qianru rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, do you want to fight? What are we fighting for? It would ruin the atmosphere. A standard schemer's smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he lowered his voice and coaxingly said, what if? What if I have a way to evolve your sacred body directly into a divine body? Puffed. Zhou Qianru sprayed the sip of cola she had just taken all over the place. In the next second, she sprang up from the sofa like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, not even bothering to wipe the drink from her mouth. She rushed up to Lin Chen in a few swift steps, grabbing his collar, her beautiful big eyes wide open, like copper bells, trembling with extreme excitement. You're serious? You're not lying to me. You really have a way. I swear this girl is overreacting way too much. Lin Chen was dizzy from her shaking and quickly grabbed her fidgeting hands, clearing his throat. Calm down, it's just a routine operation. When have I ever lied to you? Really? Zhou Qianru still couldn't believe it, staring intently into Lin Chen's eyes, as if trying to read a flower on his face. What conditions do you need me to meet? She knew very well that such a miraculous thing that could drive the entire cultivation world crazy would undoubtedly come at an unimaginable cost. Don't even mention going bankrupt. Even if she had to sell herself right now, as long as it could lead to a divine body, she would do it without hesitation. Conditions? Lin Chen chuckled, reaching out to gently scratch the bridge of Zhou Qianru's nose, appearing utterly nonchalant. With our relationship, discussing conditions would just hurt our feelings, right? Anyway, you'll be mine from now on. Oh, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Cough, I misspoke, it's mine and yours. Why bother distinguishing so clearly? Zhou Qianru's pretty face flushed instantly, her heart racing wildly, as if it carried 1,000 little deer. Damn, this guy is babbling nonsense again. Mine. We haven't even begun yet. But if the sacred body could evolve into a divine body, if that were really true, I wouldn't mind being his maid, even if it meant washing his feet and massaging his back every day. Zhou Qianru was torn inside, but she still put on a skeptical face, pouting, sounds better than singing. Such a miraculous thing can't be that easy. Although she said this, the little flame in her heart was burning brighter and brighter. Lin Chen noticed her contradictory expression, but didn't expose her. He just chuckled and slumped back onto the sofa. All right, since you don't believe me, then forget it. I'm not in a hurry anyway. When I have time later, I'll refine a divine body pill, and then you'll know whether what I said is true or not. His words were so casual that they sounded like a thunderclap in Zhou Qianru's ears. Divine body pill. Is there really such a pill in this world? Just as Zhou Qianru was still in shock, the villa's door swung open, and Lu Hong walked in with bags of fruits and vegetables, her face beaming with a smile. Little Qinyu and Qianru seemed to be having a great time chatting. As soon as she saw Lin Chen, her reaction was more enthusiastic than that of a long-lost son, hastily putting down her things and rushing over. When she saw her daughter so close to Lin Chen with a lovely blush on Zhou Qianru's face, Lu Hong's heart blossomed with joy. Oh my god, it's happening. It's definitely happening. Just look at my daughter's shy demeanor, and then look at little Chen's composed manner. Isn't this just the daily life of an old married couple? My Zhou family is about to take off. I can walk sideways in the future. Who dares to provoke me? I'll let my son-in-law unleash a dragon to bite him. Little Chen, come sit down quickly, don't just stand there. Lu Hong took Lin Chen's hand affectionately. Has that girl Qianru bullied you? If she dares to give you a cold shoulder, tell Auntie, and I'll help you teach her a lesson. Mom. Zhou Qianru was embarrassed and angry at her words, stamping her feet. Of course not. She just tried to hit me a moment ago. Lin Chen immediately began to exaggerate his grievances. You little rascal. You're becoming more and more unreasonable. Lu Hong shot Zhou Qianru a glare, then turned to Lin Chen with a smile like a blooming flower. Little Chen, don't mind her, as she just has that bad temper. By the way, wait a moment, Qianru's father should be back soon. Lin Chen nodded. No problem, Annie Wong. After all, I don't have much going on lately. Waiting a bit longer is fine. The three sat down in the living room, and Lu Hong looked at Lin Chen with increasing satisfaction, her gaze resembling that of someone admiring a priceless treasure. She casually asked, Little Chen, what other people are in your family? Me. Lin Chen took a bite of an apple and said vaguely, I was brought back to the academy by the principal from the orphanage, so I don't even know if my parents are still around. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's heart sank, realizing she had asked the wrong question. She quickly waved her hand, looking apologetic. Oh dear Little Chen, I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have said that. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Chen, being a transmigrator, didn't care about the past of the original owner at all. He shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine, Annie Wong. It's their loss for not wanting me. Once I become formidable, I can be a wealthy heir myself. How convenient is that? I won't have to deal with any family drama. Lu Hong was momentarily stunned by his outrageous way of thinking. This kid. His mind is so audacious. His thoughts are completely different from normal people. However, it actually makes a lot of sense. As the group chatted, a tall, refined, middle-aged man walked in. It was Zhou Qianru's father, Zhou Haichuan. Old Zhou, look who's here. Lu Hong quickly stood up to greet him. Lin Chen also stood up and smiled lightly at Zhou Haichuan. Hello, Uncle Zhou, my name is Lin Chen. Zhou Haichuan eyed Lin Chen up and down, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He then nodded. You're the Lin Chen that Qianru mentioned. Hello, Uncle Zhou. Lin Chen smiled widely. If there isn't another Lin Chen in Linhai City who happens to be close to Qianru, then it should be me for sure. Zhou Haichuan was left speechless by Lin Chen's cheeky remarks, but his impression of Lin Chen improved quite a bit. This kid may seem a bit carefree, but his composure and confidence are not something ordinary young people possess. Hee, interesting kid. Zhou Haichuan chuckled, waving his hand. Alright everyone, don't just stand, continue to sit, continue to sit. You all chat while I'll go prepare dinner. Lu Hong walked into the kitchen with a smile. Tonight, let's have a good drink. That sounds great. Lin Chen's eyes lit up at the mention of alcohol. An hour later, a feast rivaling a New Year's Eve dinner was laid out on the table. Zhou Haichuan also brought out a bottle of rare vintage wine he had been saving for years. The four of them clinked glasses, eating and chatting, creating a lively atmosphere. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the group was feeling a bit tipsy. Zhou Haichuan looked at Lin Chen with increasing satisfaction. He put down his wine glass and said, half jokingly, half seriously, Kid, from now on our Qianru will be entrusted to you. You mustn't bully her. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. Lin Chen patted his chest and vowed. I wouldn't even dare to scold her. How could I bear to bully her? In the future, if anyone dares to bully her, I'll be the first to break their legs. Zhou Qianru felt her cheeks flush like a monkey's, but her heart was filled with sweetness, and her movements of picking food became much gentler. Everyone clinked their cups, feasting and drinking, creating an atmosphere that was incredibly lively. After a hearty meal and drinks, several people began to feel a bit dizzy. Even the most powerful Zhou Haichuan was red-faced and dazed from not using his spiritual energy to dispel the effects of alcohol. Lin Chen was even more intoxicated, his tongue thickened. He slapped Zhou Haichuan on the shoulder, burping and slurring his words as he boasted. Zhou, Uncle Zhou, don't worry. From now on, with Qianru by my side, shall definitely enjoy the finest foods and drinks. Anyone who dares to bully her will be the first to break their third leg. Zhou Haichuan nearly stumbled from the slap, almost sliding off his chair, and laughed heartily. All right. With your words I can rest easy. What? What does that even mean? Lin Chen's boasting grew even grander. He pointed at Zhou Qianru full of bravado. I even told Qianru that when the opportunity arises, I'll evolve her broken holy body into a divine body. At that time, with just one finger, she could crush a bunch of martial kings. Puffed. Zhou Haichuan sprayed the sip of wine he had just taken, looking at Lin Chun with a mix of laughter and exasperation. All right, Lin kid, stop boasting. If you keep going, you'll be flying to the heavens. Evolving a holy body into a divine body. You're really pushing it there? Come on, keep drinking. After a few more glasses, everyone was completely intoxicated. Lin Chun felt the world spinning, and the table in front of him seemed to start dancing the tango. He staggered to his feet, waving his hands. I can't take it anymore. If I drink anymore, I'll have to crawl under the table. Lu Hong watched the swaying group, feeling a headache coming on. She supported her forehead and said to Lin Chun, Little Chen, just find an empty room to rest and don't be shy. All right, I won't be shy then. Lin Chun responded, swaying like a weeble, and pushed open a random door, falling inside. What the hell? Why is this room so pink? He looked at the room filled with pink decorations, his mind a muddle. Without thinking, he dove onto the soft bed that emitted a faint fragrance, and within 3 seconds he was snoring. On the other side, Zhou Qianru was also feeling dizzy. She rushed to the bathroom to splash cold water on her face, but instead of waking up, she felt even dizzier. Leaning against the wall using muscle memory, she stumbled into her room, not even turning on the light. She reached the bedside and fell onto Lin Chun. Lin Chun was sleeping soundly, dreaming of battling with Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao for 300 rounds, when he suddenly felt a weight on him. A soft, warm body pressing down. Instinctively, he rolled over and pulled the person into his embrace, mumbling, Don't disturb me, let me sleep a bit more. He thought it was either Wang Xiaoxiao or Lu Shui playing some game with him, and his hands started to roam. Zhou Qianru at that moment was also completely out of it. She felt like she had fallen into a warm furnace, tightly embraced by powerful arms, and the sensation was surprisingly quite comfortable. She let out a soft moan and instinctively snuggled closer to Lin Chun, her unique feminine scent mixed with a hint of alcohol wafting into Lin Chen's nose. This ignited the already vigorous, pure yang fire within Lin Chun. Little demoness, dare to tease me, he growled and flipped over, and thus began a prolonged and intense battle. It's unclear how much time passed, but as the battle reached its peak, both of them, perhaps too excited, the effects of alcohol surprisingly dissipated, and they became clear-headed. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Chen, Zhou Qianru. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. At that moment, both were caught up in the heat of the moment, unwilling to stop, and instead became even more entangled with each other. An hour later, with both letting out satisfied sighs, this unexpected battle finally came to a close. Zhou Qianru slumped on the bed, gasping for breath. She looked at the culprit beside her, who wore a satisfied expression, her mind a blank. It took a full half-minute for her to process what had just happened. The next second, a scream loud enough to topple the roof echoed throughout the room. Lin Chun, you bastard. How did you end up in my room? What? How was I supposed to know this was your room? Lin Chun said, innocently digging in his ear. Besides, I clearly came in first. You crawled onto my bed, all right. You. Zhou Qianru was nearly choked by his shameless words. But you can't just do this to me. What kind of talk is that? Lin Chun smirked, pulling her into his arms and kissing her forehead, declaring domineeringly, now that the rice is cooked, you are now my woman, Lin Chun. Don't worry, I'll take care of you from now on. He looked at Zhou Qianru's flustered and angry expression and chuckled. To celebrate our relationship officially established today, I'll fulfill that boast I made to you this afternoon right now. Really? Zhou Qianru asked, momentarily forgetting her anger. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. You can really evolve my holy body into a divine body? Of course. As soon as Lin Chun finished speaking, the cheeky system notification sound rang in his mind as expected. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving 2 divine body pills. Lin Chun grinned, as if performing a magic trick, pulling out a pill that shimmered with radiant colors and exuded a mysterious aura from his system backpack. Here, this is the divine body pill. Once you take it, your heavenly thunder holy body will directly evolve into a divine body, and it will also elevate you 3 small realms without side effects. Zhou Qianru looked at the pill that clearly was not an ordinary item, hesitating for a moment before gritting her teeth and swallowing it. The moment the pill entered her stomach, an overwhelming, terrifying energy exploded within her. She felt as if her heavenly thunder holy body had been thrown into a furnace for reconstruction, with every meridian and drop of blood undergoing earth-shattering changes. The surrounding spiritual energy surged in like it found an outlet, forming a gigantic vortex that madly poured into her body. The terrifying momentum made Lin Chun, who was nearby, feel his eyelids twitch. Damn, the energy enhancement effect of this divine body pill is even greater than when I broke through. Half an hour later, that terrifying vortex of spiritual energy gradually dissipated. Zhou Qianru slowly opened her eyes. In her beautiful gaze, it seemed like lightning flickered and a terrifying aura far more powerful than before flashed from her body. She clenched her fist, feeling the surging power within her, her pretty face filled with joy and disbelief. I have truly evolved into the Nine Heavens Thunder God body. She was so excited that she spoke incoherently, grabbing Lin Chen's arm and recounting the technique, named Nine Heavens Thunder Art, that had suddenly appeared in her mind. See, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow with pride, saying, "When have I ever lied to you? Becoming my woman only brings more benefits." Zhou Qianru's face turned even redder as she turned her head away, unable to look at Lin Chen's face, which was filled with "Praise me now," and muttered, "Humph, I won't bother with you anymore, I'm going to sleep." After saying that, she burrowed under the covers, hiding her head, but her heart was filled with joy, even smiling in her dreams. Lin Chen looked at her adorable appearance and smiled as well, though after the earlier battle he indeed felt a bit tired. The next morning at the dining table, Zhou Qianru looked at Zhou Haichuan, who was drinking porridge, suddenly put down her chopsticks and said mysteriously, "Dad, I have something to tell you, but don't be scared." "What is it that's so mysterious?" Zhou Haichuan did not even lift his head. "My Thunder Saint body evolved into the Nine Heavens Thunder God body last night." Zhou Qianru's voice was not loud, but it rang like thunder in the dining room. Puff! Zhou Haichuan spat out a mouthful of porridge, suddenly raising his head in shock, staring at his daughter. "What did you say?" "What? Say it again." "I said I've become a god body." Zhou Qianru replied proudly. "Last night Lin Chen gave me a pill, and then I evolved. Moreover, it came with a technique thousands of times more powerful than my original one." "Really?" Zhou Haichuan still could not believe it. "Is there any doubt?" As soon as Zhou Qianru finished speaking, a terrifying thunderous might erupted from within her body. The pressure was so immense that even Zhou Haichuan, a martial sovereign of the eighth heaven, felt a twinge of fear. He widened his eyes, staring at his daughter, and then, as if he had discovered a new continent, pointed at her, his voice trembling. Qianru, your realm, how did you reach the fifth heaven of martial spirit?" "That's also thanks to that pill," Zhou Qianru explained. "No side effects, it raised 3 minor realms." Zhou Haichuan was completely dumbfounded. He mechanically turned his head to look at Lin Chen, who was calmly munching on a fried dough stick, and asked hoarsely, Lin kid, you actually told the truth about that miraculous pill? You actually dared to give such a heaven-defying pill to Qianru? What's there to be reluctant about?" Lin Chen said dismissively, "Isn't she my girlfriend? Isn't it very normal to give something to my own girlfriend?" Zhou Haichuan was left speechless by his words, finally letting out a long sigh, and reminded Zhou Qianru, "Qianru, you mustn't tell outsiders about your god body. We have many enemies in our family." "I know, Dad." Zhou Haichuan left with a head full of shock and joy, dazed as he went to work. After finishing breakfast, Lin Chen also stood up and said to Lu Hong, "Auntie, I'll head back now. I'll visit you again next time." Sure, you can come anytime. Just treat this place as your own home." Lu Hong smiled broadly. Lin Chen nodded, walked out of the villa, and drove away in his flashy Ferrari. Lin Chen drove his flashy blue Ferrari, creating a streak of lightning on the morning road, the roar of the engine like a beast's low growl, making the stray dogs by the roadside tuck their tails and dare not bark. Humming an unknown tune, he steered the wheel to the rhythm of the music, wearing a look of triumph on his face, as if the words "I'm the best in the world" were inscribed on his forehead. With the god body pill in hand, and having also taken the castle lord's beautiful niece into his harem, where else could he find such a good deal of buy one get one free? He now felt like the child of destiny walking with the wind, and even a spit from him could kill an unseeing fool. Soon the familiar outline of the villa appeared at the end of his sight. Lin Chen swung the car towards the entrance, not even bothering to stop at the garage, whistling as he strolled. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao sitting cross-legged on the sofa, eyes closed in meditation, clearly having just finished solidifying their new realm. Upon hearing the door open, both opened their eyes. Wang Xiaoxiao's face was filled with pure joy and curiosity, while Lu Shui's cold gaze held a trace of imperceptible tension and anticipation. You're back." Lu Shui stood up, her voice somewhat hoarse. "Of course." Lin Chen plopped down into the soft sofa, crossed his legs, and grabbed an apple from the fruit plate, biting into it with a crunch, mumbling, "When I make a move, one is worth two. Handling little matters is a piece of cake." While munching on the apple, he looked at Lu Shui, his eyes mischievous, appraising her from head to toe, his lips. Tisk, little girl, why do I feel that if your Tying Saint body evolves, it will probably become an incredible god body. If that happens, your future achievements will be terrifying, but whether you can evolve is another question," Lin Chen said deliberately to tease Lu Shui. Lu Shui's delicate face turned pale at his words, her pearly teeth biting down hard on her lower lip, the sense of grievance and unwillingness nearly turning into tears. She knew that Lin Chen was joking with her, but his words pierced deeply into her most sensitive spot. Yes, Xiao Xiao had already become a god body while she was still just a saint body. Although to others a saint body was an unattainable genius beside a monster like Lin Chen, what did a saint body? Seeing Lu Shue's almost tearful expression of grievance, Lin Chen found it amusing. He finished the apple in a few bites, and the core arched through the air in a perfect parabola, landing precisely in the distant trash bin. The next second he flipped his wrist, and like a magic trick a crystal-clear pill radiating a bright moonlight, as if containing a complete starry sky, appeared in his palm. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Lin Shan wore a standard slime merchant smile, bringing the pill close to Lu Shue's face, waving it in front of her nose, lowering his voice, and coaxing, "Now open your eyes wide, and see clearly. What is this?" "This? What is this?" Lu Shue's pupils shrank suddenly. At the moment the pill appeared, her tiny saint body began to uncontrollably operate wildly, emitting waves of eager humming. For the first time her previously troubled face revealed a look of shock and disbelief. "Is this the elixir you mentioned that can evolve the sacred body into a divine body?" she exclaimed. Lin Shen chuckled and directly placed the elixir into her hand, his expression one of absolute assurance. "Have I ever gone back on my word to you? Take it, consume it, and from today onwards you will also be a member of the Divine Body Club." Wonderful. Lu Shue could no longer contain her overwhelming joy. Her once cold eyes were instantly filled with skull. She screamed, leaping onto Lin Chun like an octopus, wrapping her legs tightly around his waist and her arms around his neck, nipping and biting at his mischievous grin, her excitement rendering her incoherent. "Lin Chun, you bastard. You're truly my savior. I love you so much." Cough, cough. "Well, let's keep it down. Think about the surroundings." Lin Chun felt her soft body pressed against him, experiencing the breathtaking elasticity. His face flushed. He coughed a couple of times and patted her pert backside. All right, get down quickly and take the elixir." Only then did Lu Shue reluctantly jump down from him, hastily wiping her tear-streaked face and grabbing his hand as they ran toward the training room. Let's go. We're going right now." In the training room, Wang Xiao also entered with a curious expression, eager to see just how miraculous this elixir that Lin Chen spoke of was. Lu Shue took a deep breath, gazing at the elixir in her hand that could drive the entire world into madness, and without any hesitation swallowed it whole. The moment the elixir entered her abdomen, an unimaginable and profoundly cold, terrifying energy erupted violently within her. She felt as if her tiny sacred body had been tossed into a furnace made of 10th of sandy-rolled ice, undergoing a tremendous metamorphosis. Every inch of her meridians, every drop of blood underwent a qualitative transformation under the onslaught of that terrifying energy. A phantom-like silver moon radiating pure moonlight slowly rose behind her, releasing an overwhelming aura that was many times stronger than before, flashing from her body. Boom! Her realm also soared with the immense energies surge breaking through like a sharpened spear. Martial Sect 6th Heavenly Layer. Martial Sect 7th Heavenly Layer. Martial Sect 8th Heavenly Layer. In the end, her realm stabilized at the Martial Sect 8th Heavenly Layer, with only 2 more layers left to break through to the Martial Sovereign. Half an hour later, the terrifying energy fluctuations gradually dissipated. Lu Shue slowly opened her eyes, her previously cold gaze now deeper and more ethereal, as if containing the entire starry sky, emanating a noble and mysterious aura. I really evolved into a Xian divine body." She spoke in excitement, grabbing Lin Chen's arm and sharing the supreme-level skill that had inexplicably appeared in her mind, titled 9 Turns Indestructible Mystic Art. Not bad. This skill sounds incredibly powerful." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, then seemed to recall something, and said, "Now our little team has 3 divine bodies." 3. Lu Shue blinked in confusion, glancing at Wang Xiao beside her, then turned her gaze back to Lin Chen, her expression full of doubt. "Who is the other one?" "Oh, it's Zhou Qianru," Lin Chen said casually, as if discussing something trivial. "I happened to get 2 divine body elixirs, so I figured I wouldn't waste one. I just gave her one. She's now a 9 heavens thunder god body, quite impressive as well." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the air around him freeze in an instant. The moment before, Lu Shue had been overjoyed, her smile like that of a 300-pound child, but now her expression froze, her previously gentle eyes rapidly turning icy, a chilling aura erupting from her 10 times more terrifying than when she first awakened. The temperature in the training room plummeted to freezing point. "Lin Chun." She almost spat out those 2 words from between her clenched teeth, her voice cold enough to freeze one's soul. "You bastard. I knew you had something going on with that little vixen. Now you're even willing to give her something so extra. Alright, very well. Looks like I spoiled you too much last night, huh? Made you have the energy to flirt outside." Lin Shan was taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor, staring at her as she appeared ready to explode, his heart sinking in apprehension. "Damn, I forgot this girl is a jealous type. I'm in deep trouble now. Little Shue, let me explain." Lu Shue had completely lost it, giving Lin Chen no chance to explain. She pounced on him like a hungry tiger, knocking him to the ground and climbing on top of him. Today I'll drain you dry. Let's see if you dare to mess around outside again. Damn. Attempted murder of a husband. Lin Chen let out a piercing scream, not having time to resist, as Lu Shui yanked him by the ear, dragging him like a dead dog from the training room into the bedroom. Bang! The bedroom door slammed shut, followed by a series of indescribable, blush-inducing sounds of intense battles inside mixed with Lu Shui's strong voice. Spare me, fair lady. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Spare you. Too late. Oh, my waist. It's going to break. It's going to break. In the training room, Wang Xiaoxiao watched the closed door, listening to the commotion inside, her pretty face reddening like a ripe apple. After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly had a mischievous smile appear on her face. Lu Shui alone definitely can't handle this big bad guy. I need to go help her. With that, she tiptoed and slipped into the bedroom where the world war was taking place. Soon Lin Chen's even more miserable and desperate howls echoed from within. Damn, two of them. You too. Want me dead, don't you? Help. Murder. On that day, Lin Chen fully experienced what true happiness entailed. He finally understood a principle. Never upset a woman's jealousy, especially when that jealous woman is a newly evolved divine body with overwhelming combat prowess. In the dimly lit bedroom, a languid aroma enveloped the air. The battle had lasted from noon until the afternoon, finally coming to a close. Lin Chen sprawled across the disheveled bed in a big shape, feeling as if every cell in his body had been drained, too lazy to even move a finger. He now had only one thought: damn it, I have been completely exhausted. Beside him, Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao also had flushed cheeks, their hair damp, with sweat, lazily lying on the bed, their expressions a mix of satisfaction and a hint of pride, resembling two cats that had just stolen fish. Humph, bastard, now you know my power, huh? Lu Shui turned over, extending her fair, delicate foot to lightly kick Lin Chen, her originally cold eyes now shimmering with charm. Let's see if you dare to fool around outside again. Damn. You little enchantress, are you coming for more? Lin Chen groaned weakly, feeling as if his old back was about to snap in two. This is attempted murder against your husband. You too. You are truly ruthless. Wang Xiaoxiao hugged him from behind, her breath warm against his ear. Chenggu, we are doing this for your own good, to help you strengthen your pure, young divine body. Strengthen my ass. Lin Chen was nearly in tears. You are trying to turn me into a mummy. No way, I need to sleep for a bit to recover my energy. Just as he was about to close his eyes and have a proper appointment with the Sandman, his phone on the bedside table rang out of the blue as if it were calling for his death. Without even looking, Lin Chen swiped to answer, weakly uttering, "Hello. Lin Chen. You bastard. Open the door. I'm at your doorstep." The voice of Zhou Qianru on the other end exploded with energy, tinged with impatience. What the? Lin Chen's mind buzzed, and the sleepiness vanished in an instant, sitting up with a start, utterly dumbfounded. How did this lady come over? He glanced at the two equally shocked beauties beside him, forcing a smile that looked. This is bad. Three jealous women gathered in one place today. This villa might just be torn apart. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and get dressed. Lu Shui snapped back to reality, quickly pulling the blanket to cover her exposed body, her lovely face suddenly turning serious. Lin Chen sighed, resigned to his fate, as he crawled out of bed, feeling his legs wobbling. He quickly got dressed, tidied up the disordered bed for the two women, and then, dragging his heavy footsteps like a condemned prisoner, heading to the gallows, went downstairs to open the door. As the door swung open, Zhou Qianru stood at the entrance, arms crossed, visibly displeased. Today she was clad in a tight-fitting red leather outfit that accentuated her already fiery figure, her short hair billowing in the wind, resembling a burning flame, especially with those beautiful eyes occasionally flashing arcs of purple lightning, exuding a terrifying aura. The nine heavens thunder god body is indeed domineering. What are you, a turtle? Why is it taking so long to open the door? Zhou Qianru shot him a glare as soon as she entered. I've almost turned into salted fish out here from the sun. I just woke up. Lin Chen yawned, casually closing the door. Sit for a bit, it's still a bit early. Let's head out around 5. All right. Zhou Qianru nodded, making herself comfortable as she plopped down on the sofa. Just then Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao also came down from upstairs, fully dressed. Damn, this is it. The Shura field has officially begun. Lin Chen looked at the bizarre scene, feeling as if his scalp were about to explode. Zhou Qianru's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao. Then her brows furrowed, her eyes flickering with lightning as they roamed boldly over the two, a playful smirk curling at her lips. Lu Shui's expression turned icy. Her mysterious, divine body seemed to sense a provocation, releasing a chilling aura uncontrollably that caused the temperature in the living room to drop several degrees. Wang Xiaoxiao stood between the two, feeling like she was trapped between a block of eternal ice and a volcano ready to erupt, shivering and not daring to breathe. Three women, three divine bodies, they looked at each other without speaking, yet the air was filled with invisible lightning and ice spikes clashing violently, creating a cacophony of sounds. Damn, this atmosphere is off. Lin Shan observed the tense standoff, feeling that if he didn't speak up, these three women could demolish the villa on the spot. He quickly cleared his throat, stepping forward to mediate. Don't just stand there. Let's go out for a stroll, buy you some things first, and then find a nice place to celebrate tonight. After all, with me included, we are now 4 divine bodies. This lineup could scare a bunch of people to death. His words successfully drew the attention of the 3 women. Indeed, divine bodies. This is an incredibly rare physique that appears only once in hundreds of years, and now they are all gathered here, as if they are free. The 3 exchanged glances, and the hostility in their eyes softened slightly. All right then, Lu Shui was the first to speak, her tone still cold. Let's go, who's afraid of whom? Zhou Qianru scoffed. Lin Shan felt relieved at successfully shifting the topic and quickly urged, what are we waiting for? Let's go. He drove his flashy Ferrari, carrying 3 stunningly beautiful women, each with a unique charm that could make any man drool, speeding directly to the most luxurious shopping center in Linhai City. Over the next 2 hours, Lin Shan fully experienced what it meant to truly spend money like dirt. This one, and this one, don't want the rest, or wrap everything else up for me. Lin Shan pointed at the latest bags in a luxury store, waving his hand grandly at the dumbfounded sale. This? Sir, are you sure? The total here adds up to several million. The sales clerk's voice trembled. What? Afraid I don't have money. Lin Shan glared, slapping his black card on the counter. Charge it. 6 zeros for the password. Yes. Please wait a moment, sir. From the handbag store to the clothing store, and then to the jewelry store, Lin Shan swept through as if he were a bandit in a village, taking everything the 3 women merely glanced at, without even asking the price, simply stating wrap it all up. In just 2 short hours, Lin Shan spent nearly tens of millions on the 3 women, acquiring all sorts of expensive clothes, jewelry, and bags, piling them up like a small mountain, even stuffing the Ferrari's trunk full, ultimately requiring the mall to send a special car for delivery. All right, it's about time, let's go eat. Lin Shan glanced at the sky and said to the 3 beautiful women, who were now completely dazzled by the spending spree. The group had no objections, nodding as they followed Lin Shan towards a nearby upscale restaurant. On the way, Lu Shui and Wang Xiaoxiao exchanged glances and simultaneously asked, did you call Lin Fei and the others this time? Lin Shan shook his head, his expression turning slightly serious. It's better for fewer people to know about you and Qianru being divine bodies. Though Lin Fei is my bro, his mouth is like a sieve. If he gets drunk one day and lets it slip, that would be a huge... Upon hearing this, the 2 women stiffened, realizing the gravity of the situation. One divine body is enough to drive countless factions crazy, even going to great lengths to snatch or eliminate it. Now among these 3 women, there are actually 3 divine bodies. Such a physique in this world, as long as it doesn't meet an untimely in the lowest future achievement, would be a top powerhouse, with hopes of reaching the legendary Emperor realm. If this were to get out, not just Linhai City, but the entire central region, and even farther places, would be thrown into a storm of blood and chaos. Thinking of this, the 3 women looked at Lin Shan with a hint of gratitude and reliance in their eyes. They knew that from now on their fates would be tightly bound to this seemingly carefree, yet incredibly reliable. Lin Shan swaggered into the most prestigious restaurant in Linhai City, Tianshou Palace, accompanied by 3 stunning beauties. This restaurant had an astonishingly high average cost. An ordinary person would need to work an entire year just to afford an appetizer here. As soon as the hostess at the entrance spotted Lin Shan, her eyes lit up, and she eagerly approached him, her voice sweet enough to draw water. Good evening, Mr. Lin. Shall I take you to your usual spot? Of course. Lin Shan snapped his fingers and strode toward the most luxurious private room, as if he were entering his own backyard. However, after taking just a few steps, the 3 women behind him stopped. Let's eat in the hall. Lu Shui's cool voice rang out, as she did not want to be alone with this guy in a closed space. Who knows what this scoundrel might be thinking? Zhou Qianru and Wang Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Lin Shan pouted, seemingly indifferent. All right, the hall it is. It's perfect for others to admire the unparalleled beauty of my fairy-like wives. Upon hearing this, the 3 women's faces flushed crimson, each mentally cursing him. The waiter guided them to a table by the window, the best vantage point in the hall. Lin Shan, resembling a local tycoon, slammed the menu onto the table and waved dismissively at the respectful waiter. Don't bother looking. Bring me everything that's the most expensive and unique in your restaurant. Today I'm in a good mood and not short on cash. Certainly, sir. The waiter responded as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly rushing to the kitchen to place the order. The dishes soon arrived, filling the table with a lavish spread, including Australian lobster and Kobe beef, all visually appetizing. However, the atmosphere at the table remained somewhat strange. The 3 women, each with their own divine physique, exchanged glances, none of them daring to touch their chopsticks, as if invisible sparks were flying in the air. Lu Shui maintained her usual icy demeanor, leisurely wiping her hands with a wet napkin, though her peripheral vision remained fixed on Zhou Qianru. Zhou Qianru, undeterred, puffed out her chest, picked up her chopsticks, and grabbed a large piece of lobster meat, directly placing it into Lin Chen's bowl, her voice overly sweet. "You big jerk, try this, their lobster is the most authentic." Wang Xiaoxiao, unwilling to be outdone, quickly served Lin Chen a bowl of soup. "Chen Ge, have some soup to warm your stomach." "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Lin Chen observed the tense atmosphere and felt his scalp tingle, quickly interrupting them. "Don't serve me. I have hands of my own. Hurry up and eat." The three women snorted in unison and began to eat, but their movements resembled a fierce battle, their chopsticks clattering in the air. In this bizarre atmosphere, an ill-timed voice laced with a hint of arrogance and frivolity floated over. "Oh, isn't this the eldest daughters of the Zhou and Lu families? What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into two beauties here." A young man dressed in designer clothes with slicked-back hair that screamed overindulgence approached, fanning himself amidst a group of sycophants. Seeing this young man, Zhou Qianru and Lu Shui frowned, a flicker of disgust flashing in their eyes. This young man was Zhao Feng, heir to one of the four prominent families in Linhai City, notorious for being a spoiled playboy, relying on his family's wealth to engage in idleness and bullying, his reputation long tarnished. Zhao Feng's gaze seemed to stick to the three women, scrutinizing them up and down with a gaze that was unabashedly lecherous, especially when he saw Wang Xiaoxiao, his eyes filled with surprise and greed. "Who is this little beauty?" He waved his fan, wearing an air of self-importance. "I haven't seen her before. Why don't the two young ladies introduce her to me?" "Zhao Feng, I suggest you keep your distance from us." Zhou Qianru's voice turned cold. "Don't ruin our meal." "Oh, Miss Zhou, what are you talking about?" Zhao Feng, far from leaving, grew even more eager. He pulled out a chair, without hesitation, ready to sit down. "We're all in the same circle. Ooh, let's eat together and bond. Isn't that reasonable?" "Get lost." A single emotionless word escaped Lin Chen's lips. Zhao Feng froze mid-motion, finally noticing a man sitting beside him. He turned his head, sizing Lin Chen up, and a sneer crept onto his face as he noticed Lin Chen's plain attire. "What do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that?" As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura of terrifying thunder erupted from Zhou Qianru. Boom! The bodyguards behind Zhao Feng, all at the martial artist level, failed to react in time and were forced back by the violent pressure, turning pale and nearly collapsing. Zhao Feng himself was so frightened that he fell to the ground, pointing at Zhou Qianru with a trembling voice. Your strength. I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me?" Zhou Qianru's voice was as cold as the wind from the underworld, piercing to the bone. You all wait for me." Zhao Feng, utterly terrified, scrambled to escape, with his lackeys disappearing in a hurry. "I'm useless." Zhou Qianru scoffed, dismissing him with a curl of her lip. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, this girl finally has a bit of that divine physique vibe." However, before they could continue their meal, Zhao Feng returned. This time he was accompanied by an old man in traditional Chinese attire with prominent temples and a steady aura. "Fubo, it's them. They bullied me just now." Zhao Feng pointed at Lin Chen and the others, his face twisted with resentment and arrogance. "Break that guy's legs. And don't let any of those three women escape. Bring them back to the manor." The old man, referred to as Fu Bo, had a glimmer of sharpness in his murky eyes, and a terrifying aura belonging to a martial sovereign slowly radiated. "Ladies and gentlemen, my young master lacks discretion and has offended you. How about this? You each sever an arm and leave Linhai City, and we'll consider this matter settled. What do you say?" Lu Shui slowly stood up, her originally cold eyes now transformed into a chilling ice blue. The profound, divine body within her erupted without reservation, causing the temperature of the entire restaurant to plummet to freezing point. "Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't roar, do you really think I'm a sick cat?" An old man who popped out from who knows where dared to act pretentious in front of my man. "Noisy." Lu Shui lightly parted her red lips, simply uttering two words. In the next moment, the unparalleled sword in her hand unsheathed with a clang. One sword opens the heavenly gate. Without the slightest hesitation, she executed the holy grade sword technique that Lin Chen had taught her. In an instant, an indescribable and domineering, terrifying sword intent surged into the sky, as if it were going to cleave the heavens open. The old man, known as Uncle Fu, instantly froze in expression, his pupils dilating with shock and What level of martial skill is this? He wanted to dodge, but found that under the terrifying sword intense lock, he couldn't even move an inch. He could only watch helplessly as the world-destroying sword light grew larger in his sight. In a flash of blood, the arrogant martial lord couldn't even let out a scream before being cleaved in two by a single sword, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. The entire restaurant instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen, as if under a spell, staring blankly at the bloody and violent scene before them, their minds utterly blank. Zhao Feng was so scared that his legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, warmth spreading in his pants. Lin Chen leisurely stood up and walked over to the already dumbfounded Zhao Feng, patting his face and grinning. Now do you know who your daddy is? Daddy, Daddy, you are my biological father. Please spare me. Zhao Feng was terrified, rolling and crawling to cling to Lin Chen's leg, crying his heart out. Spare you? Lin Chen curled his lips sure. He lifted his foot, and under countless terrified gazes stomped down hard on Zhao Feng's third leg. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking accompanied by Zhao Feng's inhumanly tragic scream echoed throughout the entire restaurant. Lin Chen dealt with the guy named Zhao Feng, then with a face of nonchalance said, "All right, I've eaten my fill, let's go home and sleep." Saying this, he pulled the three stunning beauties, all of whom wore calm expressions, and swaggered out of the restaurant amidst countless awe-filled and fearful gazes, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the still wailing Zhao Feng. That night, the upper circles of Linghai City were stirred by this incident, creating a shocking wave. The young master of the Zhao family had been disabled at the Tianshou Palace. Accompanied by him, the elder who had reached the martial lord realm also died on the spot. And the one who acted was none other than Lu family's young lady Lu Shui. This news soon reached the Lu family. Everyone understood that Linghai City was about to change drastically. The Zhao family's patriarch Zhao Chuanxiu, upon learning of his son's fate, immediately spat out 3 liters of blood, in anger gathering all the family's experts, vowing to make the culprit pay in blood. However, when he discovered that the one who had crippled his son was someone beside Lin Shun, he was dumbfounded, preparing generous gifts overnight, and personally rushing to the city lord's mansion, bowing and begging Huang Tianba for leniency. After all, everyone knew that Lin Chen's relationship with Huang Tianba was better than anyone else's apart from the principal of the Xingqian Academy. It was no joke, he was a ruthless person who could slaughter 6th-tier demon beasts as if they were nothing. Though the Zhao family was considered a powerful force in Linghai City, compared to such a monster they were nothing. Huang Tianba looked at Zhao Chuanxiu, who was kneeling and knocking his head like garlic, feeling quite pleased internally, yet his face pretended to be troubled. Alas, Zhao family head, this matter is not easy to handle. You know that Lin Chen kid has a rather bad temper. Your son has really kicked a hardboard this time. In the end, after Zhao Chuanxiu paid a painful price of half the family's assets, the matter was finally begun, and the name Lin Chen completely became a taboo in all upper circles of Linghai City. As for Lin Chen himself, he didn't take this matter to heart at all. The compensation from the Zhao family to the city lord's mansion was soon delivered by a soldier to Lin Chen's home. When the soldier arrived and knocked on the door, Wang Xiu opened it and said, "If you're looking for Lin Chen, he's out eating and not at home right now. Would you like to come in and sit for a bit? They should be back soon." The soldier quickly replied, no need, I'm just here to deliver something," and handed over what looked like a storage bag to Wang Xiu, saying, "This is from the city lord's mansion. When Master Lin Chen returns, you can give it to him." Wang Xiu replied, "All right, I'll make sure to pass it to Lin Chen." Finally, the soldier bid farewell to Wang Xiu and returned to the city lord's mansion to report. Lin Chen was still enjoying his time at the restaurant, completely unaware that the Zhao family had compensated him with half of their assets. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, picking his teeth with a satisfied expression. "All right, since my stomach is full, let's go watch a movie to relax." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Chen mentioned that he wanted to go to the Zhongdu Tiangong Academy, sharing it with Zhou Qianru. Zhou Qianru waved her hand dismissively. "It's no big deal. Our family may not have much, but we do have a little money. Don't mention it to my family and get you a few thousand low-grade spirit stones as pocket money. If you need more, just ask." Lu Shui also chimed in. Now that she had awakened her divine body, her status in the family had risen significantly, and she spoke with more confidence. "Now that I'm also a divine body, those old men in the family treat me like an ancestor, afraid I might run away. They'll go back and say a word. Getting some cultivation resources should be no problem." Only Wang Xiaoxiao kept her head down, silently picking at her rice, not saying a word. She knew her family's situation best. Aside from a few acres of thin farmland, it could be said that her family was destitute. Not to mention cultivation resources. In the past, just being able to eat enough was already a blessing. If it weren't for meeting Lin Chen, her best outcome now would be to be bought by some rich old man to be a plaything, only to be kicked aside when they grew tired of her, leading to a miserable fate. Lin Chen naturally noticed her inner turmoil. He reached out, ruffled Wang Xiaoxiao's hair, and grinned. "Little girl, what are you thinking about? Don't worry about it, it's all yours. Don't mention, just a little cultivation resource. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I'll pick them for you." Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly turned red. She looked up at Lin Chen's mischievous smile, nodding heavily. "All right, you two go home and ask your families," Lin Chen told Lu Shui and Zhou Qianru. "If they are willing to offer some resources, even better. If not, it's no big deal. I have ways to raise the money." Both women nodded. In the cinema, Lin Chen occupied the 5 seats in the back row by himself, flanked on both sides. A picture of ease and comfort. The movie ended.